Hello, Pookies. What is up? Welcome to the Watches party of the Valorantista. समझ गए सब लोग? Did you understand, guys? कैसे हो सब लोग? क्या हाल चाल? कैसा जा रहा है आप लोग का विश्वकर्मा पूजा? Hope you all are doing great, good. कैसे हो सब लोग? वेलकम. यार मेरे लिए थोड़ा सा मोबाइल पे बफर कर रहा है स्ट्रीम. एक सेकंड देना. ऐसी की तैसी सब लोगों की ऐसी की तैसी रुको. Okay, we are here. चलो बफरिंग बंद हो गई. Here we go, guys. Today we
You gotta feel
have
happy that one of the top 13
सब मोह
America's
माया है. Let's go.
IGLs
स्ट्रीम बफर हो
has such
गई.
high
एनिमी को पिट
opinions.
दिया क्या? नहीं.
Wow,
अभी
that's
नहीं
a tough
guys. अभी
comment
किसी
to
और को
make,
पिटेंगे.
but
डेमन
yeah,
स्लेयर
I
किस
think
किसने देखा है बताओ.
he did it. He's been
मतलब
he's
पुराने
been growing into
एपिसोड
the
वगैरह
role. I think that's the
किसने
best way
मतलब
I'll
देख
say
के
is
रखा
that it
बताओ.
sort of started off with being a little
हो
bit
गया मेरा भाई.
questionable. I think
डेमन
maybe
स्लेयर
not having the
समाप्त नहीं
right players
करूंगी
at the
मैं.
right time for the role.
क्यों क्या हुआ?
And then I think the
खत्म है
credit to
सब.
Pipson
खत्म
as
है.
well. This team now
अरे
looks
क्या
like
हुआ
a
क्या? वो तो बता.
well-drilled machine, and I think him
कोई
versus
तो नहीं रहा मेरे
Forsaken,
फेवरेट में
it's
से.
definitely going to be a very different sort
देखने
of
का
leadership
मतलब ही
style.
नहीं
You
है
can
अब
see
मेरा.
that a lot of the mid-round on-the-fly stuff of PRX is what makes them such a good team, whereas I feel like it is those structured setups that
स्ट्रीम
are what
बफर हो
works
गया.
for
एनिमी को
GX.
पीट
If
दिया.
GX can
क्या
get into
आइडिया
that
अच्छा
rhythm,
है
they'll
guys.
be
नहीं,
great,
नहीं.
but
1
there's a good
सेकंड
chance
बफर पे
that
जा रहा
maybe
है.
they won't.
Yeah, and also, do you dare to BM
हम
PRX?
लोग
Do you
बिल्कुल
dare
टाइम
to
पे
stand
आया
up
है
and give it
आए
to them?
हैं
I hope
और
they
टाइम
do.
पे आते देखा है.
Yeah,
आज
they
एक
could try,
एनपीसी
but
भी
I
वॉच
think
पार्टी
it's
कर
enough
रहा है.
yapping from us. So
और
let's
क्या?
just hear from the man himself, Forsaken, as Miko
यार
ट्रॉफी को
वो
क्रिएट
वो
करो.
पीआरएक्स को जिंक्स कर देगा. मैं सपोर्ट नहीं कर रही पीआरएक्स को. हो गया मेरा.
Hey guys, Mika here,
मैं
and I'm with
जाइंटेक्स को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ
Forsaken.
पहले.
जाइंट टेक्स को
इसलिए.
सपोर्ट
We
करो
know you're
गाइस.
good.
एक
The
ऑलरेडी
whole
जिंक्स
world
कर
और
रहा
knows
है.
that you're good.
और
When
वो
it
अपनी
comes to
फेवरेट
global
ओडी पहन
events,
के
though,
आया
you're
शायद.
exceptionally good.
अरे
You're a different
भाई
beast.
पूरा
So
सुपर
what
से.
is it about these global events that
जहर
really,
खाने के
really
भी
lets
पैसे
you
नहीं है.
perform in that
सुनने
way?
को मिलेगा
Well, I don't know.
किसी
I guess it's just
को.
like
लेट्स. अरे मैं
because
क्यों सपोर्ट कर
PCD
रही हूँ.
Master or like Champion,
4
I think
सेकंड
has my
4
biggest goal
सेकंड
so far that
आईजीए.
I want to like
मैं नहीं.
achieve really hard to get the
गलत
trophy.
गलत
So I know
सपोर्ट
that
गलत सपोर्ट कर ली.
I need to do my
हम लोग
best
का
to do
आईजीएल
this. So
कौन
yeah.
है.
Fueled
अरे
by the
जाइंटेक्स
dream.
वाले
Love it. Good
जाइंटेक्स
luck.
वाले.
भाई एक ऑलरेडी जिंक्स कर रहा है
I mean,
पीआरएक्स को.
Forsaken
तो मैं
really
और क्या
growing
सपोर्ट
into that
करूँ. ये
IGL
इंटरव्यू
role
को
now.
सपोर्ट करता
But
हूँ
Mitch,
मैं.
show us
इंटरव्यूअर को
also
सपोर्ट
what the
करता हूँ मैं.
MVP
देखो
of Pacific,
कल
something
भूतनियों को इतना
managed to do
छिरा
in his
गेम
opening
आज
game.
क्रैश हो
Yeah,
रहा
I
होगा
think this is
लोगों का.
actually a great point. We're going to go into a little telestrator bit
Guys,
now
come on,
and
like
talk about
करो.
PRX against XLG
vote
round
करो
16.
poll पे.
And keep in mind, in the previous round, we had
और
actually
मैं
seen
आज
Forsaken
रियली
go
बहुत
for a
ज्यादा
super
उदास
late
हूँ.
flank all the way around and end up going down way too late. Like he got to the
जिस
site, the
जिसने
round was
डेमन
already
स्लेयर
over.
का
They'd been
फाइनली
disrupted.
ये
The
मूवी
last
देख
thing
लिया है.
XLG
वो लोग
expected
मुझे
was to
समझ
see this
पाएंगे क्या
same
बात है.
attempt from PRX. Remember, they're playing this map without a
यार
sentinel.
वो
And you're
बहुत
going to see them
क्यूट
start out
तो
with a Yoru
थी
flash here
होस्ट.
and a
देखो
Raze ult fired through towards
बस लड़की
bathroom,
होनी
using a lot of
चाहिए.
this cover. I think there's a snake bite here too, which is a lot of their utility burned up early, but it gets
अरे
them the
मैं
space and a plant.
बोलना
The
चाहती
thing
हूँ
that's
बोल नहीं
interesting though
पा
is
रही
the
हूँ.
second
लोगों
that
ने
flash is thrown,
जिंक्स
this
करके
teleport
रखा है
takes
ऑलरेडी
place
मेरे
as
टीम को.
now
क्या करूँ
something
तीनों
मैं.
वो मर
becomes
गए
that
ना.
sentinel utility. He's the one
तीनों
locking
को
down their
गई.
flank as they
तीनों
go
भी मर
front
गया.
line.
वो
A
मर
little
गई.
bit of
क्या
a
बोलते हैं उसका
disruption
नाम है.
attempt from
ओबनाए
Raka,
मर
but
गई.
unfortunately they end up
फिर
pushing
वो भी
back with
मित्सुरु भी मर गई.
the Mosh. Now this is where things get interesting. Again, we see utility being burned up. We see a
ग्यू
Molotov
में
thrown
अपना
through here
ये
to
ग्यू
allow
में
for
भी
the
मर गया.
plant. A
बड़े
nade going
स्ट्रीमर
deep
हो
towards
गए.
the
अरे
spawn,
मेरा मोबाइल पे
towards the
सेटअप
corner that's
है
going
ना.
to catch Rarga.
माँ
And all the
मरेगी
while,
नहीं
they're
वो
not seeing
कभी
anybody on the
इसलिए
flank. They're seeing utility be
मारेगी
thrown
नहीं
through.
वो
You have
कभी
the flash
इसलिए
come out
बस
from
ऐसा क्या.
Coconut in a moment,
वो पता
confirming
है
that
बट
this is
डीएम्स
all
तो
going to be
चेक
a
कर लिया
play
करो. क्या
for the A
डीएम
side.
किया
They're
है.
attempting and setting up for the retake
तुम
and
लोग
the
का एक्चुअली
disrupt.
बुरा लगा.
So we have this
मुझे
flank
कोई भी
continue from
डीएम
something.
नहीं आया है.
The
कोई भी नहीं.
benefit of this
लास्ट आई
comp
थिंक
for a lot of
आरपी
people
का
with
रिगार्डिंग
PRX are
आया
running
था.
is going
उसका
to
भी
be
मैं
the fact
बोल
that
दी
you
थी
have
कि
so much
मेरा
utility
मॉनिटर ही
for
सपोर्ट
that
नहीं
post
करता. मैं
plant.
क्या
Oh,
आरपी
well, there we
करूँ.
go. And a lot of it's already being
स्ट्रीम पे
used
ही
up
बोल दी
alongside
थी
the
मैं
nade.
तो.
The C's, everything is gone. They've just gotten the space and they use the Viper wall to fall back. And this is the point that you were making, Tom, about how PRX will get ahead of you when you're setting up for your retake. You're getting ready to take that site. They're disruptive. Here comes something on the flank as the whole idea from XLG is, okay, they got the plant, but they've burned their utility. We're going to take that space back, put the dog through, use the thrash to reconfirm the space, execute deep into their lines to get ahead of
Like
whatever
करो guys,
utility they
सब लोग,
might
come
have
on.
left, get
एक
ahead
like
of
करो
those
कुछ
post-plant
कुछ.
positions, and something ends up with the easiest flank of his life, just locking down that double. The round's already over.
Giant tags,
Happy
giant
Way is
tags.
just completely
वैसे giant
screwed
tags
with
में
no
कौन?
time up against 4. And this
सारी
is the
गलतियाँ
problem.
इन्हीं की है.
They
कैसे?
lost a round because of playing a late
मैं
flank.
थोड़ी DM
And
बनाता हूँ.
PRX's response was to play a late flank in the next round. Like, to just do it again. They were disrespecting XLG, who had no idea what was going on in the
Hello
background.
Zyrik, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो
I think a lot of
guys?
it
जो
comes
लोग
down
membership
to
वगैरह ले सकते हो ले
what
लिया
you
करो
kind of
यारो.
expect a team to do and what PRX
Membership
does.
वगैरह ले
They are
लिया
very
करो
good
अपने
at,
को
as I
थोड़ा
said, being
बहुत
disruptive
मिलता
even
है.
on the defensive side,
तुम
where they're
मैच
getting
देखते
aggressive
हो
and trying
इसलिए
to
हारते
cause you
हैं ये
issues
देखो.
before you take that plant. But even in cases like
हैं?
this, where they've got themselves
मैं
into the
उसको
site
देख रहा हूँ
there
ना,
on the
Giant X
attack
को
and they're
देख रहा हूँ ना.
taking that space, they then have another layer that you haven't even
ऐसा
thought of. And all
मारूंगा,
of that comes down
ऐसा
to, I think, some of the
गाइस
individual players having
याद
very good
रखिएगा.
initiative of like when to hit those timings, when to take that space, and then also just the mid-round calling in general. Like
मेरे
the
को लगा
rest of
तुम
the team
सो
is
गई
happy
तो मैंने
to
कॉल
sit
कर लिया
back
तुम्हें.
when you
हाँ,
said
मैं
they
तो
don't have
खुश
that
रही थी.
post-plant utility because they know that flank is coming and we don't want to make a mistake that gives up the round.
And I hope to God that, you know, Pips and Wayland and Cloud, they know
क्या
what that
मतलब
they can
विराट कोहली
expect.
जीतेगा जो
They
तो
can be a little
ऑलरेडी
bit more
Yeah.
चैंपियंस का
diligent with
विनर है.
this. But it's time
सब
for the
मुंह में है.
result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked who you think is the best Abyss team at Champs, and you guys are trolling because
Who
you
has
voted
been the
for
best
Fnatic.
We should have
Abyss
just
team
added
at
Boaster
Valorant
as an
Champions
option.
show?
That's
Yeah,
his
I
own option.
I think this is a little bit, yeah, I think
NRG
it's the
ने I
fans
think
just
बढ़िया वो
And the thing is, I
किया
look
था
at
Abyss
DRX and
में.
their comp and I say, they're going to
और
do this in every
FNC
game.
ने
This
भी
is
किया
going to
था,
be
तो
difficult
दोनों
for any
बराबर
team
है.
to play against. Do I think Boaster's going to hit that level in every game they play?
Yes.
Guys
FNC
like
को
करो
ज़्यादा
वोट
वोट
पे
है.
वोट करो
all
अपनी
the way,
फेवरेट टीम को
baby.
लव तो
Fnatic
दे
in
दो
the
अपना
finals. I can't wait.
अभी इसमें तो बेस्ट
But I
मैच
do
है.
think that
वो गिर गया था गलती
we
से
can't
मारने के
predict
लिए
the future,
आके.
so who knows? Maybe we have to get DRX versus Fnatic on Abyss to settle it. Who knows?
I'd
Who
be down.
knows? Who knows? I will be super down as well, and I'm also super down to see what we predicted for today. This is one of the harder ones for me because, you know, I'm always gonna predict PRX, but I was hovering over the GX button
ओ
for
मैच
hours.
मैंने
I
जाइन
was
टेक
going back and
सिलेक्ट
forth.
किया
What do I do? What do I do? I ended up going, of course,
OMG.
with my head and my heart in PRX. But if it was GX versus anyone else, maybe not EDG, but anyone else other than that, I
DRX
would
ही
have
ज़्यादा
gone with GX.
Listen, as the current leader
Like
in
ने
terms
giant
of
tech
predictions, I
select
decided
किया
to give everybody a
वैसे
chance
वीडियो
to
की आवाज
catch up,
कम
but
आ रही है तो
that's
या
my
अपने
energy.
माइक की बढ़ाओ.
GX, I'm locked in, and I'm certain that I've got the
I
right
have the
Hello,
same
answer.
Hello.
picks as Bren. That can't go well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not looking good for
ये
you,
तो
Chief.
ऑलमोस्ट
That
फुली
is
है.
not looking good for you.
Yeah, don't worry. But Mitch
सही
and I
है.
have witnessed this, you know. You
और कितना
went
चाहिए?
first.
क्रिस
This-
तेरे यहाँ
he
कम होगी
copied
देख.
you.
Mine
He copied you.
technically should be 4-4. That's all I'm saying. I sacrificed one of my pick-ems intentionally.
Yeah, NRG. I think we both. Where did you go for NRG? You didn't go DRX,
अरे
right?
आई मीन
I
आपकी
didn't go DRX.
Ah,
माइक
why did you go
वॉल्यूम
NRG?
कम
I think NRG
है.
have a better map pool to fall back
इससे
on.
ज़्यादा
And
मैं नहीं
DRX
कर
right
सकती.
now, like,
मेरा
they showed a lot of
माइक
promise,
मेरे
but
मुंह के
I'm
पूरा
not fully
पास
bought
से
in just
एकदम.
yet.
सही है
Again,
आवाज
that
तो.
was like a bit of a.
इससे ज़्यादा
अरे बात
करीब
लोगों
तो
Lines a
मतलब
little bit, but
मुझे
after
गले में
seeing
फिट करना
NRG,
पड़ेगा
it's
माइक.
really hard to doubt them. But unless you're named Tombis.
And unless you're me,
Yeah.
I just loved the Waylay Yoru stuff. And like, they've only played it on 2 maps, so you look at their past sort of stuff that we've seen so far, you can't really judge because it seems like they've completely reinvented themselves coming into this tournament. So
I'm just
from what I saw, I really enjoyed it.
I'm just really happy I got away with my BS answer of the map pool being better, which
Guys, come
for
on,
real
like
reasons
करो, like
double
करो
O,
सब लोग.
honestly.
Come on.
Like
I
करो
was like,
खुद पे.
NRG, I
Why
like
are you
what you're
being
doing.
so normal
I like the
about
style.
this? I like the Doden.
मैच की
What about a
वॉल्यूम कम
Troden?
कर
I
दो
think
तो
a
आपकी
Troden
कमेंट्री
works.
भी
A
सुन
Doden is
पाएंगे.
like
ऐसा क्या?
fine, you know, 2 Odins, you know, you got my attention.
अभी ठीक है?
But give me a Troden.
Oh, now you
Yeah,
got my
what's
interest.
stopping? What is stopping them from running 3 Odins?
What's that after that? Quoden?
देखो
Yeah,
गाइस अभी सही है.
No, that's too
अभी
far
सही
gone.
है?
All right,
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
that's
done.
ridiculous.
I think
Cool
you're
down.
taking the mickey now.
They
Yeah,
need
come
one
on.
outlaw as well.
You need an outlaw and a judge. Come on.
Yeah, I also think being sort of living in a scenario where on the first day of qualification, the 2 teams we sent to playoffs could potentially be NRG and Giant X is insane. I definitely couldn't have seen that coming. I don't know about
Well,
you guys.
especially, well, for GX, if you did, you're kind of mad because they've never made it to playoffs before. So it could be their first time ever, and I'm very excited to see if that's true.
Me too. The doors to Champions playoff stands half open, but will it be PRX, Giant X, DRX, or NRG who push through and take the next step to the trophy? It is time to find out.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
been since 2023 since I've been on the champ stage. Feels good to be here. Definitely feel like we all earned it. We're gonna make this one count.
And NRG vindicate themselves in this match against your reigning world champions.
Now that we have the first match jitters out the way, you'll see an even stronger energy.
We're just coming into this tournament sort of like an underdog feeling, which makes like less pressure when we play the games. Our performance on stage 2 was not a very good showing. In Champions, I think we can show a very different version of DRX.
To take down DRX, I think
बढ़िया सिनेमैटिक बनाए हैं यार, बहुत बढ़िया.
everyday
अच्छा बनाया.
grinding is just meant for this moment.
NRG.
So as long as we don't crumble
थोड़ा सा
under the
जिंगू
pressure,
को दिखा.
we'll be fine.
I
और
believe energy is like a really
NRG पे
great
इतना focus
teamwork
काहे
type
कर
of
रहे हो?
team. When we go against them, I think it's just a matter of who aims better that day and
बाद
who
में
just
match के
plays
बाद
together
में,
as a
अभी
team
नहीं.
that day. I'm starting to feel like the same feeling that when we won kickoff, so I think if you just keep on
जिंगू
going, then
पगलू.
we'll be able to win out.
Champions, for me, this is the moment when you come here and you know that you will face best of the best.
Sentinels completely neutralized.
And this is the time where you can prove you reached out here with certain work that you put, and the amount of the time that you put into the game is paying back.
It means a lot to back
Oh
to the
my
champions.
god.
It's give us a lot of confidence since we won our first trophy in Toronto.
PRX, your Masters Toronto champion.
We still have a lot of drive to win champions.
PRX, we played many teams like this, super aggressive, super fast, double duelist, so we are kind of prepared for this, and I think it's
यार
gonna be a
सही
good
में
game.
ना हो जाए.
EMEA overall as a region, they are quite methodic and quite structured the way how they're playing. I'm trying to adjust myself how I wanna be aggressive
Oh,
versus
Jingo
them,
वो
and
दिखा
what
है.
timings I wanna push and stuff I
Let's
wanna pick.
We
something.
have nothing to lose
For
because
second.
we are gonna be probably 100% underdogs, right?
The white.
If they will start losing against us, they will start to feel some pressure on them, because how can you lose to team that have 3 rookies?
Since we are PRX and we are in good form, good luck on the server. 'Cause you're gonna
ये
need it.
let's go guys, let's go.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ये अपनी वो विंगमैन वाली टोपी पहन के ही आएगा आज.
Woo, let's go guys, stage entry. Let's go, let's go. All the very best, guys. All the very best. Come
All
on,
the
good
best.
luck, good luck. Yeah, Pacific की team, guys. Oh my god. Let's go.
PRX.
Alex. Alex.
Qualification to playoffs, a chance.
Alex का कैम भी दिखाना जरा हम लोगों को.
हाँ.
Expect
यार
Good
ये
luck to
वापस से अपनी
Priyanka
good luck
Sarkar
वाली टोपी.
because you are gonna need it. Let's go guys, let's go. दोनों टीम को best of luck. May the best team win.
At least for them so far has been a massive benefit.
Ascent,
Realistically, we
Lotus,
didn't even
Sunset.
expect them to make the event. They made a run in the
Yay.
first place. Now they're going to try and
Lotus,
do it again.
Lotus.
I don't think we're getting anything too crazy surprising. Both teams good at the Sunset.
आरा
Get to that
सायोनारा.
on the third
जिंगू
map.
की मम्मी है
And
ये,
then
जिंगू
that's a
की
bit of an
मम्मी है.
interesting one, 'cause we saw some recent change coming out of the side of PRX.
अरे
They kind of
बचपन की
dominated
फोटो
versus
दिखा
हाँ
रहे हैं.
हाँ वो लेके
Weak
आती है
map
हमेशा.
for them overall and a pretty decent one
आरारा.
for GX, but I wouldn't say
आरारा
that
अच्छा
map is
खेलता
set
है.
in stone.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think
Sunset
Ascent's gonna be really
भी like
interesting to fight
PRX
against
का
this
ही
Cypher as a
map
conversation
है.
I think a lot of people are having right now. The stopping power of Vice just looks so difficult to deal with, but on
Giant
GX's
X का
side,
pick है
bringing the
पहले.
Cypher into play, they've
But
got that
Giant
KO
X भी
potential
locked
to
in है
take out
यार.
some of that
Giant
control.
X भी
When they
locked
move
in है, हम
towards
कुछ
side,
कह
I
नहीं
think that
सकते.
brings a big advantage
एलेक्स को
compared to
ज्यादा
what
दिखा था
PRX are running in the
टेबल
stage.
तोड़ते हुए.
The difference is, this is PRX we're talking about.
Do you
जिनको
think they're going to
फोकस.
bring that comp again?
किसी
Because
ने
they do. I just
सासुमा
want
लिखा है
to
chat
make
में.
it known for the global fans that don't, watch specific necessarily. Is
Why
that is
am
their
I
comp. Maybe
blushing?
some other teams have shown it since then, or
Yeah.
they showed it first on the global stage, but
ओ
we saw
ये भी आई
PRX
है.
do it in Pacific.
ये रे भाई ये देखो जिंगू का फोटो.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think especially when it's
बचपन की फोटो
Jing
दिखाई.
pulling out that stage, I feel like it's a very comfortable pick for him.
जिंगू
It
let's
looks
go.
decent
Never.
on the map. I'm expecting it to be incredibly defense-sided. Like both teams have shown that is where they are favored. And with on the other side, GX playing that sort of more default.
I am है इनके पास। हाँ, वो एक नॉइज कैंसिलेशन के लिए है और एक वॉइस कॉम्स और गेम साउंड ये सब। आई थिंक ये बड़ा वाला वॉइस कॉम्स एंड नॉइज सप्रेशन का काम करता है और IEMs गेम का साउंड।
मेरे को लग रहा है वाइपर होगा, शेड हो सकता है, ब्रिम होगा पक्का इसमें। नॉइज सप्रेशन नहीं, सॉरी, मतलब बाहर का जो क्राउड का जो हल्ला है वो सप्रेस करने के लिए है। चिल्लाते रहते हैं ना, इनके पीछे लोग खड़े हुए हैं तो वो लोग भी चिल्लाते रहते हैं, ऑडियंस पूरा चिल्लाती रहती है उधर। अनाउंसमेंट वगैरह होते रहते हैं, लाइक कमेंट्री उधर अलग है ना, माइक से बोला जाता है पूरा एकदम। ये एलेक्स, लेट्स गो। नॉइज कैंसिलेशन नहीं, नॉइज मतलब उनके लिए, वो लोग ना सुने बाहर का, डिस्टर्ब ना हो जाए। एलेक्स इतना स्माइल कैसे कर रहा है?
अरे ये
मैच के टाइम में पता लगे
नहीं हुआ है ना अभी, जैसे ही 13-0 होना बंद होगा। एजेंट आ गए हैं, सोवा, वाइस, सेज, जिंगू, माय गॉड, मेरा पॉकेट समथिंग योरू, 4 सेकंड ओमेन, इधर है ओमेन, सोवा, साइफर। ओके, वाइस और साइफर डुएलिस्ट में जेट, योरू और डिफरेंट, केओ, इनिशिएटर गाइस, सोवा, केओ, ये सब। जायंट एक्स का मैप पिक है, 4 सेकंड ओमेन, लेट्स गो गाइस। जायंट एक्स का परसेंटेज ज्यादा है इस मैप पे, पर जायंट एक्स का ही पिक है तो ये मैप थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा हमें यार। मे बी ये मैप मतलब PRX ना जीत पाए, बट
Yeah, and more importantly, the age-old question: what's better, a dinosaur or a giant?
क्या डिफेंडिंग है ना
Required
इनकी?
to answer that.
आप खेलेंगे मेरे जैसे प्रो, फिर तो हार गए। चलो जायंट एक्स पहला मैच।
Keeps me up at night. They might have giant in the name, but EMEA's number 2 seed are definitely the David in this David versus Goliath matchup.
गया फिर तो मैच,
गया, जायंट एक्स जीत रहा है गाइस।
Is up tempo, fast paced,
Career खत्म।
audacious in your face Valorant.
I'm excited for this matchup
Batman.
stylistically. I think GX are
Batman.
coming into this tournament for me as
Batman
maybe
बोलना
even the
पड़ेगा,
most
Batman.
interesting EMEA
Jingu
team,
on
certainly as far as how they
stage,
play
oh
out
my
of
God,
their defensive
cutie on
sides,
cutie.
you know, how they run so many aggro set strats and against PRX who are
अरे आरा फिर
probably the
से
most
इधर
unique
ऑपरेटर
team
लेके
of all
बैठ
time in
जाता है
Valorant. I
यार,
think this should
ये
make
मैप
for a
मुश्किल
very
ही लग रहा
interesting
है।
stylistic game.
Going to be GX on the attack side to start us off, and already Ara's gotten himself pretty deep up mid. Something ready for it, turns the flash, and now for contact.
Something इधर ही है, इधर ही है।
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रही, मैं
Talk about wind.
तीन निकाल दी, तीन
Taken
निकाल
out of
दी।
the sails for GX.
मेन
Spiked
वेस्ट
up
साइड,
from
वेस्ट
mid.
साइड, वेस्ट साइड।
Cloud and West Side trembling hands to pick up the pieces.
No matter what,
Yeah,
वेस्ट साइड।
something pretty much just continuing the reign of terror that he has been on throughout Stage 2 until now, and
4
one of the
सेकंड गया।
absolute peaks of his career at the moment.
वेस्ट साइड भी आ रहा है।
Getting
अरे
a
नहीं,
tad bit
इसने
too
बोल दिया था ना
adventurous
सॉरी
perhaps
सो गुड ने,
in
4
mid,
सेकंड
so
मेरे
the
जैसा
tiniest
है
of
ये।
openings for
अरे।
GX, the PRX are ready to just flood onto them
Ace.
and get an ace.
Well, Ace.
Ace,
Well, Ace for the boy. Jump, bounds, just
Ace,
like Bambi.
Ace.
So,
सब जा
एस
रहे हैं।
well, we get what he came for.
Ace
Pistol round
बोलते।
Ace for something. And
अरे
PRX
dude, God
start
यार।
out with a very
Nice
special
start,
burst
nice
of
start.
confidence. And
बट
this
अभी
is why
पिस्टल
PRX
पिस्टल
get away
राउंड
with
है
such
तो
ridiculous stuff, Wyatt. They have this individual
पिस्टल
talent.
राउंड
Feel
एस
like
कर
it's
दिया लेमा।
rarely seen at this level.
बट यार पिस्टल राउंड में ना जज ना करो, क्योंकि आरा जो है वो ऑपरेटर लेके मिड से मरेगा पक्का।
Has just been utterly outraged, even for
ऑपरेटर
his
चलेगा सीधा
standards. Feels like
डिफेंडिंग
he's
में।
hitting a real career
चलो
high
पिस्टल।
at the perfect
अपना
time
समथिंग
right now heading into
ऑपरेटर
Champions.
गॉड है,
Don't be
बट
too
मैं
clutch with the
बोल
off-on
के ये
fly. Makes you
नहीं
like
मतलब
anything
जिंक्स
but
वगैरह
jaw.
नहीं करना
The guy
चाहती।
is ridiculous.
And he gets away with 1 HP under a lot of pressure there with the judge. That 0 point connects onto a couple players, so a good paranoia is sent in. Device so weak on account of Aura.
Still having a fight for a spot. Patman having trouble digging him out of Switcher.
वेस्ट साइड को आने दो फॉर्म में, वही ना बाय राउंड वगैरह आएगा तो मतलब देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा।
Planting.
West side. He has picked up that stinger. Definitely needs to play close range. Wants to play a flash even, but
टीबोन भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा है आपकी, देखो स्ट्रीम यार टीबोन की, जिसका मन हो उसका देखो यार।
दोनों में
आपकी
Watchparty
मर्जी, वही ना, आपकी मर्जी।
Diffuse here for PRX.
बस अपने फेवरेट टीम को एकदम सपोर्ट करो, दिखा दो।
We're going to have a switch up of our diffuser here briefly as Jing gets off, something gets on, working towards a very early dimensional drift for the Yoru.
One horrible way. Nice that something goes down to 1 HP, but then gets a heal with Jing, so he can just go run it flickless with a judge. Go for part 2. GX fans hoping that first round ace, and we've witnessed so far, not an omen
चलो
of
अभी
the
बाई
next
राउंड है।
11 rounds to come for PRX.
मुझे तो आप पसंद हो, ऐसा क्या? लाइक वगैरह करो फटाफट और पोल पे लग दे दो अपनी टीम को। पता है ना वो आपकी टीम हारते ही किसको सपोर्ट करना है।
चलो दोनों एक टीम ने लो बाई किया।
They have to fight PRX for this space, Wyatt. They've got great set plays, they're really well drilled. That's something that stands them in good stead.
लाइक करने का क्या मिलेगा यार? हम लोग इतनी देर मेहनत से जो बैठते हैं उसका थोड़ा भी तो हमें वो हाँ फ्री का ही तो आता है। हमें भी तो कुछ नहीं मिलता है इतना टाइम, वो क्या बोलते हैं 5-6 घंटा।
Tapping, trying to make a little bit of a distraction.
Slow start here for GX. Now they've sort of decelerated through mid a little bit with an out drone, this time clearing market. They do not want to run into a judge in that corner or someone else. Patman with a shoulder pick. Ara sees an opportunity to come forward, but actually backs out of it. Devai knocks him down to 20 as well from Switch.
That is a lot of damage exchanged. Does have that
I think दवाई को heal मिल जाएगा
paranoia, so
मिल गया।
the team could try to get into tree, but I'm not even sure they're aware they're walled off until they're going to get much closer
नहीं यार कुछ तो मिलना चाहिए ना 100 marks for effort ही
expecting this to come through though.
They're going to fight out of this. What a setup.
5 marks extra for good handwriting.
Oh nice. दोनों बाहर। अरे निकल रहा है। Nice nice। और एक main main।
Has to walk up onto the A side. But a smoke in his way. Spike on the other side of tree. With 12 seconds left. He knows he might need to batten the hatches here and just try and survive.
Only option at this point in the round. The way that PRX maneuvered the map there was so lovely. Late into that round, they insert something with the
bonus round भी PRX के हाथ में, let's go.
The rest of the players on that sort of
वैसे उन्होंने बाय भी नहीं किया था।
They pivot over towards tree. Reading that GX, we're going to try to go for
क्या मिलना चाहिए बताओ?
when that wall expires. As soon as
क्योंकि मुझे तो नहीं पता क्या देना चाहिए।
PRX players ready to go. Paranoia, and then initially it's just the run and gun from Jing. Patman able to trade off, swinging with the Phantom. Really lovely round for PRX. They convert the bonus.
Champions bundle. हाँ ये मांग रही है।
मेरे खुद के पास नहीं है, मैं इतनी गरीब हो रखी हूँ, दुर्गा पूजा के लिए भी कुछ नहीं कर पा रही। डुएल सेटअप किया मैंने, आपकी भी देख रहा हूँ, तो टीबोन की भी क्या बात है नीरज, थैंक यू सो मच। अगर दो लोग ऐसे पिक देंगे तो एग्रो पिक है ये, वही ना। एग्रेसिव हो गया थोड़ा ये राउंड। मेरे को बैटल पास दे दो, मैं खुद नहीं ले पाई यार, 1 रुपया भी नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे जिंग गया। ओ नाइस। वो के अंदर से ही मार दिया।
अरे नहीं।
अरे समथिंग अकेला बचा हुआ।
Initially he was just checking mid in case there was a late flank. Now though he stepped up. What an angle! Ara though has the presence of mind to check for it. A massive thrifty.
बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव हो गया था PRX के साथ। बहुत गरीबी चल रही है यार, भगवान भी कुछ जादू नहीं कर रहा है। सेम यार, हमारे तो फेस्टिवल आ रहे हैं, वो भी सेलिब्रेट नहीं कर पाएंगे।
It happened on just the round 2 eco, so they weren't able to convert. They didn't have the weapons, but here Aura had a hero right.
4 सेकंड ने पैरानोया बैक क्यों नहीं किया पता नहीं। जिंगू और 4 सेकंड दोनों पैरानॉइड हो गए थे उनके ओमेन से।
Westside pretty terrifying with the sheriff in hand. That was something showcased extensively against Sentinels.
PRX थोड़ी ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो रही है। नहीं, उनका गेम प्ले ही ये है, एलेक्स संभालता है, वो तो एलेक्स कंट्रोल करता है कि ऐसे ऐसे नहीं करना है। देखो
taken up shot.
ऑपरेटर ले लिए
He's picked
ये
up the
देखो।
op. Oh my
अरे
god, West Side. Those are the kind of shots he hits with some crazy consistency. Just the
अरे
good
नहीं
crosshair
गेम प्ले ही
placement,
ऐसा है इन
reaction
लोग का
shots.
एलेक्स
He didn't
संभालता है
have
वो
to
तो
be firing against Sentinels. The rest of his team were doing so well, but now it's a great opportunity to step up and show that individual skill.
ऑपरेटर ही डाउन हो
Jordy here for Ara. Inside the smoke and it does its job. Forsaken is dealt with now quickly, trying to double back around to the site. Digging out that last
गाइस
defender.
कम ऑन सब लोग
Dividing
लाइक
the corner.
वगैरह करो
अरे
Only going to be able to find his one.
2v4 ये
And
राउंड भी
kept
गया
off the fight with that smoke towards
3-2.
defender spawn.
And now that remaining PRX duo, they're just forced
Saving
to
करनी
save. GX have really played with a lot of high tempo early round on these last couple, and it has paid off. It's resulted in early picks. Something going for that aggro play in B main, immediately dealt with. And then the exec onto the site really accelerated. Aura beats the timing into the smoke. The Device just left on site alone, overwhelmed. GX have done a nice job
चलो
pushing out
सेविंग कर
Paper X
रहे हो
early.
Just well set up. I think Grabinho was a player we definitely want to highlight here early. 4 assists to his name. Paranoia setups though have been excellent. Now PRX got to be a bit more respectful off the rip here. That was a early presence by Forsaken over towards Catwalk that was punished. There was some spam through. And then a push off of that B side.
Look, I mean, something barely even got around the corner before being hit by that. Aura beats the timing for Forsaken into the smoke. I like that from him. It's a calculated risk. Pays off.
There are similarities between how these two teams played the defense side. I think GX almost see a reflection of themselves in some of these info pushes and this proactivity from PRX.
So Paper X investing into this round a fair bit around the 2 guns that were saved.
योरू
Of
पलट
course,
है
if they lose, they'll have that 3-round max out loss bonus. But something picks up the Judge on account of having that dimensional drift. And they have the Hunter's Fury to combo with it. So that could be very potent if used at the right time. Getting Hunter's Fury's tags, but then also in the chaos, popping out with a Judge on someone.
अरे नहीं
PRX insisting on some mid-control with a smoke at tiles that just gets walked up through by GX. They've been able to drift over towards that catwalk position, but now 2 players taken up in tree. Let's see if Forsaken play back towards the site a little bit more, but once more,
तेज
we're
भागते
going to
हुए
see
क्यूट
PRX
लगती
fight.
है
There is a push off catwalk.
ये जा रहे हैं खाली
Fresh that one way at A main. Forsaken trying to apply some main
नहीं
दो
presence.
है
जज
Hoping to
बैठ
funnel
गए हैं
elsewhere.
ट्री के
GX
लिए बहुत ही
unperturbed
बढ़िया
so far.
See if they just have to wait that out. They do have a drone from
ये
Cloud
दोनों
that could
फिर
use
से
way
जाएंगे
through.
क्यों
Yeah, that
लगता है
is
क्योंकि
going to
मेन
be a
कोई
maneuver,
देख
and
ही
now
नहीं
Paranoia immediately going
आ
to
गया आ गया
stall GX up.
कौन सा
Something
thumbnail
getting
नीरज
closer
भाई
to
कौन
this
सा
Judge.
thumbnail
क्योंकि
ये
सेज
बताओ
जिंगू
into
है
main.
नहीं नहीं बहुत प्यारी भागती है सेज
has to
कोई
be
भी
mindful of
सेज हो
Check close is going to be important. There it is. Okay,
चलो
Zero
एक
Point
तो
comes in,
मिल
but
गया
something to
टीपी
step
नहीं
back.
कर
It doesn't
सकता
have
है
gate
ये
crash out, and then opts to step forward. Cloud now with a Hunter's Fury Forsaken.
अरे
ये एक मारा तो मारा डबल पिक का है
Doesn't matter. He handles Grabinho. Man handles him up
एनजी
close.
भाई मेरा
Now the
थंबनेल
tree
का
control
काम
is there
कब
for
करे
PRX.
हो
DRX
आपने
though
कांटेक्ट
forcing
या
him on the
डिस्कॉर्ड
side. They
वगैरह
got
पे
Gen presence.
क्या काम है वो तो बताओ
Got an owl in. Spots
वो
that
तो
A main
मिकी
player.
भाई का मैं समझ गया
Crossing to
फुटबॉल
wide
वाला था
door went down at the perfect time. No one for Paper X having the
नहीं
opportunity to
फुटबॉल
flood in
वाला
because
इन्हीं
of
का
the
था
banana with
वो
the man
मिकी का
advantage, trying
एडिट
to
वाला
press
था
through catwalk. Issue
अच्छा
being Forsaken has to close the gap with the Judge at some point. There's one sheriff.
कांटेक्ट करो
weapon
यार
better for
उस पे
GX.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
That's a
हम
really clear the
पता
double.
चलेगा
There it
कैसे
doesn't seem to matter.
करना
Here
है
is the null command that
खत्म
comes
ये
out. It's
राउंड भी
Divine
गया
and Jing. They have to fight through it now. There's no other choice for
ठीक है
it.
ठीक है
From
नीरज
upper, West Side finds yet another. It's on Jing. Suppressed, no Cloud is likely in A main and sends his crosshair in that direction. Drops down, tries to isolate
Nice,
one versus
Jingu.
one.
Yeah.
The flickless will not be
अरे
shifted.
एंटी
And GX have even up the
ऊपर
game.
पिक हो रहा
So
है
difficult to get a kill on the top
पेपर
like
एक्स
that.
की तरफ से एक
Lovely
दो
shooting
फ्रैग
from
निकाल रहे हो
Splitless.
ठीक
That
है और
initial
एक
one
के
on
लिए
the
जा रहे हैं
tight angle was really clean. I like that decision. to
उधर
use the
बेचारा
Hunter's
वो
Fury
योरू
just
टीपी भी नहीं कर
straight
सकता था ना
away
वो
from
था
Cloud when they got the position on something, and because he was hit by that 0 point, then he just feels pressured. Oh, I got to do something. Goes into the open. He's scrambling. Gets shot down, and then again it's GX. They pick up the pace nicely after that.
Pinging out 2 players of that Hunter's Fury was pretty big. I think Forsaken
टाइम
the
आउट
second
लिया है
and
आई थिंक
third
पेपर
bolts
एक्स ने
Yeah,
लेट्स
if Forsaken gets that crazy
अब
kill in the
सुनने
smoke
मिलेगा डांट
because it was just such a chaotic
What
situation
are you
for
doing,
Grabinho to
stupid
try
kid?
to figure out.
Did I told you?
But yeah, he took so
Time
much
out लिया क्या?
damage. GX set up
हाँ,
well in the
I think.
post flank.
Is PRX always trying to arrange their pieces?
हाँ हाँ टाइम आउट है
to have like at least decent numbers.
What are you
आईडी
doing?
क्या है आपका एनवी ही
We see
है
Jing trying to
एनवी
refresh
ही
that
है
one way to A main, hoping to funnel.
देखो
ये देखो
डिस्कॉर्ड में
डाट
मिल
सुन रहे
जाऊंगा
डाट सुन रहे
But GX had their
Who
own
told
game
you
plan.
to
They're
push like
confident.
this,
They
eh?
are drone in.
है क्या कर रहे हो
You are
तुम लोग
playing like this
Just to try and
stupid kid.
deny any
Play well.
direct follow-up right behind that L drone. A fast play gets shut down, but in the end,
यार
there's so
काश
much to work
कोच
with. Null
कोच
command,
लोग क्या बोल
Hunter's
रहे हैं
Fury,
उसका
both
भी सुनने
committed
मिलता
to
मजा आ
that
जाता
engagement. And it pays off for
और
GX.
क्या?
Hard fought attack side rounds. White, they've evened things up.
Yeah, and PRX, they did make a pretty big investment into that last round, right? So they can get a meager bit of a half buy going. Looks like something not
अभी
going to convert any
PRX का
cash
एक
here, so
राउंड
you
है
can buy
हेलो
the
मिकी
operator
वेलकम
on,
टू द
the
स्ट्रीम क्या
subsequent
हाल है
round.
Yeah, it's truly been PRX's year so far. The only thing they're missing, of course, is the cherry on top. Global title, all well and good. They're looking for that
देखो मैसेज आया क्या आया आया
championship.
करता है स्ट्रीम के बाद
It's on the
मैसेज
table
करता
here. This is the kind of matchup they need to
एक साथ
kind of
खड़े
dominate
चार
to
लोग
give that level of confidence. Remember, the winner in this series will advance to playoffs.
PRX just hoping that someone early would have gone over towards B, walked into that multi-stack of players, and it looks like now if they get a ping with this drone, they might just swing out with a few from mid.
क्या
It's going to be flash dart here to follow
क्या
up.
है
पैसों के
GX
बीच
to
में
do it.
बैठा
Hands are
हूँ
kind of tied in mid now. The push is going to come up.
ये
देख
देखो
रहे हो
भाई
अमीरी
देख रहे
अमीरी
हो
Catwalk is ready to receive this, and I think PRX have overestimated the level of disruption they've been able to induce. Down and
ये
down
राउंड तो गया ही गया
They take a
आरा ने वापस
passing
अपनी
gamble
वो
on mid,
आउटफ्लो
bit of
उठा
a
ली
Chico vibe.
It was a cool play attempt, syncing up that paranoia, plus the flash from Yori,
Ara
plus
ra.
the recon. After confirming information on a player mid with the drone. Not mad at the play. Cool attempt, but yeah, ultimately GX just have way better guns.
तो
Played also
क्या
turned the
40-50
flash from someone else shot the
बाप
dart for him, so
रे
he
लाख
had his crosshair
हम
positioned
लोग
correctly and was
रुपीस
ready to
नहीं
fight.
देखते
Some stall here, of
आप
course.
सीधा
is
लाख की बात
the
कर
likes of
बाप
Attentive
रे हम
Beat.
लोगों ने रुपीस
She
नहीं
will have to
देखा
be
हुआ है
respected
मेरा
and
तो
be
पूरा
drawn out
नवरात्रि
now.
गया इस
It's West
बार
side at least
करियर
over to
खत्म
Logs.
Sank it and anchoring pretty deep in the site, but now all alone and dealt with perfectly clean, flawless round from GX. Come on, baby. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I was the only one. After those first 3 rounds, when PRX converted the bonus, I was worried. I was worried that they were going to begin to run away with the game, but then GX eco them back. A 4-round run. They're looking really good right now. They're playing with a lot of confidence, and maybe it's what the players had been mentioning before this game of we don't really feel pressure. We're
यार
GX.
आपसे अच्छा
People didn't
खेले
think we were going to be
प्लीज
here. We're going up against the best team in
Please,
the world.
Paper
Three
X,
champions
please.
of Toronto. We have 3 rookies. We don't have any pressure. We're a huge underdog.
राउंड के लिए
Divide trying to hold close here. It's going to be a steel garden thrown out. Ara already got himself over towards that spawn side. Not a lot to see there. Somehow Cloud is all the way back there. What a wrap
Oh,
here
nice.
from Forsaken. TP obviously gets himself in a position now to
W.
carry them from defense spawn. From the attack
भाई
side even.
अरे अरे
And so Grabinho
रुको
never
मैं
really
आया
got to set foot on
ठीक है
this
ठीक
B
है नीरज
side at
भाई
all.
What a crazy counterplay from Forsaken to just disrupt the plans of GX entirely. I
नाइस
mean, just look at the X's on
W.
the map right now. Of
W
where the
round.
W
GX
round.
players are. It's like in the spawn of the defenders damn near.
It's like we used to see
That's
Jing do on
crazy.
Icebox. Same
पक्का
idea.
ये
Right? That
एलेक्स ने
TP in the
बताया
spawn. Smoke
Alex
assisted though on
Frey
Icebox
वो
in fairness.
यूज
Just-
योर अल्टी यूज योर
just
अल्टी
rips it. Love that from Forsaken.
चलो वैसे कल एग्जाम
And on
है
the other
पढ़ना
end, right,
पड़ेगा
it's
बाद
still
में
guarded.
मिलते हैं
That
बाय
definitely
बाय
slows
स्टोरी
GX
सो
up,
गुड
so it puts them
चटको
on a real
चटको
clock when there's a
ऑल द
तुम्हारी
बेस्ट
एक
फॉर
रील भेजता
एग्जाम
हूँ
Yeah, just pushes them
हमारी एक
into
रील भेजता हूँ
Forsaken
डीएम में वो
RS.
देख
That was a crazy little scenario.
Yeah, like Ara
I
got
mean,
ahead
it's
of it, right, but
stream
not
के
in a
बाद
position
भेजूँ
to be sort of followed up on it all. Was a PRX
थैंक यू
round of all
बाय
rounds.
बाय
ऑल द बेस्ट बाय बाय
Rubinho loves that spot.
All the
So
very
does
blast.
Blazey, by the way. That little TP on the
इतने
box
पैसे
at top mid.
देखकर मजे आते हैं ऐसा क्या नाइस यार
अरे
Gain from there right now is actually pretty deep. Dark cover thrown out here by GX.
टंकू टंकू
As
वाह
this
Thank you,
operator was saving for on one of the
एग्जाम में भी
prior
ये
rounds,
स्पेलिंग लिख के आ
controlling
जाना
mid at the moment. As GX currently setting up
निकी
for a
भाई
split
मैसेज डिलीट
into
करो
this B
फटफट
site.
अच्छे
Patman
से
ready to
बोल
let
रहा हूँ
that recon go once they get through the choke
कौन
point.
सा मैसेज
So they can try to spam some of these players down from back site through Boathouse.
Oh, that is dirty. Ara's so close. And there's a noise cut in mid.
लास्ट
Or
में
rather,
जाते
PRX
हुए
don't see GX as they pull out of that
कहना
part of the map.
चाहूंगा कि
Insert.
सारी गलती
Jumping
एनबी
back in the
की
game,
है
and
लग
Ara
तो
might
रहा
have
है
some
यार
नहीं
success.
नहीं
सेंटा
मिकी
क्रूज
ने
वाले
मिकी ने लिखा है मिकी ने लिखा है एनी भाई को तो आदत है करोड़ रुपए के बीच में बैठने की
सही बोला यार मिकी तुम लोग लाखों करोड़ों के बीच में रहते हो वो देखना जरा गिफ्टिंग में 50 कुछ गिफ्टेड वाला आ रहा होगा
Jing can also work out from spawn as
ये
well.
देखो
There's Westside.
और वेलोरेंट में भी गिफ्टिंग का ऑप्शन है यूज क्या करो यार गरीब लोगों की दुआ लगती है
Seen this guy retake.
लो कर दिया
लो
दरना
कर दिया
पड़ता है
उधर।
वही ना भाई
To help him this time.
अंडरग्राउंड कर
Flickless
देंगे
watching
आपको
Speedway, though Jing's gonna have
तब
to quick
दबाए।
this adjustment, and he is so much so he doesn't take any damage. Westside now
राइट
with
टू
the pressure
राइट
shot through
टू
the wall.
पड़ा
There's something.
नाइस
With the
वन
shorty. Hard fought round for PRX, but they'll take it.
चिंगू चिंगू
Beautiful attempt from
देख रहे हो
Westside.
गाइस
Just
लाखों
feels at the
करोड़ों
very end
लोग
he needs to
वाले वो
adjust the
50
positioning and it's
गिफ्टिंग
something right
वेलोरेंट
on
में
top of him
गिफ्टिंग
with
ये
that
सब
short
यूज नहीं
back
कर रहे
straight. This was an insane little shot from Hard,
लेजेंडरी
poking
पुकी
around
ले
him.
लूं क्या मैं
Look at
एनबी
him,
पे दे
self-employed
जरा
here. The
अरे
second he
अरे
checks that left side. Aura is
हेलो
right
आरपी
out there.
गेमर्स क्या हाल है वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम कैसे हो आप बाय द वे सब लोगों को हैप्पी विश्वकर्मा पूजा
Correction of aim onto the plant spot.
दो
And
फिर
having
मिकी
the
भाई
res
दो
available
12,000 रुपए
in mid,
50
bring
गिफ्ट
it
देता
right
अभी
back to the 5-on-5.
Yeah, it kind of negates all of Ara's patience, just
Yeah.
staying as that insert in
Instant
mid.
50
4
gift
rounds to use it, and that was onto
हम
something.
रियल
Then
गन
has the
खरीद
dimensional
रहे
drift
हैं
to follow
वाह
up into
वाह
the
वाह
side.
वाह
Better condition PRX now. That
थैंक्स
smoke
वेलकम
into the
क्या हाल है
mid,
आपके
insert
वैसे
being left behind by GX for later in the round.
Westside with their cam. Just going to pick up Batman and something that time, a bit of vengeance onto Aura.
Nice,
The
some
duelist
good
entry, the
operator
space
shots
maker, when you're trying to hit one
from
of these
the
ascent sites,
operator god himself.
totally removed. This is going to be really difficult for GX from here on out, especially if they go
Guys,
towards
like
that
करो और
setup
पोल
with
पे
the
वोट
Vice.
करके अपने टीम के
You're just
लिए
going
यार
to
cheer
get
up
your
कर दो
team
come on.
fully stalled out by the
आ रहा
Phoenix.
है
If you go into
something
the stage, one slow orb, no one can get past it. You're all just trapped. Maybe Grabinho can try to go for some kind of crazy TP, but
Blind
outside
लेके
of that,
आएगा
not
ना.
a lot of options.
There's a sheer wall inside tree. Something can play off that after trying to take a pick.
And
Rip तोड़
that
दी
did turn off
उसे
the Vice Util for but a moment,
Yep.
but no one is able to
Stage
it's
को
not really a
ढूंढ
play
रहे
to
वाल
negate
के
off of it, unfortunately.
Down mid, look at this double face that's been set up randomly by PX. They've just assembled this in response. That deep smoke's there again, and all
वाले बड़ा
cloud.
सेज पीछे ही था
Spam down,
फट
just
करके
as the
मार
smoke
के
blew.
भाग
Flickless fortunate to get across. He can play off his player in B main, but it's a Sage
पुश हो
ball
गया
being
मार
played.
नाइस
3v4 guys
PRX,
3v4
aside from the fact that Jing is just entrenched here in the
Oh,
corner.
Jing ने तो
What a trans-
That is disgusting. And again, Jing with the
yeah,
ये देखो
yeah, let's go.
knock the wheels up
W.
the GX bus.
GX had a really cool game plan there, honestly.
One side,
The-
one side.
Grabinho was
W.
working through A main. He found a pick. If you looked at the top of the minimap, everyone from PRX, after he got that kill, were being dragged towards A. It was just Jing who was fully committed to that site.
30 seconds.
If he goes
Nice.
1-for-1, Grabinho's teleporting back. Obviously, still a horrific position for GX, but I think they had a cool game plan that is just ultimately unraveled because Jing puts together a really sick multi-kill.
Remember that solo hold for Jing with the wall sets up the double face in mid for that spam kill. So sick.
Wow, Paranoia straight away catches everyone. Slow orb as well.
Ara's
Oh
just
my
buzzing
god,
around.
this is miserable.
Doesn't know where to be. Here come the shock darts. This could be painful. Patman's got another one where that came from. Grabinho would love to get up on the corner, but Jing has been felled.
Thank you यार
Every-
Mickey
everyone
for
on
the
GX side of
200
Westside just
UPI
stands up.
donation. Thank you
They're
so
all so
much.
weak.
Come
Sold
on
out,
guys,
double
सब लोग
flash.
ऊपर ऊपर
Paranoia
कर
getting
दो
on the
अभी.
speedway here. Patman respects it though. Tries to fold away for
Thank
second.
you
TP out in the
Mickey,
open.
thank
Apparently
you,
Flickless.
means a
Oh,
lot.
kills.
रुको मैं
It's
अपडेट कर
Alpha.
दूंगी
This is
इधर.
dangerous here.
गोल डोनेशन गोल का स्क्रीन दिख रहा है ना या फिर मैंने हाइड करके रखा है. घर जाने नहीं मिल रहा है क्यों क्यों. मिक्की ओपी बोलते आइए. थैंक यू सो मच यार, मींस अ लॉट. हेलो चिल डूड, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसे हो आप? थैंक यू फॉर द 200 सुपर डुपर डोनेशन. मैं अपडेट कर दूंगी, रुको. जैसे मैं वो क्या बोलते हैं पोल वगैरह एडिट करती हूँ ना, तब मैं इधर ऐड कर दूंगी मॉनिटर वाले गोल सेशन में. ठीक है, थैंक यू.
By the way, though,
Thank you, Mickey
beautiful
Boy.
kill from Flickless. That one right there on the Forsaken, the highest impact kill, in the round at that point, opens up the sight.
अरे
ये बंदा अंदर जाकर बैठ गया है मैनेजर के पास. कौन कौन बैठ गया? अब दोनों नहीं उठ रहे. वाह वाह वाह.
We're doing
अरे
fine. But GX really proactive. Remember
मेरा तो go to बहाना यही है, तबीयत खराब हो रही है, बाय बाय। भागो, जहाँ से भागना है भाग जाओ। हे इधर एक नमूना, मेरा तो वही है, तबीयत खराब है, बाय बाय। 6-6 हो सकता है।
That's what has really impressed me about them on both attack and defense, on their executes. The sequencing of their util and timings, so tight compared to the competition.
And that contrasted with PRX's just innate talent, ability to flood like no other team. A little bit of a difference of styles there. Paranoid, Forsaken, he tries to back away. He actually avoids the one that comes in Jen's direction, and Nara now is above him. Not ready for Forsaken to be crouched, perched from below.
Nice.
Something gets in and then gets straight on out, like only he does. There's Artis Fury here from
nice
the heaven's
one,
side.
nice one.
Forsaken's ready to get messy on the side itself. Cloud,
nice.
barely alive. Jing puts him out of his misery now. It's on Flickless. Gets bounce flashed and
nice 7-5 guys 7-5 अभी ये वाला पिस्टल राउंड किसी भी हाल में जायंट एक्स को नहीं देना है उससे पहले रुको हाफ टाइम है ना मैं वो कर ही देती हूँ आपका
सब करना वो क्या बोलते हैं अभी मत करो ना उधर करो
क्या
जब वो नेक्स्ट मैच होगा तब चेंज कर लेना टाइटल और जब पॉलिटिक्स करना
But GX are happy to do with that because they've got
चलो गाइस हम लोग यहाँ तक तो पहुँच गए थैंक यू सो मच यार मीन्स अ लॉट थैंक यू दिल से शुक्रिया
Lou is standing by with a very special guest.
Et pour un jour de semaine, on est ravis de voir pas mal de fans de GX ici à nos côtés. It's a pleasure to welcome Elise with me, who's a GX fan here. Welcome, first of all. And the first question I wanted to ask
अभी तो देखना पड़ेगा अभी अगर ये वाला पिस्टल राउंड गया ना गाइस तो 7-7 हो जाएगा इक्वल.
Despite the French and Spanish rivalry.
It's so cool to see everyone here rooting for GX and
मिक्की भाई ओपी आइए बिल्कुल.
I'm an EMEA girly but never biased guys, never biased of course. Donc première question, qu'est-ce que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans français ici malgré la rivalité Espagne?
Thank you यार thank you तो आपको इतना सारा सपोर्ट भेजा आपने ना means a lot really.
Mais jamais trop. And second question, we know that the season has been hard for GX. No one was expecting them, you know, at champs and yet here they are. So what is your advice for fans, you know, who struggle to follow their team in hard times?
Well, you just have to believe in your team, really. And they had such a great run on stage 2. It was really nice. And seeing them putting up a fight against PRX, it's so nice.
Yes, I
Celery आने दो बाप रे
C'était dur la saison pour GX, ils sont remontés de loin et bah oui, il faut continuer de croire en sa team, ils sont remontés pendant le stage 2 et ils ont une vraie belle run. So let's see if the fan buff can carry GX on Ascent.
वैसे मिक्की को इस बात के लिए भी थैंक यू कि वो डायरेक्ट यूपीआई करते हैं 30-40% यूट्यूब को देने से तो अच्छा ही है यार वैसे भी $100 का हम लोग जैसों का $100 का ट्रेडमार्क कभी पूरा नहीं होगा इसी को भी आप सपोर्ट करो ना स्पेशली जो छोटे छोटे स्ट्रीमर होते हैं उनको प्लीज यूपीआई अगर उनका मेंशन्ड है नाइट बॉट दे रहा है डिस्क्रिप्शन में तो उधर सपोर्ट किया करो सुपर चैट कोई काम का नहीं है बिग ब्रेन बिल्कुल 110% बिग ब्रेन क्योंकि भाई $100 मतलब आपका 8-9 हज़ार रुपया कहाँ से भाई इतना तो नहीं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 40-50 का 20 का ऐसे सुपर चैट आते तो करते करते उसमें से 30% कट होकर के कितना ही मिलेगा आप लोग को वो कैलकुलेट होते होते पूरा 2-3 साल ही भी बिक जाएगा तो इसीलिए मतलब किसी को भी सपोर्ट करते हो किसी को भी कोई भी हो छोटा स्ट्रीमर में से जो ग्रो कर रहा है तो उनको डायरेक्ट उधर ही सपोर्ट किया करो ये टेडी हवा में क्यों टेडी हवा में क्यों है भाई आपका बर्थडे कब रहता है 1 मार्च को रहता है मेरा बर्थडे इस साल तो निकल गया 1 मार्च को मेरा बर्थडे होता है तो बढ़िया लगा के रखते हैं
Is an option, of course. They get smoked off the B main and just walk
और एनवी का अक्टूबर में आता है ना
ना नवंबर
में इसमें डेट मुझे भी नहीं बता के रखा है
बता तो है तुम्हें लास्ट में एकदम नवंबर की
लास्ट में देखो लास्ट में तो मतलब क्या बोलते हैं
लास्ट डेट एकदम लास्ट डेट
25 नवंबर से चालू हो जाना हर दिन इसका बर्थडे
नहीं 30 को है मेरा बर्थडे
30 नवंबर को बर्थडे देखो अब तो पार्टी होगी यार ये डेट मुझे भी नहीं बताया था इसने बस बोल के रखा था नवंबर में आता है मुझे याद था अक्टूबर में कभी आता है ऐसे करके गैस द गिलबरिश करके रखा था हमारा ओह माय गॉड थैंक यू सो मच DRX पिस्टल राउंड नहीं दिया बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ थैंक यू वैसे ये जो नवंबर दिसंबर में जिनका बर्थडे आता है उनको छेड़ा करते थे भाई ठंडी में पैदा हुए थे इतना क्या हमें देखो स्प्रिंग सीजन में आए हैं हम ना ठंडी ना गर्मी
इसलिए तो पहाड़ से
देख रहे हो गए अब तो पार्टी होगी हाँ बिल्कुल पार्टी करेंगे एनवी को एनवी के बर्थडे पे वो मोमबत्ती का एक पैकेट मेरी तरफ से बजट के हिसाब से मोमबत्तियाँ लगी
PRX take down both pistol rounds now.
They're so proactive. Look at GX. Look how fluid they are. In motion constantly.
भाई इसके बर्थडे पे नेक्स्ट हफ्ते जो बर्थडे आएगा तो इसके घर से उठा के लेके चले जाएंगे और किडनैपिंग कर लेंगे
एनवी भाई ताज ना फिर आई थिंक ताज होटल पे पार्टी देने बोल रहे ऐसा क्या
ताज वो क्या होता है मैं नहीं जानता ताज वो क्या चीज
अरे ताज नहीं वो रेडिशन ब्लू विवांता ये सब बोल रहा होगा
नहीं वो भी नहीं जानता
7 स्टार प्रॉपर्टी ना 5 स्टार वगैरह मतलब 2v2 यार मतलब एक गन रिकवर भी हो गया इधर लो वाह
निकी भाई वो देखी क्या तुमने
वाह भाई
ट्रिपल 7 चार्ली देखी है बहुत बढ़िया मूवी है कल रात को देख ली मैंने मूवी
777 चार्ली मूवी भाई वेस्ट साइड ने क्या खेला है
W नहीं देखो बहुत बढ़िया भाई बहुत इमोशनल
भाई ट्रिफ्टी निकाल लिया ये नहीं होना था यार ये नहीं होना था
I am just stunned. I didn't see that from Westside's point of view. What was that? I mean, he must have seen for
क्या
seconds.
खेला है भाई Westside ने बढ़िया खेल लिया.
I don't even know, man. Double dink long range. Westside is. It feels like he's playing. Cheats right now. Westside can't miss. Man,
ये Alex का गुस्सा दे.
Won both pistols.
लाओ Alex तोड़ो.
GX, they've
Alex का गुस्सा तो है भाई.
Two massive thrifties at pretty important points in the game.
अभी इन लोगों पे पाई ही नहीं है इजीली करता.
अरे नहीं.
जिंगू को देखो कूद रहा.
That has definitely put PRX off their lunch.
Aura has pressed all the way down mid to watch this B main cross with the Outlaw. Something does he expect it? Does he go for a little jiggle? No, he is just caught out in the open. Aura smoking that angle off. The cam is watching top cat for him as well.
Aura can be dug out here by Cloud. He can very easily support him through mid.
Or rather, I think that might have just been a ping from the drone. Either way, you know, he did have support. Someone able to keep eyes on top cat while Aura was in this very forward position, which he's just retaining, by the way. But he'll have that support. Here's Flickless.
I'm going to recheck this. So said Aura up. Pop flash for his duelist. Cloud and Flickless though put this one to bed.
कैचअप हो ही रहा है पूरा. एक राउंड का डिफरेंस रह गया है अभी. एक राउंड का डिफरेंस.
Their willingness to aggress, throw set plays at you. We've already seen on attack the way that they're able to sync up their flashes.
अरे बहुत गुस्सा है Alex बहुत.
क्या कर रहे लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है वो जो स्टफ टॉय वो फाड़ देगा मुझे क्यों लग रहा है अगर ऐसा.
चलो अभी आरा के पास ऑपरेटर आ चुका है गाइस. आरा के पास ऑपरेटर आ चुका है जस्ट.
That is going to be the test for PRX.
Already audacious early posturing from Aura up mid. Wanting to claim this space, and no one from PRX looking to challenge top mid themselves. They play to the externalities of the map.
नहीं आनी चला बंदा है पहली पिक लेके.
Into B main can just play this angle.
इधर भी अर्ली पिक अवेलेबल है.
If they chase, it's really close for him. taking some damage. Definitely needs to be on the run. Do PRX try to accelerate to actually catch him going to backside? There are trips close on this choke. One of them just procced by that clone. Destroyed by a shock afterwards.
Beijing able to bring Westside down eventually. I think he was concerned about a push up into his other.
जिंगू उड़ गया था वॉल लगा के.
Gets backside very quick off that teleport. And now GX having to play a 4-on-5 retake.
आरा ने ऑपरेटर से एक को मारा.
Returns up with the operator. It's more than
फिर से ऑपरेटर निकाला और
very late coming through.
उसको मारा.
मारा
Potentially be this
बस
critical
मारा.
factor if GX do go for the retake.
It's being smoked for. GX trying to cover that.
Time नहीं है.
It's actually something back in the side got picked up.
खत्म. 2 weeks खत्म.
has got himself a rifle to work with now. Patman.
क्या सीन है नी भाई ताज में पार्टी दे रहे. नहीं उससे भी बड़ा होटल यार क्या. ताज क्या होता है.
Batman nice Batman.
He's gotten it to half. Davai over the top.
ओह दवाई ने बचाया भाई. बहुत लॉस हुआ ये राउंड में. बहुत एंडिंग के टाइम में मैसअप हो गया था ऑलमोस्ट.
From PRX here, GX fighting tooth and nail.
Robinho had gotten it to half for Flickless as well there. Jing again over the top. Done that on the pistol round. This time catches out that very low HP west side, trying to retreat back sight. Good attempt, and I like as well that once GX get a couple kills here, they realize, okay, one of these guys is going to be late B main. We just have to get to the site ASAP. Go forward.
Yeah,
but then Patman
just run out of time.
Yeah, Patman does a good job there, but Divide closes things out. Pretty sick round.
Still a buy for GX though. These have been very, very costly. Attack side wins for PRX. Costly as they've been though. It's a 2-round lead that's secured themselves after a very weird start to this half.
The cash for both teams looking pretty dismal after this buy, by the way. This is a very important round in that regard.
Paranoid in Robinho in response. Saw one come from PRX. Hunter's Fury now active, and Flickless tries to step out. Robinho will be called on as well. Are on top of the wall.
क्या हो रहा है? 2v3 वापस.
Need this spike recovered, but Ara's not going to leave that area for free.
ऊपर पीछे बैठा है, पीछे बैठा हुआ.
No way, Aris is looking over top. Is that
जल्दी.
Yeah, he's got the angle. Patman goes down. It's all on Divide in the clutch.
अरे नहीं.
One of that last round, but this one, surely not, right? Too many GX players alive.
And look at them starting to encroach now, especially behind this Al drone. Ara knows he can probably play off that. Arc Rose for Divide doesn't get him enough.
इतना क्लोज चल रहा है. किसको सपोर्ट करूं मैं किसको?
तुम करो विराट कोहली.
Aura getting some very, very high impact moments in this second half. He has been on point. Rookie debut at a global event. Kill leader in EMEA Stage 2 for a reason. Up to 16, now tied with something at the top of the board. And as I mentioned, that round economy was tragic for both teams. Of the utmost importance.
Guys, सब लोग like करो, like.
To tie up this game at 9.
अभी इनका इको राउंड है. 9-9 हो जाएगा.
Couple sheriffs, something divide with the two of them.
Trying to imply a pocket for themselves so that smoke forward in B main by the attackers. 0 point only spots out the Sage here.
Something going to keep control of B main.
So being happy to make noise as he runs away from B main.
Nice on this eco round though that PRX do get access to the orbs across the map, can round the world it. When we get to the next buy, they're going to have likely 4 ultimates. I mean, pretty much guaranteed Divide will at some point get a kill, go down. Either way, we'll have the Steel Garden.
GX have seen enough though to stack correctly for this eco push off PRX. A Ghost and a Sheriff's all they really got to work with now, so this Outlaw should feast. Ara gets his Happy to stand on the site and fight, but he's down by the Ghost player. Jingo now has his hands full with the play out from Tree. Flickless belatedly brings him down. Something with a TP4 on the side, but Spike still moves out in main. And Flickless has no reason to leave that fairly passive position. Divide had a good hold. Crosshair placement broke.
9-9. यार PRX को अगर इतना टक्कर दे पा रही है ना तो Giantex में रियली कुछ बात है.
और क्या?
रियली में बहुत अच्छी टीम है Giantex.
इधर ही बैठा. ओमेन ने ओमेन को मारा.
They'll be happy to just get to this gun round with the ults they've got. timeout called from Alex now. Cooking up the game plan with them to ensure that they win this critical round.
Yeah, this gun round is everything for PRX, and they've invested in it, of course, getting those orbs
Timeout
earlier on in their eco.
PRX का timeout
All
है.
put the Hunter's Fury at the ready. That means, of course, dimensional drift. There's a res there if needed, and a steel garden for these side hits. It's a big point of contention, I think, between the Cypher and Vice choice on this particular map. And you can see that frustration here for Alex because PRX
Last
are being
timeout है
disrupted
PRX.
frequently by GX. They are very
कुछ भी
fluid
हो
on the defense
सकता
side.
है
You watch
यार.
them, they look like a kicked ant hill, even earlier round.
map
Always
मतलब
repositioning, always
एक अगर जीत जाते हैं ना तो टीम कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाती है और एक से ये करके अच्छा खेलने लगते हैं फिर इजीली जीत जाते हैं.
put their thumb on them, and honestly GX are stalling well enough
यार
to
जायंटेक्स
make sure they've
बहुत
got
अच्छा
a
खेल रही है,
decent
बहुत
shot
अच्छा.
at
भले ही मैं
this
PRX
whole
की
fight.
सपोर्ट
They
कर रही हूँ ना,
want to
बट अगर
They
PRX
want to
को
get
इस
an
लेवल
angle
का
or throw
टक्कर दे
down.
रहे तो बहुत
Bloody
अच्छा
hell.
खेल
I
रहे
mean,
हैं.
Gurino sat inside Jing's smoke that he tries to, or rather Forsaken smoke that he tries to TP into. These guys are not giving any ground.
Just uses that as his own anchor smoke, basically. All right, what is the plan here for GX with a few players towards mid? They've been doubling up Gabino, Flickless towards Cat early round a lot. Do they try to go for something proactive on
कौन
a round
जीत रहा है?
where they know
दोनों
PRX
टीम
will
का
have
स्कोर
some
बराबर
alt play
बराबर
in,
चल रहा है.
you know, as the idea, and yeah, they do. I think that's a good move. Try to do something to disrupt the plan that Alex has just provided to the team. And the timeout.
देखो
They walked into it. This is not the first time we've seen this push up in the mid for GX.
Corbino can stay pretty damn aggro because he can
GG's guys,
teleport
GG's
whenever he
लग
wants.
रहा है ये
Yeah, he's
मैच
just going to
तो.
do that now after getting the first kill. Safe line, but they've got the advantage. Just get out. It's
That's
totally fine, right?
Gate crash at home, really.
डिप्रेशन
Smoke off, so the res can come through on
रिवाइव
something.
कर दिया है फिर से 5v5 में
One
वापस
ultimate
तो आ
expended
गए.
for PaperX, very
बट
important one,
इनका ना
obviously, so
पिक्स और एंगल्स बढ़िया
though it always
होल्ड
feels
करके
bad
रखे
that
हैं.
your opening kill amounts to effectively nothing. Hey, you got a crucial ult out of PaperX, so.
But that's your early
We'll
mid
take it.
control smoke burn. Who's next? By Forsaken.
And now an immediate pivot to B main, where this dimensional drift will be used by something. You will soon learn that the B site is absolutely free for the taking. PaperX can maneuver their way in and will be headed towards just a big 5-on-5 retake in which Devi has the steel garden ready to go, but Morgan not smoked off. Patman caught.
नहीं,
GX, it looks like they
Patman को
want to
निकाल दिया.
accelerate.
They don't have the smoke because they had to use it in order to get the res up land. Already PRX's util is being taxed before they even hit this B site.
4v5 है
go towards
प्रॉपर.
defense side spawn, denies any anchor, any
अच्छा
fight
खेल
for
रहे
space
हैं
for GX. They have to play retake now.
PaperX will have to get a really good timing out of B main. They have two players there right now. Paranoia into the steel garden. It looks like they want to fight.
चलो वाइस
It's
का
timing.
Fight कर
अल्टीमेट.
दिया.
Take it slow.
Defy and something opt to just stay in B main, just to ratchet the suspense up to 10. Primary's now going to be available. Divide tries to swing
Wow,
up back
West
is
side,
down the fight.
क्या
Flick is
खेल
down,
रहे हैं.
Gurino finds his, and GX!
अरे नहीं.
Unreal! Gladiators inside this B site.
9-10.
मैं जा रही हूँ चुपचाप जायंटेक्स को सपोर्ट करने.
What
बहुत
a
अच्छा
retake.
खेलते हैं वो
That
लोग.
is astounding from GX. They open it with this kill, trade it for the res.
एंगल्स
Sure.
देखो ना, इतने प्यारे
But then
एंगल्स
from there,
होल्ड
in
कर
this
रहे हैं
site,
ना.
I mean, Westside just deletes both anchors.
Enemy remaining.
He is in outrageous
Nice
form at
one,
the
nice
moment.
one, nice play by
PaperX were fully
जायंटेक्स.
divided 2 and 2, 2 B main, 2 on
ये
site.
एलेक्स गुस्सा.
I mean, Alex is questioning why they're so stacked up in main. They get the paranoia with the steel
भाई
garden out, but they can't
एलेक्स
really
का
do much
गुस्सा
off of it
देखो.
because they're smoked
ये
off.
देखने
But
में
even
ज्यादा
still,
मजा आता है.
that just caused
बेचारा
so
एलेक्स
much
रेज
delay
बेट हो जाता
that
है
it
यार.
felt like that would be enough. If Westside gets
किसका
traded
टाइम
on,
आउट
they
है?
probably lose the round. He kills both of them.
Giantex.
How does he do that?
PRX never had market control. So those two players inside B main that were
कुछ
smoked off.
टेक्निकल
he could
पॉज है क्या?
swing
वायर
that out
वगैरह
into
वो
the
कर
steel
रहे
garden and
गाइस.
fight for it. But you don't know if Ara is still sat in market. You don't know if there's still someone there that can punish that kind of play, and you have limited info
एलेक्स
about
को देखो.
who's in the site. There's no recon left available. And
क्यूट ही
PRX
तो है.
actually look reluctant
सुना रहा है
to
पक्का.
go aggressive.
मना किया था
They
मैंने
do,
इन
in
लोगों को.
fairness, identify the risks of pushing a smoke when you don't have the info on the other side, but
भाई.
they have to spend this random smoke from Forsaken early in the round to get something back in the game, and they don't have it available to cover the B side adequately when they hit it. And normally that's fine, because they got a dimensional drift that gets them in there and gets them the info. But no one shuts the door. They have one smoke, I think, towards defense spawn, and they've got to go. They've got to take that
कुछ
risk.
तो टेक्निकल पॉज वगैरह होगा,
The
कुछ
GX
वायर
really
वगैरह
played
वो
to
कर
their
रहे हैं.
out, which was just fighting earlier, trying to apply pressure earlier, getting that kill when they were crossing. Because if they do go into a situation where it's just a straight up 5-on-5 retake,
आगे.
and they have to contend with the ults,
टेक्निकल पॉज है आई थिंक
that's going to
गाइस.
be really
वायर
challenging.
वगैरह ये वो कर रहे हैं.
Ara there, just making sure his connections are all good. Best of our understanding, it was
certainly seemed all good.
Yeah, no,
given he's
20 and 12
on one. I mean, he had some impressive maps
Alex,
against Sentinels. That last Haven map, he was the top performer there. But this is a totally different level right now.
You can see just how much he thrives under this really diligent application of util to set him up. And that's the second time now we've seen GX, you know, in that prior round send 2 people up mid, 2 people off catwalk.
Highlight आएगी तब पता चलेगा कितना गुस्सा हुआ था कितना गुस्सा नहीं.
And a PRX, I don't know, don't ever play a tiles or don't have any mid presence at the start of the round. That is quite punishable. But that round, that was the round that PRX invested Dimensional Drift. The Resurrect obviously was drawn out there earlier on. Steel Guarded was used. It was a round that they really pinned their hopes on. And for that to go up in smoke, you absolutely need to get in the boys' ears and sort something out. Here. Like a tech pause for Gear. We'll be getting our ready checks in just a moment and we'll be off with round 20.
Coming back into this, PRX just going to be forced into a half-buy situation. The economy has been pretty tough for both teams throughout most of this half. So now GX, with a string of rounds, have a couple capped out players with the money. They are in position to take down their map pick. One we haven't seen from PRX much at all in this last stage. In fact, it was only in their most recent outing where they beat NRG in the grand finals. For GX, a map that they've had some success on, a couple losses as well. But of course, both these teams
अभी भी ये गुस्से में ही
map being sunset, neither of them really wanting to like waste their pick on it in a way, so they just allow it to float into that final position. And if we get there, that should be an absolute banger game. Both these teams on that map are unbelievable to watch.
We had, of course, a keyboard change there for Ara. I just feel like he needs some LEDs in his life. I respect that. It's very late 2010s gamer coded, but I'm here for it.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Match start again.
4 stingers here for PRX. Are GX the kind of team that are going to be surprised by this? I feel no.
No, I mean, the money was good enough that, you know, there's going to be a half by some level, right? So they'll certainly be ready for that. It's just so important again to note as we get back into this that round loss for PRX on the prior one. They used 3 ultimates, 3 of them. Steel Guard and Dimensional Drift. GX, no commitment. They have Hunter's Fury and the Null Command. When we get into the buy round after this, PRX would love to, at the very least, force them to use those ults on a round here where they've bought Stingers. That would be a solid consolation prize.
Look at this dynamic setup here for GX. Now into mid. Ara's now taking that timing, taking that map control. Confident that he can post up here and look towards tiles. It's going to be a fast coming for B main. Ara's going to try and wrap around pretty quickly, if I'm not mistaken. West side though, just flat with all this. You two come to the rescue. These guys, man, stingers in fairness, but they have got each other's backs for real. Forsaken is to fight inside
1v3 not possible.
Impossible.
Can't make use of any of that util.
Nice one. 11-9.
Expended for the sake of GX to win that round. Can't blame them for using it. Those side anchors were under a hell of a lot of pressure. With the teleport right on
West side क्या defend कर रहा है भाई? दोनों का combo देखो, ये नहीं मार पाया तो वो मार दिया.
Look at the way he gets on that angle and the crouch to keep the crosshair on the headshot angle. He is a crazy good anchor.
इनका पूरा अल्ट है. वेस्ट साइड एक हेल्प कर दो ना प्रियंका. मेरी कौन सी हेल्प बताओ यार.
Valorant Champions 2025. 3 rookies.
क्या हेल्प कर सकती हूँ मैं आपकी?
Wow, and they've gone for the tiles push straight away, but PRX are ready. Hunter's Fury a bit too late.
Tiles Crunch is probably one of the least novel plays.
अभी Giant X वालों ने push करके गलत किया.
That one is shut down.
West side में Rafael.
That is a classic Ascent play.
आप कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते हो? OBS या Streamlabs? OBS, बट मेरा इतने अच्छे से सेटअप नहीं है कि ट्रांजिशन वगैरह सब लगा पाओ. समझ रहे हो?
अरे नहीं, something को ले ली.
OBS यूज करती हूँ मैं स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए. और मैंने YouTube वगैरह से लिया है, मतलब OBS ही अच्छा है.
23 and 9 on Sunset against Sentinels. Plus 15 kills deaths across the entire series.
चलो 10-11 आपको मालूम है क्या म्यूजिक कैसे डालने का म्यूजिक मतलब कहाँ पे इंट्रो में कहाँ पे मतलब म्यूजिक कहाँ डालना है
समझा नहीं मैं किधर डालना है म्यूजिक
with the players actually pushing down, with R getting through tiles, the push out of B main. Rare moment, honestly, for GX.
चलो अभी Giantex का time out या फिर tech pause.
And so PRX, obviously with the quality of shooters they have, they're able to just dismantle that somewhat disjointed effort.
इसके साथ ही हो रहा है कुछ ना कुछ भी.
Ara's in-ears, if I'm not mistaken, that are now being just handled.
मेरी stream starting होती है ना तभी अच्छा song रुको मैं थोड़ा सा बता दूँगी.
Very similar setup, so just wants to make sure everything is ship shape as we're getting towards the
मैं तो सॉन्ग मतलब क्या बोलते डेस्कटॉप ऑडियो ऑन करके अपना वाला म्यूट करके माइक ऑडियो म्यूट करके डेस्कटॉप ऑडियो ऑन करके इधर ही मतलब गूगल क्रोम में ही NCS सॉन्ग प्ले करती हूँ. बाकी अगर आपका क्या बोलते हैं जो मतलब आप इंट्रो बना रहे हो स्ट्रीम के लिए उसी में अगर सॉन्ग है कुछ तो उसके लिए जैसे आप ऐड करते हो तो उसका ऑडियो मतलब आ जाएगा आपको एक पैनल पे तो उधर से म्यूट मत कर देना और वो ऑडियो का साउंड एडजस्ट कर देना कितना साउंड चाहिए वैसा. मैं तो यही करती हूँ कि डेस्कटॉप ऑडियो ऑन करके और क्रोम पे NCS सॉन्ग वगैरह बजा देती हूँ जब मतलब मैं प्रॉपर स्ट्रीम स्टार्टिंग यूज करती थी तब.
No two rounds really look the same.
I'm definitely impressed by the fact that in no situations
वीडियो है लेकिन और उसका ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है. अच्छा ऐसा क्या ऑडियो यार आना तो चाहिए. मीडिया ही आपने लिया था ना.
एक काम करो नीरज भाई वो सॉन्ग उस पे ऐड करके छोड़ दो उस पे वो प्ले होता रहेगा और साउंड आती रहेगी बस को देखो कि उसमें म्यूट वगैरह नहीं है वो अगर चाहिए ना तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जाना मेरे को बोल देना डिस्कॉर्ड पे मैं सेटअप करा के दे दूंगा. ठीक है
मीडिया ही सिलेक्ट किया ऐसा तो एनवी को एक बार दिखा देना क्योंकि मैं तो मतलब वो वीडियो में मेरा कोई साउंड नहीं है. मैं तो एक्सटर्नल डेस्कटॉप ऑडियो से साउंड देती हूँ.
positions to set up dual like his breach on Sunset as well, right? And that is just the
technical pause है guys gear का कुछ तो scene हुआ
है. An insane flex player. And again that experience with playing alongside some of these players in the past on teams as well in challenges. I mean, don't forget at the end of stage 1 GX make wholesale changes, pick up these players from challenges and then become a force to be reckoned with in stage 2. After a bit of a up and down group stage as the playoffs where they really came alive. These guys are the real deal now. They've had enough time to get settled. And in a blink of an eye, they've gone from playing their stage 2 into going up against the reigning champions from Toronto and giving them a heck of a go.
Okay, फिर एक बार try करता हूँ. करो.
Look at this top mid grouping.
Match start हो गया है. ये round important है.
Must-win round of GX. They'll be on match point. The economy for the defenders still strong at the moment. Patman is built to that Hunter's Fury, and honestly, PRX, one thing they have done a great job of on this attack side is controlling the orb game, right?
Hello Ultimas, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है?
But in doing so, they often get up mid early, which is allowed for these plays from GX through it. This time, 3 players up mid, they are going for it.
All the way up mid, use that wall to cross from spawn so you can't get shot. Flash for lane, something ready to go in.
Cloud and Westside fully anchored for this now, though they are tucked inside Boathouse. Cypher YouTube coming up, and Patman's trying to clear them out. The perfect opener.
Oh, nice.
अरे trade भी हो गया. खत्म. Match point. PRX for the win. ये match तो हार रहे PRX वाले.
ये मैप तो गया.
Yeah.
And PRX are down to just Patman.
GG's guys, GG's. खत्म. Tata. Bye bye.
Now he's going to do it himself. This could be the map.
30 seconds left.
Aura on the angle, ready to go. The double swing out. I mean, GX, they come into this playing the oldest comp in the book for a sense. The classic. And you don't really see it too much anymore. And I think it's valid if you have questions about, man,
मेरे सिस्टम आ गया Amazon से. क्या बात है? WR, congratulations.
With the double bounce, Recon comes out. It is just perfect from there.
अब 22 तारीख से काम चालू. All the very best. अच्छे से काम वगैरह करो.
This comp has so impressive.
Flickless adds another 2 assists.
3 बड़े-बड़े
Off a
boxes,
devastating
बाप
flash.
रे।
Up to 24 now. 1 round away from taking map 1 against PRX.
Ara is basically walking on palm fronds this game. That is how
यार
well
ये
he's
साइड
being
थोड़ा
set up for success.
मुश्किल है, वो लोग साइफर सोवा को निकाल ही नहीं पाते, फिर भी इसी साइड पे आ रहे हैं, खत्म।
हाइड कर दिया।
Quite quickly, west side relegated to just that.
रीडेबल है, इधर से आते हैं कुछ लोग, उधर से आते हैं।
No, Sheriff not strong enough.
Nice.
Find those we need to see classic W gaming from PRX now. They have that
Nice.
massive advantage
W.
weapons wise. They're able to leverage
By
it.
the way,
ये round है।
आज मस्त आईडी सेल हुई है, क्या बात है यार डब्लू।
बढ़िया है।
Sage Wall that's got a gap in it, so Flickless has to show himself briefly with a
मेन
little gap.
आईडी में 1500
Something
वीपी
working
एडेड,
those angles
नाइस वन
pretty
यार।
effortlessly, and there's a slow warp that will waylay Flickless further.
Robinho working through B main. We'll discover that there are no
वो
PRX players
लो
there this
है,
time.
come on,
Everyone
एक
on
लो
site.
है।
No reason for GX to
लो
not
इसको
go
ले
for
लो।
this. Only 1 round left.
Easy।
They have a ton of money, but it's
आ रहा
something
है।
who's ready to clean
नाइस।
things up.
ये भी लो, ये भी लो, ये भी लो। अरे
Okay,
नहीं।
don't know who wins that one. Flickless at 10. And we know just
नहीं
how
आएगा।
solid things have been for GX. They've got decent money here. And now to get 2
Nice.
guys
Nice
on the hands
W।
of PRX. As
लेवल 2 है,
Pacific's
ओटी जा
number
सकता है,
1
एक
seed
राउंड बस एक राउंड।
stays alive in map 1.
क्या मतलब
Just
धीरे
keeping
धीरे
it simple, straight up big
धीरे
B
से हो
executed
रहा
the
है।
Steel Garden. You know
गिफ्ट
that
का
GX
ऑप्शन
have
यूज
been
करना जरा
anchoring this
बैटल
site
पास
hard.
में
The
है।
west side is always playing there.
शर्म नहीं,
You know you're
शर्म
at least
नहीं
gonna
है,
catch
देख रहे
him
हो
right.
गाइस, देख रहे हो
They
ये
get
देखो।
in, able to draw out those cages. They wait things out. The Forsaken swings through. He's only got the
भाई
Sheriff west side. He can't
ओटी
win that.
Dubai had to pop his
प्लीज
ult
लग
really
तो
hastily
नहीं
because
रहा है,
that 0 point was
बट
about to
प्लीज
turn his
यार।
abilities off. So they had to go
जायंट
there.
टेक्स वाले बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया
So
एक्चुअली में,
round 24
एक्चुअली
comes up. GX still
ना
with a
मैं
map win
कुछ
at
जिंक्स
their
कर रही हूँ, ना
fingertips.
कुछ कर रही हूँ, एक्चुअली
Putting PRX
में
out of commission
पूरा
is a
पीछे
half.
खत्म। जीजीज गाइस।
Big take again. PRX play more towards the A side of the map. They don't
बैटल
get
पास
involved
गिफ्ट
here.
कब
They
से
don't
होने
see
लगा, वो
Ara
देखो
coming.
मेरा
This is the
यूपीआई
last
ऊपर दिख
round
रहा होगा।
of this game, potentially, and GX
खत्म
will
गाइस,
win
जीजीज
it
स्नैप
all.
1 विनर जायंट टेक्स।
Giant X।
They pick a set and they have got to look for every
बोला था मैंने, मैं कुछ जिंक्स वगैरह नहीं कर रही, एक्चुअल में बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे जायंट टेक्स वाले। अगर पीआरएक्स जैसे टीम को इधर तक टक्कर दे पाते हैं ना तो अलग ही बात है।
What an opener for GX here. An upset map win to make the series that much more interesting.
नाइस वन यार, जायंट टेक्स अच्छा खेला।
26 kills, topping the board, 5 first
और
bloods.
एक
He was
मैप और
home
खत्म।
on defense.
यूपीआई डेडपुल भेजो चुपचाप।
भेजो यहाँ पे।
हाँ, मेंबरशिप वगैरह भी नहीं दिख रहा है, देख रहे हो गाइस? ये हमारे दोस्त है।
Okay, what do you choose? Win or ace? Win and ace. That's what I choose, brother.
2 minutes later.
खत्म गाइस, जीजीस।
जीजी।
Dude, guys, I knew it. One of us gonna get ace today, right? I knew it. Instant, dude. Instant first round ace, dude. When I said that.
जीजीस करियर खत्म। पीआरएक्स को क्या हो गया, पीआरएक्स को क्या हो गया गाइस?
Things are different. Verizon's
ठंडी
different
पड़ी
too.
गई।
They let everyone in my family choose different plans.
जायंट टेक्स
We get what we
एक्चुअली
want
में बहुत
and we
बढ़िया
see
खेल रहे हैं। सेंटिनल को डाउन कर दिया, अभी पीआरएक्स को इतना अच्छा उनके मैप पिक है, चलो मानती हूँ, बट इतना अच्छा टक्कर दे के जीत जाना। जायंट टेक्स इज द थिंग नाउ। जायंट टेक्स का मेटा गाइस मैं बता रही हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया खेला। अभी मैप 2 का तो पीआरएक्स का पिक है, बट जायंट टेक्स को एक ही मैप चाहिए, वो सोच के वो लोग और अच्छा खेलेंगे, तो कुछ भी हो सकता है आज के मैच में। हाँ वही, जब मतलब मोटिवेटेड हो जाते हो ना कि एक और बस एक और, तो ज़्यादा अच्छा मतलब आपको उभर के आता है और ज़्यादा
If you wanna win, you have to win against the
उस
best.
हिसाब से खेलेंगे। और ये लोग ऑलरेडी पहले मैप का थोड़ा सा डीमोटिवेटेड ऐसा टाइप का हो गए होंगे, मतलब तो मतलब वो लोग भी अच्छा ही खेलेंगे। मुझे 1 सेकंड देना, मैं एक डेयरी मिल्क लेके आई थी, वो मैं लेके आई थी। 20 रुपये खर्च करके मेरे आ रही हूँ मैं। डेयरी मिल्क ब्रेक का, डेयरी मिल्क ब्रेक सब लोग लाइक करो।
That's true. Guys, like करो फटफट. क्यों नहीं हो रही लाइक? लाइक करो फटफट. कल तो मजा आएगा इस हॉरर गेम खेल. बाय GX बंदर.
आ गई मैं गाइस. आ गई गाइस, आ गई. टडंग टडंग. क्या हो गया पेपर एक्स को?
ठंडी लग गई ठंडी.
बैठ के रोना पड़ेगा और कुछ नहीं.
लग.
एलेक्स का गुस्सा वाला भी पोस्ट कर दी.
एलेक्स.
गाइस कम ऑन, सब लोग लाइक वाइक करो.
भाई सब लोग लाइक करो.
हो गया मेरा सॉल्व. थैंक्स गाइस, वेलकम यार.
नाइस. W. सारी गलती नीरज भाई.
यार डेयरी मिल्क का एक जो नया वो फ्लेवर निकला है ना,
वेरिएंट.
मिल्क मिल्किनेस. हाँ, अंदर मतलब वाइट चॉकलेट जैसा है और बाहर वही चॉकलेट जैसा दिखता है डेयरी मिल्क. उसका मैं दाम पूछी, बड़े वाले का 40 बोला. मैंने बोला छोटा वाला लेके आ गई मैं.
If you had to change something in your preparation just because
Code
PRX's playstyle is a little unique.
I mean, yeah, we switched a little bit the preparation, but not really a preparation. It's
ये
more about that we
क्यूटी
have
कौन
to be
है
ready
स्क्रीन पे?
mentally
ये
to certain things, and we have to
ये तो यार वो
understand that
क्या बोलते हैं,
we have to
इंटरव्यूअर
expect
होस्ट
certain
जो भी
things,
बोल
and
दो.
probably we had an idea that we want to stop fire with fire, you know. So if they run us down, we run them back every time, no matter what. Like, and that's kind of, I think the game was really excited because of that for the viewers, because I felt that there were so many fights happening consistently, and
इसका नाम है मीका फैब्स.
Oh, definitely looking good.
नाम आ
Let's
जाता है
see
जैसे
how you guys
कोई
fare in the
आता है
second
ना,
half.
इधर नाम आ जाता है.
Don't worry, Pipson. As a viewer of that map, I had an amazing time. But at what point do we stop seeing miracle
यार
run
आज
for GX? At
DRX
what
का
point are
दिन
they
मुझे
just
बिल्कुल
backward?
भी नहीं लग रहा है, क्योंकि एक NPC जिंक्स कर रहा
I
होगा.
think we're past that point, honestly.
और
Like,
क्या लड़कियों को
I
डांट रहा
was
होगा.
willing to accept a few teams losing to GX through the regular season and go, okay, bad day for the other team. Okay, lucky day for GX, but we're well past that point now. I think they've proven themselves. If they can win this series, doubt is gone.
But first, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment. It was from pistol round, and an ace from summing up sort of how PRX are
अरे
playing.
मैं तो एक चीज
Yeah,
भूल ही
I
गई
think
रुको
they
गाइस
still
दोबारा
had
मैं
some of those brilliant
गई आई
individual moments. He definitely slowed after that first half, and that's where we started to see
लाइक करो
the more
गाइस मैं बता रही हूँ किसी ने
work
जिंक्स
out for
कर दिया
GX,
है
like
और
having
उसका
those
टोटका है मेरे
aggressive
पास
flat
जल्दी
arrow.
से लाइक
It was
करो
mentioned on the
चुपचाप
cast quite
लाइक
regularly
करो
that he
कौन
was
वाच
put
पार्टी
into
कर
so
रहे हैं आपको
many
पता ही
high-value positions with great utility, and that is what made this GX team so special. And even with plays like this, taking over rounds, it wasn't enough.
Well, I think that's what we said about PRX, right? A lot of their wins have been off individual plays, bailing them out of bad situations, or the initial play working out. And it seemed like GX was ready for either side of that coin.
Yeah, and I can't believe it wasn't a PRX player that topped the scoreboard. You know, it was on the side of GX. And West Side, I owe you an apology. Mitch, you know, feel free to gloat.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to. This guy, he is unbelievable. I mean, I think he was the top for headshot percentage we always talked about in the EMEA, and you got to see it here on fire. But there were rounds where, like, they even sent him into a retake after Steel Garden had gone down, where he ran to site, took fights, and 3 players stayed behind to hold the players coming out of main. They had so much confidence in Westside, retaking by himself, and he made it work.
Yeah, Coach Alexo had some moments there, so I can't wait to see what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika back here, and I'm with Alex of PRX. Now, there's been a running trend of confidence, especially when it comes to the boys. They've been talking about it in various interviews, but on this first map, we saw that GIANX was really unafraid to take the fight to PRX. Did you feel that the confidence of the boys wavered a little bit on this first map?
Yeah, of course. I think we play a little bit scared. Normally, we'll be all over the map, but this one we were like forcing ourselves to go into like one bomb site. And I really don't like how we played, so I'm hoping there will be a lot better on Lotus.
Hope you guys can bring it back on Lotus. Good luck.
आगे मैं
Oh, I don't ever remember.
Hello Scene, welcome to the stream. What is up? कैसे हो आप?
All the fans as to why they shouldn't be worried just yet.
Well, I think Lotus coming up next and Sunset, these are 2 of their best maps within the entirety of the pool. They did have a couple of blips as of recent, but if anything,
मेरा मैच देख रहे अच्छा आप किसके टीम से खेल रहे हो PRX के टीम से खेल रहे हो क्या
but in terms of
जीतते
competition,
कैसे नहीं
not
हैं
massive amount of change. What I want to look forward to though is the 2 Fade players. I think they're going to play a huge part in this matchup. Cloud, if he's on point, maybe this map can go in their favor. If he's missing, I think they've already lost.
And one other thing is, you heard the conversation from GX about Corrode swapping Flickless over to the
Last
Viper for
time Euro था तो
utility so good, and his Viper
गंदा
wasn't really
TP
that
वाला
great.
player
Here
है
is where
क्या
you're going to see why Viper's considered Flickless's comfort. He owns on this
चलो
map,
जाएंगे
and now coming in with confidence. Hell, we saw
लोटस आ
GX
गया
the last
लोटस तो
play
इसका ही
PRX
PRX
how
का
they
ही
ran
मैप
it
है
down. This is going to be a hard bounce back for PRX.
अब मजा
I
आएगा
disagree. I think this is where PRX, Uber and Wire should
एनवी
be able
भाई
to
आप
find
फुटबॉल देखते हो पूछ रहे
Yes, yes. पहले देखा करता था अभी नहीं देखता
of playing the default comp on us and a symphony of set
अभी छोड़ दिया
plays,
नहीं
supportive util. It was impressive to see. Lotus though, a little less played from GX, and the map that PRX did end up losing to RRQ in that Pacific final. But this is
यार
where they
इस
feel their
मैप
bread
में
is
तो
buttered.
जाइन
And they're
टेक्स में
choosing
देख
this
के
over
रखा
the
होगा
Haven, which
PRX
is
कैसे
a good
खेलती
map for PRX.
Ultimately, though,
कौन सी
PRX
टीम
across
आपकी
this year, I
फेवरेट
believe it's
पूछ रहे
18-5 on this map. So I
इसमें
think
मेरी
despite
टीम
losing
मेरी
it in
टीम
the last couple of outings,
अब याद नहीं यार अभी तो नई नई टीम्स आ गई होंगी
some kind of downtrend. They're
अब
sticking
याद
to the
नहीं
same comp. GX played this a couple times late in stage 2, really against only the cream of the crop EMEA teams. They seem to
मेरी
only play this
फेवरेट
map
टीम है
against
जिसमें
some of the
रोनाल्डो है
best in the game. This one
मेरी
obviously
तो मेसी
follows
वाली
that trend.
कुछ तो अभी
Love this
अल
double duelist here.
क्या बोलते
Not taking some
यूएई
space
वाले
saying
कुछ
in
तो
early.
टीम में आ गया था ना वो अल नसर क्या नाम है मुझे पता नहीं सो सॉरी मैं नहीं देखती हूँ
They love taking C Mound, opening
इस
door,
बार
fighting
टीपी
into B
देखना
main.
अच्छा ऐसा क्या
With
दिखाओ
Aura as an op, they'll
हाँ
do that as well later. But yeah, PRX, they are just on the move. They want to get into the safe site. West Side is anchoring, heavily committed.
This rap is going to come from GX.
वैसे
It's
इसको
going to take some
पता
time to
भी
get
नहीं
up
लगा
from
चलो
West
गुजरे
Side
होगा
has to hold on.
बताओ
And the
नहीं
clone catches him out.
डबल
That's the
डुएलिस्ट
long
चलो
Yoru, my friend. GX, obviously, as we were
डबल
saying,
डुएलिस्ट का फायदा
मैनचेस्टर
होगा
यूनाइटेड को
all
मत
now on
देखना
this
मेंटल
flank.
हेल्थ खराब हो जाएगा ऐसा
PRX,
क्या
they are aware of the
तो वैसा
situation. Look at
इतना
the way
गंदा
they
खेलते
position
हो
themselves on the site.
रोनाल्डो का
Taking
यही
space
टीम है
to
ना
its heaven
कुछ
is a really nice idea.
ALNS
Taking even a
ऐसा
rat back
करके
to
नाम
its
है ना टीम का
stairs. This is going to be tough for GX.
Oh, taking shots though through the smoke. Grabinho pushing up on the stairs. That's Jing out of the
पहले आई
picture.
थिंक
Now
क्या
PRX
बोलते
knocked down
हैं
to 4. Paranoia comes on
इसी
through.
में था
Something
आई
they found
थिंक
Cloud.
पता
He
नहीं
attempted
कहाँ
to
पे
get
था
into the
पहले
side, and now the challenge towards upper arrow wins it out, but finds himself alone, and Forsaken will swoop
स्टार्ट
in.
तो बढ़िया
Give
करते
PRX the
पिछली
start
बार
inning.
भी स्टार्ट बढ़िया करे
They
थे
really, I think, inevitably cement themselves the win when they just flip the site, get into
पिछली बार भी स्टार्ट बढ़िया करे थे यार। जायंट टेक्स वाले कभी भी उठ जाएंगे, करियर खत्म हो जाएगा इधर ही।
PRX just positionally play that well.
There's a fast rotate coming. PRX knows
कोई
they can't
भरोसा
afford
नहीं
to be
जाएंगे।
slowed down by
रोनाल्डो
stalls.
का
You take that Viper wall, they're just disrespected. They've got to run in a
है,
tree.
पहले
They've got to play
यूनाइटेड में
with that speed.
ही था,
give
टॉक्सिक
themselves
सीन
player
हुआ, उसको
advantage on
निकाल
site.
दिया, ऐसा क्या नाइस।
So now, anti-eco here for GX.
और
They're,
मेसी का आई
again,
थिंक
really
अर्जेंटिना
active
ये
on
टीम है।
I mean, look at what they're doing over at A, right? Really a
एम्बापे
lot
का
of
टीम
dynamism
का
here.
नाम तो नहीं पता, बट
How do you
जर्सी
punish this
डार्क
sort of
ब्लू
fast
टाइप है, थोड़ी
rotate
सी है ना।
I mean, they can just
डाई
exploit
वाला भी आई
GX's
थिंक
rotates by
मेसी
drawing
के
really
टीम में ही
quickly.
है।
Wow, okay, West Side
अभी का नहीं पता, मैं जब देखती थी तब मेसी वाला वो जर्सी पहन के रखता था, डाई वाला भी।
Down to 20. Cloud has to back away though from this paint shell. A lot done here by West Side.
हमारा एक स्कूल में लड़का हुआ करता था सीनियर, हम लोग के मतलब वो क्या बोलते हैं, कलरफुल ड्रेसेस होते हैं ना, हाउस ड्रेस क्या बोलते हो पता नहीं, मतलब यूनिफॉर्म के पर एक दिन अलग यूनिफॉर्म होता था, उसमें हाउसेस होते थे हम लोग के, येलो कलर नारायण हाउस, ऑरेंज व्यास हाउस, फिर ग्रीन पराशर हाउस, ऐसे करके
हमारा भी होता था।
तो हम लोग का जो नारायण हाउस था उसका जो कैप्टन था वही था, और वो पागल फैन था फुटबॉल का, बिल्कुल पागल, बिल्कुल। हम लोगों को इंटर हाउस कंपटीशन वगैरह होते थे, मतलब हाउसेस के बीच में, उधर वो फुटबॉल खेलता था, भले ही उसको ना आता हो, और एक दिन इतना खेला गिर के उधर ही पैर वगैरह टूट गए, फिर भी उसने कंटिन्यूअस खेला, कंटिन्यूअस, पैर टूटा मतलब फ्रैक्चर जैसा हुआ था, मोच आया था, और उंगली मतलब उंगली का जो नाखून है वो निकल गया था। एम्बापे को मेरी फेवरेट टीम में है रियल मैड्रिड, क्या बात है। देखो बाय राउंड में ये हाल है, इसलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ।
An advantage fight against the anchor suit. I mean, specifically West Side. There's a prowler in his face.
And if this GX anchoring is moderately successful, there's enough time bought for the entire rest of the team on these fast rotates through B main to help out at the site.
Yeah, but I'm not mad at that. The idea from PRX of just, okay, they're pushing with 3 players on C again. GX love having 3 players on C. Just hit into the site with less players, but tough to do
इंडिया में
so when the
फुटबॉल
anchor is West Side.
क्रिकेट बहुत ओवररेटेड हो गया है, हाँ सही में।
Just Divide going to go ahead and save in this instance.
Look where these trapwires are, basically untouched. Forsaken pushed ahead or pushed towards that Viper wall and got picked off very early. It's such a nice opener from Flickless.
Yeah, I got to see that one on the replay as well.
He just rotates
इंडिया में
around the pit,
फुटबॉल
right?
फैंस है, फुटबॉल के ये
I do not want to go up against
साला
Flickless or
क्रिकेट
West
बहुत
Side
ओवररेटेड हो
sides,
गया,
man.
ऐसा
Or
क्या?
both. Nah, forget about it. That's brutal. But it's either that or you take a mound fight against 3
इंडिया
GX
में भी
players,
तो
including their
फुटबॉलर
Raze
है
and
ना,
Fade. Pick
सुनील
your poison.
आई थिंक
I feel like it's so much more common to have
है
that
ना,
Viper towards the seaside, but comboing
सुनील
it with a
छेत्री।
Cypher util here. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought something like that happened. And Cloud even gives the supporting hall. I mean, that's a crazy kill.
हर जायंट टेक्स वाले क्या खेल रहे हैं?
हाँ सुनील छेत्री है उसका।
Crosshair set for the swing around the corner. He felt like there would be a fast swing off that
सब
prowler. He was
स्पोर्ट्स
right.
पे फोकस करना चाहिए, इंडिया में सिर्फ क्रिकेट ही चलता है, वही ना।
Something just one orb away from getting the dimensional drift very early. Has started both this map and Ascent really hot in terms of the kills, in terms of getting an early dimensional drift.
This looks like much more of a default event side setup for GX.
And now it looks like PRX, they want to make
बाकी
some sound
स्पोर्ट्स
here
का
towards A,
न्यूज़
and
तो
then
सिर्फ
something
न्यूज़
can
से ही
just
पता
teleport
चलता है।
over. Thought maybe they were going to try to bring him
लोगों
over
के
towards
मुंह पे
that
कम ही
seaside
बचता है
to
कि
get more, but
ये
they had
जीत
mountain
गया, ये
control.
हुआ, ये
Something just
स्पोर्ट्स
did
में
not
ऐसा।
like the prospect of being dug out
सुनील
of
छेत्री
rubble there.
बेचारे को कोई पूछता भी नहीं है, हाँ ना।
Opted to leave instead.
उसने तो एक बार
Work
पोस्ट
this
करके
rubble,
रिक्वेस्ट
re-clear it
करी थी
slowly.
कि इंडियन फैंस को ये देखने आ
That
जाना,
B-side reveal Ara.
उसमें बहुत बुरा लगा था।
This time, obviously set up adjustment from GX on this defense, having
आजकल बेस्ट प्लेयर की वो कीमत ही लोगों को नहीं समझती।
the other trio. Emphasis on A. Aura in a fairly committed position.
इस बार सुना ये मेसी वगैरह लोग इंडिया में आने वाले हैं, कहीं केरला आई थिंक साउथ में कहीं पे तो मैच होने वाला है, कुछ पता नहीं अब किसका। अबे लग
Westside doesn't have a lot of business, I think, being anywhere near the B sides.
He is shredding them apart.
मम्मी मेरे से कुकिंग टिप्स पूछने आते हुए क्योंकि मैं अच्छा बनाती हूँ सबको बताए
क्या बना रही है बिस्किट
पता नहीं कुछ तो मतलब प्रसाद मिला था अभी कुछ भी हमारे घर में आता है उसका सब्जी बन जाता है उसका सब्जी बना रही है
compared to some of the others
अभी
like
एक अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स
Sunset,
ग्रो
where it
हो
feels
रहा
like
है
they have an
इंडिया में
infinite
हाँ
amount
वही
of set plays. I don't think they have that same depth on Lotus. The map has been okay for them.
गाइस सब लोग लाइक
Mostly
करो कम
close games,
लाइक करो
close in, win,
ये मैप भी बहुत
close
क्लोज
enough
जाएगा
in their losses, but you know, like those other maps, I don't think they have the same number of plays to
हाँ
give them
रोनाल्डो शायद
consistent
से आ
wins.
सकता है गोवा में लेकिन फिक्स नहीं है ऐसा क्या मैंने तो मेसी का सुना था और उसका मतलब क्या बोलते तैयारी अभी से शुरू हो गया ऐसा टाइप का हमारे इधर तो आई थिंक इंटरनेशनल वही लोग आए थे क्या बोलते हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया वर्सेस इंडिया कुछ तो हुआ था हम लोग के आसाम में और वो इंडिया में पहली बार हुआ था कुछ तो पता नहीं अब वो क्रिकेट का था आई थिंक
Now GX are back to the triple on C.
और इस बार भी कुछ वुमेन्स का कुछ क्रिकेट का होस्ट कर रहे हैं हमारे इधर ही होस्टिंग हो रहा है
अरे नहीं ट्रेड हो
और 8 दिसंबर को पोस्ट मेलन आ रहा है मेरे घर के जस्ट पीछे वाले फील्ड में
नाइस
खाना पड़ा फील्ड में आ रहा है मेरा घर वशिष्ठ में है तो समथिंग अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का रास्ता पोस्ट मेलन आ रहा है इधर 8 दिसंबर को
Yeah, work towards this B main off the prowler.
4v4 गाइस इधर
Show
ट्रेड
some
हो
presence
चुके
in
हैं
different areas of the map, something in a position where
सिक्योरिटी
you could
रीजन की
catch
वजह
some
से
kind
मे
of
भी
rotator
कैंसिल कर
and
सकते हैं
force
ऐसा
some
क्या
space
हो
towards
सकता है
A.
यार इंडिया में भाई भले देखते ना देखते हो पागल हो जाएंगे लोग
अरे
अरे
नहीं और एक
रोनाल्डो
है
हाय
tracers. Something has this dimensional drift for a late round. GX are
बैटमैन
pivoting two
गया
players towards this C
मुश्किल
side.
लग रहा है मुझे आज से
3v4 वही तो आज का PRX का दिन नहीं है मैं बता रही हूँ
We need to be here now for this anchoring attempt. Grabinho does not have a paranoia to work with, and this is a dimensional drift that will allow something to pave the way. Cloud a little bit low after that exchange with Patman earlier, and there was a clone scene.
क्या बात कर रहे हो तो जाओ आप पोस्ट मेलन के कॉन्सर्ट देखने यार टिकट का प्राइस कितना होगा पता ही नहीं अभी तक एटलीस्ट तो 1500 का होगा और मैं बिल्कुल मेरे घर के पीछे ही है लाइक घर से निकल के थोड़ा बहुत ट्रैफिक वगैरह को क्रॉस करके वो फील्ड है जहाँ पे आ रहे हैं पोस्ट मेलन उसी फील्ड के पास एक रिजॉर्ट था उधर आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं गुरु रंधावा ये सब आए थे कुछ तो जुगाड़ करो मैं इतना कॉन्सर्ट वगैरह नहीं देखती यार आप कॉमिक कॉन के लिए कुछ कर सकती हो तो देखूंगी
GX go 1-for-1 on the early C fight. They're kind of standard. This was a pivotal moment in the round. Obviously, like it's just random spam from Patman onto a commonly held angle, but then the tracers are spotted.
I mean, out of the vandal. They started shooting at the same time. Cloud is less so responding to the tracers.
अच्छा खेल रहे जायंटेक्स वाले आज नहीं आज दिन नहीं है PRX का कॉमिकन आने वाले हैं क्या हाँ इधर नवंबर में कॉमिकन है
Anchoring prowess on A on full display already. Will be populating the seaside, and we might see a rubble fight instead from GX now with their raise and fade over here. There's the haunt.
Teleport across from Forsaken to play towards that door. GX pivoting the setup, just kind of bouncing, ping-pong west side back and forth from that A site to the C site to keep PRX guessing. You are fully invested into this round.
मुश्किल लग रहा है यार थोड़ा बहुत आज PRX के लिए बताने की ओह नाइस ऑपरेटर को अच्छा हो गया थैंक यू समथिंग थैंक यू
Now get a weapon upgrade for himself going to baby door. We'll have some backup that might pivot towards a B here from
ऑपरेटर वाला ही मर रहा है बार-बार
has to stand tall in the face of this level of pressure. Steps up, knows it's coming, going to try and take matters into his own hands, but something still has the Guardian and still
nice
Nice W.
They're not even going to the B site. PRX are just
nice flawless
W.
Little bit of a TDM round there felt like. What was that first shot though?
काश ऐसा ही खेल ले यार काश प्लीज
Wow. I mean, the jiggle to
ऑपरेटर करने वालों को ऑपरेटर डॉज करना भी आता है। मैं तो कूद कूद के डॉज करती हूँ यार, प्यू प्यू। गोली जहाँ से आ रही है मैं इधर उधर होती रहती हूँ और पिक भी देती रहती हूँ गधों की तरह, जैसे कि मुझे लगेगा ही नहीं।
PRX didn't actually see the raise, I think, off the rip, so weren't sure. But there was no explosive fight.
PRX मतलब लीड पे तो है, बट जायंटेक्स कभी भी उठ जाएगा। जस्ट सेइंग गाइस।
Both sides were quite low, but now PRX
जस्ट बता रही हूँ मैं।
to really stabilize if they get a clean anti-eco, but GX want to get in quick. West side 1 for 1.
वेस्ट साइड ने ऑलमोस्ट एक निकाल ही लिया था वो एक बार। PRX की जर्सी मेरे को बहुत पसंद है, मेरे को अच्छा ऐसा क्या सर्च करने पे कुछ 4000 का दिखाता है जर्सी इंडिया के लिए, मतलब अब पता नहीं वो लेजिट है कि नहीं या फिर
नहीं महंगी है। 7-9 हजार की जर्सी एक है,
8,000 ऐसा कुछ दिखाता है।
टोटल $100 की है।
यार फुटबॉल फैन एक बात बताओ, एक रेड कलर की जर्सी होती है, उसमें मतलब वाइट स्ट्रिप्स होते हैं शोल्डर पे, वो कौन सी टीम की जर्सी है? और क्या एक ब्लैक और थोड़ा सा पर्पल कॉलर एंड ऑल के साथ वो मेसी वाले अर्जेंटीना टीम की जर्सी है क्या? मुझे एक मतलब फुटबॉल की जर्सी खरीदनी है। मैं देख रही थी लोग कलेक्शन करके मस्त एकदम हैंगर वगैरह पे रख देते हैं, तो मैंने ये दो चूज किया था कि ये रेड वाला जिसका भी है और वो नहीं तो क्या बोलते ब्लैक और थोड़ा पर्पल कॉलर एंड ऑल के साथ वो वाला।
हमने एक पता है एक वो वीडियो देखी थी, कोई तो किसी के लिए हेडक्वार्टर की देखी थी पता है?
हाँ हाँ
उसमें देखो हर टीम की वो जर्सी रखी हुई थी ना, ऐसी टांगी हुई थी, वो बढ़िया थी।
आर्सेलन का है वो रेड एंड व्हाइट शोल्डर स्ट्रिप, ऐसा क्या? मैंने ये देख के रखा था, नहीं तो वो पर्पल और व्हाइट। 3v3 गाइस, एक ऑपरेटर है जो कि दवाई लेके रखा है। अल्ट कर दिया है इधर।
वापिस जाने का कोई मतलब नहीं भाई।
मैं गूगल करती हूँ, रुको वही है कि नहीं। जर्सी।
What do they expect? Cloud tucked in the corner.
No, they found him. Now there should be a swing here. Yep, Grabino looking to try and take the fight from Baby Door, but Defy, quick peek and gets back to safety. Little did he know, Grabino would be walking into a triple face.
Grabino did work himself into a good position.
मेरे को भी लेना पसंद है फुटबॉल जर्सी, लेकिन मैंने बंद कर दिया है क्योंकि वो कॉटन नहीं देते हैं। ऐसा क्या? बताओ यार कोई जर्सी, मतलब मुझे एक लेना हुआ तो कौन सा का लेना चाहिए?
Down to 61. Unfortunately, just has no util to work with. Even a cage could be
1v2, come on. नहीं ज़्यादा पिक नहीं।
PRX is trying to make sure he doesn't get isolated off, and Davai is ready with the up.
अभी PRX का क्या सीन है? कैसे अटक जाते हैं वो लोग? 6 रन रियल मैड्रिड के ले लो, रुको देखो।
I'll tell you, the attack off Sentinel, I think on Lotus in particular, is just so strong at the moment.
Real Madrid.
Trades going through on that showstopper. PRX is doing a great job slowing the game down there, pivoting away.
कौन सा है उनका? ये white वाला है ना? With some.
Yeah, it's really feeling like PRX are just
black वाला भी अच्छा है।
They're so experienced on
Adidas
it. Lower
का
in the
है
pool
ये
for
तो।
GX.
Adidas लिखा हुआ है
Seems like they
इसमें।
made the right decision in terms
कुछ
of
dragon
the
का
map
डिजाइन
ban
बना
for
हुआ
Alex
है,
here.
कौन सा है इसमें से?
And in GX's
Same
defense,
design
a lot
white
of
में
these
भी
early
है
rounds for
Real
PRX, they
Madrid।
have not tried to apply full pressure to Rubble. Haven't tried to run out there since like the first couple rounds of the game. So as soon as Westside has actually been moved over to the C side, PRX tried to work them out a little bit more. Notice that there's actually not 3 players trying to take that space from them.
बहुत सारे आ रहे हैं
on
यार।
one occasion
Real
tried
Madrid
to, you know,
करके।
keep that one way going.
हाँ white वाला।
There was a bit more of an
White वाला अच्छा
in
ओके।
general, PRX are able to hit slightly
White
weaker held sides.
Giant extra time out।
A big hit on B behind the showstopper, behind the Nightfall. It was messy, and they were still able to extract themselves and pivot over to 8.
मेसी ने एक बार ही पहना था कुछ पिंक या पर्पल जर्सी वाला, अच्छा लगेगा मेरे पे।
And play around that as a way to just control part of the map. He really hasn't had a lot of chances with it, and when he did, he got deleted by something with the Guardian with that.
अभी इनका तो बाय राउंड नहीं है, बट शेरिफ बहुत अच्छा चलाता है वेस्ट साइड।
not a factor.
White home jersey डालो 2025 ऐसा क्या?
They lost 6 rounds, I think, at the start of Haven. Then they got Ara going, and then it was curtains.
White home jersey.
Prowler goes under the trip. It's a little bit higher up. That is awkward. Jing is caught, but yeah, he is still. That's crazy.
Yeah, easily handled that. It's time for Util, a big problem. Something willing to stand and fight. Remember, this is a GX Sheriff Eco round, and Flickless is commanding attention on the site. Divide. Very little to do here.
देख रहे हो? बोली थी मैं.
Still has a spike to hand. At the very least, can have a crack at this.
दवाई
Fine
अकेला
place for
बचाओ.
PRX to get a bit experimental.
बोल दी थी मैं भाई.
Maybe he can be rewarded with some patience here on this look towards C-Link.
GX have recovered the guns.
सब गन रिकवर भी हो गए. इधर ऑपरेटर के साथ है. चलो ये राउंड गया हाथ से. बाय बाय. PRX का 5K का जर्सी है.
Adjustment that works out, just putting the trip higher than the Prowler, but it still
My
catches a player on entry. That is really sick.
Yeah, in theory, PRX have a ton to do with that, right? They have the Prowler.
3-6
of course, they have the Yoru clone that can tease it out.
Thrifty यार, thrifty कर लिया उन
Sting
लोगों
had
ने.
nowhere to go, and he needed to get into Baby Door with that judge. The perfect way to shut him down. So it's been Divine and something, though, really have put out strong performances, and both of them have made use of the op at times, or the Guardian, and made it look like an op.
Now, does Divide dare use the Steel Garden he's about to get?
He might be
Used it in the
dying.
1v2, but yeah, no, I think he's going to probably die first, sadly.
But
Or
yeah.
just walks in, takes the time,
Yeah.
gets the free kill, gets the defuse, and GX. The Thrifties are what honestly propelled them back into the game on Ascent. Though, that being said, the
Thrifty,
score
let's
was much
go.
closer throughout that entire game. It was not nearly as dominant for PaperX.
लेकिन Polystar में मेरे को cotton नहीं है. ऐसा क्या?
The one kill, and then just floods right back in with Westside. There's multiple players coming through Baby Door. Pretty rapid from GX to convert there.
And that's a great place to fight with Sheriffs. They're very much within your effective range. It's in your wheelhouse. Great MasterCard Thrifty. One of many from GX we've seen over this series.
Just mentioned it, but Aura was able to recover that op with the kill on Divide at the end there. He was still carrying that. So we'll see if that can be crucial to them getting back in the game. They love to fight for Mount here, then open door and have Aura already on the angle towards B main. Yeah, and that is going to be the case, but you know, no one really ready to fight. Something is making all the
और कौन
distraction
सी
towards
टीम है
B right
वेलो
now.
में जिसका एक नंबर जर्सी है? टीम हेटिक्स है. ब्लैक में अगर पसंद है तो. FNC का तो ऑरेंज में है. इस बार MIBR का जर्सी इस बार का अगर मिले तो बहुत प्यारा है. इस बार का ये चैम्प्स वाला जर्सी MIBR का वो बहुत प्यारा है. उसका कॉलर बहुत बढ़िया बना है.
Guaranteed.
T1 का बढ़िया है जैकेट बढ़िया है.
हाँ, T1 का हुडी वाला वो बढ़िया है जैकेट.
GX don't want to give anything to Divine in this situation now that they've got the advantage, but it is giving
Sentinel और FNC का वही Sentinel का पूरा रेड टाइप का है, you know.
It will I mean, how does
और
why
FNC
would
का
you have any sense for
orange.
this timing? This is crazy.
I mean, there's something gate crashing back to rubble. The fact that he's got here is pretty absurd. Westside is watching for it anyway, Wyatt.
GX just
MIBR का इस बार का लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया जर्सी है. सबसे बढ़िया जर्सी वो लगा मेरे को. बेस्ट जर्सी बनाया उन लोगों ने.
Pretty standout from GX.
Divine makes a choice in the previous round, Wyatt, to try and plant, to try and win in a 1v3 and not save that op. He hands it over to Ara, who uses it to open up and smash Jing as he tries to
और
fast play on
बाकियों
the
का
B.
तो जर्सी वाइट ही है.
You're regretting that somewhat.
ये राउंड भी गया लो. Losing streaks शुरू guys. Losing streaks शुरू है.
Does end up working. The classic from GX. They run that constantly, especially when Aura has the op and can just post up on B main through the door. Gets that free
Let's
catch.
see what we operate.
See this on the replay.
Yep. So sick, man.
Yeah, GX do this constantly. And Jing was ready for the angle. He swung out on it, but going up against it off. Westside
Alex को दिखाओ
to
फटाफट.
save Aura there. And then they just maneuver that setup a little bit differently so they can actually cover that flank through spawn. So much time had expired that they had to have a sense that something could be on some kind of really big wrap around the map like that.
So at first it's a MasterCard Thrifty where the Sheriff sing on the B side. And now GX fight through the Razor Vine to get to within 2 rounds here.
PaperX are so heavily invested into this round. If GX take it here, they'll be on a bad bye PaperX that last round. real shot at actually bringing this back to 6.
They don't want to deal with this mound fight this time. PRX
PRX
instead
का
head
ही
over
अच्छा
towards A,
लगा मेरे को,
always looking
लेकिन
towards
बजट
west side
के
site.
बाहर है मेरे, वही ना बहुत महंगे हैं.
God, this guy is just something else, man.
Yeah, you just really don't want to be headed towards west side site.
Where are you supposed to go? Home?
You roll the die, 3 options. Sadly, you hit his sight.
All right. Vector's here, Razor Vinops blooming in front of him. No success with spam through that side. Again, the west side wants to get active on the side. He walks, though, up on Jing, who this time is ready to throw down into the back of the side. Jing goes and out to upper. Full side control.
Cloud पीछे से आ रहा है, guys. Cloud पीछे से आ रहा है.
Cloud हमारे.
We need to work together to piece this out.
And those anchors who have typically been an absolute wall, just depleted by PRX.
5K में बहुत सारे गेम आ जाएगा
Or
यार.
into this 1 versus 3.
वो तो है.
Does he even want to risk it with the op? Actually, yeah, he has a ton of cash. He can go for
काश वॉच पार्टी
Just send
करने
it.
वालों को राइट इंडिया की
Time is
तरफ
short.
से एक जर्सी में
The harder he can make this next round for PRX, the better. With the
मतलब
last round of the half.
डिजर्व तो यार चलो हम
RS's
लोग
getting
नहीं
it up
करते
in hand. We've
छोटे
seen
लोग
what he
हैं
can do with it.
but
He's absolutely dynamic.
at
Gets a
least यार
showstopper. So,
आप लोग तो
hey,
बनाते
little
हो यार.
consolation prize. He'll take it. He will
एक
take
एक
it.
फेंक के मारो.
Get out of the round with that.
Messy round for PRX. You mentioned a big investment there.
GX, or rather, sorry, you know, when they were anchoring that site, Jing did
पर
a
वो लोग
great job on
गुडीज
the
के
entry
नाम पे
here.
ना लाइक हम
Gets
लोग
that 1v1,
वो
and
पैसिफिक
then
से
as
वॉच
soon as he
पार्टी
hears the
करते हैं ना,
teleport, realizes that he's
तो
getting into the
गुडीज
backside,
मतलब
swings
पैसिफिक
before he
रीजन
even
का
gets
वो
out
एक
of that.
बैच
Those just
वगैरह
heads
कुछ
up
ऐसा
play.
देते हैं, हर्ष
GX and the
खेलने को
2v4,
मिला
they're
है.
taking 3 players though. Make it expensive.
एक वो
PRX
क्या
owned
बोलते हैं
his last
ब्लेजर
round and a
देते हैं
half.
वीसीटी
Still mostly
पैसिफिक
bought up.
लिखा
Couple of
हुआ
half
ब्लैक
armors
कलर
here.
का.
Forsaken not with full util, had to buy
बैच
down
देते हैं, एक
completely.
चश्मा देते हैं वीसीटी
Gonna have to
पैसिफिक
be
लिखा
enough.
हुआ है वो रेबन की जगह
Here for
वैसा.
Ara.
Instant sees
हाँ
with the
एक
nade
दे
this
दो
time.
इधर फ्री में वही ना पर रीजन का देते हैं यू नो.
वो नाइस शुरुआत बहुत बड़ी हुई. जिंग ने 3 निकालते हुए वेस्ट साइड डाउन एंड राउंड ओवर.
रीजन का देते हैं लाइक अगर अमेरिकाज में मतलब अमेरिकाज रीजन में जो आते हैं उधर मैं बैठ के गई थी तो उधर रीजन का मिक्सचर इंडिया पैसिफिक में आता है तो वही पैसिफिक रीजन का वही गुडीज है. नाइस ये बढ़िया था यार. अकेले गया वो अकेले गया देख रहे हो. नाइस ये बढ़िया था जिंगू.
जिंगू को हल्के में ले रहा है क्या.
क्रेजी राउंड
क्रेजी
वही था.
राउंड.
एलेक्स का कैम दिखा रहे.
दिखाओ दिखाओ. एलेक्स क्या कर रहे हैं. गुस्सा करते हुए दिखाओ.
गुडीज तो मेरे को कॉमिक कॉन में मिला था. ऐसा क्या क्या बात है. मेरे को कभी ऐसे गुडीज वगैरह नहीं मिले.
Coming back for the back half of Lotus here, our second match in this series. Coinbase Econ Report, I think we can guess who we're going to be highlighting in this particular occasion. One player on the side of GX been impressive, but it's Divine.
ने सबसे ज़्यादा damage
got the
दिया
his
था.
hands a couple times. You mentioned, Wyatt, how that sort of, you know, an attack side senti with the op in hands on Lotus has been pretty darn impactful. He is vomiting damage here for that spend.
Yeah, the money spent for the damage dealt with the report also looks pretty good when you get the operator for free because you're taking it from the other team and you just are getting kills off the back of that as well.
काश कॉमिक कॉन में मैं जा पाती और मैं कॉस्प्ले करके जा
Last round
पाती.
was 6 seconds of Valorant.
इसका कॉस्प्ले करती मैं. गेस करो गाइस जल्दी जल्दी.
It very well may be.
क्या बन के जाती मैं गेस करो हिंट दूं तो समथिंग वेरी अनएक्सपेक्टेड
कोई एनिमे कैरेक्टर है
हाँ हाँ एनिमे कैरेक्टर है फीमेल कैरेक्टर है
या तो शिनोबु या तो आन
मैं बन के जाती मिकासा
मिकासा
Stacked up with 4 players.
Nice.
Cloud has 1 Prowler, 1 Haunt.
The stack, so full retake
मैं ना वो डेमन स्लेयर का पिछला मूवी देखी थी ठीक है हॉल में जाके मेरा मन कर रहा था डेमन स्लेयर के फैंस को ट्रिगर कर दूं आई हैव अ टी शर्ट जिसमें नरूटो बना हुआ है वो पहन के जाऊं मैं फिर सोचा भाई मीम में क्यों वायरल हो जाऊं मैं
पीछे आ गया
हाय नहीं उया 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 उया
चलो दवाई वापस सोलो
Trying to set up defensively. How many late round situations
दवाई
have
को
we seen
दवाई
Dubai
खिलाओ
like this? And yet somehow he's still putting up crazy numbers, but he's in unwinnable spots.
दवाई अकेला बचा
खत्म करियर इधर ही
and shot through the smoke.
4 seconds with 1
HP. What a
गया
start here. Working
खत्म
the
रहा
match. And leaving that insert back towards the B main flood. Beautifully done by
5
Westside.
That is so well played. Shoots all the steps, patient, picks the perfect timing. PRX just not suspecting there would be someone waiting outside to see whatsoever.
ये क्या था Nice one.
14 kills, having a hell of a series at the moment.
So again, GX still want to try and throw curveballs, no matter what side of the map they're on. PRX pretty serious about this A side control. We'll just see some health bars affected there as they're decayed briefly by that Viper wall that GX are going to play off.
GX hear a lot of noise towards A, so they want to leave. Why not go elsewhere? And PRX, they're saying, hey, we made a lot of noise, they're probably going to leave. Let's go to the other side of the map.
They're picking the expected location.
वो मैंने डेमन स्लेयर मूवी न्यू मूवी का एक रील देखा था बाहर का होगा सभी लोग कॉस्प्ले करके मूवी देखने जाते हैं ठीक है शिनोबू भी होती है उधर कॉस्प्ले में अंदर अच्छे से गई बाहर आते ही उसको 4 दोस्त कंधे पे लिखते बोले कि दिस इज हाउ इट वेंट खत्म 4 किल गुरबिनो देखो भाई देखो गुरबिनियो ने 4 किल निकाल लिए भाई नाइस
भाई अभी देखने का मन नहीं कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है
वही ना
They just couldn't resist. They had 2, they had the stack. Maybe they could have waited, tried to get the guns later, allow
ये देखो गुस्सा देखो
I mean, Alex is
भगवान
क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग हाँ
और ये करने वाला था तुम लोग को डिस्ट्रैक्ट के बाद ऐसे कर डाल देता है ऐसे कितने तुम लोग भाई
much earlier onto Cloud.
भाई
in PRX that they can't deny. It takes a wheel for them and it runs them headlong into a brick wall.
A very quick take of A now from GX, already working their way into tree, which is being smoked off, but it's Grabinho who's gotten into stairs. Might catch Forsaken on the rotate.
हाँ तो इसका हाईलाइट आएगा तब ये हुआ क्या
thought he was clever getting up on the corner, but Grabinho was far further forward than he expected.
What a kill. Has the paranoia lineup for backside as well. He catches Patman.
Patman out in the open. Able to take that fight, and Jing knew he had the dark. He knows this question, the better part of Ella now, the pressure is on.
Nice Jingu.
For Jing and this fight goes loose. It's at the back of the
और एक
site.
नाइस टीम मार दी
बाकी के टीम आ जाओ यार जिंगू कितना अकेला करेगा मेरा जिंगू थैंक यू
50% HP नाइस
जिंगू ने अकेले राउंड पलटा है जिंगू ने आराम से कमी से
बचना नहीं कोई
But the timing's not there, the spacing for GX as they try and capitalize. They only get the 1 kill off it.
That first player was a little bit too early. The Sheriff's just not really enough for the trade there either. Really, really sick sequence.
ये दोनों ऊपर है
beautiful.
एक साथ जाएंगे जैसा क्यों लग रहा है
honestly up until this point
जैसे कुछ हटके करते हैं ना पक्का इन लोगों का कुछ अलग होता है पता है
फिर एलेक्स पीछे से गुस्सा होता है
मैंने बोला था तुम लोगों को छड़ने के लिए कौन सी गेम प्ले आयरन लॉबी का
PRX looking for a delayed rebel fight by the looks.
So you never see two players stacked up there. That is so silly.
चलो उतर गए टाइम
A lot of
रहते
things I've never seen until PRX do them. Second back onto the A side now. Has to think twice about setting up in tree. Paranoia drawn out. Now as the door opens, the Gorbino's hoping to get ahead.
Jing on the rotate over towards A heaven. If GX commit, they're still staring down the barrel of this
नहीं
showstopper.
4 सेकंड
Thought he had a timing, but Gorbino has
आराम
room to
से
recover. And now Jing is just solo.
इतना पुश है मेरे को डर लगने लगा है अभी PRX से नाइस 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 अरे भाई 4 सेकंड डरा क्यों रहे हो
अरे नाइस
And that's also
अरे चिंग गया
solid strategy. West side of the back
Nice.
side, something fell. Pac-Man around the corner.
लास्ट
in place and West side.
अरे नहीं ये बंदा लास्ट में बचा
यार 4 सेकंड ने डरा दिया एग्रो पुश था वो
By GX. I believe that's how something was able to get the kill from heaven. Arrived just on time, but would have been, I think, maybe a little too late. Yeah, if this Haunt didn't come in, he wouldn't have been able to support. But look at this.
And G also just creates space for that showstop. Look at Robinho immediately trying to get away. No shots, direct hit.
Let's go! Holy shit, man! Good job!
Great flood there by PRX. Something so important from upper there.
That was huge from Patman to get that piece of utility off for
something
something
और
to
जिंगू
support
खेल
Jing, who was about to
रहे
be overwhelmed. And it sent GX reeling onto this pretty tough little half five. Bucky involved, even West Side opportunity, but shots not connecting.
It's a very GX-coded start to the round for PRX. Determined mount control. We're opening a B door to force the attackers back further. This map control now is being taken.
Nice, nice. Oh my.
GX just don't have the weapons to
Ouya,
drive in this
ouya,
scenario. Robinho is
ouya.
able to get deep now. The iconic Bucky skin.
4 kill Dawai, nice one.
Defy is hitting on this map, and it's just feeling quite effortless, honestly. Putting up the 19 for 6, playing the Vice. PRX on this map, they are just certainly a cut above. And individually, with Defy heating up, Jing heating up, looking even more dangerous than they were on Ascent.
And insane as these moments have been from GX, they're too few and they're too far between to start to challenge PRX's round total. 11-6 on the scoreboard. Heading into round number 18.
GX is trying to keep it simple with this brawl on A, but
पूरा push कर रहे हैं यार.
down there. Nothing you could really do.
Net से तो चले गए हैं.
And there's something. Here's PRX now. This is where their bread is buttered. And it never falls butter side.
Match point, let's go.
Something. X's with 3.
Nice.
We have gotten some
W.
fast
Match
rounds
point.
of Valorant on account of PRX.
Match point, guys. Match
Nice.
point here.
Willingness to fight. Full brawl in A standard. You get your
चलो
C's,
जिंगू
you
के
get your
नेड
nade
ने
back
तो
level,
एटलीस्ट
so
लेके गया.
even though Aura is able to capitalize with
नहीं
Jing,
छोड़े.
really quick push with those double satchels and catching him immediately, just traded out post-mortem by the nade. And look at the way that PRX, just all the rest of the players are swinging together.
They're now imposing
Beautiful,
themselves on GX. There was a rubble fight that followed a mound fight. Both successful for PRX, playing up on the defense side. They're going to go for a mound variation here. There'll be nothing to see for them, but maybe a fast flank opportunity.
एक ही तरफ है वो लोग.
GX again just out of A, but PRX have map elsewhere.
नहीं यार aggressive हो रहा है.
With that swing, I would say.
Something in theory had him covered, but the Rose was not enough to guarantee success there.
Well,
it's a PRX round.
अरे
One
नहीं.
after another.
आ गया. नहीं बचा लिया अल्ट
Get
विच
this one over with fast.
अरे नहीं.
But the eagerness to do so.
बहुत aggressive था ये round भी.
Yeah, brimming with confidence is the
अरे
polite way of putting it there for PRX.
TNT, come on, one more round, PRX. One more.
One more.
Well, that one is bold. That one's bold.
Champions की तरह कर दो one more.
Right to the device left there.
जिंगू को भी मार दिया.
Breathing room here for GX, but as the finisher identified, 7 rounds from here on out need to be won by GX.
And at some point,
Viper का अल्ट है अभी ये round भी I think Giant X लेके जा सकता है.
so it's going to be tough to overcome the fact that they're going to
है ना इन
need
पे 3 अल्ट है अभी ये.
all those rounds. I'll tell you that.
हाँ but side secure करके plan कर सकते हैं Viper के अल्ट के साथ.
No one actually in the C side at all. Does Grabinho opt to
वाइस की अल्ट है ना,
walk
वाइस की
this
अल्ट
though?
खत्म हो
Paranoia, he
गई।
thinks that GX are a bit faster than they actually are. Razorvine's canvassing the ground. This will slow things up slightly, but already GX have purchase in the back of the side.
PRX are
Retake.
more than happy to play this for some kind of
चलो
retake or flow.
आ गया
ने
वाइस
भी अल्ट कर दिया है,
One of
चलो
the important ults. Actually, it's the dimensional drift in very early. Something spawning on multiple players within that Viper's pit, but certainly can't commit at that timing. Will give an opportunity to ping out for the nade, though.
Okay, Westside inside the pit. It's a clone that he ends up taking
Attack
contact
किया।
against. Buddy thrown in.
कोई नहीं
GX
पुश मार
just
रहा है एक
keeping its
दूसरे
toe in the pit to keep it standing, of course. That's
जिंक का अल्ट आ जाए, एक बंदे को मार दिया
This
तो
is so much pressure from
मुश्किल है ना।
PRX.
अच्छा
GX have not for any moment
नहीं
felt
लग रहा है ये
comfortable enough to try
ग्राउंड
to actually get this spike down.
प्लांट हुआ
At this
नहीं है।
point, they've
ओके
drawn out
प्लांटिंग
enough
ले जा रहा
facility
है।
that they can.
the pre-plant
Okay,
pick.
Trade हो गया है 4v4
PRX time to set up and start spamming in. Ara has fallen.
And one more kill for Jing will result in a showstopper. That could be enough to close out this game, bring us to sunset.
Something's had the time now, the freedom to start to swing around. Looks like the box position in C has been smoked out and
जाना ही
shut
पड़ेगा
down.
यार।
वेस्ट साइड
आ गया, अरे
Stave off this attempt at their flank.
क्यों
बोली थी मैं ये
Didn't
वाइपर
realize
अल्ट
there's no
मतलब
point going any
राउंड
further.
सिक्योर
Yeah, that's all she wrote on the round. They need to save
कोई नहीं
Guns
घुस
take
सकता है
कर
वाइपर के अल्ट में, बस योरू अल्ट और योरू हेल्प करता हुआ सुबह को वही निकाल सकते हैं वाइपर को।
Some of the very, very important ults
ये
that
दो
PRX
अल्ट ही
have access to
वाइपर
close
अल्ट
out the
को
game.
काउंटर कर सकते
And
हैं।
of course the
योरू
round
जाके
converted.
बता देगा इधर इधर है और सोवा अल्ट करके
Little bit
मारेगा,
more
नहीं तो योरू
realistic
ही
for
खोल के
GX.
शॉटगन फटफट मार
But even
देगा।
still, they had to exchange plenty of their own ultimates to get those out, and we're about to have showstopper nightfall for PRX. So the cycle, the dance of ultimates back and forth will
अभी
continue.
शो स्टॉपर है करके एग्रेसिव ना हो जाए,
It's a steel guard
हल्ट
and a
करेंगे
dimensional
करके।
drift that don't really give them an edge in all of this round.
Let's go. We can do this.
Yeah, what can they do with that pit up, right? I mean, there's just no real way to get back
पेपर
in
एक्स का टाइम आउट है
effectively
शायद।
at any juncture. Now PRX want to call this timeout. Alex wants to get involved so they can close this out. Stop the bleeding. 2 in a row for GX. Just bandage that wound, win the game, get to sunset, a home map for both team, and if we get there, that should be an absolute banger.
I do wonder if this is a round where PRX decide to slow it down a bit, because they've been virtually gambling with like
चलो एग्रेक्स के
aggressive
टाइम आउट तो
push-ups,
काम आते हैं।
and they've been alternating between the C and A side, between
बहुत है।
Mound, between Rubble,
We trust
and they've been missing
Alex.
GX a lot
Let's
of the
go.
time. GX got to hit a C
Alex
side
कर
which had
दिखाओ।
some ICU tool, but no one actually anchoring in it. They played a 0-4-1, 0-1-4 rather, with the Omen, Rubinho set up on B.
Money not all too good for PRX when we get back into this round. I'm interested to see what Alex has in store for them here.
Forsaken rather on the B side.
How much do they want to commit? There's now a buy from Divide down to 50. Yeah, they're going to force it up pretty heavily. It'll put Divide in something low, few lighter armors.
Let's go
Still a
पेपर एक्स,
competent
let's
buy.
go।
And Patman ready to just throw that early haunt over towards A, so PRX can brawl for that side of the map. GX, let's see if they try to go all in.
There's that horn across the map. C's though not quite there. It's Ara getting
Nice.
picked off first though. Forsaken in position to deal with him as he trying to
Quickly
cross
trade
paths.
बढ़िया
ना हो
है।
जाए,
Just
कोई
instantly
quickly trade
opening
ना हो
that tree
बस।
door.
शुरुआत अच्छी हुई है।
Entry player for
Round.
GX removed. Now they have to get their
शुरुआत तो
bearings,
यार
figure out
हमारा
how to
भी
win this
अच्छा
out
होता
in the
था।
4 versus 5 with 0 ultimates available.
अरे बी जा रहे बी जा रहे बी जा रहे
Maybe
बी
your
जा रहे
presence taken up by
धोखा दिया
PRX at the
धोखा दिया।
moment. Mindful though is Patman about to push off B main, but there's a shield wall there to detect it.
Yeah, and with that Prowler not getting any spots, no reason for PRX to really adjust here in any way. They can retain these spots on A. They're prepped for B if they need to be as well.
बी जा रहे हैं।
Coming out. There's that shield wall in play. How will that be handled? Flickless though, and Westside. The two players would be terrified to fight as they get into the site early. They get past the shield wall.
Something maybe wanting to go for an aggro play, but couldn't was delayed. Jin
Grab
now
line.
doubled up though.
Flickless
इधर
had to
ही
wait
एक
for that
बंदा
wall
है।
to come down. He's now able to sit in main a little bit further.
घुसा ऊपर चढ़ा।
He'll have a plant. There's a TP here for
स्मोक
Forsaken.
हटने की देरी।
Smoke on Flickless's position now, and Grabinho attempts to
Line
control.
देगा।
Paranoia comes out, doesn't affect Grabinho though. He's tucked here on the corner.
अरे
Wins
नहीं।
one. Eventually gets overrun, but Jinx
Line to इधर ही इधर ही।
3v3 proper
Nice.
3v3
great upper presence here for GX.
3v3
And the money's on good
2v3
for
इधर ही
him.
है।
They know it. And now Cloud's starting to bring him down.
वैसे भी इधर ही है।
One.
खत्म।
Something has
अरे
to
नहीं।
flip away. Beaten black and blue.
What an adjustment. The movement
9
into that
12
चलो
second
जाइन
kill
टेक्स
from Cloud.
ओटी में लेके चलो, अभी क्या अभी चलो।
That was
चलो,
so
चलो।
लेट्स
lovely.
गो जाइन
And
टेक्स,
I
क्या
think the
खेल
GX
रहे हो
did an
यार।
excellent job
तुम ही
running
आखिरी
into
हो।
heaven there.
यस बी साइड पे ही
Despite
आक्रमण
being
करेंगे, इधर ही
at that
जीत रहे
man
हम लोग।
disadvantage, The
इधर भी
paranoia
पकड़ा
that
जाएगा
Fabinho threw
नहीं
out was
बच
excellent. It connected onto everyone from PaperX that were stacked up there.
Nice.
He gets
Let's
by,
go
takes
Giant
that
Tex
first
OT
engagement, instant swing from
OT
Westside
लेकर
to get
जाओ
the
तुम
second,
या
but he
फिर नहीं दो
backs up at the right time, just plays around the shorty. That was so
यार
well.
जिंगू का 2-3 राउंड से अल्ट रेडी नहीं हो रहा है
Yeah, it's this moment here.
वरना वही
Look at
निकाल
that
दी
perfect little peek from Westside. And look at that adjustment right back to the side step from Cloud.
Good job.
Wow, GX is still in it.
So much map control off that paranoia in the upper.
Why did he retake it from here? It doesn't make sense.
Characteristic frustration here is that it's 3
Alex
rounds in a
चिल्लाने
row
लग
that GX have been now
Alex
snatched up from under PRX's nose.
Why did you
3
pick it
chances for
from
PaperX to
here?
close this out now. Again,
Aggressive
back to
push
the
है ये
old
भी
C's with the nade to take this control
पर वो
towards
लोग तो
bubble,
सी
which
की
has
तरफ
been
जा रहे
really emphasized
भाग
by
गए
PaperX. Many rounds in a row now on this map.
दवाई
4 सेकंड आ गया है इसने टीपी कर ली है लेट्स गो
Man,
Slowed down briefly by the smoke.
it felt like GX are really
जिंगू
just
भी लाइक
keeping it
जिंगू
simple,
और
big
वो क्या बोलते
execution.
हैं
That's
फिर भी
what
लाइक
has
हमारे पे
begun to
भागने
work
के सिवा
for them.
कोई और तरीका नहीं है चलो
Batman one off that nightfall for retake. Showstopper also there for
चलो
Jing.
भाई
So
घुस गए
PRX likely let this
दवाई
first
पे
push go through to the
पिस्टल
keeper. Play that full retake.
They forced Divide all the
दवाई
way
पे
out.
करनी
But
नहीं
can
है
GX really fight for any additional
अच्छा
space? No. Look at the status of the
Plant
utility.
हो
It's
रहा
very
है
low. Just a seize and a haunt. That is all they have
हो गया
access to.
Batman would love a kill here. Something to open things up. Ara goes low.
आरआर लो हो गया है
Clone there, of course. Complicating things. And there it is.
मारा
Ara taken down.
मार
Not the start they're looking for at all.
मार
PRX looking for a retake now as Jing found that
जिंगू ने अल्ट किया
showstopper.
क्या
And it
हाँ
found
हाँ
Fitness
जिंगू
in
ने
turn.
अल्ट किया है
Cloud
नाइस
tucked here by the side. Sees Batman go across. Divide might look for a swing
इधर
off
ही
this, but
इधर
it's
ही
ready
इधर
for
ही
Cloud to take a
दवाई
timing
इधर
of
ही
his own. Nightfall gonna
अरे
अरे
नहीं भाई क्या
साइड में
यार
कर दी
अब मैं लिटरली मैं जायंट टेक्स को सपोर्ट करने जा रही हूँ नो जिंक्स नथिंग लेट्स गो जायंट टेक्स पे
And
हो
during
गया
crunch
मेरा
time, Cloud has come to life these past
हो
couple
गया
rounds.
गाइस हो
Beautiful
गया
play
अल्ट
there.
वगैरह सब
Didn't
यूज
work
में
out,
लाके
but
नहीं
it
हो
was
रहा है
kind of cool in the midst of
देखो
that
गाइस
retake.
देखो
Threw a
दिल
haunt
टूट
over
गया
the
मेरा
waterfall
मैं
to
जा रही
see
जायंट
if
टेक्स में
GX
प्रॉपर जा रही हूँ अब मैं
weren't able to. And just after that happened,
आईजीएल खुद
PaperX,
इतना
they make
अच्छा
their way
खेल रहा है
back in.
जायंट
Jing
टेक्स
gets
का
that great
क्लाउड क्या
showstopper
खेल रहा
off.
है
Cloud has some of the most
लेट्स गो
unreal
गाइस
movement.
ओटी
The
होगा ही
little
होगा
Yeah, it's just
अब
these
तो
little
ओटी होना
transitions
है
have been
Reminds me of Scuba,
great.
honestly, in the successful rounds for NRG.
फिर
Kind
से
of goes
टाइम आउट
back
लिया है
in, gets that
PRX
perfect
वालों
kill
ने
on Divide. That gets the Nightfall, backs
क्या
up to
फायदा
use
अभी तो आई
it.
थिंक इको राउंड
Really
होगा और
excellent
फिर
stuff.
वाला राउंड
I
पे
can't believe GX
50-50
are still in this. And they really
और
have
क्या
just gone back to basics, just hitting sites, winning out retakes.
चलो गाइस वी
They're
गो
winning out
ओटी
with man disadvantages as well.
PRX forced into that round to some degree, right? It's a bit of a jumbled mix of weaponry. They probably don't really want to play retake, but they're not given a choice. Not after Cloud has that Nightfall.
And they've been forcing into the last couple rounds, so it's not like the buys have been bad. But they're not coming into them with full buys, like Divide with just the Sheriff there, some weak armors the prior round, a lot of, lighter armors, Guardians. And again, if they
वेस्ट साइड
force up
अच्छा खेल रहा है
into this, well, at this
वेस्ट
point,
साइड
either
एक
Waffles
ऐसा बंदा है
Sky
जिसके लिए
sticking full to
हाँ अभी
1v2 हो
अटैकिंग
1v4
में
हो
क्लाउड भी
great.
अच्छा खेल रहा है
You got Sheriffs,
और
just
गुरबीनो भी
a
बहुत
mix,
अच्छा खेल रहा है अच्छा खेल रही है
smorgasbord
टीम
of
जायंट
random
टेक्स ओटी
weapons here.
डिजर्व करते
GX
चलो
full intentions of getting out A, which has been the location that PaperX have been most happy to fight for early, as of late, but this time ultimately pretty free.
There's no C's nade combo as the Fade and Raze both over at B. PRX trying again to gamble at the right position, but this allows for a faster reflank.
Very fast reflank, 3 players. There is obviously this trip place behind by Westside that'll need to
ट्रिप
be
से पता
broken
चल ही
unless
जाएगा
maybe they want something to just teleport across and they go elsewhere. Regardless, very fast
4
for GX
सेकंड
into
पे
this
करनी
very
है
free C site.
Forsaken's mandate strictly do not die. Hold the
Easy
paranoia
निकाले
until we're ready to try and
जाएंगे
flood in.
Flickless is in so much danger. There's a player in blue room as well.
Grabino here sees the clone. Now the Viper Wall comes up. This is going to allow PRX to get in position, but also GX to defensively set up behind it. Seas comes in. They are
अरे
decaying down.
दवाई
Easy
गया
target.
पहले
Batman with the critical utility at the most
अरे
important
नाइस
moment.
नाइस
Now the Nightfall comes through onto the side. Cloud here playing for
बाजी
free. That
पलट
door is opening.
रही
He sees it. Wouldn't have heard it otherwise. It's
अभी
Jing
भी
toying with him, trying to keep him busy, keep his
4v3
attention. Catnips away from the fight, and he wins it out
जिंग
anyway.
क्या कर रहे हैं अरे जिंग उधर
ठीक
जा
है गाइस लेट्स गो
एक मैप तो मिला अभी सनसेट है ना, वो जायंटेक्स का भी बढ़िया मैच है और पेपर एक्स का भी। भाई हार्ट अटैक किया है PRX वालों ने, हार्ट अटैक में बात नहीं करूंगी इनसे।
एलेक्स
फाइनली इतने हार्ट अटैक्स देने के बाद एक मैप आ गया हमारे हाथ में। जीजीज गाइस, द स्कोर इज 1-1। सनसेट दोनों का ही बढ़िया मैप है दोनों टीम का, तो देखना पड़ेगा इसमें अभी कौन वो करता।
कौन जीत।
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, and as long as I'm good enough, everybody's getting a 4K. I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby. 全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
चलो गाइस 1 सेकंड देना, मैं आ रही हूँ, तब तक लाइक करो सब लोग।
लाइक करो फटाफट।
A game है, let's go.
Okay.
एलेक्स को लिटरली ब्रह्मास्त्र इस्तेमाल करवाना पड़ा ये मैच जितवाने के लिए।
और क्या चिल्ला रहा होगा पीछे से। Stupid kids, what are you doing?
Who told you to take it from there? Does it make any sense?
लग रहा है एलेक्स ने पूरे गले पे पूरा फोकस किया।
PRX, they hit back on Lotus and they hit back hard. We sort of saw this coming, you know, a great map for PRX, not so good for GX. But Mitch, how are you feeling?
You know what, I said at the start of the series, I want to see a sunset. I'm happy we're going to get to go all the way there. Both teams have really put their best foot forward on that map. They picked it in their last series as well. It is a fitting way to end a close battle.
Okay. Cope. That's okay, you could cope, but what isn't a cope is to just acknowledge that, I nearly said David, I'm going to double down with David, that David is one of the best players we have in the tournament and one of the most consistent too.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's basically just had an insane match overall, like performing to an incredibly high
लास्ट वाला
degree.
क्या ही निकाला है, एक और राउंड में निकाला है
The
उन्होंने।
attack, the defense, having the operator in hand and just denying any sort of aggression coming out of the side of GX. This was exactly the sort
Giant
of response
X really
we
बहुत
sort of
बढ़िया
needed to
खेलते
see,
हैं।
because I think something throughout the last couple of games, including this one, has been
वो तो है।
fantastic. He needs that sort of second man alongside him, and while in this
वो लोग
game,
पता है उसकी
it was
तरह कर
definitely
रहे
a
हैं।
lie.
कौन सी वो टीम थी? अरे वो इसमें थी ना, क्या बोलते हैं, बी से उसका नाम था, क्या नाम था वो जो तुमको पसंद थी वो? हाँ बीबीएल जैसी खेल रही है ये तो।
इनफैक्ट बीबीएल से भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। सेंटिनल को डाउन कर दिया भाई, लोअर में धक्का मार दिया। मेरे पूरे पिक-एम्स की बात लग गई है ग्रुप सी में, ऑपोजिट टीम जीते सारे।
मेरे से वही हुआ।
Only winning 7 out of them, and they threw a 5v3. This is where I get worried because Midge, if you clean all that up, it could have been a 2-0. It might haunt them. It's also
वही ना भाई, प्लेज ऑफ में
biggest
बिल्कुल
issue before
शांति
they
से
got
चूज
good was
करूंगी।
just throwing these advantages, and I don't like seeing them back on the global stage.
I do think though that it's more prevalent here on Lotus than in any other map in their pool.
यार सनसेट में भी ऐसा ही होगा, बहुत क्लोज होगा, जो भी जीतेगा वो
I don't think it's going to be the same when it comes to a map that they have played 7 times.
क्लोज तो होगा ही होगा क्योंकि दोनों टीम बहुत बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं, स्पेशली जायंट टेक्स।
So I think those problems.
अच्छा उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन है।
Yeah, I think it definitely
Scout
has
रो
been
रहा है
also with
स्ट्रीम
Cloud.
पे।
I think having to
वो
focus
क्या
a
हुआ?
lot more on like
वो
mid-rounding and where
retirement
they're
लिया
actually
था।
going to be going. You saw his individual sort of position drop, whereas I think on Sunset he was fantastic. So I still have a lot of hope for them, but PRX are still PRX.
Yeah, and they sort of take
कल
turns
उनका
right,
उसमें
to
देखी
see
थी
who
क्या
shines
बोलते
and who gets to win the
Yeah.
round. And for this one in the Verizon
वो
high-speed
ब्रॉडकास्ट चैनल जो है ना,
just had enough. He was like, let's just go to half.
उधर देखा था उन्होंने
just
रोक
happens
के एक
sometimes
वॉइस
where you have a
मैसेज
setup,
भी
you
लाइक
have a
भेजा था
plan,
सबके
you're trying to
लिए।
get aggressive, you're trying to get into a position
देखा
where you
था
can
मैंने
fight
कल।
a singular
होंगे
flash
यार,
leaves
इतने
you all
दिन
blind,
का
and then
जर्नी,
moments later, Jing wipes you out in a split
इतने दिन
second.
का
And
जर्नी
this
इतने
isn't
इंडिया
something
को
we've
प्राउड
seen,
फील कराने
once
के
or
बाद
twice, maybe every once in a
जा
while.
रहे
This is
तो
something we
ऑब्वियसली
feel like happens every
उनके
single
फैंस
day,
को भी बुरा
especially when you
लगेगा
have a
और
player
उनको
as
भी।
talented as Jing.
Yeah, and seeing that level of confidence be re-hit by
I
PRX.
respect Scout
Again,
as
going
a
back to
player
Alex
only,
interview where he said
मतलब
they
इंडिया
were
के
slow
लिए
to
इतना
start up
कुछ
against
किया है,
XLG,
थैंक यू सो
but
मच
once they
स्काउट।
found that rhythm, this is a team that
इंडियन ई
snowballs.
स्पोर्ट्स लेवल को
That's the worry
एक्चुअली
now
अलग
for
लेवल पे
GX, 'cause
पहुंचा
they're
है।
now the ones that come in having to bounce back.
I mean, we wanted to see sunset. We're gonna see sunset.
अभी जो भी आपका
And this is
न्यू
where, in the
जर्नी
beginning of the
वगैरह
day,
है,
I
जो
felt
भी
like
आप
this is
करोगे, वी
such
आर
an
प्राउड
even
ऑफ यू।
playground for
गो
both of
अहेड,
these teams. I mean, look
अच्छा
at how
करो,
close map 1 and 2
कंट्री
have
को
been
पूरा
so
एकदम
far.
प्राउड
I'm pretty
फील
sure we're
करा
gonna
दो
get
आप
close
अपने जो भी
back
आने
3.
वाले
But my problem
जनरेशन है
is
गेमिंग
PRX are
के,
not
उनको भी
getting
मतलब
out
सिखा दो
PRX
आप
as they were
कि
on
ये
map
होता है
1,
ये
you know. I
बनना।
don't think they're scared to play anymore, and that's when they're the scariest.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, this has been a map for a very long time now that
वही
is incredibly comfortable.
वो
The
प्लेयर को मैं
competition that
रेस्पेक्ट
they like
करती
to
हूँ।
run with the Sage in the mix, where you're going to see these like cool little set plays that are based around the wall, but then
वो
also
प्लेयर को ही
having
मैं
just a
रेस्पेक्ट
load of
करती हूँ, इतना
potential
ज़्यादा
delay.
प्राउड फील
They
करा
can
है
lock
ना,
off a lot of angles as well, the way that
और
they
इतना
play.
ज़्यादा
And
मेहनत
I
भी
think the
करते हैं
differences
हर एक
in these
न्यू
comps is
प्लेयर
what
के
makes it
लिए,
very
उनके
interesting to
टीम
me.
में कोई
It's
भी
that
हो,
Sage
अपने
facing
फैमिली
off, I
के लिए
guess, in
इतना ज़्यादा
essence against the
सोचते हैं,
Breach.
तो
It's
वो
like
बहुत
those
बड़ी
are the
बात
two
है।
that are missing, I guess. And I
कुछ
think
भी
the way that
कंट्रोवर्सी
I
हो
look at
जाती है
the
उनके
Breach is
फैमिली
Flickless
वालों
are
का
fantastic
किसी के
at
भी
putting
साथ,
players into position, especially
वो
Arrow
स्टैंड
when he's
लेते
going
हैं
for
अपने
these
दोस्तों
aggro
का, अपने
plays.
फैमिली
I
वालों
think
का,
that
तो वो
on the other
बहुत
side of
प्यारी
things,
बात है उनकी।
sometimes that is a little bit more reliant on Jing, but they do the same thing with the Sage wall. Like they put him in spots that you go, well, Jing shouldn't be there, but he is because of the way that they set him up in that manner.
Yeah, and on the other side, for PRX, playing with the Sage, not having like a traditional Sentinel to back you up, it does leave you with some gaps, potentially, depending on what else you bring, in terms of that defense and stopping power. But you combine the Sage with the Viper as well that they're bringing to bear, and they can certainly have no shortage of it on the defense. The problem is on the attack.
है, मैं तो पहले से रिटायर हूँ, और
Gap
कितना रिटायर हो
I
जाऊँ?
think that's something that GX will look to exploit.
और क्या
We've already
चाहते हो, और
seen
मैं
that
क्या करूँ उससे
aggressive
ज़्यादा?
face come out of them.
पहले
And
से
I think
रिटायर
that's
हूँ।
your point as well.
रिटायरमेंट
Flickless
पे
coming
नो
into today,
फंटी से है,
he is
गेम
taking
में
out
हगास
Smoke's
बंद
players.
करे।
He's third in terms of
वैसे
assists per
स्टोरी
round
सो
for
गुड,
the
वेलकम
tournament
बैक,
so
और तुम्हें
far.
बता
And
दे
he had a
वैलोरेंट
really
में
tough
रिप्ले
time when it
सिस्टम
came to
जो आया
playing
है,
the Viper
टीममेट को भी
on
देख
Crow.
सकते हैं,
So
स्लो मोशन में भी देख
that
सकते हैं,
pulled his
1000 बार
stats
भी
down
देख
इनको
a little
सकते
तोड़।
हैं,
bit. You see why he
और
plays the
थर्ड
Breach,
एंगल व्यू में भी
especially in
देख
map
सकते
number
हैं,
1
एनिमी
with
का
how good
पीओवी
the
देख
supportive
सकते
utility
हैं।
was, some of the flashes on retakes. Won
तो
them
उनको तो
rounds.
फोकस
They
करेंगे।
know
तुमने
the difference
वैलोरेंट क्यों डिलीट किया बताओगे?
Yeah, I think as well.
मतलब मेरी हर मैच में क्लिप्स आएगी। एनवी को पकड़ा है मैंने बेट करते हुए मुझे। शादी कर लो एनवी।
नहीं ओए नहीं।
एनवी को ऑन स्ट्रीम पकड़ा है आज दोपहर वाली स्ट्रीम पे। पहले रिव्यू में ही दिख गया मैं पिक दे के फाइट दे रही हूँ, पीछे से निकले
नहीं।
तो तुम्हारा तो
they performed better, at least
तुम्हारा तो
they were
हिस्ट्री है
dominant when it came to that defensive side. Didn't get to see much of their attack.
पुराने
GX
मैच
also
का भी डाटा है
fielding a
सिर्फ
better
हट के
attack
मारते
side. So in
ऐसे
that
ऐसे
second half, we
मैचेस
get
में
to see sort of the
निकालती
strongest parts of both. And Ara, in terms of opening duels, he should be dominating.
Well, this is it. The winner will be going straight to playoffs. Uber and Wire, let's find out.
भाई सनसेट भी बहुत क्लोज जाने वाला है, ट्रस्ट मी.
What a map for a decider in this series as well. Sunset floated by both teams, as neither probably felt the need to be picking it here. But for GX, it's been one of their best maps, and we already got to see it on Parade against Sentinels, and they smoked them. That was not a close game.
मैं तो हर मैच में वेट करता हूँ, अब थोड़ा संभालना पड़ेगा वही. वेट करके मार भी नहीं पाते, वो अलग बात है. ऑनरेबल मेंशन. दो लोग एक साथ मरते हैं, ये वेट बनाता है और ये वेट बना के भी ये भी मर जाता है.
So it's very convenient for them.
They rolled Chile Gaming on this too. Both teams have already shown their sunset at champions.
कल के गेम में तो इसने वेट किया था मेरे को.
वैसे 14 वोट्स आगे लाए, लाइक क्यों कम क्यों है, करो जल्दी. वही ना, लाइक ही नहीं करते.
लाइक ही नहीं करते गंदे लोग कहीं के.
I'm gonna get involved. Don't leave me out.
One ghost headshot, please. And it's down to 2 GX players, one of which is now one way in spawn, the other which is staring down 2 players over at link.
एनवी भाई को वेट करते हैं.
ये देखो, शर्म नहीं है स्ट्रीम पे बोलते.
Absolutely lethal on pistol rounds today.
I mean, he exits that last map with 275 ACS.
मुझे वेट कर.
5-2, first kill, first death. But what's even crazier to me statistically is that
अल्टीमस को भी वेट करेंगे भाई.
4v5, what, 15 times?
Yeah,
they win
times.
8 of those rounds. They convert a player disadvantage 8 out of 15
शर्म
times.
तो बेच खाई है. वाह,
ये देखो.
आजा सबको दिखा दे हमें बेशरम.
कल टूटेगा तू.
All classics here for GX, who already honestly have just impressed me by taking a map off PRX.
इसलिए इतने पैसे है. ओहो,
दो चैंपियंस बंडल मारो जरा एक मुंह.
हाँ हाँ, वही जिसके पास भी पैसा है मारो चैंपियंस बंडल फेंक के मारो.
मैं बिल्कुल नहीं ना बोलूँगा.
Who finished 7th, 8th kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1, and are taking it to the defending champions in PRX, the best team in the world right now. What an ascension for this team over the last few months.
Yeah, what have they changed? They just added some rookies to their roster.
Nice.
Round, of course.
अभी बाय राउंड है, अब से शुरू होगा ना. टूटा तो पहले से हूँ. अरे अरे, टूटा हुआ सांस हूँ मैं खुद से ही, नाराज हूँ मैं, तूने मुझे मैं चैंपियंस बंडल मारता हूँ, तुम लोग मुझे ओटीपी दो मैसेज की. हाँ देते, रुको लिखो.
Now they just need to close this out on Sunset. Top of the pool for either side. First buy now for GX, and this doesn't really look like much of a bonus buy for PRX.
अभी तो बाय राउंड है, अभी असली खेला शुरू हो गया. इस खेला हो गए. मैं खरीदने वाला था चैंपियंस. ऐसा क्या खरीदो यार.
He's just playing with some fun little kill trips over there on B, by the way.
A lesson GX learned against Sentinels, and the picks and drilled into them in that halftime we heard is that do not simply pay for flood retakes. Try and get ahead of the game. Re-clear aggressively here on defense. That's going to have to be the game plan. Grabinho does not want to fight A on the corner. Instead, just falls back behind the smoke.
Was adjusting position into sight. Doesn't want to get denied at link. Wants to be able to support his teammate in Grabinho.
Oh, this aftershock pretty dirty. Jing here, low whatever transpired there. Flickless back on an initiator. Insane util from him.
Wow, the re-clear onto Patman. He is immediately removed from the server. How do PRX react?
You take your foot off the gas against this team. They're going to re-clear in here. They don't want to fight.
शुरू हो गया guys.
2s and 3s.
1-2.
They control that A side.
कैसी है ये बेबसी.
Let go of the tension a little bit. Give GX a way to tempo their way into the round.
It was a cool attempt at that refight with Forsaken teleporting across onto the box, and then you get that swing from Devi timed with it. But the duo from GX, Flickless and Grabinho, refused to miss a shot in that situation.
It always feels like there's a re-clear happening elsewhere behind the stall util on one part of the map. The fault line aftershock to slow PRX down as they try to go to link side.
चैंपियंस के पैसे से उसको पार्टी दे दिया। वाह क्या बात है, क्या बात है।
मेरे बर्थडे पर दे देना पार्टी, ठीक है? 3 बंडल गिफ्ट
pushes all the way through Link into sight to try to beat that timing so he can support Grabinho. They're not just playing for some kind of retake or taking a safe line.
आदमी
No,
बढ़िया
he
है,
doubles up,
कुछ
and then
भी
they
चाहता है।
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But Grabinho does not fight on first contact. He backs off of that dark cover, gives himself the space to double up with one of his teammates and slow the game down a little bit. Then they can be the ones that take the initiative.
Right now, PRX, they are bought down into this round. Less than 1K credits every single player on their squad.
एनबी है वो।
So they can product out a little bit, but we'll just have that for later in the round if necessary.
ना माने
ONG2 का गाना है वो बाई दी हुई, ऐसा क्या?
Play activated. Try and play ahead of this fault line here, but very quickly PRX get back. That's a thrust for GX that is avoided.
A good nade thrown there from Jing just to deactivate any acceleration that GX might have had in store for them with that trap play, double stun, relay ball fault line. So it's nice that PRX are able to bait out so much utility early.
GX very quickly now just assemble behind that top mid smoke, ready for a fight.
I mean, look at this position by Westside over on B, by the way. He is just hard committed to holding this angle in main. That is some bold stuff. He has the cage to play off of.
Are they going to reclaim B main again?
पीछे से मैं आ रहा हूँ।
They thought about it. Aro definitely thought about it. Aldron come in though, and that is dealt with now. Pull back a little bit and leave Ara close to the door.
And this time they're just set up with a fault line defensively when the pop comes in. PRX have to be worried about getting stunned here, but they baited it out.
Okay, Jing no unaffected by the fault line.
अगले महीने तो almost 70 to 75 के आएंगे। अरे
Jing gets tucked in on the side. That's where the flash comes
थोड़ा
from.
सा यार गरीबों पे मेहरबानी कर देना।
गरीब
मैं ही हूँ।
मैं भी
गरीब हूँ यार।
Very meticulous hit onto the side. And Grabinho is very
इतनी गरीबी छाई हुई है ना, आप लोग बोलोगे कि भाई आपको कटोरा लेके कहीं पे बैठना चाहिए।
Directly to his left and right, Grabinho removed and PRX too many numbers to overwhelm.
Guys, तुम लोग के लिए मेरे पास एक जोक है, बताओ।
Something on opposite sides, a pillar. And I think they did a good job earlier in the round of getting so much of that defensive stall util out. You know, Aura doesn't have a relay bolt for main there. They mostly dodge out that second fault line that cycles back up as well.
दाल राइस मतलब
क्या दाल राइस ही चोखा?
अगले महीने में अमीर होऊंगा, बिल्कुल अमीर हो जाओ यार। अगले महीने क्या, पूरा मतलब जिंदगी अमीर हो जाओ आप। यही हम लोग विश करते हैं सबके लिए, सब लोग तरक्की करे, सब लोग आगे बढ़े, सब लोग अपने लाइफ में मजे करे, यही चाहते हैं हम लोग। मतलब मैं ही जो
सही है।
Nice
There may be some intention for PRX to work up mid, and you can see that that's resulted in Cloud having to pick up Boba. But that is all just, you know, sort of minor distraction laid as PRX intend on going towards A.
Aldron to clear this corner, respecting how far GX are pushed. Ara almost made that one-way work against him. Pac-Man ultimately couldn't punish meaningfully. Fabinho takes a hit off that. PRX decide to go elsewhere. Smoke to top mid. This one not really prepared for by GX. They'll have a crossfire though.
And now a good thing for PRX is that they're drawing Flickless around the
सुना अगला जोक से
मुझे लगा जो कोई नहीं हंसेगा, सच्ची लग रहा है जोक है, हाँ ना?
काश में भी अमीर हो जाओ।
काश में भी अमीर हो जाओ, बिल्कुल यार, क्यों नहीं?
Forsaken also lit up there as Flickless is able to take him out of the game early. Patman trying to get quickly up from market, and he does into Boba. Now Jing, Showstopper on site. It's a bit wayward, but Dubai is there to deliver. Now Cloud tucked in that corner.
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम चालू करूँ, पर डर लग रहा है। डर किस बात का यार? जो मन करे वो कर देना चाहिए।
So Jing handles him.
प्लांट करने।
HP is Cloud backside left alone. What is the maneuver?
Money's pretty bad.
Back up in just a few seconds.
अरे तुम एक लाइक करो, फिर प्रियंका कुछ 7 करोड़ डालेगी अकाउंट में तुम्हारे। 7 रुपए इधर नहीं है, मैं दिखा पाती तो 7 रुपए इधर नहीं है।
मेरा तो बैंक ही नहीं है।
अभी तो मतलब सेविंग कर रही हूँ, जो भी पैसे आ रहे हैं वो सेविंग्स में है। फुल सेविंग्स, मेरे खुद के लिए 0 पैसा है।
I mean, that's
this Sage util is going to be a pain.
Man, Aura rushes it.
1.18 रुपीस है मेरे बैंक में अगर सेविंग हटा के मैं देखूं.
That spike to be recovered, maybe someone to run towards it, then relay wastes a little bit
NV
more
इतने
time.
अमीर है कि वो टैक्स से बचने के लिए गरीब बनता है. हाँ वही ना सेंटा क्रूज वाला.
अरे बट मेरे पे तो अकाउंट ही नहीं है मेरा तो.
इसीलिए तो अकाउंट नहीं है टैक्स वगैरह से बचने के. है कि नहीं चैट बताओ. मेरा तो 4 अकाउंट है बैंक में. मेरा एक ही है, उसका भी वार्निंग मैसेज आया हुआ है कि मेंटेनेंस नहीं है आपका. जो भी बैलेंस है वो काट लेंगे हम 26 सितंबर के बाद. कृपा करके मेंटेन करें अपना बैंक.
उनको बोलो 30 फरवरी को बात करेंगे हम.
ये मैसेज लिटरली आया हुआ है, इसीलिए मैं जो भी मतलब मिलता है सेविंग के लिए मम्मी के अकाउंट में भेज देती हूँ.
Look at this though, GX re-clearing A main now, tons of info for them, and a chance to threaten the tiles player.
ब्लैक मोनी हमारे पे तो वाइट येलो कुछ भी नहीं.
पैक मिल गया, ट्रेड हो गया.
ट्रेड हो गया है 4v4.
आरा पीछे से आया, पट करा.
Breach util for a retake now not available.
भाई वेस्ट साइड बहुत अच्छा खेलता है.
अरे यार आ रहा है.
Nice. On a tear this round. Oh my god. What is happening?
2v2 guys. करियर खत्म लग रहा है. खत्म.
Unreal. Something now has to stop this. They know where he's going to be. Something mindful. Mineral theft would reveal him inside main, but it's going to disrupt the plan. Grabinho now's gotten it to half, and something needs a better gun instead of reloading.
भाई 3 मार दिए. 50. वेस्ट साइड फॉर्म में आ गया तो क्या डर. वही ना. वेस्ट साइड फॉर एनवी पे काला धन है. वाह
है. नहीं
बताया नहीं जल्दी. वैलोरेंट
अबे काला धन भी नहीं है, सफेद धन भी नहीं है, पुखी धन भी नहीं है.
मेरे पे तो धन ही नहीं है.
मैं तो बिना धन का आया था.
एलेक्स को देखो 50 हो गया गाइस.
That got GX back in the game on
मैं तो बिना धन के आया था, बिना धन के जाऊंगा.
एनवी के पास धन ही धन है. वही ना.
ये देख
रिवीलिंग्स हो रहे गाइस इधर. रिवीलिंग्स.
ओ नहीं.
4 सेकंड डाउन हो गया है इधर. ऑपरेटर भी है आरा के पास.
आरा को खा भी कितना.
ट्रेड हो गया है 4v4.
नाइस. आरा रहा है.
Wants to pick up the line. 2 GX players here. They have to fight off all of PRX. Flickless a little bit too eager, and now Cloud in the corner by that showstopper.
पर वेस्ट साइड अभी जिंदा है गाइस.
टेबल पटकने का फायदा हो रहा है एलेक्स की तरफ. जीत रही मेरी टीम.
वेस्ट साइड अभी जिंदा है. कोई ना, हम लोग जीत गए.
देखा मैं टेबल पटकने का फायदा हुआ.
लेट्स गो गाइस, लेट्स गो. सब लोग लाइक करो फटाफट. पोल में इतने सारे वोट है. लाइक्स किधर है? एनवी तो वाइटी खरीद सकता है. वही ना. टेक ओवर
वो क्या होता है वाइट?
And he's punished. Flickless just didn't have the util to really assist him in that spot. It's unfortunate for GX that their positions just get
मैं तो मेरे सारे काम हो गए तो मैं तो सबसे पहले एक मम्मी को मोबाइल गिफ्ट करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने देखा था कि वो रबर बांध के यूज करती है मोबाइल, क्योंकि डिस्प्ले उसका बाहर निकल आता है पूरा. तो पहले उससे मैं मम्मी को मोबाइल गिफ्ट करूंगी. सस्ता ही सही, मतलब क्यों ना. वो बैंक वगैरह में भी जाते रहते, काम वगैरह में भी जाते रहते, तो वही फोन दिखाना पड़ता है.
Now Cloud being as low as he is, he tries to go up and get a weapon. Punished for that as well.
मान लो कभी तुम्हारी वाइट टीम नहीं आ गई तो तुम तो सबसे पहले क्या लो?
वही मम्मी को एक फोन दिलाऊंगी.
You're exactly right. That's a
क्योंकि
play
ये जो है ये
that
भी
GX
मैंने ही
were finding
दिलाया था
success with
सेकंड
in
हैंड
the
था
EMEA
बट
stage through playoffs.
दिल्ली में
Found
मैंने
success
खरीदा
with
था और
against
इधर आके मैं देख के
Sentinels,
गई थी
but
जब मैं आई थी
PRX,
वापस दिल्ली
they
से
played around that, and
फिर
specifically
से
it's
वापस
Patman
चली गई
playing
थी
around that. He realizes what's happening, gets all the way back into spawn,
तो उसका
and then just
डिस्प्ले वगैरह
patiently
निकल
waits
गया
for
है
the
टूटा
moment to
हुआ
get
है
back in
रबर
and
जहाँ पे रखा
catches
है
one
उधर
of
ही
the
बैक
GX
बटन ये
players
सब बटन है तो काम
rapping
नहीं
through
करते कुछ
tiles after the play.
भी जी जीत गए मैच
He
ऐसा क्या
handled that exactly as you need to.
He's been
Just
here.
as you need to do to counter this.
मैंने तो
Four-v-one
गोल्ड लिया था फर्स्ट टाइम
Been on
क्या
this
बात
roster
है
now for quite some time, but his
मैं
addition
तो
really
फर्स्ट टाइम वो
allowed
मंदिर
for that
है ना हमारे पास में उधर
well-rounded
थोड़ा बहुत यू नो
strategic approach. PRX no longer just W
वो
gaming,
करा
right?
That was the turning point. His addition brought them from one of our great top teams in Valorant to world beater squad, favorite to win champions.
See it there, it's just the decision to play around that push-up mid.
जिंगू को
Haven't
लगा
seen any team really be
टाइम
able
आउट
to
लिया
deal
है
with
अभी
this
जायंट
GX
टेक्स
defense
ने
outside of Liquid online when they were at their absolute peak in the playoffs run. Aside from them, GX have been able to beat all of the other competition in Europe, dismantled Sentinels on this map. It's really only been absolute top tier teams that have been able to do it. Which, obviously right now Liquid a bit of a downturn
गाइस
after game
जिंगू और
one,
प्रियंका
but
की शादी
can't
पे
discredit
हो
the
गई
fact
वाह
that their play during the EMEA playoffs
क्या
run
बात
was,
है
world class.
I mean, a sweep of the EMEA final, I think, is pretty telling. Here, GX have found success on this map when they've been able to, fight for that space
अगर
in
आपको
numbers.
गिव अवे
Think
करना
back to
हो
that,
तो क्या गिव
multiplayer
अवे
really
करोगे
clear midway through an A hit.
कभी मेरे पास पैसा हुआ गिव अवे वगैरह करना हुआ तो वेलो में से कुछ वीपी वगैरह गिव अवे करूंगी
Ended up losing in the 5v4.
अभी तो मैं खुद वीपी क्राइसिस मनी क्राइसिस सबसे
going up
गुजर
against
रही
a
हूँ
team who like to be so active on defense. The fact that you kill their
प्रियंका
offer
दीदी
and
प्यार
recover
गिव
the
अवे
off
करेगी
and can
वाह
use that to nullify defensive aggression, like one of the best tools in the game to do so. That's just even further giving them a bit advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that attack side senti op from
very,
Divai.
Very meta generally, but yeah, more from Divai. He was
great on Lotus
so
too.
on Lotus he was just a standout, right? This time, PRX back to B main, all the way grouped up. They've been doing a good job of just removing these west side trips from Choke. Again, it's just depleted. He keeps putting this one main, but the Shock is breaking it from something.
There is a trip here, though, that could punish Jing, who likes to tuck in that corner.
ऑटोग्राफ गिव अवे वाह
He won't get onto the side at all. Cloud.
दो निकाल लिए भाई क्लाउड के अर्थ में माय गॉड गिव अवे करने की तो एनवी से जो अमीर है वो हाँ वही ना
But no, then he also dies, so no one will be getting raised in this round. And we've been talking about the 4v5 for PRX, how much or how absurd their conversion rate on that has been in
मैं
this
कभी
series,
गिव
but
अवे
the
वगैरह
3v5
नहीं
surely
जीती हूँ
not,
गाइस
Surely our 3v5
वो होते रहते ना गिव अवे
conversion
वगैरह ना
rate
गिव अवे
isn't just
जीती हो
about
ना
50%.
कुछ मतलब गिफ्ट में मिला है ऐसा सीन है मेरा
Yes,
वेरी
nice.
अनलकी वेरी
Forcing Lara off the line. Trade out by Flickless now. Who
2v4 अनपॉसिबल डिस्पॉसिबल
screen
ये देखो
Oh
चक्कू
no,
दिखाया जा
Forsaken
रहा है
was
इधर
making a
चक्कू
lot of noise in B main. West side, does he dare step out? Oh
Forsaken
my
is a good
god.
idea. There is an op there by Forsaken, so he might have to take that up again.
I mean, what is going on now? Something is just threaded the needle into A spawn, teleport towards A for Forsaken.
He does have the spike though, so he has to
एनवी
give this
तो
spot up at some
BMW
point.
देगा वही ना एनवी ने बोला उसके
अरे।
पास 10 करोड़
12 seconds, now
देखो
has to get back to the site.
ये तुम लोग मेरे
This is
को
chaos. Now Forsaken said, okay, bet I'll take your positioning and spawn. And might catch Cloud. He got him
off the spike! That is nuts! Flickless, dirty,
खत्म
dirty work. That
राउंड
map
जीत
was
के
turned upside down.
Oh my god,
नाइस
it's just
6-3
pandemonium
एनवी
across
अपनी
the
मर्सिडीज
minimap.
दे दो
But
बहुत
Flickless
सारी है
plays
तुम
to
पे
the
वही
out
ना
of just throw him up.
थोड़ा
खिलौने वाली
ऐसे
लेकर जाओ
बंडल बंडल वगैरह वो
That's
सब
the
चीजों
tune
में
to
किया
a 3-round win. I'm taking
खिलौने
that
वाली
trade
लेकर
every
जाओ
day of the
बस।
week. Oh, the Sage Wall there makes it a bit uncomfortable.
वही प्लांट इधर डिनाई कर दिया और टाइम ही नहीं बचा हुआ था खत्म
The timing on that is perfect.
एलेक्स को देखो
I mean,
What the hell you are
chaos round.
doing
Chaos round. Somehow they almost brought it back, by the way.
पहले
They had
बचपन में
to
मेरे को
leave.
पता है हॉट व्हील्स की
I
गाड़ी
was
का
very
कलेक्शन
invested in
रखना
the
था।
fact that they were somehow going to win that 3v5, but
मेरे को भी बहुत कुछ करना था बड़े होके बट फिर पता चला बड़े होके गरीब भी होते
Ara's pushed up here. Waiting for an Aldrin around this one way. We'll give that space up. Flickless not quite in position to help out with the fault
को
line.
पोकेबॉल में डाल दो प्रियंका लग रहा है
क्या मतलब मेरे को बोला जाए एनवी बाहर निकलो
Flickless has used a lot of his utility.
जैसे ही बंडल वगैरह आएगा एटीएम कार्ड के बदले एनवी को सर्व कर
मुझे लग रहा है एक थंबनेल बनाना पड़ेगा जिसमें इसको वो अलादीन बनाना पड़ेगा मैं चिराग से जी नहीं निकल एनवी ख्वाहिश पूरी करो
फिर मुझे टाइटल में डालना पड़ेगा एरर आ रहा है भाई ये राउंड भी नहीं रेड तो गए 4v4 पे बट फाइट लेना बाप रे कोने से ही मार दिया खत्म गुरबिनो क्या खेल रहा है
Up the proverbial without a paddle. Spike out of his grasp and an Aldrone looking to sniff him out.
1v3 पॉसिबल ही नहीं है 6-6 ही जाएगा I think मैं भी ओमेन ही खेल रहा हूँ स्विफ्ट में क्या बात है
नाइस
Jing getting an absolutely illegal kill onto Flickless with the satchel in. They still just have more than enough players to lock it down. Kind of goes for more and Gravino's is ready for that.
हाथ से जा रहा है गाइस ये वाला गेम भी किसने जिंक्स कर दिया है
I don't know if there's a lack of awareness about the fact that he's sort of poked around the corner or maybe feels like he's being covered from box there, but Devine, in theory,
PRX का टाइम आउट है अभी
a little breakdown in communication there for PRX. Their plant attempt is thwarted, and now this game is closed up to 2 rounds. The money for PRX is it's okay. They've got 4 ultimates to work with here. I can see why they're frustrated.
Alex has definitely been frustrated at the last couple round losses. Great time to get a timeout in. They've got all the ultimates up, as you mentioned. Ensure that you're getting 7 on the board using all these ults, right? It would be a massive disappointment for PRX if they can't close one of these rounds out with that arsenal.
And back-to-back 1 rounds for GX, though, means they're buying for the rest of the half, so no concerns economically. Although for them, there's no big ultimates on the horizon, really.
Maybe that's really the thing, right? If PRX min-max the ults, they can use some for this round, use some for the next round, and that could be enough to win it out. Yeah, against the GX.
जैसे जाइंटेक्स वाले खेल रहे हैं गाइस 6-6 स्विच होगा मुझे लग रहा है
Hunter's Fury might be in order. So the Cypher util at B, though, makes that a difficult prospect, but that can be cleared, of course. The Shocks have been good at taking out the B main trip, for example. Westside's not really invested in changing that one up too much.
No, he has just been throwing that trip pretty much every single time, and it has been getting consistently broken. But all right, very fast Jing up mid, paranoia through market. What is that a direct?
Nice, बहुत fast है. Start तो बढ़िया कर देते उसके बाद trade हो के
Chris तेरी वो clip viral है पता है ना याद viral कर
PRX still have that numbers advantage. Divide with a sheriff to work with though.
Timing out main, Forsaken swings onto Westside, the lone anchor on site.
There's no eyes on main for Westside. There's not much he could have done. Ara might want to try and play into the site early, or at least imply that he's done so with his fast
Ara को damage पड़.
Another round should be good as done. Only 1 ult necessary for this one. That is so ideal for PRX. They just have to stop Aura and Flickless.
DX going to play the way into the site. Ara's only had 2 frags for the half. It's been a quieter outing for the Neon.
Look at this delay, though. They're slowed on one side, walled on the other.
And Jing is going to be standing in their way now as well. Talk about arresting utility. It's just Ara in that 1 versus 3. And
nice.
His troubles, his woes continue. PRX have made 7 rounds now. And like you mentioned, only at the cost of the showstopper there.
They just bring that round to 0 to 100 straight away. Jing through. Yeah, it's like a basically direct on the Gravino. That's crazy. What a rocket. And then Patman had just been on that late lurk, waiting in mid to cut off the rotators.
I mean, that's such a hard spot for Westside to be in. He knows that market's compromised. He knows there could be a push out of main.
And with the advantage PRX have, in terms of the numbers, they don't even feel like they need to take backside control or anything, right? Just wall it off. We'll slow the other side, delay. It's fine. 3 ults for this final round. PRX to get in the lead. 8-4. This is GX's best map. But realistically, I think you could say the same probably for PRX.
And they didn't play much of it in stage 2 at all. They played Bind 5 times, Haven 4 times. They actually had a narrower map pool of played maps in the stage than most of their contemporaries. But everything is still
I think
well and good on this map.
I think they are just incredible here. Flickless, though, with that first kill. That was catching Batman on the cross.
Top mid was where that shot came from. A Divine Jigger in the side. Hunter's Fury coming out from something. Nothing to see here, though. Shorty for Forsaken. A rare moment where it doesn't quite cut the mustard.
3v3 हो गया अभी 2v3 लो ये 7-5 स्विच भी बहुत वो है पिस्टल रन हो गया तो क्या ये मैप भी
It may not matter. Something looking to the corner of the masonry. Sees
Oh, nice.
Gorbino is in no better shape than he is. 21 plays 46. Spike out on B. And something is slowing it down.
Gorbino in serious
जाना ही
shock
पड़ेगा
dart danger. Unfortunately, not one of Omen's abilities. There's a recon
कोई
backup
रास्ता
for
नहीं जाना ही
something
पड़ेगा
just now as
वो
well.
लो है
He's
वैसे
taking
बहुत
his
लो है
time, obviously.
सकता है
From his perspective, Gorbino could basically be anywhere.
For something, it could be nothing or it could be everything, Wyatt. Up onto the spike. That is crosshair position for Gorbino, but this time...
Main clear ही नहीं किया पूरा
And grows GX
अरे
रिकॉन था रिकॉन कर देना था ना एक साइड में पिछले दूसरे हो तो
Very competitive first half.
7-5 राउंड बहुत वो होता है पिस्टल राउंड अभी जायंटेक जीत जाएगा तो 7-7 इजी
With the conclusion of this decider map, winner goes to playoffs.
Nice guys.
चलो हाफ टाइम
आज के जो विनर बनेगा ये मैच का वो सीधा प्लेज ऑफ में जाएगा
ये
और ये अगर पिस्टल राउंड जायंटेक जीत गए तो ऑब्वियसली 7-7 हो ही जाएगा इक्वे
PRX here have 7 rounds to their name after a pretty high-paced attack side, but their opponents, who were virtually invisible domestically in kickoff, invisible in stage 1, make the changes by adding 3 rookies, and now they've done enough themselves on this first half of Sunset to potentially put themselves into playoffs over who many people believe is the best team in the world. GX looking very good, but they need to get Ara in this game. Coinbase Econ Report, of course, we'll be looking at first to highlight Jing, who is 14 and 8 right now. With some pretty filthy moments on this map. Hard hitting on towards that B side especially.
Yeah, so crucial for the entries. We saw one of those last rounds, that really fast-paced double satchel with the showstopper into market. That was crazy. And honestly, in terms of pace, I think GX pretty much they match PRX on this map. We're going to see a lot of fast play. Aura is going to have to come to life here on attack because GX's game plan revolves around really nicely paced, sequenced out util around Aura, putting him in positions to get easy entry kills by connecting great fault lines, connecting crucial paranoias, etc. And those pieces of utility will come usually in perfect succession, and that's what PRX are going to have to go up against. But GX Aura needs to come to life.
Yeah. What I like about Aura though is he will slow down if he's too far ahead of that utility. He has such a great sense for the pacing to make sure that it all lines up. The Flickless was incredible on setting him up. It's going to have to be the image of that on the Sunset attack side.
That being said, if there is one agent that is also great at slowing down the pace of attackers, stalling them out, it will be that Sage. Device utility should have big impact here on the defense. The way that Patman anchors B with the wall is sick, but right now, B ignored by GX. It's an effort to work up towards this A side.
वो लोग जा तो रहे हैं B की तरफ.
PRX, who had been triple facing down mid, trying to take some kind of contact. They're mostly just stacked up towards Link on account of that.
Looking up for some contact here via Link, and outside of that retake, wanted to slow down this push in towards elbow. They know what's coming. They've given that part of the map up on purpose. Oh, something had his crosshair positioned perfectly for that, and a 6 cents for the timing.
What is up with this guy on pistol rounds? He has been a demon today.
It's practically extrasensory perception.
Now Flickless has 2 flashes. He's got the aftershock ready to play within this post flank. Corbino, look at the situation he's in.
So dangerous. There was a shoulder pick, not full committal for Divine. So Jinx
something again, and that's Flickless down. The utility removed.
Yeah, for the retake that's going to make things.
Diffuse भी करना है guys. Diffuse भी.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you PRX. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. अभी ट्रिफ्टी से नहीं हारना भाई. वो वेस्ट साइड शेरिफ उठा लेता है तो करियर खत्म.
करियर एंड हो जाता है.
करियर खत्म गाइस. ट्रिफ्टी जी जायंट टेक्स के हाथों में ही जाता है अगर वेस्ट साइड वो शेरिफ उठा के मारने लगता है. 3-4 किल इजीली ले लेता है कोई भी गन के आगे. अभी ट्रिफ्टी राउंड भी नहीं देना यार. डर लग रहा है थोड़ा सा. वेस्ट साइड अच्छा खेल रहा है लिटरली. अरे स्टिंगर ले ले. स्टिंगर ले लिया गया है गाइस. अब तो मतलब 50-50 दोनों इक्वल में. अब सोच लो. पूरा पुश ही करेंगे ये लोग.
नाइस.
Doesn't want to be left out. Refuses to be a footnote on a round like this, but Flickers has got the drop on.
Nice.
Stinger always dangerous.
By the way, we've had 0 time to mention it.
Nice. अभी बाय राउंड है यार. अभी फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड है. Fingers crossed guys. Fingers crossed. अभी असली खेला है. अभी असली खेला है. ये 2 राउंड तो चलो लीड में थे. थोड़ा और लीड पकड़ लिया है. अभी बाय राउंड से कमबैक शुरू हो गया तो लग जाएंगे.
This first gun round, if it's not successful for GX, this map gets away from them pretty quickly. Tough pistol round to run into. Losing both pistols on this map, never great.
On the first half, it was a thrifty round win that got them back into it.
4
It
rounds.
was west side with the sheriff. She has got right now, and on Ascent, it was 2 rounds like this.
Nice यार. गलत टिपी था ये. अच्छा ये बाय राउंड नहीं है. सॉरी उनका वो स्टिंगर बाय किया था ना. नाइस.
ये भी 10.
भूल गए थे मैं स्टिंगर बाय करे करके.
आउट है.
नाइस. फ्लॉलेस.
फ्लॉलेस हो गया.
10-5.
W.
They pass without much event here. GX down by 5.
3 rows. 3 or round 3.
PRX on one of, if not their best maps, when you have Jing and something in top tier individual form. 36 kills currently between the 2 of them. That is madness.
Nice
it's a very
one.
early showstopper picked up for Jing.
And 1 away from a Hunter's Fury for
अभी बाय राउंड है. ऑपरेटर है दवाई के पास.
Allocation. You got Jing and something, the 2 best players to have those orbs fed to. Ara, only 1 kill so far this half. It's been quiet to be fair, but now gun round here for GX. No thrifty for them this time around, so they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Get back into this game with the
Mid
rifles.
से push कर रहे हो लोग. Come on दवाई.
So they can just contact their way up here.
Let's go.
Divine holding the angle with a very early operator. Is this something GX will be ready for? Might not even matter. They're trying to go through top mid. They're trying to split through Boba.
Slow orb to slow down this market push though, and yet GX haven't gone in there. They've got that top mid
Stunned
control.
हो गए.
That into Boba. Divine had to heal himself quickly. Patton with
Nice दवाई.
That's massive.
And everyone top mid, they're just stalled out. They're
Nice.
because of the wall.
Nice. दवाई ने भी मारा. क्या बात है.
Both the ones at the util.
And it is the
4
pace that
second तो
GX
है
have
break step
just
पे.
being
Nice.
stalled out entirely by the existence of this Sage. It is the
Nice. क्या बात है.
फिर से गया.
And that's exactly why.
W.
What a response to that split execute
Come on
from
PRX. Come on. दिखा दो.
1 versus 2.
दवाई ने अच्छा संभाला लेकिन.
Originally there was a slow orb there.
और पेटमैन ने भी obviously पेटमैन ने 2 निकाले.
I mean, there's even a little gap in the wall that divides.
Nice round. Nice.
Why
Nice.
नहीं है?
Nice.
On a
Nice.
number of occasions.
1 for 5, dude. 1 for 5, dude.
Showstopper used. Now, something. Hunter's Fury. Still no one on GX with an ultimate.
And look at where
Guardian ले
something
लिए.
is at. I think he might be ready to rip this.
और
As
एक
soon as he gets an
Phantom
inkling,
है.
something is up. This is going to cause a split here
Nice.
on the west side. Eventually, on his own,
This is a split again through top mid, but this time into
nice
trade हो गया.
Forsaken, that keeps GX in the round.
This elbow presence though for PRX is something of concern for GX. They have to dig it out and look. The other
Side
armor
में
can't
घुस
actually
तो
get past
गए.
the line of scrimmage onto the A side. There's got to be a wrap, but Divide's waiting for it.
आ गया भाई नहीं.
He has to fight his way out of this now, but they've not.
Nice. Oh, nice. 1v2 1v2 नहीं. नहीं हार्ट अटैक मत देना. PRX नहीं. नहीं. Petman flank पे
He's
चलो.
feeling the pressure, the walls closing in, stuck in elbow, has to get that
Spike recover कर लिया गया है. No heart attack. दोनों सोवा ने recon check दिया है.
This is some good intuition from Cloud. He's expecting the flank.
Patman is not the player that's going to fall into this trap. The last member of PRX that's going to be fallible to it.
Something open.
right
now.
Cloud is going to have to walk across and
Nice match point, guys.
Match point.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Match point.
Oh yeah.
Time out आएगा लग रहा है. बहुत लेट हो गया अभी टाइम आउट.
जिंगू ने बढ़िया संभाला है उधर.
वही.
2 किल जो निकाले छुप के रह के. नाइस ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन.
Now, GX at the 11th hour have to throw down to stay alive in this series.
गार्डियन उठा लिए है और एक फैंटम है. नियॉन का अल्ट है और हंटर्स फ्यूरी भी है.
Wow, fast play down mid. Jing satcheling off of that paranoia.
Cloud pinged out, Forsaken. Here's all of this and
घुस गए हैं एल्बो से.
under the side of the bubble. Patman controlling it from
Nice 3v4. Come on guys, please. Please. Oh yeah.
What is the maneuver for GX? They're being surrounded. There's a flank coming from their spawn side.
Boombot से पता चल गया है flank है. Nice 2v4. Please.
It's a 2 versus 4.
PRX.
जीत गए रे.
किसने बोला था जीत गए? कौन है? किसने बोला था जीत गए?
अरे मार के. अबे वो 1v4 था. ऐसे मेरा
जिंक्स किया. मैं नहीं जानती इसको. मैं बिल्कुल नहीं जानती. गाइस मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला. इसने जिंक्स किया है. ये देखो एलेक्स का मेरा भी सेम है भाई. एनवी का ऐसे नीचे सटक के तो मैं से पटक दूंगी भाई. इसने बोला जीत गए करके. मारो इसको पकड़ के. मैं तो मुझे मारो. माफी नहीं मिलनी चाहिए. मैं बता रही हूँ अभी क्या भी. इसको पता है बीसीपी है. कुछ भी हो सकता है. जिंक्स हुआ है टोटली. जिंक्स ये एनवी ने करा है. Ooh yeah, come on.
Standard one-way refresh there for Forsaken. Sees that fault line come through. This is going to pull.
अभी यार एक राउंड हो गया तो अभी डाउनफॉल शुरू जैसा लग रहा है मेरे को. बिल्कुल ooh yeah.
Some time for this rotate to be pulled across from B. GX do look committed to this.
Forsaken just jumps up to get a little bit.
Elbow कोई नहीं देख रहा है. अकेला है.
Westside caught on the cross.
Really hoping to be a thorn and deny a wrap around, but there will be a weak flank coming from PRX now, and GX know it. It's time to go. Onto the side goes Ara Cloud, trying to set him up here with a Hunter's Fury. No tags. Forsaken able to jump away from him for the most part. And now at Link, a little uncomfortable are PRX.
Cloud watching the flank. Flickless getting the spike down. What can Cloud do? 1 for 1. One more kill for Flickless.
3v4 भाई. कुछ नहीं बोल रहे.
They don't have a lot to work with. Flickless needs the frag. Something that gets swung on. It's going to be Ara finding his, but
Nice Batman.
comes alive. And Flickless solo on the side.
मैं कुछ बोलूं?
हाय थैंक यू. कुछ नहीं बोला तुमने. इस बार तुम्हारा मैं बोतल से सर फोड़ देती. इतना मारती ना तुमको समझ नहीं आता. चुप रहने के लिए थैंक यू. जीत गए हम लोग. ऑलमोस्ट उसने 2 निकाल दिए थे. एक ही बचा हुआ था भाई. मैं इतना मारूंगी. पिछले राउंड में भी जिंक्स कर दिया था बोल के थैंक यू नहीं बोलने के लिए. हम लोग जीत गए गाइस. PRX वन मैच. लेट्स गो. देख रहे हो गाइस जिंक्स हो गया था. अभी भी बोल रहे हैं मैं कुछ बोलूं. ऐसी की तेईसी गाइस. जीजीज गाइस. जीजीज लेट्स गो. ये एनवी चुप रहा तब जाके हम लोग जीते हैं. कितने स्पीड में बोल रहे हो. अरे तो भाई इसने जिंक्स किया है.
अभी भी बोल रहा था कुछ बोलू करके। इतना मार खाता ना, मेरे पे बोतल पूरा भरा हुआ है 1 लीटर पानी का, सर में इसमें रख के ऐसे करके इतना मार।
प्लीज भी लाइक कुछ बोल के दिखा दो।
भाई थैंक यू सो मच दवाई, नहीं तो ये भी 1v3 था, ये भी 1v3 हो जाता। थैंक यू सो मच दवाई। जिंगू MVP है, जिंगू ने बचा दिया। वी आर सेफ गाइस, PRX जीत गए प्लेस ऑफ में। मेरी बच गई है पिक-एम्स, मैं काफी खुश हूँ। पिक-एम्स मेरी बच गई है, इसमें मैं खुश हूँ। अभी मुझे चेंज करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा। उफ व्हाट अ विक्ट्री यार, क्लोज मैप था। जायंटेक्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है, वी कांट डिनाई द फैक्ट। जायंटेक्स ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला है, नाइस, वेल प्लेड। अभी किसका है? NRG वर्सेस DRX ना?
DRX।
NRG वर्सेस DRX, लेट्स गो। WPRX।
कल दोनों मेरे फेवरेट टीम का मैच।
ये पोल में एंड कर रही हूँ, दूसरा पोल लग रहा है गाइस, जल्दी से जल्दी लाइक करो। उफ, ये एनवी को मैं कभी माफ नहीं करूंगी, कभी भी नहीं।
अच्छा वो एक राउंड देखने को मिला।
क्या एक राउंड देखने को मिला? इतना मारूंगी, उस राउंड में भी बोल देते कुछ बोलूं। लेट्स गो गाइस, WPRX थैंक यू सो मच। दोबारा 1v3 नहीं हुए क्योंकि वो एनवी ने जिंक्स नहीं किया। क्या जिंक्स कर दिया था, मतलब 3 बंदे जिंदा है, जीत गए। लेट्स गो, देख रहे हो? चलो गाइस, एक और पोल आ गया है, जल्दी से जल्दी वोट करो। स्क्रीन आप लोग के लिए मैं लेके आ रही हूँ, कम ऑन।
And like cure to some sadness when they want to watch us, so yeah.
Exactly, you trigger emotions also, I think so. Donc pourquoi, à ton avis, est-ce que tout le monde vous adore? Il y a tellement de maillots PRX dans le public et de fans aussi qui les suivent, tout simplement parce qu'on ne joue pas un Valorant parfait, on est amusant à regarder, on procure des émotions aussi à ceux qui nous regardent, et je pense que c'est un
कितने
petit peu
लकी है यार ये लोग।
एलेक्स बहुत खुश है।
कितना गुस्सा हुआ था वो, जायज है गुस्सा यार, जायज है इतना गुस्सा तो। मैं तो अभी एनवी का सर पटकने वाली थी सीधा। यार इसके इयररिंग्स कितने प्यारे हैं यार। मैं ढूंढ तो रही हूँ, मैंने ड्रेस वगैरह भी ढूंढ लिया था, बट वो क्या बोलते हैं, मना करे, बोल रहे 2 दिन में नहीं एक्सेप्ट कर रहे कुछ भी। बाबा उधर से क्यूटी तो है, हाँ बहुत प्यारे है। इयररिंग्स उसके बहुत प्यारे हैं, पसंद आ गए मेरे को। चलो गाना नहीं सुनना है हमें। एक सेकंड देना गाइस, आ रही हूँ। चार्जर खत्म, 2% चार्ज है मेरे मोबाइल।
मिकी भाई में बच गया। मैंने इयरिंग देखा भी नहीं। पीछे करो, रिवाइंड करके देखो, दिख जाएंगे। हाँ रिवाइंड करो। है रिवाइंड करो।
आगे मैं गाइस, मेरी किस्मत बहुत खराब है।
चार्जर डेड हो गए थे क्या?
नहीं, शेन नामक ऐप में कुछ ऑफर चल रहा था, ठीक है।
अच्छा
इंस्टाग्राम कनेक्ट करोगे तो एटलीस्ट 2-3 हज़ार का कूपन मिलेगा। मतलब
नाइस।
5,000 तक का कूपन मिलता है, बट वो डिपेंड करता है कितने फॉलोअर्स है ये वो, ठीक है। उसमें मैंने अप्लाई करा। मेरे पे लिखा हुआ आया है रिवार्ड्स आर ऑन अ शॉर्ट पॉज बट द प्रोग्राम इज स्ट्रीविंग, मतलब बंद हो गए अभी। मैं ऐसे ही कार्ड बना के रख दी थी। कूपन मिलेगा एटलीस्ट मेरे को 1,000 के अंदर 3-4 मतलब टॉप जीन्स ऐसे मिल जाएंगे कूपन, अगर इतने का मिलेगा तो। इतनी बेकार किस्मत है, पॉज कर दिए वो लोग ऑफर। लानत है भाई, लानत है। शेम। अरे
कोई ना, मेरे पास कूपन आते रहते हैं, मैं तुमको कूपन दे दूंगा।
अरे शेन वाला काम नहीं करता है ना, पहली बार हुआ था और मैं जैसे ही इंसर्ट करी वो पॉज हो गया। बहुत ही बढ़िया भाई, स्कैम है ये शेन, तो मत मानो कोई भी।
To playoffs, it's time to find out who will be joining them between NRG and DRX.
आप ही टीम बनाओ एक। किसका टीम यार?
Now, first of all, Mitch, sorry about your prediction.
मेरे को तो शेन पे गुस्सा आ रहा है, मैंने अनइंस्टॉल कर दिया। और ये ऑफर सिर्फ iOS के लिए था। मैं लिटरली एक चार्जिंग केबल खरीद के मैं चार्ज किए मोबाइल को, जो 5-10 मिनट रहता है उसी में मैं देख लेती थी। 4 दिन का वेट टाइम दिया, अभी बोल दे पॉज हो गए। स्कैमर शेन, वाह भाई, गंदे स्कैमर है शेन वाले। मत मानना कोई भी रील वगैरह आए तो बिल्कुल भी। हाँ वही इंडिया में वापस आया था, स्कैम लेके वापस आया था ये।
Of NRG, the way that they played against EDG, that was a masterclass.
It was resilience. That was sort of like my favorite part of that game, especially when it came to Abyss.
ये वही शेन ऐप है जो बैन हुई थी क्या बीच में?
हाँ हाँ
चाइनीज
वही
ऐप के साथ ही।
वेलो का टीम लाइक कॉम्पी का टीम तो मैं बना रही हूँ। जो लोग कॉम्पी खेलेंगे साथ में, बिल्कुल मतलब फर्क वगैरह नहीं पड़ता, एकदम चिल। तो ऐसे टाइप का टीम तो बन रहा है अपना वेलो के लिए।
The previous year's champion and you're massively in a deficit, that could easily happen to you. But
वेलो का रिप्ले सिस्टम आते ही सर्वर का जीजी हो गया, ऐसा क्या? क्या हो गया? स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा है, ओपन नहीं हो रहा है, क्या हो गया? गेम डिस्कनेक्शन इशू, ऐसा क्या हो? ठीक हो जाएगा यार, लॉन्च होने के 1-2 दिन तो लगते हैं प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट होने में। पोल पे गाइस वोट कर दो और स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना सब लोग। आप लोगों के लाइक से मोटिवेशन मिलता है हम लोगों को। लॉबी में अटक रहे, कितने लोग मिल गए हैं? अभी तो फाइनलाइज नहीं हुए हैं, 2 ही लोग हैं अभी, मैं और एनवी। बाकी कौन कौन आ रहा है? शायद अल्टीमेट भी होगा। प्लस स्किन्स लोड नहीं हो रहे। वाह, ठीक हो जाएगा, 1-2 दिन लगेंगे।
My goodness,
चलो आज फ्री मतलब
Yeah, it seemed like
आज
at
फ्री मतलब
times he could do no
मैं
wrong. Like
अच्छा हाँ
crosshair
अल्टीमा
placement,
से
he could read on some of the
एनवी
positions
है
the players
मैं
were going
हूँ
to be
3
in.
लोग हो गए
His patience, I think, as
जिनको
well at
मतलब
times,
बिल्कुल
not to
घंटा फर्क
get
नहीं
over
पड़ता क्या
aggressive
रैंक
when it's
हो
unnecessary. And you can see
माइनस
a
हो
lot of the
गया
fights
30
he's taken, these
40
are very
वो
like
क्या
I
बोलते हैं
guess not
मेरे
safe
गेम
duels, but you
खत्म
can
हो गए
tell
क्या
he's
बात
ready
है
for every
डब्ल्यू
single
क्या
one of
फिर
them.
जीते
And
कि हारे
that's just the
एनवी
sign
भाई
of
तो
not just
प्रो
a player that has like this sort of crisp aim, but someone who's intelligent in the
रिप्ले
way that they're
सिस्टम
doing it.
में देखा मैंने मैं
Yeah,
बेट
without a
हुई
doubt. I think you look at his performance though on the other side.
अरे
you
वो
got
मैं नहीं
Mako.
था कोई और था वो
Mako was
ओपोनेंट
looking
से साइफर था
incredible
वो
in their
क्लियर कट
series,
पहली
opening up
बार
against
रिव्यू
Team
कर रहे
Liquid,
थे
a team
अरे
that we
समथिंग
certainly
था
from the
आना
NBA had
मैं तो
very
अच्छा
high
ऐसा
hopes
क्या
for.
बढ़िया
We've
खेले
seen
यार
them
ये
dominate
एनवी ने आप
regionally,
लोगों को
and they
जिंक्स
came
किया
up
था
against
जस्ट
this
बता
guy.
रही हूँ
He was not afraid to get in their face. He was winning duels. Most importantly though, there were those
दस
क्या मतलब
back-to-back
PRX
rounds where he
समाज मेरे
diffused
पीछे
in
पड़ा हुआ
front of them. And
मेरे
had
पे
takes,
इतने
calls,
अल्ट आईडी
takes
है कि
balls, and
हारने
he
का
certainly
नो
had
इशू
what it
वही ना
takes in that series. So I think we've got an interesting head-to-head.
Yeah, I think as
अब
well,
आपके टीम में
regionally,
स्लॉट
Marco had
पक्का
definitely had
ऐसा
some
क्या
like
सेन
issues
आ
here
जाना
and
है
there.
हम लोग तो
So the
मस्ती
fact
के
that he
लिए हुए
came out
प्लस
and
माइनस
just,
से
I
फर्क
think he
नहीं
ended
पड़ता
up as
वैसे
like the highest
खेलेंगे
rated player
मस्ती
in their
में
match versus
100%.
Liquid. So it
तीन
looks like
लोग
a
तो
complete
कंफर्म है
turnaround
अपनी
and
टीम
having
में
Bane back in the game
एक आई
clearly
थिंक
helped
दाल
him
राइस
out a
हो
lot
सकता
as
है
well.
बट वो बिजी
Well,
बिजी
now let's
रहता है
get Ethan's
अपॉइंटमेंट
thoughts
लेना
on
पड़ता है ऐसे
NRG's
लोगों
run
के
so far.
और क्या
तो 5 लोग हो गए 7th प्लेयर तक
Here now
रखेंगे
with
लोगों
Ethan
को
of NRG. You called an
Ethan,
amazing game
let's
versus EDG last time, so
मैं
congratulations to you
आयरन
for
3
that.
हूँ क्या ही
I
हो
wanted
जाएगा
to
वही
know,
ना
like, you know,
मैं
how
भी
proud
इतनी
were
हूँ
you that
एक
the
डाल
resilience of the
राइस
team
का
really came
रखो
out on the
उससे
champion
पूछ
stage
लेना एक
because
बार
a
हाँ
lot of
ज़्यादा
teams
से
struggle with
ज़्यादा
that
आयरन
sometimes that like, oh, what we
एक
practice
तो
doesn't come out on
सेनपाई
stage, but
हो
for you
गया
guys it did.
सेनपाई भी कभी
Yeah,
कभी
having
आता
showed
है
that,
ऐसा
especially first
सीन है
map
तो
of
वैसे ही
champs,
टीम बना के
was
खेलेंगे
huge for the
पूरा
team,
मस्ती में
huge for the morale, and I think
बाकी
it showed just
उठा
how
लेना
confident we
किसी
are
को
in
यस
ourselves.
That's fantastic. Eager to see more of it on stage.
हॉस्पिटल से आने के बाद हाँ
We
वही
gotta go and get one of those jackets. I feel like
बाकी
all the
मिक्की
players
वगैरह
have been
भी आ ही
wearing them.
जाएंगे
It
उनका
looks
अल्ट
so
आईडी
sick.
वगैरह है तो
But I think Ethan is right there, you know, them being able to stay calm, cool, collected, because on the other side, DRX had a very similar storyline of being resilient, of having good
क्योंकि मिक्की
mental,
बहुत अच्छा
grinding
खेलते
it
हैं
out
लिटरली
against the number
टॉप
1
फ्रैक
seed
करते
in
हैं तो
Team
उनको बुरा
Liquid.
लगेगा ना इतना ज़्यादा
Confidence
माइनस
has
से
gotta be at
पटक रहे
all-time high, Tom.
Yeah,
उनको
especially when
बुरा
you come in
लगेगा
with
इनकी
a
मस्ती में
completely
मेरा
new
रैंक
brand
क्या
of
हो गया
play and
तो
make it
इसीलिए
work almost seamlessly from the get-go. Like that was what
मेरे
sort
को
of impressed
6
me
मैन
most.
रखना
Like,
क्योंकि
you
TRX
coming
के
in,
लिए
you're the
भी तो
IGL of the
खेलना
squad.
पड़ेगा ना
You're
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है
coming up
बिल्कुल
with like
बिल्कुल
some fairly crazy
अल्ट
aggressive stuff,
क्या
and then you
करना
just have full
मेन
faith in
आईडी
your
ही
team in
सिल्वर
moments
है
like
वाह
this where you're sticking diffusals
फिर भी
in front
सिल्वर
of
से
very
माइनस हो के आयरन आ
experienced
जाएगा आपको अच्छा
tenured
नहीं
players
लगेगा
in
ना
Valorant. And Marco didn't give a damn. He didn't care who was on the other side of the server. He was going to play his own game.
Yeah, the kind of experienced players who know exactly where a teleporter is and how not to step into it.
ये
by
डिफ्यूज
accident.
बढ़िया था
I mean, Tom was talking about
निंजा
that earlier,
डिफ्यूज
wasn't
किया था
I
इसमें
mean,
पूरा
it was a very unfortunate moment. I don't think any of us need to be as cruel as Tom was about it.
नहीं
but
नहीं
yeah,
मैं गेम को
it was, and I think he
सीरियसली
should know
लेता
better.
ही नहीं
But
कभी
the
देखा है
reality
मुझे
is, for
माइक
DRX, they
खोलते
forced
हुए
those
फिर भी
mistakes
आप
out of their
सोचोगे ना
opposition,
ये
and I think I
कैसे
looked
लोग
to
हैं कि
NRG as a
नुक्स के
team
बीच
that
में
also
फंस
did
गए
that in their series
और क्या
up against EDG. Again, it's very
तो आपका जो मन करे वो
but an
आईडी
incredibly
से आ
tight
जाना
series,
मेन
but it
वर्ल्ड
wasn't
तो
the same
गोल्ड
for
आईडी भी है तो
DRX.
फर्क
They came
नहीं
in, they looked
पड़ता
dominant.
वैसा
I mean,
क्या
it was a
नाइस
close, like,
यार
if I'm not mistaken, Abyss was
जो
a
आईडी से आने
6-6
का मन
half,
करे
and
आप आ
once they
जाना
swapped
बस
over,
शुरू
a
में थोड़ा सा लो
completely
रैंक
different
वाला
brand from them.
लेके
They
आ
were
जाना
looking
क्योंकि
dominant.
हम लोग
And in fact,
ऑलरेडी
even at
नूब
the
है
start of it, wasn't it like 5 or
गोल्ड
6
प्लेयर
1 while
सामने
Team
आ गए
Liquid
तो हम
couldn't
लोग
figure
तो
out that
जीजी लग गए
waylay Yoru? forward.
Yeah.
Losing
and then
streak
eventually they
चालू
cracked
हो
the code,
जाएगा
but the defense
उसी
looked
दिन
even
से।
stronger, which was the surprising thing for me with how much dominance they had with that play.
Yeah, shout out to Korean Zelsas as well.
फर्क
Baby
नहीं
Zelsas,
पड़ता
we just saw
था,
him on
फर्क
screen there.
है
Bain, I
अलग
think there was a lot of
नहीं
questions
बोलूँगा
on
मैं
whether he could step up last
7 more
minute
minutes
into
guys
the
जल्दी
role
से
that
जल्दी
we
लाइक
expect
करो
him
पोल
to,
पे
and
वोट
honestly, I
ठोको
had zero
बताओ हम
concerns
लोग
about
को
him
कौन
after the
कौन है
Liquid
वो
No, no, he looked very comfortable. I think as well, like, this is the team that sort of like kicked off the year. I think this is the team that they wanted to be playing with, and I think you can see
DRX
why.
वालों को
Like,
sponsor
नीरज के
किया।
आईडी से आऊंगा ऐसा क्या
think
नाइस
individually as well,
मिजोरम
his
वाली
level is a
राजधानी
fair bit higher
एक्सप्रेस
than
गुवाहाटी
Australia, so
फिर पटना
I think
स्टॉपेज
that it
क्या
makes sense that he's back in the roster, and the fact that it allows them to be a little bit more free with how they play looks great.
And of course, Heung-min being the tip of that spear as well. We actually managed to get some of his thoughts on DRX's experiences at Champs so far in our Omen player moment.
I think we came into the Team Liquid match just to try and have as much fun as possible, and I think that played out pretty well, so I think that's what helped us win today. I guess for us and for my teammates included, we're just coming into this tournament sort of like a underdog feeling, so which makes like less pressure when we play the games and just I guess, more energy and more fun. DRX has like this known curse that they always finish 5th to 6th place. To overcome that, I would think we just have to be honest.
उस दिन देखो वो कोच बन के आया था ना बंदा.
So I guess just
वो
aiming
player
that
बना
they
हुआ
will
है.
help
Player
us.
बना
So
हुआ
I'm
है
just
इस बार.
hoping that
वही
this
है,
champions
जैसे
we can
दिखते
break
भाई.
that curse and I guess hope for the champions victory.
Seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for Marco. Nats on the other side. This time he delivers a Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far. But needs a little bit more. 20 seconds
5
left.
more
Marco
minutes for the game.
can just
That's
opt to play the time, but he will reposition to perfect.
I feel that we have a different
Guys,
approach
आप लोग
to the
द
game
फाइनल्स
than we
वगैरह
did
खेलते हो
back in
क्या?
Pacific, and I think with more aggressive competition,
The finals Delta वगैरह खेलते हैं.
which means we will take on more fights. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say DRX is at 7 out of 10 right now. Yes, I think we have more to show.
7 out of 10 is a good start, but honestly, with Abyss being back in the pool and the way that they played Abyss,
नहीं
I
ऐसा
might
क्या,
bump that
कभी
up to
यार
like an
ट्राई
8 or
करेंगे.
9 out of 10 if
मजा
I
आएगा.
can
ऑफ
keep
स्ट्रीम ही
farming on
करूंगी.
this
ये
map.
सब गेम्स तो इतना
Yeah, for
चलता
sure.
नहीं
I
है.
think the way that they were
Finals
playing,
not
their
supporting on
combinations
my
of that double kill
current
is just
laptop. Q
wonderful
specs
to
क्या है?
watch. Like, I think we saw this
मतलब
quite often with
requirement क्या
the
है
aggros
finals
that
के
come out
support
from
जो नहीं कर
Waylay,
रहे?
the beautiful like setup where you're so focused on one
Delta
player,
मैंने
and
भी
then
नहीं
the other
खेला,
player
मैंने
in the
भी नहीं
meantime
खेला.
is fading back out and then getting into the back line. It made it
Delta
so
खेल लिया
difficult
मैंने.
to play against that it just looked like
फाइनल्स
Tiglit
तो
were
मुझे पता भी
completely
नहीं है कैसा
out to
गेम है.
dry.
आई
Whenever they were
थिंक
trying
कुछ
to
एक
fight one
तिजोरी
battle, they'd
जैसा
already
मिलता
lost
है
the
उसको
second
जो
one.
ज़्यादा
so
टाइम
frequently you'll
होल्ड
see
कर
even
पाए.
just
जो
that
टीम
approach in the replay of just the Yoru's
ट्राई
POV,
कर
you'll
सकते हैं.
see
हाँ
that
वही
from
ना,
teams that
दोस्तों
don't
के
have that
साथ
Waylay
मजा
to
आता
back
है
them up. The
गेम्स
fact that
ट्राई
someone's
आउट
going
करने
through
में.
pretty much risk-free. I mean, we don't see Waylay getting
डीसी
picked
में
out in that
बताऊंगा
dash,
कल जब
and the
दोपहर में.
like what
ओके
0.15 second of a gap where they're vulnerable before they
मार्वल
hit the
राइवल
refract. So
वगैरह
like you're getting
मतलब
info,
वो
you're getting
क्या
out,
बोलते
and
हैं
then
मार्वल
Yoru's
राइवल
able to
वगैरह भी
take the
खेल
space for
सकते
free.
हैं यार.
The more impressive thing for me though, because it's one thing to come into a
बस
game
कोई
with a trap
खेलता है
play
तो
like
हाई
that.
लेवल
It's
आईडी
one thing
लेके
to
मत
spring that
लेके आ
trap on
जाना,
an
बता रही हूँ
opponent who
मैं.
isn't adapting well, who isn't able to adjust. But Liquid were able to adjust before the half was over, bring it close, and still they found value
और
from that,
रोब्लॉक्स में भी
little
पता है
hint of
बहुत सारे
aggression
गेम्स
and
ऐसे
in the
हैं
retakes when it came down to the
जो
defensive
मतलब
side as
बहुत
well. So
प्यारे
really
गेम्स
having
हैं.
that full
उसमें
playbook
से एक
built
दो
out
मुझे
is
पता
a
चला
great
है
sign
तो
for the
वो भी
future
खेल
of this. It's
सकते हैं
why I think
रोब्लॉक्स में.
DRX easily, despite what our poll said earlier, I think they easily take the title.
They trolled because I don't want to disrespect the EMEA teams, but the best team so far on Abyss is DRX, and the other one is hard to not give NRG a shout as well. So if they
On the attack.
डेल्टा में तो वो करना है क्या बोलते हैं बंदों को मार के लूट जमा करके गेट से बाहर निकलना है.
यार वो जो ज़ॉम्बी वाले गेम खेले थे ना वर्ल्ड वार जी
हाँ वो बढ़िया
प्यारे
थी.
थे प्यारे थे बढ़िया
That's the
गेम्स
only
थे वो.
worry is that when you have such a poor defensive side,
Free
in the
में
case of
मिल
NRG,
गया था
I don't know if you want to
Epic
go
के
up
through
against
प्यारे
again,
गेम्स
what
थे
is
वो.
a very aggressive double dive that's hard to play against, and then rely
अरे
on you being
हाँ
able to catch
ये
out
खेल
their
सकते हैं
defense
अपन क्या
when
बोलते हैं उसका
the
नाम है
opponent of Liquid failed miserably in doing that. So
क्या नाम था वो गेम
I
का
feel
कोई
like it's a safe bet. DRX would probably pick it. Because I
कहाँ
don't
गया
know
कहाँ
on the
गया
other side
डेसीड
if
खेल
NRG
सकते हैं
are
2
gonna be
वाला
as confident
फ्री में
अरे
मिल रहा
भूतों
था.
का
they
गेम
should
मैंने
from
खेलती
restart.
ज़्यादा.
I think they should.
अरे क्या सब लोग खेलेंगे. डरावना नहीं है अगर हमने वो क्या बोलते हैं उसकी तरह ही है क्या बोलते हैं उसका नाम है मोंगस की तरह ही है. खेलोगे बताओ डेसीड देखिए
डेसीड करो मस्त है यार. अगर हॉरर गेम में सब मेरा वो डर लगता है कोई नहीं समझे.
I want to see it though, no matter what. I don't think they should be.
डार्क
कोई नहीं
आवर्स
कहा.
भी एक्चुअली मजेदार गेम है.
डार्क आवर्स खेलते चलो रेडी फिर
डार्क आवर्स मजेदार है यार.
कब छुट्टी कब है फिर देखो जरा.
रैपो वगैरह भी खेल सकते हैं गाइस. और लोग अगर इन हो जाओ ना
हाँ
और लोग अगर आ जाओ ना कहीं से ऐसे टपक के मतलब बाय नहीं करना पड़ेगा किसी को. कहीं से टपक के खेल सकते हैं. समझ रहे हो.
गाइस देखो 23
की तरह है.
23 24
बस बता देना मैं डाउनलोड कर दूंगा. हाँ वही तो रैपो का प्लान करते हैं गाइस. जो लोग आ रहे हो सबको मैं एक ग्रुप में डालती हूँ. उधर कहीं से वो टपाने वाला वो शेयर करती हूँ फिर टपा के खेलेंगे. मुझे मिल गया था रेपो मिल गया था.
팀으로도 그렇고 저로도 그렇고 연습할 시간이 좀 부족하긴 했는데
डार्क आवर्स खरीदना पड़ेगा. डार्क आवर्स का हम लोग का भी आई थिंक वर्जन इतना ज्यादा नहीं है क्योंकि वो टपाया हुआ ही है. खरीदे हुए वर्जन में और चीजें हैं कुछ पैसे नहीं है ना क्या करें.
जुगाड़ू है हम लोग, रेपो खेल सकते हैं। 22 तारीख से मेरा ट्रेनिंग एंड वर्क चालू होगा, सो नॉट श्योर ऐसा क्या कब फ्री हो पाऊंगा। खरीद लूंगा मैं ऐसा क्या। हमारे पास तो वो टपाया हुआ वाला है ना, उसका
पर खरीद लोगे तो फिर खेल नहीं पाओगे फिर हमारे साथ, ये सीन है।
हम लोग गरीब है तो हम लोग को जुगाड़ू लीव्स का भी डिस्कशन करना पड़ेगा वही, और कुछ सीन मतलब ओपनिंग्स वगैरह हो तो हम मेरे को भी बताना यार, मैं भी इन हो जाऊंगी।
I don't know. I'm interested to see.
चलो प्रेडिक्शन क्या क्या है। NRG के ज़्यादा है बट DRX का भी प्रेडिक्शन है।
Yeah, I think realistically, like I said earlier, NRG they have that little bit of a deeper map pool, gives them an advantage when it comes to the
PSG
veto.
खेलते हैं कभी तो मैंने उड़ा दिया है CS।
The risk reward of running that double Odin
मैंने भी उड़ा दिया।
फ्रेशी को लिफ्ट्स कम होते हैं ऐसा क्या फ्रेशर्स को। Among Us mod वाला खेलने
it will work out eventually for those beautiful kills that we know are coming. So I think that for NRG in general,
फिर वो खेलते हैं सुपर सस खेलते हैं Among Us का PC वाला वर्जन। बताओ
देखना पड़ेगा यार,
फ्री में है,
पहले
पैसा
तो
नहीं है।
वो वाला खेलेंगे क्या बोलते हैं कुछ ऐसे ये मार्वल राइवल फाइनेंस नहीं तो
डेल्टा।
लेट्स गो गाइस, हियर वी गो। ह्यूमन फॉल फ्लैग खेलते हैं, वो मेरे पास है पेड वाला।
पीडी खेलो।
Let's go guys, DRX is here, our Pacific team. Let's go. NRG, let's go song. Among Us 3D खेलो शांति से, सीधा सीधा ऐसा क्या यार। मैं सबसे पहले पकड़ी जाती हूँ क्योंकि मुझे छूट ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं आता, और मैं इम्पोस्टर नहीं भी हूँ तो ये लोग टीम अप करके मेरे को वोट आउट कर देंगे।
नहीं ट्राई तो करो, हो जाए।
मैप सिलेक्शन इधर आ चुका है, हेवन, फोरोड, लोटस, एबीज को एनआरजी नहीं पहन के है। पैसिफाई खेलते हैं, मैं हॉरर गेम से बहुत डरती हूँ यार।
नहीं पैसिफाई तो बहुत ज्यादा हॉरर होता है, एक बीच में ये रुक जाएगी।
मैं वापस नहीं आऊंगी फिर कभी भी लाइफ में भी नहीं वापस
DRX's first pick being Haven, I can only imagine they've completely reimagined what they've been doing because it didn't look good the last couple of times they played.
बुढ़े वाला कौन सा? कौन सा? अच्छा वो मुर्गी वाला नया वाला सेकंड वाला वो बोल रहा है क्या? वो हाँ वो वाला भी बढ़िया, बट उसमें बुढ़ा बड़ा तेज, मतलब वो जो अपना कैरेक्टर है बहुत स्लो भागता है उसमें।
मुझे गेम खरीदना है, वो आई थिंक 200-300 का है, वो मुझे कहीं पे वो टपाने वाला नहीं मिल रहा है, बट मैं खरीद नहीं सकती। एक इंडियन गेम निकला है आनंद एक्सप्रेस करके, इट्स काइंड ऑफ हाँ हॉरर टाइप है, मतलब हॉरर नहीं, मतलब फिगर आउट करना है चीजें। तो 200 या 300 का है, मैं खरीद नहीं पाऊंगी और मिला भी नहीं मुझे कहीं पे वो।
देखो कैसा गेम है।
पहला मैप गाइस वो है हेवन, DRX का मैप ठीक है, फिर कोरोड है। लेट्स गो।
For example, if we're seeing flashback on a Vice going into
कमला
Haven,
की
which is
बात
what he
कर
was
रहा है
playing before.
क्या है कमला?
Yeah, and I think just touching on that as well, you said about Lotus and Road being the best one, including champs they played. Those two maps
कमला तो तब खेलेंगे, क्या बोलते हैं वो नवरात्रि के टाइम पे खेलेंगे, पहले दिन की पलश।
एनरिको विग लगा के बिठा देंगे।
And like I said, it's where they get the advantages in their map pool. When it comes to trading blows with DRX, it could be a different story.
कमला खेलेंगे गाइस, कमला। मेरे को दो ना ड्राइवर डाल के कमला।
This is literally what you wanted to see, right? And what you predicted.
Yeah, I'm very happy. That double dive, it's obviously slightly different. Flashback going to be picking up the neon, but I think that is a more comfortable choice.
फिर मैं मेरे गेम की स्क्रीन तुम दिखा देना। और
bringing that in. On the other side of things, I don't believe
DRX का विनिंग तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, but ये
definitely isn't their strongest map.
कुछ भी हो सकता है।
They would have known coming in if this comes up, it's going to be a different story.
मैं तो NRG को सपोर्ट
I think without a doubt NRG are coming in as the favorites, but with what DRX showed us up against Team Liquid, with what they showed us on Abyss in terms of reimagining, and now at Neon and the Waylay, they certainly have a shot
मादा
to
अच्छा
take the
खेलेगा
energy down.
मादा.
Oh, spot in the playoffs
Let's
is on
go
the line,
guys,
so who
let's
better
go.
to take
Like
us
करो
through
सब
the
लोग
action than
फटाफट.
Doug and Ender? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Into. Yeah, these two teams came out of the gate swinging. They show up on the stage here in Paris, Christie, and now they're the ones duking it out for a chance at playoffs. I mean, you think about the strength of both of these teams. This should be an amazing matchup.
This is going to be absolutely incredible. America's #2 team coming up against a DRX that just
कमला
had a
जैसी
big
है
upset
थोड़ी बहुत.
over Liquid in the opening round and choosing to start things off on Haven with a new comp, the Waylay and the Neon for DRX, and they're looking to attack mid early.
क्या?
100 है 100.
They're already
100
flirting
है
that
तेरे
line.
तुम्हारे अकाउंट में.
Flashback, the first
करने
contact.
के लिए रखते हैं.
Already
एक
swinging
रुपए
out
बचे
onto the
हुए
site. You've got utility dumped. Mada in a really tough spot. He will be the first to fall.
Really like this approach from DRX
चलो
with
करता
this
मैं
flank
कुछ
as well,
जुगाड़
coming
इसका.
into A. Freeing still on low HP, and now that Scuba has dealt with him, now the post plant might get a little bit more awkward. All of a sudden,
कब खेलनी है फिर इसको?
DRX, but they've got 3 players
नवरात्रि
stuck
के
on
बाद
site.
Remember,
obviously
Scuba
क्योंकि मैं
was a
बुक दूँ.
stud for
Already
NRG in their last
Watchparty भी है.
matchup. But this time, Bane was lighting up
और
the lead.
दुर्गा पूजा चालू होती है. I don't know
Song
कैसे
falls,
मैं
and all of a
cover up
sudden this
करूँगी.
attempt,
कब है?
the bite behind this retakes gets lighter and lighter, and they
वो
continue
कब है
to
क्या
crumble. Just
नवरात्रि
Scuba
कब है?
left.
28
Two most
to
recent additions to
2nd
the roster
October.
forced to try to win this pistol out. For the
तो
number one
क्या
seed,
बोलते हैं
for the number two
23
seed from
24
Americans,
ये
Brock
फ्री
Tunney
टाइम
to
है.
choose from. Scuba will
No
find one
watch
left in
party.
1v2. Mako weak.
और गाइस
2 दिन
2nd
फ्री.
अक्टूबर को मेरी दीदी का बर्थडे है जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है तो वही मैं आऊँगी.
Bane, a guy who hadn't even played with DRX at all in stage 2, comes in as a major surprise for the roster, for everyone that was watching Pacific. And yet, DRX went out in that opening series with him in the lineup, and now
DRX
him picking
start
up 3
बहुत
kills
अच्छी
in the
हुई है.
pistol here to set his team up for success.
लेट्स गो गाइस. इधर शुरू हो चुका है पहल का ऑमलेट. DRX ने पहला राउंड ले लिया है.
DRX वालों को पोर्शन ने सब वो किया स्पॉन्सर
I mean, when
किया.
you look at Corrode and Lotus being
Nice.
I mean, just straight up NRG's 2 best maps, this is very much a must-win for them. Although now that means converting cleanly on a anti-eco round where there's this really crazy Viper wall that's been thrown down into mid. It can threaten these walkouts of B out of garage, so I think DRX putting a lot of resources
एक
in
साथ
now.
भाग
This
रहे.
drone to make sure no one stepped
एक
up
साथ
behind
आ
that.
रहे
They're also
टुबुक
leaving
टुबुक
Freeing
करके. यार आज मैंने पहली बार KJ का
NRG
बैग
are
एंड ऑल
stacked
देखी.
pretty heavily towards C, which is where the finish will be for DRX.
2 स्पॉम लेकर घूमती है.
All huddling down C now. Again, utility dumped out onto the site. DRX in firm control of the space, and the kill feed suggests the same.
ये राउंड तो
Triple
obviously
Guardian purchase
DRX
for
का ही है.
DRX, just
अरे
absolutely
नहीं.
torching NRG in this round. And I think now's a good time to talk a little bit about the
Prediction
comp
गलत हो
for
गई.
DRX, because this is unique, you know, the Neon Waylay coming in here on Haven. But I think the Waylay and the Neon give so much creativity for DRX to get
Flawless
into
भी हो
sight,
गया.
to
Let's
go
go
for
guys.
first 2
Good
rounds,
start
especially
from
the verticality
DRX.
that Hyunmin's going to be able to
अब
access
आएगा.
with the Waylay. You saw in those B execs, he can jump up on top of sight, while the dive into backside is coming in so quickly with the Neon. And you're going to see the same thing on these C execs with dashes, double dashes up onto platform or up onto default. Same thing with the A site. I think it's going to be really difficult for NRG's anchors to survive, and that's going to be the challenge for them with the double smokes comp. How can they use these smokes to just stay alive for the rotates to come in from their teammates?
Got an Odin already online for Brock.
Has been doing this even in their last series, saving up, making sure it can get online early in these games.
I mean, Freeing's already tagged down to what, 17 HP?
There's a funky smoke as well that gives Mata a little bit of a peek, but it's not necessarily ready for Freeing to be up in that smoke.
Mata आ रहा है.
की तरफ ही घुस रहे हैं.
Doesn't connect, and so
Odin
he
शुरू
moves
हो
on.
गया है guys. Odin.
Odin वो. Oh nice.
Besting the opposing Omen.
Oh क्या खेल रहे DRX वाले. Nice one यार.
ऑन में वो
That was mental though.
गया.
The
क्या
double team
खेल रहे
on site
DRX.
from
My
Mako.
God,
This
nice
guy calling
round.
an absolutely
ये
realistic
आखिरी
round.
बंद करने से
Think
पहले ही
about
राउंड
the
खत्म हो
Waylay and
गया.
the Neon and how much activity you can get on these execs. The fact that Mako is the one to be jumping in back here, and then Ethan just teleports straight into him. So already, the bonus round paying off massively for DRX.
Let's go!
And NRG in a miserable situation to open up the series.
Yeah, the finances for DRX should be good for a long time, and You know, you would generally look at this and go, hey, this is a really early timeout. But, you know, yeah, conventional wisdom would agree. This is incredibly early, but given how these last couple of rounds have gone, I don't know that I necessarily mind.
I mean, the thing is, NRG now need to deal with these just fast execs. That's what DRX are running. We've seen 2 of these just instant B pops. We've also seen a lot of lurk pressure from Fring. In these B exec rounds, it's been 2 rounds where Fring is going into sewers looking for quick timings. And on the round where DRX were, you know, playing that anti-kill and setting up C, he still went for that late lurk through B and got a couple of kills on the flank. So these are the primary things NRG need to fix.
In their monitor settings.
देखो ऐसे custom crosshair लगते हैं.
Oh, this isn't even a this is not a tac timeout. This is a tech timeout.
उसने जो अभी लगाया.
Makes a lot more sense.
Right.
Yep.
Nice.
I mean, we're still going to be thinking about how to fix these things while
Inbuilt ही होता है
you know,
gaming
our
वाले में.
monitors or whatnot get sorted out.
Yeah, that does make the early timeout a bit more. It does make a bit more sense. Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
No. It's yeah. You know, sometimes when the tech comes into play, you get a little bit of extra breathing room as well. You can try to get your heads set back on straight again for NRG. But I have just heard that we are going to be jumping back in here in just a moment.
Thankfully, you know, we hadn't had one of these in a little while.
Yeah,
I kind of forgot what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, you know, it's
Guys, सब लोग like करो, come on.
Do something. I'm
right.
not too sure. NRG also have to figure out what to do on a round like this where they've got absolutely no cash. Although, and you know what? Vindicated, Doug.
I don't know that I'm willing to go as far as to say we were
Timeout भी ले लिया
Well,
गया
because the
है.
thing is, we were talking a big game about how, like, hey, a timeout here makes sense because you've just gotten beaten by similar ideas.
Right.
Well, they are going to call the timeout on
Right.
top of that, aren't
You know, I'm gonna, for the sake of us being right, I'm gonna roll with it. Yeah. Vindicated. Sure.
And you know what? This gives us a little chance, Doug, though, because I thought it was cute in that last round. You've got Ethan and Mako both playing the Omens. They're teleporting into each other, killing each other. That time, Mako got the upper hand, but we were sort of looking at, like, what's the history of these 2 teams playing against each other beforehand, you know, because it's been a while since NRG was on the global stage. DRX, they're at every single champions. They've never failed to make it out of a groups, but the only real crossover history-wise with these 2 teams is Ethan versus Mako going all the way back to 2023. And that wasn't NRG versus DRX back then. That was him with that championship EG roster. Now in 2025, it's a very different situation. Ethan's got 4 different players alongside him, and now this last stage, he stepped into the position of IGL for the first time ever. So this is uncharted territory, Ethan versus Mako, leading these 2 squads.
I do love a good bit of history. So with that in mind, we'll look forward into the 4th round. You've got an Outlaw in the hands of Freeing, 3-0, the way of DRX. The bonus was borderline flawless. And NRG have a number of problems that they need to solve, and they need to do so relatively quickly.
मैंने स्ट्रीम पे इतना खर्चा किया कि वो देखकर मैं शॉक हो गया.
स्ट्रीम पे इतना खर्चा किया है बाप रे. मैंने तो बस सीमेंट फॉल फ्लैट GTA.
I think the early conditioning from DRX with a couple of B hits might end up pulling more members of NRG onto the B site to try and hold against this.
Yeah, Mata's already rotating that way.
Exactly, and that can free up space onto the A site where currently
it is just going to be blocked.
But I think the value this Viper Orb right there is so high for just bringing rotates in, especially with that quick movement out of the Neon.
15,000 से ज़्यादा.
Women dashes out onto the site, and that's already another flawless double dive hit. I mean,
but this is where I think compositionally DRX just hit a gold mine up against NRG, who are playing this old school style Viper composition. This Viper comp is all about flooding back into the site.
Right.
25 25,000 wow.
But the fact is, the speed at which Neon and Waylay can get
मैंने
into
तो इतना नहीं किया. मेरे को कितने दिन से wallpaper engine वगैरह लेना है, मैं नहीं दे रही हूँ.
In previous metas, you'd never be able to accomplish.
0-4.
I think a lot of this, you know, as we were just talking about, there's that Viper Orb that just gets disrespected. Yeah. When you've got Waylay dashing over the top of it and, you know, fully diving behind the lines.
I think the trick now with that Viper Orb is I need to start
उसमें से तो 20 minute Dota 2 में डाला रहेगा बाप रे.
Allow the Waylay and Neon to get past them and then find timings to punch the back line as they scale in, thinking the space is clear.
That's one of the things they'll have to solve. Another attempt at solving this bit of a mess is Mata's got an op online round 5.
I do like that. Take these longer fights. Of course, that op only going to be so meaningful if DRX plays slower rounds, which, as you can see, isn't really the vibe I'm getting from them.
No.
Dota में ऐसा मतलब क्या खर्चा करना पड़ता है?
game plan.
Yeah, so the other solution is
Character
you try
खरीदने
to
पड़ते
play
हैं क्या?
full retake and, you know, use the smokes like this one into backside to threaten getting back in quickly. But this is going to be really hard again with that operator that's now been chucked over to
इन
Sam's
सब
hands.
लिया है
No
उसने
real
ऐसा
ops
क्या
or
हो
ultimates, excuse me, to speak of on the side of the defense. So they're waiting for just the right
Character
moment to strike.
tree,
Utility
अच्छा.
goes out. The dive through from Mata. Tucking into the orb, finding the kill, make that 2. Gets online with 3. Graffiti is his for the taking, as is the sight for NRG.
That was absolutely gorgeous for Mata.
Nice, पहला round मिलेगा.
Does end up
कब
taking
BC
Mata
में
down
आओ
at the end,
दिखाता हूँ
and
इधर
NRG
ने
will get there first here up against DRX.
So what was the
मैंने
what was
कभी
the difference
Dota
there?
2
What did you
देखा भी
see
नहीं
that was
खेला भी नहीं
so
तो मुझे पता
drastically
ही नहीं
different from what we'd seen the first 4 rounds?
I mean, 2 things here. First of all, NRG just full bail out of the site. They decide to play full retake. They don't want to deal with the Waylay ult at all.
Sure.
And then it's Mata here, that quick transfer onto the second player. And this is what I'm so impressed by with Mata consistently. This is why he's the ace king
क्या
of
खेला है
America.
माता
10
ने
aces
मजा आ गया
in his rookie year. No
आ
one's
जाओ
ever done
कभी मैं
that
स्ट्रीम
before
करूँगा
in
गेम
Valorant
ओके
history. But
डन
he
है
is
डन
so
है
quick on transfers and seeing that pathway through these very complicated rounds. There he comes flying out of heaven, sliding in, playing off his stun. And if he's playing like that, these retakes are going to work, Doug.
Something he's going to have to continue to do. Once again, Freeing taking this cheeky little angle into a short.
Yeah, but he's beating the smoke that NRG are throwing as a bit of a default. That one we saw Mata peek over just a few rounds ago. And I think by dominating this A main space, it frees up the rest of the map for DRX to poke into a very weak C side where it's really just Sam posted along with the op.
I mean, Brock is within striking distance, I suppose, and yeah, there's a little strength to this C. I think the question is, where did DRX decide to go here?
Yeah, this is interesting calling from the DRX camp. After so many quick rounds, this time it's slowing it down. It's a bit of a mid-test. Now a drone doesn't find anything.
They're going
B पे ही जा
Yeah,
रहे
I
हैं
mean, you think about it, it's always when freeing is A short.
Yeah,
That's when they're
sure.
दो बार
popping
B
into B site,
घुसते
and this is no different.
I think one big difference here is remember the
B पे
ults that
easy
they
होता है
have
ना attack
at their disposal on the defense.
Really good retake ults, even denying the plant here with Andre's Fury.
Yeah, Brock is already set up and spawned to do just that. So tap of the spike leads to the ult committed.
30 seconds left.
Well, fancy footwork will keep them alive, but will buy a little bit of time.
Ooh, NRG are a bit scattered though. Now this Paranoia not going to be available on the retake, and Flashback is still fighting up.
Scuba has his ult. Flashback is in trouble. There's no real easy way out of this. You kind of have to take your heels in and try to take the fight. Meanwhile, the ult in exchange to try to clear out the lockdown will succeed.
टूट गया
Winman pushing the pace, looking to fight forward, stunned up, forced to take another one, and falls at the hands of it. Meanwhile, now Bane and Mako, 2 left standing side by side. And now it's just Mako into 1v3. Brock sticking the defuse. We'll get it all the way there as NRG find a thread to pull on, and they continue to push where it hurts.
Yeah, it's just these full retakes. And I think in there you saw where a situation where NRG don't have all the utility in the world to fight with, but very good moment-to-moment calling out of Ethan. First of all, they deal with that lurk, right? The timeout they called previously was all to deal with those lurks. But then NRG were set up. They're rotating 3 players over towards C-Link to start the rotate in. As soon as they heard Flashback fight up into A-Link, 2 of those players started shifting back over to deal with that forward aggression. And it was in that moment, I think, that NRG sort of saw the way to get back into the site.
Yeah, I think another thing that we have to mention there, I talked about him a little bit earlier and how pivotal he was to NRG's success in their last series, but Scuba seems to be warming up. 3 kills in that round, snappy with it too, as we have another quick tech pause. This one,
breather,
right? Another tech pause gear. But yeah, I do think NRG have found a little something here that they can continue to rely on.
For sure. I am a little hesitant to be so overjoyed about how NRG have found success on the last 2 full retakes, primarily because of the composition they're playing. You know, you think back to the early days when this comp came into the fore. It was all about the quick flood onto site. It was about never really allowing the plant to go down.
Sure.
And that's important because this comp doesn't have the greatest retake utility. You don't have like a breach done, the flashes, you don't have the drill to push people out of corners.
Right.
And I think that this comp has gotten a little bit better.
मैं तो 2 काम साथ में कर रहा हूँ. कौन से 2 काम?
Because of the neon, you have that extra stun. It's a little bit better than the jet in that slot. But it still shouldn't be so reliable that they can make these retake happen unless Mata or Scuba are finding these 3Ks like they just did.
Right, sure. So we'll continue to look into that and see how that plays out. I am being told that we are ETA soon on getting back into the action.
Is that a technical term
Right.
soon?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Soon
yeah.
TM, I think is what we call that one.
Right, yeah. And so assuming all goes well, we will be joining back into the game here in just
Dota
a
2
moment.
और
If you are
stream
just
देख
joining
रहा
us,
हूँ, क्या
welcome.
बात है,
We missed a
खेलो खेलो.
banger of a first series, and now it's early days, but we do seem to have a bit of a fight on our hands between NRG and DRX. Both teams, again, walk into this series very confidently. Both had great opening starts. First half of Abyss for NRG notwithstanding. We don't really talk
we
about
ignore
that
that first half,
right?
yeah.
And I imagine they do too. But honestly, they've looked great up until this point, and now we're really getting to see these two teams clash with such wildly different stories. I mean, DRX go 0-2 in their playoff run, and they get in as the number 4 seed, and NRG surprise everyone, making it all the way to top 2, and ultimately falter. But talk about form.
Mouse का scene हो गया, पता नहीं क्या scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think expectations were high for a team like NRG because of what they did in the playoffs, and everyone's like, DRX at the 4th seed, they get it on points. Bane's coming back into the roster. That was a last-second, update. Like, what actually happened there? And yet, with DRX knocking down a number 1 seed, I mean, talk about how crazy this tournament has been. We've had 3 of our 4 number 4 seeds beat the first seeds from the opening regions in that opening matchup. Just absolutely wild stuff. But
मैं आया थोड़ी देर में. Okay, Mickey, bye-bye.
Among the best here.
Yeah, well, it's because they didn't get to play in group stage.
बाकी सब लोग यार like वगैरह कर दो.
Right.
The number 1 seed bye.
We needed the pre-group stage.
Right,
and then the number 1 seed's going to deliver.
Exactly.
The classic coping. Notwithstanding, we are back into the game now. And this time, Mata has reclaimed that operator away from Sam, but it's been always these C-long holds from the op, and apart from the anti-eco, DRX ran in round 2, they haven't really gone heavy down long.
Just a bit short on that shock dart. That alarm bot will still be in play B. Wall goes up. Immediately proc, the Nano 2, they're double diving onto this. That was really cool. Neon into B, the Waylay into Garage, and Scuba gets a kill.
को भी निकाल
दे. Fully spotted up, but he gets the kill.
Nice, Mada.
He's still fighting through this.
Nice.
एक साथ भाई बस AD दबा
It was a perfect call. I mean, it looked like he was the one who was in trouble. He was the one who was pushed back off the op, and he had the ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace is stolen, of course, by the utility on this B site. The combination of the full.
I think Zoya का shock dart ये तोड़ने के लिए था, but वो टूटा नहीं आया नहीं.
आया उसका, but वो एक इसमें टूटा नहीं.
And now it's DRX who will throw a pause on the situation. Let Termi get involved in the conversation, and we'll see. I mean,
so
we saw early on the double dive was working for DRX, and it was working quite effectively too. NRG started to make some adjustments, and this time things fell a little bit funny there. You could chalk that hit up to a couple of different things that maybe aren't necessarily macro specific, but what's the adjustment here for DRX?
I mean, ultimately it's going to come down to the post plants. That last round, it's a fake one because they were running this like fake B hit with the Neon who was supposed to pinch back into C-Link, but we just died to utility, so it is what it is. The previous 2 rounds are the concern for DRX, and I think they need to look at how they are playing in tandem with one another on the sites. That A-hold when Mata slides out of heaven, there's 2 players right next to each other inside the Viper Orb. Mata kills them both. Neither of them saw him. How is that happening? On the B post plant, maybe Flashback is fighting too far forward on his own instead of falling back and playing, good angles together off one another. So that should be the way forward for DRX. Because as you said, apart from that last round, every single hit has been a success for DRX.
And so NRG will see what they do here. Again, it's time to op in the hands of Sam.
Yeah.
And it's Odin still for Brock.
Mata was able to get boosted up here, jumping out of heaven onto default over to the box, but it causes a really almost passive hold for NRG. On the C side, they're going to let their, Sam and Scuba take these more forward lines for information. I think projecting that level of threat, very important in a comp like this where usually Killjoy and Viper are the ones playing more passively. You need to have some rounds of that threat so that DRX can't just walk in for free.
Scuba might be in some trouble here if they continue to commit onto this garage.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately his job is just get one here.
He might get a shoulder. Oh,
he saw the belt, I want to say.
happen.
Hard to know for sure.
Yeah. So the ceasefire continues, at least for now. They're rotating back towards A in the face of the 3 into Mata posted up.
Exactly, but this is where Ethan's going to have a paranoia going down the long angle as the hit comes in. That's going to be big. Brock is holding on to a dart. He can shoot out from heaven and then spam with the Odin. This will be NRG's best shot at holding DRX heavy exec onto A.
Paranoia at the ready as the wall goes up and the smoke goes through. The second one is traded. Mata's actually the first to fall.
Down.
Flashback, back sight. And Brock tries to do his best from heaven, but he's smoked off. Can't really get involved in the situation. And with just over 10 seconds left, the spike goes down.
Yeah, Scuba ran down mid, threatened the flank. I believe broke a tripwire. So DRX have sent Hyunmin to deal with the flank. That allows maybe an opportunity to get back in, but it's still one operator for Assam.
Tough spot to be in. DRX with the numbers advantage. Flashback does have his ult.
I don't think you play this one, NRG.
I don't think they do either.
Yeah,
they're calling the save.
And honestly, you look there and you're like, how is it possible that NRG failed to kill more than one player on the exec? I think a large part of it is that DRX were very quiet in the approach. It wasn't DRX barreling down, you know, long, barreling short like they had on previous A execs. So NRG didn't necessarily have that forward information to be able to instantly react with the util. They had the paranoia, but still weren't
क्या
able to
हो रहा है? PRX जीत गया यार. DRX जीत गया. अभी चल रहा है DRX versus NRG.
And that of course doesn't help.
No, I mean, when women's shooting like that, yeah, okay, sure. Snappy out of him, and so DRX hang on to a 2-round lead. They still have Flashback's ult. They still have Mako's ult. Meanwhile, the same 2 big weapons on the side of NRG, the op for Mata and then the Odin for Brock.
Yeah, this is looking like that quick short lurk round previously that Fring had been going for, throwing
easy
the
DRX
win, this time not choosing it. Usually when DRX have been heavier.
Cheeky little smoke for Mata to tuck in, not get tagged by the dart, still hold that A line with the op.
I like that a lot, although of course this time DRX hadn't committed into that space. Maybe going back into that one with the drone later on will be the name of the game.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, they haven't seen that yet, so.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see that play out.
As a matter of fact, NRG's A-holds have been very passive. It's usually been Brock scouting from long and then falling back into sight.
And so they put their star in this aggro angle. It does not look like he will be tested anytime soon. As DRX continue, I mean, the whiplash and change of pace, how they've approached this attacking side is almost...
Yeah, it's been much slower ever since that timeout. And now just pulling a paranoia, you can see how much, you know, scariness there is behind that drone.
Mata's gonna get tested. The smoke just barely taking that line away at just the right time.
Cute little jump peek there to spot the players coming in. And this allows time now for NRG to shift back into the A side. DRX aren't going anywhere. Neither are NRG.
They're waiting on the other side of the smoke. They clear him out. The paranoia through a couple of members here. Brock once again smoked off. Cannot play. They've lost the sight. So NRG will once again try to flood their way out.
Last time on this A retake, it was all about Mata. Expect him to swap over the guns and get back into this site, but so much challenges. Now the smokes go out to the site. It's time for NRG to act.
शॉक डॉट का कोई फायदा ही नहीं हुआ.
Damage पड़ा ही. It's actually Ethan who takes first contact. Sam close behind him with 2 kills of his own.
अरे.
Freeing. It's done so damn well, but Scuba up top, it pops into 1v1. Flashback with the ult. Scuba drops down.
Scuba के drop होते ही Neon ने मार दिया ना. किसके डिस्कॉर्ड पे बैठे हो तुम लोग? एक सर्वर बनाया था हम लोगों ने खुफिया करके उसी में वो लोगों को तोड़ने के लिए बनाया था.
अच्छा खेल रही है DRX वाली.
मतलब शॉक दे दिया ना, बढ़िया था यार.
Don't allow NRG out easily. Interesting alarm bot.
Much deeper.
Yeah, 4 down into mid, and with the positioning of Mata as well, close garage.
लैम्बो टूट रहा है, सो रहा है, केजे रेंज में आ रही है, मतलब जा रही है.
Once that alarm primes, you're also going to have Ethan challenging on this higher angle.
बहुत सारे केजे प्लेयर्स यही करते हैं, जो लोग बस 1-2 टाइम खेलते हैं, अपने वो पावर्स लगा के भूल जाते हैं रेंज में रहना है.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, a bit early. Worse for wear.
I mean, but it's a effective. NRG just being denied any amount of information.
Ethan gets his pick though.
मादा बहुत लो है इधर.
Now things slow down once more.
सच में हमने हमारा एक खुफिया डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर है. कुछ ऐसे महान लोग थे जो तो हमें बर्बाद करना चाहते थे, बट हमसे एक्सपोज हो गए.
And gets away. Might get a shot at the second.
और अभी उन लोग का धंधा बंद चल रहा है.
Not a week, stays alive.
अभी रेडी लगाते हुए दिखते हैं.
40 seconds left on the clock. Look where the spike is down on A short. They're going to fake a pop into B and try to slip this guy up into A.
केजे को मार दिया. केजे लोगों के साथ यही होता है.
Opens way for them to go. Ethan has to win out all these fights just to have a chance.
This is forbidden technology. This is the legendary B to A split out of DRX. Gunman made it all the way around. On the other side of the map, Mata has jumped over the tripwire on the flank.
I think Freeing knows. He's going to miss the timing.
He didn't hear it.
No. And so Mata slipped the net, but he's so weak. He still might have a shot at this, though. 24 HP. Health be damned when you get a shot like that.
Heaven दिख रहा था ये.
What can DRX do? They try to white knuckle their way onto this site. They try to hang on.
मादा बहुत लो है यार. 1v1 है मादा के लिए.
But now all attention, all eyes on him. A tap of the spike. A challenge. And Mata.
Time भी नहीं है और.
How do you clear that out? The cam falls, yes, but now the real swing comes through. DRX.
Nice one. 7-3. Here we go.
It gets a bit dicey there towards the end with Mata on the flank. But it was this walk-in from Flashback, I think. Gets the team straight back in the round. He ended up falling. But his work into mid.
One enemy remaining.
Just taking straight up duels. That's what won that for DRX.
We'll keep a close eye on those clutch moments.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've got two really good teams. Those are offensive difference maker. It looks
Let's
like there's
go,
a little
guys.
bit of aggression here.
NRG want this walk down. They've heard the spam all the time, but there's not really been a mid-swing.
No.
The camera on the right side, though, is going to stop them from continuing the encroachment.
No real way for them to know how much space NRG have taken, though.
At a certain point, you just gamble when the cam goes down, or you just hold for the inevitable reclear.
I have the spike.
They're waiting for now.
Oh, the cam gets pulled back, and now we go.
Immediately. Starting to accelerate and push the pace. They have a trip they're going to have to deal with. Nah, I don't know how you get over this. A bit trickier of a problem. And so Mata tries to go fast, and you see they've separated their timings. Freeing, looking for the second. Meanwhile, a couple of ults popped. That will clear the lockdown. DRX still in a position to hang on to the side while Scuba buys his time and waits.
Zombie is taking so much time on that flank. When he chooses to activate, he needs to find some kill. And yet Bane is holding him down on long.
Rock up in heaven, looking to take that fight, falls. The duel is just getting the best of him. Meanwhile, Flashback holding them back. NRG are stalling out here. I mean, the Paranoia will buy a little bit more space there. Som getting active. Scuba getting 2 kills. And just like that, the site's cracked wide open.
2v3 है.
Mako
Diffuse भी करना है, guys.
Diffuse. Waiting for the challenge. The spike has been taken for a little bit. The gun barrel was there.
What the hell?
Mako and Freeing, hang on.
अरे नहीं.
How many years later and Mako is still just having rounds like that?
What the hell, guys?
Great work out of him. And the rest of DRX. Because things got so uncomfortable. The smoke that NRG keep putting down onto the side continue to divide up these DRX players, forcing them to just play on their own.
And you saw it there, the observers pointed it out. The gun barrel was visible on Mata's screen, but so laser focused. Tough break, and DRX capitalized. And so into the last round of the half we go. A couple bolts still in play. Mata taking the space. An aggro fight here.
भाई क्या राउंड पलटा है, पूरा क्या स्विंग निकाला है, मजा आ गया, लिटरली मजा आ गया DRX.
And by holding on to these forward lines, it tells them almost essentially
some
exactly where
W
DRX are going to be headed, and they can stack heavily onto that side of the map. But it hasn't really seemed like the stacks matter for NRG. Because of how overwhelming the execs are with the Neon Waylay.
Yeah, you can only invest so much defensively.
It almost feels like NRG are praying for a spam kill to go right so that they can just take some amount of utility out of the equation.
silence across the map.
Drone now comes in for the re-clear. End to cage to threaten the cross.
Brock is the trap. I don't think they're going to clear him. No, they're not. Beautifully played. But Brock feeling the corners closing in, feeling some of the pressure. Meanwhile, a
चलो 4v5 but DRG वाले इतना अच्छा खेल रहे हैं कि उनके लिए
There's an alarm bot, there's a Viper, there's so much to deal with. 30 seconds left on the clock.
He's still in the pit. He's still in the pit. And Women gets decapitated.
So now it becomes a mad dash towards the C site.
Still a turret holding that approach.
So DRX make the noise, now start shifting back to A. They have to deal with the Neon, and then I believe Bok is going to ult over into A. They're pinching onto Long.
They're not going to see him. I don't think they know he's there. Mata play spoiler. 10
nice
seconds left.
One.
The spike gets through, and Mata is the thorn in their side. Trying to spam, stop the plan is
nice
exactly
one.
what they'll do.
क्या बात है? 8-4 का switch है guys. Nice play.
That's a great round to close out the half for NRG, but they are still coming
nice.
into their second bleeding.
Simulator game लिया यार मैं वो टपा के लूँगी ना.
It's only this little bait and switch that
तरीके
ends
से
up working for
लूँगी.
NRG in the final moment. And these shots from Scuba as well. You cannot undersell how powerful Scuba has been on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have 5 guys that are just frying. It's just the macro that's been the difference. We've got an interview down at the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest from the side of NRG. Lou, take it away.
Et j'accueille une nouvelle maman NRG à mes côtés, guys. Let's give a warm welcome to Carrie, Ethan's mom. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Ethan की मम्मी, guys.
And the first question I wanted to
proud
ask you,
mom. Let's go.
We see your dedication being here, rooting for your son. So I wanted to know what's your best memory of Ethan on Valorant.
Of course, winning champs 2023 in LA.
I think it's hard to beat that one indeed. Donc c'est quoi ton meilleur souvenir de ton fils sur Valorant? Et bah évidemment les Champions en 2023, le fait qu'il ait gagné. My second question, Carrie, is going to be very clear. You know, your son has been there for quite a while, right, in esports. But I want to know, do you think he is in his prime currently?
I think so. I love seeing how there's IGL, and he's a great mentor for up-and-coming gamers. So I think he's in his prime, and he's got a long way to go still. So
yeah,
this is oyster.
Definitely. Donc, est-ce que tu penses que ton fils est à son prime, à son plus grand niveau? Et bah oui, je trouve qu'il endosse les responsabilités d'IGL avec beaucoup de classe et il peut encore s'améliorer, mais je le trouve très très fort. Indeed, thank you very much, Carrie.
Merci.
Merci.
Waterpark Simulator वैसे मेरा मोबाइल पे देखो वैसे फन गेम है हाँ है ना टीबोन कल खेल रहा था देखी थी मैं स्ट्रीम बंद करके
हॉट डॉग के बाजू में बाथरूम बन रहा था
हाँ वही ना 15 साल से नहीं हो रहा है पूरा चैट का हेल्प किया है उसने देखी मैं
Is Ethan in his prime? Like, is this the run that he hits again? Because right now, real tough spot in this opening.
380 something का गेम है और ये गेम भी मुझे इधर-उधर नहीं मिला.
I say yeah, sure, you want it again? You can be in your prime doing the IGL stuff.
खेल रहा था वो रात को ऐसा क्या इधर बंद कर दिया था.
Back during stage 2
इधर पता नहीं पूरा चैट से गाइड ले लेके भी नहीं हुआ उससे 15 साल से
I would like to take a little bit closer of a look at Flashback and Gunman, the double duelists for DRX, because while their mission was very clear on the attacking side of things, and they have built up a nice little buffer here of 4 rounds, on defense is where they're going to have a whole lot more options in terms of how they want to play. Obviously, I think their retake ability going to be pretty powerful in terms of breaking crosshairs and getting back into the site, but they also have some options to go for more aggressive fights in different areas around the map.
And so back into the fold we go. We take a quick look at the defensive setup for DRX. Not much interest in fighting for main. A lot more focus on
पता नहीं आएगा कि भी नहीं क्योंकि नहीं आते गेम्स का जो मतलब शुरू में नहीं आते वो कभी भी नहीं आते मिलता ही नहीं है.
If they run into any contact, the Garage players can step out. But we've just got 4 players sprinting over into the
side में पूरा कब्जा कर लिया है गाइस साइफर ट्रिप वगैरह सब चटको बोल दिया है इधर चटको बोलने के बाद इधर मादा ने चटको कर दिया है नियॉन को साइफर ने चटको कर दिया है केजे को रिश्तेदारी में हुई लड़ाई 1 month ही हुआ है ना और गेम अच्छा चल रहा है इसलिए टाइम लगेगा क्रैक के लिए नहीं बट स्प्लिट फिक्शन भी आपका लाइक क्या बोलता है बहुत चला था बट इसका आ गया था और जिनको मतलब आता है ना पूरा प्रोसीजर ये वो फाइल इधर उधर डाल के करना उन लोग के लिए चला भी था उस तरीके से. सुपरमार्केट सिमुलेटर देखना उसका अभी भी नहीं है.
aces across the board.
भाई चटको के चक्कर में DRX जीत रही है इधर.
Ethan and
और
Mako
क्या?
calling circles around each other.
Easy
Right?
win.
Because NRG try to reclaim that garage space as soon as their lurker dies out. Then all of a sudden they don't find freeing the guy that killed their guy. And so they go back into the C site, but they don't see him down long. So
crack हाँ है
they've
ना.
got to turn around and deal with these players
अब
that
उसको
started creeping
जिसको
out.
आता है
There's that
मतलब
pressure,
फाइल
I
वगैरह
think,
कहाँ
being
क्या वो चिपकाना है वो
generated
लोग
by
कर
killing the
लेंगे.
lurker and then disappearing on the map. That started pulling NRG every which way.
Yeah, maybe that forces the scale into spawn because they feel
लेकिन
like they
इसका
have a lot of threat
मल्टीप्लेयर
behind them.
खेल
They double
सकते
swing
क्या वो
outside of
तो
that
नहीं
smoke
पता
and then
बट हमने जब लिया था पहली बार वो वाला आई थिंक
winning
हम
that
लोगों ने
pistol
वो
erases a lot of
फाइल
the
वाइल नहीं
concerns I
चिपकाए
had
थे
for
ना इधर
DRX
उधर.
on this half. Getting this, converting here, getting up to 10, then you just need a few good ult rounds to carry it through.
इधर ही आ रहे हैं गराज.
smoke, but flashback playing ahead
Nice.
with the judge means there's no real joy on the other side of it.
और मारो.
So NRG will decide that they want to test the waters B. They have a trip that they're going to have to navigate.
कुछ क्रैक सब करके भी नहीं चलते ऐसा क्या?
Maybe they can get away with one. Thrifties has been
बट फेमस
have been
गेम
so
ये
prevalent in this
गेम
tournament.
ये सब वो कॉन्ग वगैरह के भी ये सोलो
Like
गेम
this
हो तो
ult from
किसी को
DRX right
इनवाइट
now.
नहीं
You
चाहिए
bring a
ना.
second player over onto the B
उनके
side.
आगे
You just
के
drone
रिलीज
down
होते
A long as well.
कुछ
So
के आते ही
वो
नहीं
शेंग भी आ गए.
coming on that side of the map
इसीलिए
anytime
मैं बोल
soon.
रही
They've
हूँ
got
कि लाइक
Cypher Util
नहीं
comfortably
होगा
guarding their
वाटर
C.
पार्क सिमुलेटर.
They're just freezing on the other side of the smoke. The trip gets cleared and immediately
इतना
utility
स्लो
through.
हो
You
जाते
can
हुए
bring Steph
लेके
up into that
उसने.
cage. I absolutely love it.
Ethan's gotten some high ground. He's gone undetected.
Let's
but a
go
classic
flawless.
into the face of a bulldog like that is tough. A flawless round
It's
for
take 2
DRX
है
as
क्या
they get to
क्रैक
10.
हाँ होगा आई थिंक.
I love seeing
अभी
that
तो
little
सस्ती
movement
मिल
out of the
रही है.
Cypher.
500
Taking the
की मिल
moment
रही
to
है.
A, break the one way that had
ये
been put
देखो
down
एनवी के
on
लिए
top of the
500
site there.
सस्ती है
Use
पकड़ा
his
है.
own cage to do that.
अरे
तोड़ो
70
तोड़ो गाइस तोड़ो.
Up into it.
कल 76% ऑफ लिखा हुआ था इसलिए मैंने
तोड़ो
बोला.
गाइस तोड़ो. मैं नहीं जानती मैं देख रही हूँ 500 सस्ते
Wasn't
इन
expecting
लोगों
the Cypher
के.
there, was he?
क्या?
जरा 2-3
And so
500
remember here,
फेंक
take
के
a quick
मारना.
look at the timeline and remember how the first
देख
half
रहे हो?
started for
वो
DRX.
वो
Able to
ना
win the
वो
pistol,
अरे
and
हाँ
then
उससे अच्छा
the
याद है
Exault,
मेरे
and
को.
then they convert the
अपन वो
bonus, and that
गेम
really set
खत्म करते हैं वो वाली.
the chain of events that has us to this point.
वो वाली
Once again, in the spot
विंस्टन
to try to
वाली.
do it again, and they're pushing for blood.
अरे वो जो जेल ब्रेक करने वाला सीन था क्या
That's the
नाम
opener.
है?
They continue to crunch in, but
Oh,
Scuba
way
punches
out.
back.
हाँ अभी
One
आउट
is
खत्म
good enough
करते
for
हैं.
NRG to try
पास
and
लेके और
equalize
एक
now.
और एक आईडी में
They can
पास
take a
लेते हैं
breath,
उसे खेलते हैं.
filter out and make sure that
ग्राउंडेड भी है
players
उसमें.
have stepped up into the empty space, but you can see down on A short. That's exactly what Freeing's done on his Cypher.
बट उसमें वो पिछली वाला दिक्कत ना हो
Deny
जाए
some of
वो
that space.
पुराने वाला सीन.
Energy will have to deal with him if
ये
they decide to
लो
go back that way, but for now,
100
attention towards C.
500 ऐसा
Flashback was
क्या
able
हो
to pick up
भाई.
the Vandal off of Psalm's
ज्वाइन
body.
बटन पे क्लिक
Or
करके
Bana's
देखना
body,
जरा
rather.
मेंबरशिप
और
ले पा
क्या?
रहे हो कि नहीं. मीट
The
है
one bright light.
वही हमारे लिए $5 के
Position
बराबर
Freeing's
होगा.
found
चलो
himself in.
Generally, you look at this and you go, this is a one and done, but
इधर अच्छे
Champs
पोजीशन
is
में
a different
छुपा हुआ है.
beast. One kill found, drops the cage, tries to cover.
ट्रेड हो
Can't find
गया
any
है.
more.
सेम
So
लाइक
Bane is going to be able to slip
TDC
back into
1
the site. Now
अगेन
he
हियर वी
needs
गो.
one. Flashback's going to need one. Everyone needs
और
one.
एक अच्छा पोजी होल्ड
Who
करके
gets
रखा हुआ है.
two?
Bane
नाइस.
gets both. Scuba tries to get them back
ओह
into the
नाइस
round,
वन.
get
मेरे
back in the
पास
action.
बस कैश है. क्या
But
बात
it's
है
another
प्रियंका
mess.
वाटर नहीं करना क्या तुझे कब से बोल रखी है मेरे को
These
यार. क्रैक
bonuses
करवा
just keep
लूंगी.
on working
इन
for
दिनों तो
DRX.
खेलने का चांस नहीं है.
Bane just
देखना
toying
जरा
with
वो
him on and off
प्रोलॉग
angle.
वगैरह ना हो क्योंकि लाइक प्रोलॉग में आधा गेम ही होता है. प्रोलॉग का क्रैक अगर वो प्रोलॉग तो फ्री में भी मिल जाएगा स्टीम से.
And that just takes NRG out of the game. Bonkar's gonna go ahead and smash the timeout button. The
कल
second time
सेटअप
he's
ऐसा
called
किया.
timeout after
पूरा
round
गेम है ना
3.
वो. एनआरजी ने टाइम आउट
Now,
लिया है
we
गाइस.
have
लेट्स गो.
long talked about NRG struggles on the attacking side, and we
Stream.
saw their ridiculous comeback.
क्रैक
on
की
the
बातें
bench
स्ट्रीम
on
पे
the
ना
attacking
करो
side.
हाँ
दोस्तों.
हाँ वही
But
वही शाम को
Haven's
चलेगा.
a
हाँ
bit
देखते हैं.
different. Haven doesn't necessarily play the same way.
ऐसा
We can
बोलो,
chalk
क्रैक
up
सब्जी मंडी
मतलब
की
the fact
बात.
that
पागल
they pull that comeback
पागल
off to the fact that Abyss is very attack-sided, but
Sure.
पागल एकदम
that said,
पागल
they aren't
एकदम.
strangers to a deficit like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the comebacks like you're talking about. And And I think truthfully, when I look at DRX's comp,
Okay,
they don't
हाँ
have
वही
really
पागल
great
वाला
tools to stall
गेम
you
वही
out.
देखेंगे.
You know, in terms of a defense comp, DRX are a little bit lacking in that regard. You know, the Cypher tripwires are pretty easy to be dealt with when you've got Sova Util, when you play these slower rounds, I think, is what NRG are going to want. Threaten that lurk and taking the A space behind the wall. And yet with DRX just running that aggro look down every single lane. You think they pushed C long, they pushed Garage, they pushed A. They can just do that on 2 rounds, maybe throw an ult into the mix, and they'll have just won the game. So yeah, it's going to require NRG to dig real deep here to have any chance of taking out DRX's map pick.
Yeah, it's funny, they talk about swapping sides and how the double duelist going to work on the defensive side. I'm pretty sure the approach has been the same. Play it super high pace, super high tempo, and don't let NRG get a breath.
I mean, it's the same thing right there. Doesn't even have to press it again to go back. He's fine to get the kill and run out anyways.
And if they commit into this A hit, which it seems like will be the case, they have 3 members of the defense here.
Okay,
I mean, it's just an execution.
I don't know.
मैच पॉइंट पे गाइस हम लोग पहुंचने वाले हैं. DRX 12 लेने वाली है अपने लिए.
A high low like this, yeah, you get your one, but double triple face. What are you gonna do?
चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ. Bye bye नीरज.
Bye. He's got some fully boxed in here. Nowhere left to go but forward.
Snappy on 1. 3 on the round, and yeah, it gets that pit closer and closer, but the problem is they're running out of time. DRX are on map point.
And you know, NRG would be able to flush a map like this off. They've got a lot to look forward to. Corrode and Lotus, their best maps coming up. Sure. The fashion in which DRX are just tearing them apart here.
स्ट्रीम करोगे जब तक ये गेम्स चालू है.
The seeds of doubt in the back of NRG's minds.
Yeah, it doesn't
एनवी भाई मैसेज करना फ्री होने के बाद GN. Good night नीरज. Bye bye. Thank you so much for joining.
Absolutely. Just riding that momentum from their opening series versus TL. Again, some bullets down into mid early on. Okay.
उसके बाद लास्ट मैप फिर खत्म.
Cancel out, so they get the Waylay ult out, sure.
Yeah, and we turned the Omen ult canceled, I assume. Actually, DRX are still going back into their spawn to clear, just to be safe.
Right. Sure, better the double, you know, yeah.
But now that they've
ये नीरज और NVDM में
and now
ही
what?
करेंगे.
NRG haven't seized any of these gaps that they've left by going back to reclear their own
देखो ये अभी
spawn.
से शुरू हो गया, देख रहे हो?
Pretty garbage
अभी तो
drone
NV
from
कुछ
Bane
बोल रहा
sends
था
that out
सिर्फ
from A-Link to make
500
sure
में
no one
मिलता
got
है.
onto the site, but at the end of the day, DRX are still in a great spot.
सिर्फ जो लगाना
वो नीरज भाई अमीर है ना इसलिए. जैसे बोलना पड़ता है नीरज भाई अमीर है. नीरज भाई के लिए ये स्पीच.
बी पे स्पाइक डाउन हो चुका है. मुश्किल की खरीद है. NRG के लिए क्योंकि उन्हें स्पाइक रिकवर करना है और फील्डिंग पूरी सेट है बी साइड के अंदर. 1 रुपीज है मेरे पास बस. 499 चाहिए बस. बाप रे, मेरे पे भी 1 रुपी है.
मेरे पे भी टीम कैटेगरी
1 रुपी 18 पैसा.
मेरे पे 50 पैसा.
खत्म गाइस. जीजीस. पहला मैप यहाँ पे DRX उठाते हुए. क्या बात है. W play on their map pick very easily. Smooth win by DRX. GG's. Let's move to the another map. Corode, which is the map pick of NRG. देखते हैं उसमें क्या होता है. पैसिफिका ये. Let's go. इसी बात पे पोल पे वोट कर देना गाइस. DRS के अच्छा हाँ वो लोग का MIBR का भी तो यही सीन था.
They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money.
MIBR का भी यही सीन था. और जाइंटेक्स लिटरली बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है. PRX जैसे टीम को मजबूर कर दिया पूरा एकदम वो करने में. सेंटिनल को उन्होंने चटको कर दिया. पर जेनजी ने तो बहुत बढ़िया हराया था. ऐसा क्या. नाइस.
With Valorant, if you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
गाइस 1 सेकंड देना. मैं आ रही हूँ.
Steam take over कर दी Steam.
We made a lot of mistakes, but that's how we play. तो ठीक है, हाँ वही.
Finally, everyone. Finally. Yeah. Let's go.
I like her, but
आ गई मैं guys, let's go.
एलेक्स की फोटो दिखाई जा रही.
वो तो बंदा अलग ही टेंशन में था.
जाइंट टेक्स वाले लिख रहे आ रहा.
कोरोड देखने में मजा आएगा. कोरोड अबीज ये सब मैं अपने एंजॉय करती हूँ देखते हुए. कल किस किस का मैप है?
मैच कल है. टीम हेरेटिक्स वर्सेस T1, MRB वर्सेस FNC.
लेट्स गो.
T1 भी अच्छी टीम है, टीम हेरेटिक्स भी अच्छी टीम है, FNC भी और MRB. फिर अगले दिन भी बेस्ट मैच है. टीम लिकर्ड वर्सेस ADG, XLG वर्सेस सेन है
नाइस.
फ्राइडे को. फिर सैटरडे को
Pacific, of course, Gen Z also runs
बिलीबिली
this
वर्सेस
competition, so
RRQ,
I'm wondering if
G2
the
वर्सेस
success on that first map is
DRG.
because, they were just very, very familiar with that kind of competition.
이제 첫 번째 헤이븐에서 승리가 익숙한 조합, 젠지의 조합을
फिर
이렇게
सैटरडे
다시
संडे
만나게
को 2 दिन
돼서
वापस
승리를
मैच,
하게 되셨다고
फिर
생각하시나요?
2 दिन छुट्टी.
일단 헤이븐 바이퍼 조합은 사실 퍼시픽 때도 너무 많이 나왔었고 저희가 충분히 대처할 수 있다고 생각을 했었고 조합을 이미 알고 있었기 때문에 픽하면 이길 자신이 있었습니다.
I mean, the Haven Viper comp, we were so familiar with it, like you said, on Pacific, and we knew that if they were to pick it, we would, have our fun and take the win.
Well, hopefully that continues over to the second map. Kamsahamnida. Thank you very much and good luck.
We had some questions as to why DRX wanted to go to Haven. I think they more than answered it. I've got Tom and Mitch back here with me as well. And Tom, you were talking about those changes to the new compositions they're bringing. The Human Waylay is just so fantastic to watch.
It's so sick. Like, honestly, it's just enjoyable to watch someone take an agent that I think when it came out, most people were finding quite underwhelming, and then use it to such an aggressive degree. Like, a lot of the time you expect this guy to have fairly mid stats because he's literally just diving into angles and taking fights. Half the time he didn't even need to refract because the guy was in, getting 2 kills. He's like, well, there's no one left for me to escape from.
Yeah, I noted that especially towards the end of the second half where like he's running out double doors, refract is online, he'd find a fight, wouldn't pop the refract, and on his way back through the doors, you'd be like, is there anyone else I can kill? No one else?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just walk back. Like, the confidence was through the roof, and it was phenomenal to see. I think the combination as well with the Neon, although it's not the Yoru to kind of quickly take that space with the teleport, you still slide in, you get to give a lot of direction to that other duelist, and you're flooding the site so quickly with either free space being taken, or again the ability to refract out of there and leave your Neon with some utility that's well directed with your information.
NRG से सिर्फ मादा और स्कूबा ही खेलते हुए दिखते थे.
Sure, there weren't many, but I think Mada at least had some moments. Like, I think you could still see some of that individual brilliance. They didn't manage many rounds because I think it was only really him and Scuba that had a game to sort of talk about, but he was able to at least get them into positions where you go, okay, there's a possibility here, and I think in the next map that's going to be very important.
He was a part of a ridiculous amount of first engagements. It was always Mada at the scene of crime, and you got to feel for him a little bit because he tried his goddamn hardest.
Yeah, for sure. Like, individually, he still looked decent, but if there isn't going to be that follow-up, it's always going to be tough.
Well, NRG, not a terrific start by any means, but they have a chance to come back here as well. Bonka had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here now with Bonkar of NRG. Now, that was a tough loss on the first map. I'm wondering what was DRX doing that was so difficult for the team to deal with, and how do you plan to remedy that going into the next map of Corrode?
I mean, they played a comp that we never played against and a play style, but also we had some listening issues within the team, so we weren't listening and following our plans accordingly. So just resetting, forgetting about that map, and just going back to our game plan, and we should be fine.
Well, good luck, and hopefully you plan to bring it back.
This is a second coach from EMEA that said they did not know how to deal with a DRX comp. Lohan said I feel like I got deja vu. The exact same thing, but you have to think, prepare for the Waylay at this point, prepare for it.
I think it's similar though to when someone says like prepare for PRX. It's like, yes, you understand what they're going to do, but when a team is flying at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, reacting to something that you haven't played against week in, week out, while they're playing against the comp they have played week in, week out, is very difficult to do.
I think especially with the way they were bleeding the clock on DRX when it came to that attack side, being able to take these super slow approaches in the start of the round, using their refreshing utility, bait out yours, posturing on the map, tempering your aggression by holding, and then they would come into like 25 seconds left when they go for the side hit because of how reliable it is to have that Waylay dive in with the Neon. It was very tough to deal with.
We got to talk about Corrode because they have a Waylay themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be Waylay versus Waylay, but my talking point again is going to be Flashback going onto the Yoru. I think he was incredible in their first series versus Liquid. I think the interplay that they had with Waylay Yoru is better than what we just saw with Waylay Neon. Now, does it necessarily mean that that's going to be more of a worry? No, this is a much better map for the side of NRG. They are 5-0 on it over the last few months, and I think they're very comfortable here.
Without a doubt. I mean, they've certainly got the reps up against EDG. I love, though, again,
NRG का 100% win rate है इसमें. Comp pick भी 100% है.
I do think the Walton won't work. With the Yoru, this is so much more impressive if you're not used to playing against it. And NRG just said that was their problem.
If that was their problem, map 1, they have to be used to it now, because if they don't win here, Doug and Ender, they'll have to go through the lowest.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Ender, Tom was talking on the desk about how Corrode is so much more of a comfortable map for them, and you mentioned their record, this, that, and the other. And I mean, nobody looks comfortable in the face of a Waylay Yoru. That's pushing you the way that they are. I think this is something that they're going to have to solve here as well.
Double duelist है, Yoru Waylay nice.
Back of their minds as well. They were challenged
इधर आप लोग का single duelist है, Waylay nice.
That pace at which DRX were able to
क्या
play
मतलब कल से
on
Waylay
their
खेलना
execs, on their
पड़ेगा
attacking
मेरे.
side was simply overwhelming.
मतलब neon
That is the important for NRG to seize the
वेले
reins
पे आ जाओ
themselves.
Yeah,
चुपचाप
that's
से
exactly where they're going to be starting. That
नहीं
knife
होगा
tagging
मेरे
3
से
right
मुझे
at the
पता ही
beginning.
नहीं कौन सा बटन से
But they
स्लो है
turn
कौन
away
सा
and
बटन
turn
से
their
वो है
attention A.
कंफ्यूज हो
Yeah, a lot of the
जाती
time
हूँ
you'll just see
पर
Sam
प्रैक्टिस
play in
करेंगे
this
3 मिनट
position,
फिर
paranoia ready to
चलेंगे
go, just to stall out,
मैं
allow Mata to shift in from Link.
Oh, I mean, women can just
Blinding
fully
him.
TP in and then, or excuse me, dash in and then TP out. It doesn't really matter what utility hits them.
Yeah,
But
I
they fill
suppose.
in
डिफेंडिंग एनआरजी वालों ने ही
Now
लिया
up
है
into elbow as well, but NRG have 3 players here. It's going to be
अब
very
आके
hard to
दिखाओ
make forward progress for DRX.
We say that.
I mean, they've got a flash on the Oru.
We say that.
कोई नया एजेंट लॉन्च हो जाए मजे आ जाए
There's that flash. And there's the snap on the
Nice.
proc. Flashback, picking up right where you left off.
And now the 2 NRG members slip away from the site, play inside their own smoke. The map's also gone quiet. This is a little concern for NRG. Now the fights start coming online. NRG back into the thick of it, but DRX just cut them down. One by one they go. Only Ethan to try and stop it, but it's
क्या
not going to
खेल
happen.
रहे हैं एनआरजी
एनआरजी वाले
नहीं डीआरएक्स वाले
Yeah, they're
गलत
weak.
बोल दिया
And Scuba's been good.
बढ़िया खेल रहे
Really
हैं
gonna have to show up here. It doesn't matter how good you are domestically, international
1v3.
stages, or where you make a name for yourself. And Scuba has been thrust into the spotlight now. Spike ticks away, and Scuba has to play this so carefully, so quietly. No challenge given. No free fight afforded. Fully denying any advantage they might be able to pull. And so on the tap, he finds one. That's free.
पीछे से
One
आ
of the
रहा है
weaker
पीछे
ones.
से आ
Nice.
रहा है
Flashback gets his 3, and that's the pistol.
Nice
That's 3
round.
pistols in a row for DRX, if
Let's
I'm not
go.
mistaken.
It absolutely is. Not just that, it was
0-1
both
मेरे को लग रहा है डीआरएक्स की
conversions of
जीतेगी है
Tico and the bonus back on Haven. So we're going to be looking at that. I think you see here just a masterclass out of Flashback. It's only him with a piece of utility to actually reach into the A site.
We don't usually win pistols, who cares?
He was able to lay out Brock behind the box, but yeah,
I mean, that's true.
I
But
care.
also,
let's work on that, I think.
I think NRG fans would like it if they started to win a couple. I don't know.
Yeah, that might simplify the games. That might stop them from having to make the silly comebacks.
Pacey, the flash over the top. They're fully running it down A. You've got a little bit of trouble. Freeing will get one, but fall away.
Unfortunately, it's a FPX buy for DRX, so nothing for NRG to be able to try and reclaim, unless they're able to get Flashback here, but he can just teleport across the other
Right.
side.
Fine
Yoru things.
Yeah, fine safe pass to shoot. Scuba will be up close. Just a classic, though. I think once again, DRX have shown that they can make these teams on the other side of the stage look incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah. And I also think that they don't really have to tell NRG any plan in the second round. You know, DRX have plenty of tape up against NRG, right? NRG are 5-0 on this map.
Right.
You know, they played a lot of rounds. DRX have never played this comp for NRG to be able to download it. They're playing single duelist back in Stage 2 playoffs. And so NRG going for a bit of a rundown round here.
और इन पे
Means that
बस
they can't even
क्लासिक
try
है
to analyze and break down what
तुमने वो गाना
DRX's
सुने?
approach is going to be,
कौन सा?
because they just kind of full
निम्बुडा,
sent it
निम्बुडा।
around from the get-go.
Yeah, nothing
निम्बुडा।
really to learn there.
उस एलेक्स को
So
इमेजिन
DRX will
करके
get their
देखो
second once again. NRG fans cover yours for a second because
कौन
we have
सा
to
वो
go back
गुस्सा
into a
करने
couple of
वाला?
hours ago and we need to go back to the history of DRX converting the bonus both halves on Haven. They're here once more.
NRG have to be able to deal on this round. And for me,
पीछे
I
से
always
वो
want to
क्या
look
बोलते
at
हैं
Brock's Odin.
बाकी के
You know,
जो PRX
NRG
वाले
really
गोल गोल
made a
घूम
name
रहे
for
हो क्या
themselves with the
बताओ अभी
complete overuse of the Odin on Corrode and Lotus.
Right, the Broden, some might say.
I mean, Brock is always making sure he can buy that, even if it means light armor. This is 4 players on light armor, and DRX have bought up a few guns.
मादा ने इधर पिक निकाल
I mean, it
लिया है
absolutely
क्या
is.
बात है ओडिन आ चुका है
And it
गाइस
doesn't make this game
Odin
any
map
less
पे
simple.
Odin आ चुका
DRX
है
have a few players up in B main right now. Now sending Bane into mid to threaten some space here with a Prowler. Maybe pull some attention back into mid, so NRG just can't full
इधर
camp down on this B
चैंपियंस
site.
वेंडल फ्लेक्स करते हुए
5 किल हो गए
And my question is whether or not Flashback is going to be able to pop the ultimate on this round. Do you actually send that down in numbers to try and convert yet another bonus?
Yeah, I mean, round 3, you've got it early.
अभी तक तो बी पे जाने का ही प्लान है
I mean, you would have loved to see NRG peek forward for a pick, but here he goes.
Dimensional drift will pave the way, or at least get a little bit of info.
And they all dodged the knife.
But there are two here, and they know exactly where they are. Women behind enemy lines. TP's back away.
Slow करके भी भाग गया भाई क्या combo है.
Nipping at his heels, looking to take the fight.
Nice.
And it's a disaster once more for NRG.
Very nice combo यार, क्या बात है.
क्या ही खेल रहे हैं.
योरू उधर ही अल्ट में वेट करता रहा और वेले ने डैश इन करके उसको स्लो करके वापस आ गया.
अभी तो ओडिन भी आ गए हमारे पे.
NRG in these opening 3 rounds.
सॉम अकेला बचा हुआ है, most probably save करेंगे वो.
There's not a round left for Som to play.
No.
वो बढ़िया combo था यार योरू और
And this is
वेले
where the memories of Haven starts to surface once more. You know, you could have written off Haven and said, okay, it's DRX's map pick. We've got our 2 best in the pool coming up for NRG. But now as things start going horribly wrong on the defensive side of all things, those doubts are right at the fore.
सब एक साथ आएंगे.
I don't think they know where Som is, but he's not even going to take that swing. Just hang on to that rifle and carry it into the next round. We'll take a look at this one more time. This was off the back of an opener
ये
too,
भाई
but
best
this double
moment था,
dive
पूरा
is just...
slow करके भाई वापस आ
I mean, the
गया.
utility didn't even crush NRG. It was just flashback splash.
Yeah.
That's it. There's a lot
को भी down
sent
कर
that way.
दिया.
Donovan
बढ़िया
wasn't playing off of that. It looked a lot more complicated than it actually was. Every single round has just been flashback.
Bonus round भी
Sending
इनको
one
मिल
flash
गया
and
है.
winning it.
Time to jump. 7-1 for the duelist for DRX. Really getting away with whatever he wants, whatever DRX wants, to be honest.
Now the thing is, with NRG going for light armors in the last round and having max loss bonus, losing 3 rounds in a row, they still have a buy on this. So it's not as devastating as it was back for them on Haven when they were forced to save here.
Yeah, yes. If this one goes sideways, though, might be telling a different tale. And DRX again continue this jarring, this disorienting change of pace.
And yet NRG can sit relatively comfortable knowing they have forward information in A main. Yes, mid is going to be a little bit light, but they're okay with that. And even if DRX try to come back into B, well, I was going to say they have the knife on Ethan to slow it down. Now that is not an option, and this pop could rip them apart.
Scuba doesn't have a spit. There's a flash, and there's the wall. And again, it's the double dash.
Nice,
it's again,
yeah.
flashback right behind him. Again,
Oh
an
my
opener
God.
for DRX.
Flashback अकेला ही खेल रहा है
Tries to
ऐसा
do his
लग रहा है.
best, but he's just an S domino to fall.
2v4 once again, impossible, dispossible.
NRG had absolutely nothing to slow down that hit. That
और ये defending
pulling
sided
that
ही
when
map है.
Hyunmin goes into the site, just diving into the center there, all of a sudden everyone at NRG is turning to deal with him. And that's exactly when flashback is coming in, popping them, ruining their hold. This is an NRG without answers.
I mean, a change of scenery, a different map, but it feels to me like the approach for DRX is incredibly similar. And it's the same problem that NRG are going to have to solve. And Yinsu was talking about it on the desk. Bonkar said, we didn't know what to do with that comp.
Yeah.
We didn't know how to deal with it. It doesn't look like they do here either.
Yeah, might be time to course correct, readjust with the timeout.
4-0.
NRG, one of the weaknesses with their comp is they don't have that typical Sentinel utility. Their B site is weak, and teams in Americas have tried to exploit this, limited to success. But like you can see right here, apart from a Viper wall, and sometimes that spit, as you call it, coming down, there's very little stall. And both a Yoru teleporting across and a Waylay jumping over it can ignore that Viper utility. The only honest piece of utility you have to stop that hit from coming in is the KO knife. So Ethan needs to stop using that, I think, for information, to use that to stall out hits.
Yeah. Or what, just start ignoring the Waylay, dashing onto the site? Because you know the real threat is the Yoru behind you?
Yeah, except
I mean,
the one time you ignore Waylay
Right,
is
of
when
course.
Hyunmin's going to sit in there and punish you for it.
Right.
I think another idea for NRG, like we saw in the last round with the step into A main from Mata, could be take forward space. You see B main right now, they've got 2 players creeping forward. Now, this isn't going to matter in this round where NRG have 2 guns and DRX are headed towards A, but these are the types of ideas you can
Almost
start
NRG
weaving
का
in there
एक
to
round है.
disrupt
एक आधा
DRX.
Phantom जो था down हो
Mata
गया.
had a rifle. NRG, look, they've flatlined.
बाहर हो जाएगी ना इसके बाद एनर्जी
Who's the spark? It's not Scuba either.
लोअर ब्रैकेट
As DRX, particularly women, just continues to push forward. Just continues, he just body bags, toe tags him, and he just does whatever he wants.
It's just wild watching this. You know, we come where we watch NRG play this map so many times in Americas. Usually they're the squad that's doing what DRX are doing right now.
एक और बढ़िया एंगल होल्ड करते हुए
And well, now free.
नाइस वन क्या एंगल होल्ड करते यार 5-0
finish it off with a flawless round.
टाइम आउट लिया है टीम एनर्जी ने आई गेस
putting the rest of the field on notice.
The way I see it, Doug, I think NRG have really 3 main options they can play with coming into these future rounds. Bonker is going to be calling a timeout, trying to adjust here. And two of them I've talked about. I think May will try to take that forward fight in mains, set up there so that the scrap is going to be in the main where you're not so concerned about that set piece of a waylay diving above you and that teleport in behind. The second one is you play on sites, but Ethan has to be way more mindful of when his knife is up and using that to interrupt the hit, and you've got to have bodies behind that to fight. And the other one is, and this is the Hail Mary, you need to try and start blowing up the middle of the map, threatening on flanks. You give them the site, but you make the round state so chaotic that it sort of forces DRX to keep fighting forward and in that chaos try to win.
And which is kind of what they were doing on Haven, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they fully reverted to this retake approach on sites.
Priyanka Pro क्या aim हेलो प्लेयर बन जाए क्रिश
down A long, and those rounds did go well for NRG, so it would shock me to see them try to
ये कौन सा मंत्र उसने पूरा एक मंत्र लिख दिया है देखो.
And so what is the answer for the number 2 seed from the Americas region? What are the adjustments on the other side of this timeout? Because for DRX, the pace has been unyielding, unrelenting.
अरे मंत्र पढ़ रहा हूँ मुझे वो चैट ही नहीं दिख रहा है मेन चीज ये है.
रुको मैं बाकी की चैट दिख रही है
हाँ दिख रही है nothing serious. मुझे
रुको
वो चैट
लिखते
नहीं
हैं
दिख रहा है मुझे बस वो हंसने वाले 3 दिखे इसलिए मैं पूछी क्या
रुको
हुआ.
भेजता हूँ.
चलो एनवी भेज रहे हैं उधर से मंत्र फूकेंगे हम लोग.
Scared of the early aggression B main, like you were suggesting.
There was even a flash tossed over the top
यार
already
एनर्जी वाले
into
उनके
main.
मैप
So
में
NRG are showing a lot of force towards the B main side. They're not actually in there, but it's done enough to push DRX the other way. Although that being said, that doesn't really change the outcome of events for NRG. DRX have been very successful on these
ओम
A-pops
ब्रिम
anyways.
क्रीम प्रियंका प्रो एम वेलो प्रो प्लेयर बन जाए तो क्रिश को मंदिर में लिटा के मार खाते खाते वनीला
Yeah. As the split comes into A, I wonder if it's going to be difficult for Mata to
एनवी तुमको मैं अभी पटकने वाली हूँ. अब भी देखा मैंने एक चीज.
क्या
तुमको मैंने क्या बोला था नेक्स्ट PRX के थंबनेल में कौन होगा.
हाँ हाँ समझ गया
देखो गाइस देखो MIPR वाला इतना अच्छा बनाया है. इधर है मेरा जिंगू. मैं 10,000 बार बोल चुकी हूँ जिंगू को रखा करो.
नेक्स्ट
जिंगू को रखा ही नहीं. अभी एक दूसरा कल के लिए थंबनेल भेजा है उसमें देख रही हूँ इतना अच्छा बनाया है इतना अच्छा बनाया है.
पक्का नेक्स्ट टाइम पक्का.
मेरे हस्बैंड टू बी से कोई वो है जिंगू को नहीं रखा होगा. जिंगू को अभी याद आया मुझे देख के कि हाँ आज का भी तो थंबनेल लगा है.
रुको गाइस मैं शपथ लेता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट टाइम जो PRX का मैच होगा तब का थंबनेल देखना. मजा नहीं आया ना तो मेरा नाम बदल देना ठीक है.
दूसरा नाम सोच लो एनवी का फटाफट डिसाइड कर लो. पोल अभी हटा के एनवी का नाम डिसाइड करेंगे. इतनी बार बोल चुकी हूँ मैं जिंगू 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 को लगाओ जिंगू को लेके आओ जिंगू.
देखना गाइस इतना अच्छा लगेगा ना थंबनेल कि तुम लोग मेरा नाम सोच ही नहीं पाओगे. देख लेना
10 नाम सोच के रख दो. सब लोग अलग अलग नाम से बुलाएंगे एनवी को.
ओए छोटू
Yep.
दगाबाज.
Trying to step up into mid behind the knife,
अगर
trying
ना
to step up
मिले
behind the
अगले
smoke
बार
and
से
B
तो
main, or at
जिंगू
least
बना
threaten it.
देंगे एनवी को टिंगू वही ना.
That said, this time DRX are
टिंगू
positioned
इसको
to try and
बुलाएंगे.
re-clear into B main and
टिंगू
figure
अल्ट
out
करो.
exactly how NRG have
टिंगू
been
साइड
holding. I
पे
mean, it's
जाओ.
wild that NRG have committed yet another smoke.
ये थंबनेल देखते ही मुझे याद आया कि मैंने कुछ बोला था PRX के लिए. कि जिंगू को मेरे पास ही रख देना, ऐसे रख देना जैसे कि जिंगू मुझे प्रपोज कर रहा है. वो भी नहीं हुआ इससे.
Viper wall of your own.
गर्लफ्रेंड नेम.
Third omen smoke B main.
मेरा नाम
Now the
आया
re-clear
होगा,
will
कोई
come.
दिक्कत नहीं
But
है.
you have to keep in mind, Hyunmin and Bane both
अरे,
with the ultimates. They can
इसमें तो
overwhelm
4
the sites.
सेकंड का
The
नाम आया.
positions of NRG are not to really fight it out here.
एलेक्स
Instead,
भी
it's
साथ
to
में.
play back into heaven and then try to retake with Ethan's own ult.
कुछ गाइस मैंने गलत बोला कि जिंगू का फोटो ऐसे लगाना जैसे वो मुझे प्रपोज कर रहा है और मैं शर्मा रही हूँ. कुछ गलत बोला था मैंने इसमें.
गाइस आएगा पक्का
बेस्ट
आएगा.
आइडियाज थे कि नहीं बताओ.
That's the flashback gets freeing to. Now the ult hits out onto the site. The paranoia should buy a little bit of time. The defenses of NRG looking to stand strong.
एक राउंड तो एनआरजी वालों को मिल चुका है.
With only 12 seconds left on the clock, NRG are moving in.
अब भी 3v5 है. मादा के
हमारे
एस मादा का एस. लेट्स गो.
कॉम्पी टीम का नाम बताओ.
Welcome to the big stage, Mata. Smile on his face.
कॉम्पी टीम का नाम क्या है? भुजिया
He
वॉरियर.
is no stranger to the ace. 10
टीम
domestically
ठीक है.
in his first year in Americas. And now here. Just thriving in the chaos.
That's another one. That's another one.
एस भाई एस.
आईटी में नाम सोच के रख. अच्छा ऐसा कॉम्पी की टीम के नाम. वरना फिर वो इसको बोल देता हूँ. अरे आजकल तो प्रथम नहीं आ रहा सेट में. कहाँ है आजकल? कहाँ गया है?
क्या पता एग्जाम वगैरह है.
एग्जाम है. अच्छा.
I think we're gonna eventually end up seeing Mako enter the back lines with his ultimate. Comboed with the Nightfall, that can be extremely disruptive. Once you're denied the audio, you have no idea where that omen goes. You don't even know he ulted.
So with 3 here, it looks like they just picked up the orb and rotated away.
Yeah, now they've got the Your ult as well.
And freeing's one off of the pit.
Yeah, DRX can just do a bit of bullying here. They have higher tempo on those ults than NRG, who are 1 and 2 off of Brock and Scuba respectively. But they've got a good 3 hold here on NRG's side.
Yeah, in the face of these ults, though, that's a different beast. DRX continue to push NRG to spots where they have to respond.
Typically, Hyunmin's been diving to the left side here
फिर
in
से
DR.
गाइस योरू का अल्ट है. फिर से वो तरीका यूज होगा क्या वो डेस्टिन करके.
Flashback, taking all of this space and elbow, getting all the info that it possibly can, and there's women not far off.
इधर है इधर है इधर है. मारो
You mentioned the
मारो.
nightfall. It's actually a TP coming through from Sam. As Mata waits for the challenge, waits for the swing. TP proc the fights there.
Slow down
Flashback,
here.
who comes out on top? Scuba's gonna try to do a bit of the same on the other side of the smoke. Double face on the other side of it. Patiently waiting. They swing. They get his. But Brock with the Odin also crumbles.
भाई 1v2 हो गया
And now
अचानक.
the ult pop. 10 seconds left. The spike still goes down. This is a dangerous spot. Manages to stay alive.
चलो फिर भी
With the Odin,
1v2
what can
ही
you do to
बचा
take
और
this
इसके
back?
बाद भी.
One of the newest additions
11
to the
bullet
team
है.
again. Has to play savior for NRG. And DRX have been so airtight, so rock steady. Brock creeping forward, looking for a fight.
पॉसिबल तो नहीं है ये.
He will slowly inch his way up.
6-2
A tap of the
guys,
spike.
6-2.
That eye's not going to tag him. Brock's
Ninja
going to stick
defuse.
He had a shot, gets down to 1v1. Freeing's on the challenge, and it was a tap. at
Nice
just the wrong
timing. Wrong timing, guys. Wrong timing.
Brock gets caught on the most brutal timing of all time. And again, it's just DRX carving up this A site. Bane just lethal with it. 3 kills on the approach from Yard. Steady too in the post plant. The actual site holds for NRG continue to just be paper. DRX. And the only real response from NRG has been threatening B main over and over again. And I mean, DRX are like, okay, sure, we'll just keep going A because he can't hold that side of the map.
Mod is up really early with an op. Has the TP procced. Jump spots that again. Gets away. Risky, but they're chasing him down.
Oh,
Brock tries to fill in on the space. Spam coming through. The most uncomfortable position.
Firing
and
करना
eventually
क्यों
this
छोड़
man
दिया
connects.
ब्रॉक
And at the
ने?
same time, Mako from the shadows into the back line now. DRX
उधर से
surrounding
firing
NRG
आ
on
रहा
this A
है।
site. Some does well to shut him down.
Obviously मरेंगे अगर फेक भी कर रहे हैं कि भागे टाइप दिखा रहे हैं तो भी मरेंगे। फायरिंग आ रहा है 9 HP पे ऐसे ही खड़े हैं। ओडिन लेके वो भी
Freeze gonna catch Scuba too.
Saw
ये
him.
मैं बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाई।
What?
Oh no! What happened there? Freeing misplays that horribly.
भाई
And now
वो
they're
मैं
gonna rotate
बिल्कुल
back on
समझ
B,
नहीं
and the
पाई।
defenses
9
are gonna be there
HP में
first.
नीचे
he
तुम
expected
प्रिटेंड
Scuba to
कर
keep
रहे हो
on
कि उस
walking
जगह
forward
से ही
now.
निकल
All
गए
of a
हो
sudden, it's a bit of a mess.
और वो
30
लोग
seconds
स्मोक
left on
से
the
बाहर है
clock.
तब तुम
Scuba
मारोगे बट
still
वो लोग अंधा
has a
फायरिंग
volley
उधर
and
से ही
has
कर
the
रहे हैं।
wall.
And Mata has an op and will have the line.
माता ने दो निकाल दिए भाई।
On to 2. Scuba gets the
Nice.
last.
Nice.
NRG gets a 3.
पता नहीं वो ओडिन क्यों रुक गया था।
Mata playing with the crowd as well.
And they respond.
I mean, sure. Take every lucky break you can get. Still have no idea what just happened there in mid. That was wild.
ये देखो।
The start of this round was such a disaster too. Brock getting spammed away. Taste of his own medicine, but through Hyunmin's hands and into Flashback's chest. That collat wins the round for NRG.
Man! Yes!
So maybe Mata is the spark after all. 9 and 6 still has the op in play, and DRX's attack side has slowed down. Not just in the rounds they're winning, but in the pace they're pushing. As Mata gets another opener.
पे डाउन कर दिया भाई।
First time ever, DRX's econ broken, but not in Hyunmin's hands.
No.
चलो
In
इधर
and out,
ट्रेड हो चुका है
assassin.
4v4
They're gonna
once
push behind
again।
the stone. Psalm's ready
ने
for
भी
it.
ओमन को निकाल दिया। Nice।
Mako a bit too far up. Still a couple of rifles to play on the side of DRX. The flash is
अभी
brutal.
अंधेरे में है
60 HP, but
वो।
Psalm swings, gets 3.
क्या मारा है?
1v3 guys,
31
1v3 once again।
How in the world does he do this? I don't think he can.
Nice। 4
NRG
to
gets a
6,
4, and
nice
all of a
one।
sudden, yeah, they might have a shot at this thing.
Hey, take this next round, then I'll start believing it.
Sure.
At NRG, you can see a bit of the excitement on stage. I mean, even just Mata there after playing up with the crowd. Feeling the hype going from the early peak down into mid. That has been severely lacking so far today.
DRX का टाइम आउट आ चुका है इधर बैक टू
The
बैक
heavy
कमबैक
double
के
dive,
बाद।
full send onto site, dump everything, and overwhelm the defense of NRG has stopped. It's not even. It seems to me like it's not even like they're still trying to do it, and NRG have been able to navigate around it and find a way to beat the good against good. It seems like, to me, DRX's approach has changed.
Yeah, they've started to add some more layers. You saw that in the round prior to this one where they tried to go for that A split and the lurk was just a bit of a disaster. They
Right.
call out of it. So I think they're trying to not be so predictable for NRG where I'm not sure they necessarily need to do that.
Right.
You know, this last round, it's an eco, you ignore it, whatever, it's no big deal. But at the end of the day, you just look at your scoreboard and, well, you're going to have a fade ult, you're going to have a waylay ult. Like, let's just hit a site. The NRG have not proven that they are able to hold that site outside of what we literally just saw, and that was when DRX are on a half buy, you know?
Yeah, if it ain't broke. But DRX decided to make changes anyway. Maybe they go back to the tried and true on the other side of this timeout. So we near the end of the first half.
It's a bit peculiar to me that Mata has an outlaw in his inventory. You can see DRX with enough money to
टाइम
force
आउट
them into
इधर
heavy
खत्म
armors
हुआ आप
and
देखते हैं टाइम
rifles.
आउट इम्पैक्टफुल
It's
होता
only
है कि
Flashback that's vulnerable.
वेले कार्ड थे इधर दोनों वेले
Note here,
कार्ड
the
थे
three ults on the
वाइपर
side of the
कार्ड
attack
थे
too. There's Mata with that outlaw. Looking for a challenge, will not find one early on. And now look at the adjustment from side of NRG. No longer dropping that aggro B main smoke.
It's an A instead, right? That one going onto that side. I don't know how to draw. But ultimately, I think what DRX have spoken about in the timeout is they're inclined to believe that NRG are filling into some of the space, taking forward space in main, so they were holding for a mid-walk,
बी
seeing if
पे
Mata was
ही
going to go all the
अकेला
way
है
through
स्कूबा
that.
अभी
Now they
सन
can
भी आ गया है
regroup,
मिड
test
से
into B, where
They've seen so much attention early, but that's again an early KO knife that doesn't give good information, and now eats up all their stall.
Ethan's using it right off respawn. Right off timings. Scuba has tucked. And he was a menace from this exact position for NRG in their previous series. Tucked behind the wall, he's gonna get another one, isn't he?
वो नहीं पकड़ा गया, नहीं बॉल बहुत बढ़िया बनाई है।
He gets one, but DRX take the site.
एक ही ले पाए।
It's a little bit delayed, a little bit of hesitation, but the outcome's the same.
2v3 एक ओडिन है, but इधर वाइपर ने अल्ट निकाल लिया अपना, क्या बात है।
Had a chance to
Let's go Pacific, let's go.
Of DRX, but now that responsibility moves to Mata and Brock. And the weaponry just isn't really there. Mata's looking at a full HP Bane and main.
He's got to take this line to maybe get a gun upgraded, but Bane is there waiting, as you mentioned.
There's just no way.
No, Brock 1v3, he's got the Odin. He'll get one.
खत्म मादा भी
Dropping into the pit.
ओडिन वाला ही
उधर ही कूद गया।
And it's just not when you're going to win there.
जिधर वाइपर है उसी कुएं में कूद गया जैसा।
Like even in the tough halves that NRG
4-7
in their opening series, even in the loss in that first map,
4-7 से 4-6
pretty lights out. But he missed his chance to get the first kill. Amazingly, still turns around and gets one guy.
8-4 please, 8-4, वरना वो पिस्टल राउंड जैसे तैसे एनआरजी ने निकाल लिया तो कवर अप हो जाएगा, 7-7 हो जाएगा।
And it was again off of the unyielding, fully send out onto site for DRX. And so they go back to their tried and true and nets them another round win.
Yeah, we're going to close out this half with another Yoru ult. I believe that's 3 now.
And it's going to be another beat.
Yoru ult फिर से।
I mean, they're gathering up. Scuba's jump spotting, but that's danger because you've got Waylay who's going to double dive onto you. And then what? But he takes a step back, pushes off the line. Ethan has joined, does not have knife.
Yep, NRG eat up some of the gas, and it's time to go into this site. No info on Scuba.
Yeah, flashback only spotting one. Ethan now 2, TP's out. And it's Mako who fills in, but they're stalling out onto the site. The Parano's going to buy a little bit of time once again. Scuba can place
Scuba अच्छे पोजीशन होल्ड करता है, लेकिन नाइस वन। अच्छे पोजीशन होल्ड करता है Scuba। 2v3 है still।
Now Mata's here on the flank.
माडा फिर से ऑपरेटर लेके ये 2v2 ऑपरेटर ओडिन versus वेंडल फैंटम।
Trying to get the spike down. He spotted him, but is he going to land the shot? Patience with it right
nice.
on the mark. And
1v2 for Human.
He's going to be able to get his ones as well, isn't he? The Brock.
Nice 5-7 guys. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अगर ये पिस्टल राउंड एनर्जी ने जीता तो 7-7 हो जाएगा easy.
I mean, look, it's a breath of life at the end there for NRG, but every single round felt like it needed multiple things to go perfectly well. This game has delivered so far, but if we're going to see a map 3, NRG need to show up. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
30 seconds.
गाइस सब लोग लाइक कर देना और पोल पे वोट कर देना अपने मतलब क्या बोलते हैं फेवरेट टीम के लिए जिसको आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, ठीक है? इसका ऐड आने लगा। अच्छा, मास्टर कार्ड का ऐड आ रहा है। क्या फायदा मास्टर कार्ड लेके जब बैलेंस ही 0 है। बैलेंस मेन होते हैं। कार्ड तो मैं 10 बैंक के खरीद लूँ, पर अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना 10 बैंक से मैसेज आ रहे हैं कि 0 बैलेंस है। आप एटलीस्ट मिनिमम बैलेंस आप मेंटेन करो, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। हाँ सुनाओ सुनाओ, गाना सुनाओ।
नहीं बात
7-5 ये राउंड एनआरजी को नहीं देने का, क्योंकि देने का तो 7-7 हो जाने का। डिफेंडिंग साइड मैप है और अभी डीआरएक्स का डिफेंडिंग है, तो लग तो रहा है कि कर सकते हैं। लेट्स गो। स्टार्टिंग तो बढ़िया गया था डीआरएक्स ने, लेकिन अटका के रख दिया था 0 पे।
डीआरएक्स टीम तो बढ़िया।
स्टेज 2 में इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे थे, सेम एमआईबीआर की तरह ही हालत था। होपफुली इधर आके बहुत मतलब अच्छा कर रहे हैं।
Here we go, half time खत्म. अभी है defending
they
of
say history
DRX.
has a
Let's see.
tendency to repeat itself, and for
Hey,
DRX, it
for
feels a bit more
timer
like
आगे.
fate here on the global stage, as they're once
The
again
tech was आगे.
pushing their way
नहीं,
out of
नहीं.
group stage into the
किसने
playoff
सबसे ज़्यादा
stage. They're
damage?
up 2
Flashback
rounds
ने
on
सबसे
NRG.
ज़्यादा
Christian,
damage
we'll take a look
दिया,
at the Coinbase Econ report. A lot of it
Let's
was
go,
off of the
let's
backs
go.
of Flashback.
Yeah.
He was insane.
DRX have never failed to make it out of groups, and Flashback is trying to make that a certainty here in 2025. You got to remember, he's stepped into the secondary duelist role with the team and has been lights out on the Ori. You think back to how many rounds it was just him winning it out from the pistol, getting 3 kills on that one, to having 3 ultimates in the opening half. He was just a force to be reckoned with.
And, you know, we don't give a ton of love to him in there because his job kind of sucks. He has to go in, he draws crosshairs, sometimes he gets picked, other times he's able to get away. But I think without him in doing that for Flashback, I don't know that he finds that same success. DRX seem to have perfected this comp.
They absolutely have, but on the defense side of things, the approach has to change a little bit. As we saw back on Haven with the double duelists, they were fighting forward a lot, fighting down multiple lanes at the same time, but also being so quick on the retakes, flooding into sight, denying the plant from going down. See what they have in store for us here this time around.
All right, with Flash up high, the wall will go through. 2 members of the defense here. Flashback not far off. There's a
Nice
double dash from Mata out onto the
तो
site.
बढ़िया लिया है.
They've gotten the space, but now what?
The fight forward into elbow. That's the idea for NRG.
Oh, they're scaling with the spike. They're not
पूरा
even concerned about
साइड
getting it down. They
कब्जा
want
कर
to take
लिया
this
है,
fight all
कब्जा
the way
ही
up.
नहीं.
And
पीछे
Free
तक
jumps
चले
down from
गए.
heaven, gets the best of Mata. But
नहीं
Scoop
छोड़ी.
and Brock are there to wait.
वो लोग
And greet
कंफ्यूज है
with
क्या हो
open
रहा है.
arms. What a chaos.
नार्जी वाले खेलने लग गए.
And as the dust settles, Bane is left in a 1v4, trying to spam through the smoke, trying to get a free one.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही ग्लेज कर
Will
दिया
not
क्या
be
मैंने?
allotted, at least not yet.
जींस करना पड़ेगा लग रहा है.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Such a wild approach.
So
Let's
clever.
go.
Look, the thing is, NRG
Yellow.
know that DRX are going to love to fast flood back into the site, rotate through mid.
उधर एक
So what do they
NPC
do?
जिसको
They
सपोर्ट
fight
कर रहा है,
elbow,
देखना जरा.
claim heaven
देखो
control
देख.
themselves, and then pinch back down onto the
पक्का
site.
मैच
It's
की
like
बातें
they were
चल
the
नहीं
ones
रहा
that were
होगा.
actually playing defense.
Sure.
And
I am
DRX were
FPS
running
gamer,
a
वो तो
heavy
CS
split on
खेलने
them.
लग गया.
It was really cool. Even though Mata had dropped early on into that play, I don't think DRX had any
Watchparty बंद कर दी उसने.
All smiles is NRG when they're
NPC ने
first
सही
pistol
में
of the
सारे
series.
मैचेस देखे थे PRX के.
They can do it.
दो हाँ PRX का पूरा मैच देखा है उसने. फिर अभी टाइटल है I am FPS gamer और CS
के
खेल रहा है.
आते ही देख रहे हो PRX थोड़ा डगमगा गया.
Pretty reserved buy for them as well. They want to.
अच्छा हुआ तो हम जैसे जिंक्स पार्टी ने बैलेंस कर दिया इधर-उधर कूद के.
I don't know about that one, Mata.
Unfortunate timing there, but manages to stay alive. There's the swing onto Bane. Bullet between his eyes, and all of a sudden the defense gets a little bit lighter, a little bit weaker. Wow. You want to get out of this as cleanly as you can. That's one Guardian down. All you've got left is the
2v3,
Vandal.
2v2,
They
oh my
cannot
god.
afford this. The disaster that this would be. They've got to find a way to convert here. And DRX
गन
are
इधर सिक्योर
ripping
कर
this
लिया
out of their
है.
hands.
Oh my
Mako
god,
gets 3.
Mako.
Brock left in a 1v2.
आप तो नहीं हो सकते.
Whispers of nightmare creep over
Nice
their shoulder
यार.
as DRX snatches it away.
W.
Thrifty DRX. Let's
I don't
go.
know if they're still going to be smiling, Doug. It looks
Big
awfully
fake.
quiet down on that stage. At least in the NRG camp. And this is again that same idea, fighting up into heaven. This time
क्लासिक
teleporting
से
in
ही
there
निकाल दिया. क्या बात है.
from Sam.
Pacific guys, Pacific. Let's go.
That one gets away from them, and the brutal thing is you don't have time to think it over.
No.
You just gotta go next.
I mean, at least they can buy because they only bought 2 real rifles in
Sure.
the last round.
But the momentum, the
Odin
pace
फिर
setting,
से आ
the tone
चुका
of
है.
this
Let's
half
go.
has already been set.
NRG have to win this round, and the econ is shattered.
Pacey towards A paranoia.
Pushing हो गया
Pave the
करना.
way for Mata.
Yeah, just trying to get Mata up into link here. He actually has to dive away.
ओ
भागा.
प्रॉलर भी पीछे आ गया था.
They're fully
प्रॉलर
faking
और
this
अलार्म
hit.
बॉट एक
A
जैसे
flash
एक
over
बार
the top
पकड़
of
लिया
smoke
तो
too, but
आपके
they're not
पीछे ही है
biting. They
ना
still
तो
have
लेता.
mid-control. DRX are still A.
Mako is still waiting by elbow, right on the other side of this wall.
And Yunmin here. There's Mako. Sam gets the best of him.
पहला फ्रैग तो निकाल लिया गया है.
But there's still threat on the other side of this smoke. Yunmin creeping forward. Swings
Okay.
a bit aggressively. ambitious, perhaps, and pays for it.
And that was a very signature NRG round. They are great at freezing after they've made a lot of space, especially on
क्या
the
होने
A
लग
side.
गया गाइस स्विच
DRX
होते
a
इधर
little bit
उधर इधर उधर
uncomfortable.
हैं
How
कैसे
to deal with that once NRG went
अरे
quiet. Although
ओडिन
now,
लेके खड़ा था वही डाउन
Bane
हो
finding that opener, right back in things.
आए हाय
4v3, the spike is down, a couple members on side of NRG are
This
weak.
mid-fight.
Goes the way of DRX, and all of a sudden, becomes a bit more
2v3
problematic.
बहुत
Again, look
लो
at the health
तो है
bars on
बट
the side of
डिफ्यूज
NRG.
भी करना
Time is
है
so short, though, and I think they're calling the save.
Yeah, Fring's not trying to play the round.
चलो
I mean, credit
सेविंग
to
करने
NRG
निकल
there.
गए हैं
Being able to
8-7
find their way onto the A side.
1 round के
You
लीड
think
पे
about things, because
DRX
they had
let's
lost
go
the previous round. If they lose this one, that's only 2 losses in a row. It's a very different situation than if they'd lost the pistol as well, where they'd be maxed out on the loss bonus. No, instead, NRG would have had absolutely nothing. This was a critical one for them.
यार ये प्रिमोडियम वेंडल
And there's
बहुत
going to
सही है
continue to
बहुत
be many of these critical rounds as we move forward.
आएगा भी नहीं कभी स्टोर पे
It's gonna go wrong today. Everything that can go wrong will.
प्रिमोडियम बहुत सही वेंडल है
And it sort of has been so far.
See the buy for DRX, it's not great, 2 rifles.
कभी को मौका मिले तो
This
मैं
is a cheeky
प्रिमोडियम
little setup,
वेंडल
and they're
जरूर
rewarded
लूंगी
for it. Scuba gets caught asleep at the wheel.
That's what our NRG do. Force up into mid, but this hold from flashback is perfect.
नाइस एंगल यार W एंगल
Remember, this buy was not great. Remember, they only had 2 rifles. They've already gotten 2 picks,
ओह
and
क्या
flashback's getting
स्मूथ है
another.
यार
And so once again, the Thrifty from a couple of rounds ago
Thrifty
rears
ही
its
है
ugly head.
सिर्फ 2 एक फैंटम एक वेंडल है बाकी सारे शेरिफ क्या बात है
It's
यार
another nightmare. It's a flawless
फ्लॉलेस
round as
प्लस
DRX punch
50
back.
3 शेरिफ थे
Those words you just heard from Scuba
2 वेपन
have a
बाय
little
हुए
bit
थे
extra
वाओ
weight behind them
नाइस
after a round like that. He said that after a win, but he's feeling it after a loss. Didn't even have a chance in that round. Caught out by the saturate, trying to jump away. There's no way you're escaping from Yunmin.
And so Murphy continues to be a problem for NRG.
Wow. They continue to just try and force round after round down to nothing. 2 stingers in the inventory.
Flash over the top, Paranoia. NRG looking to give him a bit of their own medicine. An aggressive hit towards A, but they stall out and Sam gets caught.
Nice.
Sticks to TP and overstays his welcome. And they haven't gotten onto the site. The spike hits the ground. Traded back though, and they're in a position where they can recover it. They're in a position where they can play around it.
It's all going to come down to this flank from Freeing.
Yeah, DRX with the numbers advantage. And there's nothing really to check it. They have to face hold this if you're NRG, and they're not. And so they huddle up. They continue to push further and further into the site. Try to play around the advantages they have. But the gun barrel gives Scuba away. Freeing gets the pick.
Nice.
And now they're going to be able to pop the ult too. That's going to make this so much messier. Bane and Mako, the only 2 left out onto the site, swinging around at tap of the spike. Mata and Brock repositioning, looking to take this fight somewhere else, as Mata does. Bane into the swing, Mata gets 3.
8-9 हो गए.
And NRG get away with the round.
That's a
फिर
great
से
post
cover
back
up
there from
करते हुए
Mata.
only
The
1
reposition
round
out of
lead.
elbow into yard.
DRX.
And from his spot too, he can see that spike ticking down. Fortunate there that Flashback had just teleported over into deep A, so he's holding. Here's the Omen ult and shakes it down.
मादा बढ़िया
Yeah, from where
खेलता
Mata
है
is, he doesn't have to actually peek Mako or Bane or anyone. You can see whether or not that spike is actually being defused.
An outlaw for Flashback. Currently up across the middle of the map, where Mata should be playing close by.
चलो नाइफ से
Funky
कुछ
there.
डिटेक्ट नहीं हुआ इधर.
Attack smoke being dropped there into B main. Threatens a pop out on either side. Knife pushed away anyone near on the other side. So DRX are going to commit 3 players towards B early on into the round. This could be a situation where Flashback just pops the Yor ult into mid round for information. Very likely. Especially if NRG keep winding down the clock.
Here. Dog clearing out B main early on. You see Freeing taking some of that space. Saw him just far off that line. They're going to rotate back into this. Again, Freeing has taken this line, but he is alone. There's not a lot of help here. Meanwhile, the ult is popped mid. Freeing realizing he's in a position to make a play, gets his one. That's all it is. And now it's on Bane who's going to be challenged. Flashback has joined. Saw him TPing forward right into his death. As Bane's there to meet him, gets another.
Nice one.
Not able to connect onto the third, and there is the outlaw. Flashback connects. Brock in the face of 3.
Nice.
Cannot convert. DRX get to double digits.
DRX seem to have all the answers, and Flashback in particular. They've clued in on this idea that NRG are just forcing round after round so often on those light armors. So what better than the outlaw? So what better than Bane from that position? I mean, that was just class.
Yeah, well, I mean, also fully Flash getting the kill. Like, sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you, man. I don't know.
Not much you can ask for in that spot.
And so a timeout called from NRG. Down 2 rounds. This tit for tat. I mean, you take a look at the timeline, it's actually insane. They've traded flows every single round this half.
Yeah, got back and forth, but it has felt like it's been DRX seizing those rounds away from NRG,
yeah,
right?
Agreed.
That second round 16 as well, rounds that NRG were in good positions to win. And just through individual moments of brilliance, a good general game plan from DRX, it has been hard for NRG to find the answers.
That's exactly what Blancard is in a position to have to do and have to deliver for his squad. And so on the other side of the timeout, see the purchase not great for the attack. A Vandal, a Stinger. So you presume that DRX will be able to get to 11 and then the game will really start. But we'll see. We've seen a couple of silly rounds so far. This is going to be fast into mid. It looks like the paranoia, the double dash off the knife to take a challenge. They continue to ask Mata to deliver, and they're giving him the tools to do it.
Yeah, so often he's just dropped back though, and with dropping out of the round.
Oh, randomly Mada को भी मार दिया भाई.
Murphy's Law striking again.
Nice one.
बढ़िया kill.
I mean, Scuba said it, and honestly, with how this has gone, I am inclined to agree, but also nothing to take away from DRX here. They've played so damn well.
I mean, it's just been amazing seeing Flashback perform at such a high level on the duelist role. You know, if you're watching Bangkok, he was rocking some Senti for the team, was still putting up
insane
major numbers. Yeah. But it just feels like he's been so freed up to go for the plays he wants to go for and give himself some of that agency with the flashes to take those fights, whether it's on the Yoru or Neon.
Interesting using the Nightfall.
Yeah, I think we thought it was a B split coming in.
Yeah.
Nah,
the timing would make sense, and they're still hedging their bets. You still have Flashback
nice
rotating. You
one.
still have
Smoke से ही
Bane
मार
and
दिए
Mako
भाई.
A. It's still a
क्या
flawless
बात है?
round for DRX.
11-8. Match point पे जा सकते हैं हम लोग शायद.
All right,
Let's go.
it is now do or die for NRG. They've got a buy, they've got ults, they've got Brock Zoden. And for a team that is filled with so many rookies,
Nice
Ethan and Sam, they've got the experience. But a guy like Mata, he came into the league, tore up the leaderboard.
They might try to pick on Scuba again. Oh, he just barely gets away. That had trouble written all over it. And so off of that, the response is they try to speed up E off of Ethan's ult. Mata TP's forward, spams into the smoke, gets one. You mentioned this was do or die. They have to find a way through, but Flashback.
4v4 1
Hits where it
second.
hurts into the second.
Nice
Brock
one.
falls,
Flashback.
tucks back, looks for another fight. And it's Freeing who joins in on the fray.
2v2.
Things slow down.
और यहाँ पे
into 2v2
अल्ट कर
with the
दिया है
pit.
स्कूबा ने. Slow
Actually,
कर
forget
दिया
about slowing
है.
down. They want to continue to push the pace. Ethan will drop a volley to provide a little bit of cover, provide a little bit of space. Dropping down from over the box. Ethan's there to greet. Mako left in a 1v2. Decay down to next to
Nice.
nothing. Ethan gets 4. NRG get to 9.
11-9 round.
A major round there from the newer IGL.
on NRG. Ethan stepped into that role in stage 2. Led his team to the best finish all year. Revived this roster. And also can put up rounds like that. 4 kills for him, and all of a sudden that spark has been ignited for NRG.
And that spark has been there a few times, but every time DRX snuff it out, they squelch it. And so can they do it again?
Well, we're just back to the B site. NRG want to get in and get in quick.
A barrage of utility soars into the site. And then they TP back out, finding out that nobody's home. But DRX are there, they're knocking on the door, they're waiting to flood.
Side take over कर लिया.
And that might just be the cue. If they can find space around it. Rock pops his ult. No target found.
ये ओडिन वाला करता क्या है? एक तो समझ में नहीं आता.
The scale up might be too far. There's Windman, but Mod is there to greet him. Outlaw not connecting. Just off the mark.
2v3 now.
It's all on to Mako now. A 1v2 and a winnable one. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time.
1v2 फिर से.
Down Mako. Can you pull this one off?
Spike planted.
Quietly put in a position to play spoiler. Such a tenured player, historic. And again, thrust into a spot to be iconic once more. Mako playing up in heaven. Looking for a fight. And it's not being given to him now. Getting active. And Mata is the one who stops it. NRG gets to double digits.
Finally, NRG put 2 rounds together.
क्या लगता है मैं फ्री जा
They go back to the pistol
पता तो नहीं OT हो सकता है ये, but
even if it is close.
DRX वाले एक टाइम आउट ले लेंगे तो बढ़िया रहेगा.
Covering his teammate there is priceless.
क्योंकि वो लोग B पे जीत रहे तो B पे आ रहे.
Good job, Adam. Good job, bro.
Let's go back to this idea that, you know, a guy like Scuba or Brock or Mata can be so good.
चलो टाइम आउट ले लिया है DRX ने.
तो तुम्हारी बात सुन ली.
You don't enter that conversation of superstar for a guy like Mata to take it over back at home until you show up on that global stage. You can't afford to peter out. You can't afford to have those bad maps. And I think Mata has continued to deliver here in Paris.
22 and 14. All right, Scuba's another one who's been real big, but Flashback has just been the star of the series, the star of the day. DRX call a timeout though. For the first time this half, we have 2 teams winning back-to-back rounds. DRX win 2 of their own, and NRG are able to respond. And so, you know, this does feel like 2 heavyweights trading blows.
Absolutely. And DRX, they're not in a tough position financially or anything like that. They're going to continue to have buys here. What I'm really looking at is Flashback's ultimate. You think about the last time he used it, it actually kind of petered out. He tried to use it for mid-round information the same time NRG were popping an exec onto the B site. The timing there has to be a little bit better, and, well, he's switched over to an operator. And he has been carving NRG up with the Outlaw. I can only imagine what he's going to do with that weapon.
Oh, we won't have to imagine for long. He's going to have this aggressive A line. Meanwhile, the Viper wall from NRG across the middle of the map.
And he's been taking the Outlaw into mid more often than not. The A line might be a bit of a surprise.
Inman here might be too, but that knife will tag. They're going to try to split out onto B. The Paranoia will provide a little cover, but he didn't get tagged, and so it's traded back, and Mako's there.
Nice.
So all of a sudden, this hit starts to stall out.
Where is Scuba going?
Yeah, and Scuba's gone exploring with the spike. He cannot get caught here.
It's so major that Flashback doesn't find him. Scuba has a chance to pop a timing that DRX have no clue could happen.
And also, if he falls with the spike, the round might be over. I mean,
this is playing on the knife's edge.
There's only 1 guy left on the site. Freeing has to fall for NRG to win this. There's no way the timings!
He turns, he spots them!
Oh, nice.
Freeing falls, and now the site is theirs. However, Flashback has arrived, switching over to a Phantom. 3 more targets waiting as the flank shows up from Bane a little bit further away. But should arrive just on time. NRG looking to tie us up. Looking to potentially take us to Lotus. But DRX in a spot to play spoiler. Flashback in a 1v3. 23 and 15 so far. And we'll need 3 more to pull this one off. That's his one, but 30 HP.
और
Possibility,
ओडिन
the
वाला भी गया
opportunity, it dwindles, it fades away. And with that,
2v1
Flashback takes a step back. He's saving the
सेविंग
gun,
करने
he's
के लिए
getting
जा
out.
रहे, तो इसी के साथ
NRG
11
will tie us
11
up.
ऑपरेटर
The
सेविंग
presence of mind there from Scuba. After the disaster that happened in mid for NRG, to gamble it up into spawn. I mean, that is as risky a play as you can make, right? That is a play that you will get laughed at forever if you die with that spike in spawn. There's no way to recover that. The round is over. But sometimes, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's exactly what was asked of Scuba in that round. And it was that decision that won it for NRG.
Enemy remaining.
It's a fine line between infamy and
11
and
11
something much
क्या
greater.
होगा अब देखते हैं
Oh.
कौन सा टीम मैच पॉइंट पहले
But
जाती
alas,
है
they
देखने
avoid
लायक
that
होगा
disaster. They tie us up at 11. Flashback has the op. We talked about it, and look at where he's posted up right now. Look at where NRG
फिर
is.
से ओडिन उठा
They're
ली
going right
गई
into the teeth of it. Immediately flashed, immediately pushed back. And now they're going to speed up, give them a bit of their own medicine. Flashback strikes. And he's going to double dip. He's sticking
माता को
around.
निकाल दिया
Has
पहले
no choice. Digs his heels in. Connects onto Ethan, and Bane is here.
रोबोट डाउन
Flashback gets another.
रोबोट के लिए बुरा लगा
Only one way through, and that's forward for
लेवल
Flashback.
12
He's going to pop the flash. Shorty in hand. A second set of bait pushes it out and pays for it with his life.
2v3 दो लोग
NRG
बहुत
avoid
लो
that
है
mess.
इधर क्या
Look
लगता
at
है
their
guys
health bars. Slivers.
Spike planted.
Scraps. But hope dies last.
Player standing.
The swing out and
1v3
stops
guys
it.
NRG
Mako
पहले
into
मैच
1v3.
पॉइंट जाएगी
Again, as storied as he is, once again, travels the world and now has a chance to play for the crown, to play for the throne, to push DRX
नहीं आ रहा है
past
सेविंग
NRG, but he's saving, he's out of the play, he's cutting his losses, he's tucking tail.
दोनों के
It's
टाइम आउट खत्म
another
हो गए ना
round DRX are forced to save, and
शायद
another round where feels like they have
एक
no
बचा
chance
हुआ
to
है
get back into
DRX
the
में
site.
मतलब लग रहा है और एक टाइम आउट
NRG
आएगा
winning with numbers. This is a far cry from what we saw previously. DRX stealing rounds away. DRX winning handedly, and NRG limping
No
out
pushing
with a
over
round
it.
win. This is now an NRG in control.
And this is now an NRG that has pulled off another comeback on the attacking side. They're figuring things out on the fly, which is something that eluded them in the past.
रोबोट
And
को
this is
बस
in the face
उठाया
of,
था
I mean, Flashback was
रोबोट जैसे उठा
proper
वैसे ही
menace.
मरो
Oh yeah, in that entire
रोबोट
round.
जैसे उठा वैसे ही जीजीस
जी
Did his damnedest to get them that far, but
चलो
NRG rattle off
ओटी
4
नहीं
in a
तो
row.
मैप
Exactly, and by
3
winning those rounds in a
ओटी
row, they
नहीं
now
तो
no
मैप
longer
3
have to worry about the operator. NRG scrounging something together here, but mid is the focus.
Mata has an outlaw, 4 members with light armor on the defense. Oh. Missing the pick.
I'd imagine, yeah, there's a gun waiting for him in B main, so he
Yeah.
can switch over to that after he takes some peeks on forward.
Yeah, but for now, double outlaw in the hands of them.
That's just a good read, knowing the light armor's on the other side. Here it comes.
दो आउट लो
Fill in behind it, love that idea, only show 1.
What it does mean, though, is the clock starts to get chewed up. NRG at some point have to ditch these guns and pick up the rifles.
Still a minute to play with. Mata has his ult, Scuba has his ult too.
By all accounts, NRG have everything they need to win the round, but it has been when NRG are vastly favored that DRX make magic happen.
And so DRX look like they'll be forced to make a final stand on B. That's where NRG are headed. Either they take us to Lotus or it's OT on the cards. Standing at the side of B, looking to storm the gates. The ult's out, the dash through. I think
फिर
Mata got
से
tagged.
एंट्री कर ली है पूरे B
This fight
साइड
is quick.
में
2 players coming in
अल्ट
very,
भी कर
very
दिया
soon.
वाइप करने
DRX have NRG surrounded.
But
There's no way out but forward.
But they're scaling forward, you're absolutely right. Looking to take that elbow
पीछे से दो
fight.
लोग
We'll see if the call is right. Mata falls. Freeing there at the ready, paranoia invested too, and all of a sudden you feel the walls closing in.
कितना गंदा खेलते हैं ये लोग इससे बढ़िया तो PRX 25 मिनट्स में गेम खत्म
Deal with this, they're
Yes.
forced to try to take this fight, and they walk away on top of 3v3.
3v3 guys
The spike ticking away, and
Think
now
की
it's on
chat आई है
PRX. The onus is on
हाँ
them.
देखा मैंने
They're the ones who have to get active. Tap of the spike to force
पूरा
the fight.
close
The spam
जा
comes
रहा है
through.
ना
Psalm, Shorty connects.
GG's guys
Mako
मैप 3
once again,
मैप
a
3
मैप 3
Try to keep them
1v3
alive. Cannot.
गया
We're going the distance.
मैप 3
We're going to Lotus. Som the hero. 3 kills with the shorty in the pit. NRG
मैप 3 गाइस, मैप
have
3
woken
लेट्स
up.
गो।
Map 3
आज दोनों
awaits.
टीम के मैप 3 हुए हैं, डिसाइडर मैप हुआ है। दोनों टीम ने अपने अपने मैप पिक्स में जीते हैं।
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess I know what I've been looking for success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you
और एक
are.
चैट है
And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
कहाँ पे मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है चैट।
और एक मेरे को मैं पढ़ता हूँ सोम नूब है वाइपर खेल खेल के गंद मचा। चलो गाइस स्टार्ट हो गया।
Yeah, honestly, what a series, man. Like, that was one of the most hyped matches I've played in a while. First half of Abyss was kind of like a lot of mistakes on us, giving up a lot of advantages. And honestly, Ethan's attack side calling, trusting our mid rounds, me and Adams, Scoobs, everyone's really brought it together. Honestly, like, we all know, like, they're world champions, and they're world champions for a reason, right? They're obviously good, but I think it was kind of for us, kind of like, take every team the same. You know, we can't think this team's way better than this team, but at the same time, we're in the middle of a match. Anything can happen. Luckily, we came out on top.
On the other side of that high tide, Marta chimes in from close left, and that's a straight for 2. It's on Chichu and Kung Kung to stop the overtime, but it's Marta now ready to receive around the corner.
I don't want to jinx ourselves, but I think we're in a really good spot right now. And honestly, now that we have the first match jitters out the way, I think you'll see an even stronger energy. So as long as we don't crumble under the pressure, which I'm sure we won't, we'll be fine.
With that, we will be going to a map 3 to decide which team will be heading straight to playoffs. I've got Mitch and Tom with me once again. What a crazy match that was. Mitch, honestly, I don't think we saw enough of what was going on, so break it down for us.
Well, one of the things that we really got to see was the Odin usage from NRG, which is always an absolute treat. But I'm going to start out by looking at what they were up against. And DRX had a lot of interesting approaches. We talked a little bit about the Waylay and the Yoru versus the Waylay and the Neon, and how it can be really difficult to play against it. I'm going to run this a little bit because we've started a little early on the clip. But the main thing to look at is the push into the site. Obviously, when you're coming through a choke point with a Neon, it's kind of hard not to notice her. She's going to be putting up big walls, she's going to be sliding through, and unless you completely lose sight of the choke point, which I'd expect you not to, you're going to be in good form. Now, the first thing to notice is that there was a KO knife thrown here, and the players stayed outside of it. So the full utility is still online when push comes to shove. Flashback is currently running out of his ult, and it looks like he's not really finding a chance to do anything with it. And that's when this comes in. You have this full push in from Hyunmin, who spots these two players in the corner, throws his stun out, and then allows for his teammate, Flashback, to come out of this ult with two players on the back foot, uses his own flash as well, isolates both fights, and completely decimates them. With a full bombardment and standard site utility as well alongside this, it's so difficult as a defender to sit back and hold your sight when you don't know whether you have to fight behind you, in front of you, or all around you. And even some of the players you see to fight instantly disappear. There's a dude behind you and round's over. And obviously, that's one thing when we're talking about them having Yoru ult in round 3. That's an exceptional circumstance.
Yeah,
we'll see that combo with the gate crash as well. And there's one more clip I wanted to talk about to then look at the defensive side plays that we've seen. And I'll hurry through this one. This is much quicker, don't worry. So take a look at this. You're going to see at the very start of the round, you have a Yoru push alongside a Waylay for that early aggression into main. That's already taken place. 1 second. That's already taken place around
जाए
here.
तो
Ignored the
मजा आ
first circle.
जाएगा यार.
But you have this TP then immediately sending your Yoru to mid. And from NRG's perspective, what did they see at the start of the round? They saw 3 players towards A, with one of them throwing a paranoia this way, a deep push, full scaling on that A side. The adjustment naturally is to go to the other side of the map where there's less players. Maybe one mid, one B, easy isolation. What did they end up running into? Well, as they're focused on that player who's kiting them in the form of Bane, you have this peek up from Flashback. He's taken one, retreats back, and it's never clear to NRG where their frontline fights should be taking place, because there's a constantly evolving defensive line for DRX, and then even here you'll see the gate crash go through, and later on Flashback ends up with a third. Like, he has global presence on this map, but it's never clear where the stack is, where the weakness is, where the gap is, because there's this constant evolution from DRX. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, I think as well, what came late though and what changed the game was those adaptations that we were able to see, and I feel like a pinnacle part of that was Mana. Like, individually, I feel like he was sound all the way through the game, like having moments of high impact, being happy to take these aggressive peaks with the operator on the defensive side, where they managed to scrape together enough rounds for it to work out for them. And I think that's been the case for them in a lot of these matches. We saw it versus EDG, that sometimes it does take them a little while to get going, but when they do get going, they're very difficult to stop. Now, obviously, some of that was DRX making some errors, and some people making big plays on the back of it. I think Scuba as well had the performance in the late game that was so impactful, but it's still one of those games where if NRG never give up, it can still turn on its head.
Yeah, and beyond Matter, what absolutely blew me away is in the last 3 rounds, within the first 20 seconds or so, DRX killed Matter 3 rounds in a row. Human killed him, Flashback killed him, Freeman killed him, and they still lost. They were going 5v4 and they didn't have Matter on the other side of NRG to deal with, and they lost. They only needed 1 of those rounds to be able to 2-0 NRG. So this for me is a huge mistake on the side of DRX. I hope they can recover mentally, because as we head to Lotus, I think this is NRG's to lose.
Yep, for sure.
I think that's a fair call.
I think going in as well, the fact that they've been 6-1 on this map, only defeated G2, I think changes. We haven't really seen too many changes coming out from them throughout the entirety of the series, and you can understand why.
Wise बहुत काम आता है
Lotus
Lotus
I
में.
can't believe it. DRX, yeah, they're going to run that comp again.
As they should. Like I said, the amount of flexibility that you get with this composition, especially on big maps like Corrode, where the rotations can be heavily punished, or like Lotus as well, which is also quite a spacey one, especially
Defending
if you're
है
going deep
NRG
into
का
main.
पहले फिर attacking
It worked on Haven.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance it works here, but we've already seen now from NRG, they got completely caught
Viper
up on
और
map
Raze
1.
का फर्क
They
है
said themselves, we didn't know how to
Bailey
play
और
against
इसमें
it. Maybe it was just not expecting them on
Double
the map,
Raze
but they
is
certainly
DRX
seemed better equipped and better, quicker on the adaptations when it came to Corrode. You have to hope it'll be the same deal here. One other big factor being Mata being online.
I still can't believe a team is allowing NRG to play Lotus in this
इनके इसमें
tournament, and in
Chinese
a
में लिखा हुआ
situation
है
where it could send them to playoffs.
इधर तो
For me,
पूरा
this is a
NRG
huge
की
risk,
तरफ से भी
but
Odin चलेगा.
every time we doubt DRX, it keeps
Double
और क्या
Odin
ये
भी हो
exciting, so
सकता है.
maybe we should.
ये तो मैप ही
for
Odin
sure.
वाला
I
ही है.
think as well the fact
Double
that
Odin भी हो
we spoke about the difference between map 1 and 2 was how comfortable
दोनों
NRG were.
की
Sure, it took them a
लगभग
lot of time to be able to adapt, but they eventually
similar है,
did.
बस
They had those
comp
clutch
pick ज़्यादा
moments
है
and they stepped
NRG
up.
का.
Now they go into another comfortable map, so if anything, we expect the same again.
The Odin's
Win rate किसका ज़्यादा है?
Yeah, the Odin's had some decent impact.
NRG
में ज़्यादा
I mean, as
है.
even Lotus.
DRX का defending में
On the
ज़्यादा
previous map,
है.
they were denied a little bit by DRX not taking control early on the attack. That can't really be the case here on Lotus. They have to fight for that, and we could see a lot more impact in the early rounds.
I can't wait to see it. Take it away, Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, the City of Love will be the stage for this best of 3 that goes all the way to Lotus. A map that the Deaths talked about is incredibly strong for NRG, but as you take a look at the other side of the stage and you go, holy crap, they're going to do that double duelist thing again where they're just going to run at you. Christy, I'm pumped for this one, man.
Absolutely. You know, this whole day has delivered, going the full 6 maps, and DRX with this reinvention of self. Playing the double duelist, Flashback completely taking over in the previous game. This will be them playing attack on the first side for the 3rd map in a row. And to say they have been hard to deal with is an understatement.
मैच start हो गया.
Already dashing out onto the site, you see the suck towards spawn, you see the C's and the smoke. elsewhere too, and Brock and Psalm filling out onto the side, able to get a couple of picks. They
Trade
slammed the door
होते
on the
होते
DRX hit.
It's wild that it's just back and forth here, 3-on-3, and now by tapping the door, it forces Scuba and the rest of NRG to start shifting back into C. DRX, though, they've hit the brakes.
Oh, this
They're
is
now
beautiful.
slowly easing on the gas, getting into this B side. It belongs to them.
A little misdirection, and NRG are caught.
Planting.
And so they fake their way out onto the site. They get the spike down.
Ooh, peekaboo.
And now it's going to be on NRG. The nade through, forcing the fight forward. Kills
Trade
traded.
होते होते फिर से 2v2 बच चुका है.
As it settles and as it gets quiet, NRG continue to push forward, continue to creep. A little bit more utility to have to deal with this Mana gets the best
मार
of it.
लेंगे DRX
One
पहले.
बचा हुआ. Nice 4 kill. 4 kill by Ben. भाई क्या बात है.
I just don't understand
बोला
it.
था मैंने DRX वाले मार
Nice
लेंगे.
start.
No one thought he would even be playing with DRX in this tournament. And he has been so clutch, especially on these
बहुत
pistol
बढ़िया
rounds for the
start
squad.
है. मजा आ रहा
An absolute animal on the Ghost.
है. Let's
NRG
go.
didn't stand a chance.
So DRX win yet another pistol. It's the 5th of the series.
They dropped the 1 at the second half of Corrode, but
sorry, yes,
converted,
fourth.
of course.
They've crept up behind this wall. Trying to get cheeky with this fight. Should have no idea that flashback is there, and while they got a warning shot,
Nice.
it's still lethality found.
Yeah, NRG have gone for these big walk-ups on the ecos, just kind of
ये वाली
throwing them
मास्टर
away.
बड़ी है. Nocturne वाली.
Maxing, there it goes over the Viper.
And I feel like he shouldn't have been able to get away with that, given all the guns on the other side of that wall. But alas, he succeeds. Now waiting on the other side of the door. A little ring around the Rosie. But they've given
पूरे
up the site,
साइड
they've
में
boxed
कब्जा कर
everything in.
लिया है.
A dink dealt.
अरे.
You really see the gun difference on full
Nice.
display
अरे
here.
damage.
Oh yeah. The small win is picking up that old
1v5 not
just to
first.
get your ult
Nice.
online, but denied it. I
Flawless.
think with
Flawless.
because DRX
Let's
have been
go.
playing no
अभी बाई
misdirection,
राउंड है.
they've just
अभी
been
असली
slamming
राउंड
sites.
है.
They've
Let's
continued
see.
funneling
Bonus
orbs
round for
on the
DRX.
flashback. It was part of why he got 3 your ults off in the first half of the road. NRG have honed in on. But even though I don't want to say it, we do need to now look forward to round 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been such a pivotal chapter of every story we've seen so far.
NRG
Odin
have
अभी
yet
से उठा लिया
to
गया है
shut
guys.
down
क्या
these
बात है.
bonus rounds. DRX are 100% on the bonuses they've had in this series, 4 for 4.
एक साइड पे अकेला वाइस है with Odin and her setup.
It is just Brock on the site. He does have a ton of utility around him, but it is just Brock.
Push कर
So
दिया
he takes a
पूरा.
step back, buys enough time for the defenses of NRG to rotate over.
इस साइड में ऑलमोस्ट
Quick
टेक
flows
ओवर
the name
कर
of the game,
लिया
a little
गया है.
trap here with the C's as well.
The nade on the other
Youngman
side.
still gets 2.
Balls.
Nice.
Ethan up in
बोनस राउंड था इन
Cannot
लोगों
respond,
का.
cannot punch back, and
बोनस राउंड ऑफ DRX
Zombie,
guys
we've heard this one before,
and buy
but
round for
DRX are gonna win the
NRG.
bonus.
It's not as if NRG don't have
Yeah, I
ideas.
think they
There's a
do.
C's
इधर
going
राइफल
down. They've got
रिकवर कर
Yuto
लिया गया
connecting.
है
Hyunmin is decayed off that C's down
और
to
इधर
no
सेविंग चल
HP.
रहा है. चलो
Still gets
3-0.
2 kills. It's just
स्टार्ट
unfathomable
तो बढ़िया होता है
that the
DRX
duelists on
का.
DRX's side
Hmm.
can fight their way out of these massively unfavored situations, and to be able to do it so consistently as well.
What did they have? Two
हंट
rifles
पे निकल चुके हैं सब
in that
लोग.
round?
Yeah, they had the scraps upgraded from the previous
ये
round
वो
as
वाला
well,
सीन ना
maybe a
बन जाए.
couple
सब
of
लोग भाग गए थे
Guardians, but
स्पाइक छोड़ के वो डिफ्यूज करके
नहीं
निकल.
नहीं वो सी पे है.
there's just no way.
Sam saves his Vandal into the next round. But these woes, these bonus woes continue for NRG. And I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Man, Fahad is trying to pop it on him. And
एक ही जगह से 4 लोगों ने पिक
full
दिया है एक
tracking
ही
on
जगह
that.
से.
Yeah. And honestly, Yumnan
क्या
almost got a
इस
third.
तरह.
Just wild stuff.
A Vandal, a Bucky, a Stinger.
They are terrible.
In the face of essentially full strength for DRX. Hyunmin's one off of his ult already.
Yep. The fast cycling here is just on full display. There you have it. It's online.
And that was the rifle. I mean, it's going to get picked up, but maybe Brock can make that thing sing a little bit more.
It's frustrating too. Must be for the
एक
NRG
तरफ
camp when
बस
DRX
Viper
can
है
play the
with
quick
the
rounds
Stinger.
and then pump the brakes a little bit, punish you as you're stepping forward on top of that orb.
It's got to feel so uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Mako's done a really good job of adjusting the pace throughout this entire series. I think that's been the main thing. I think earlier you said, what, whiplash?
Yeah.
With how, you know, it's just exec, painfully slow crawl into a site.
And then just when you think you've been lulled to sleep, they pound
Pushing
the site
over.
once
Nice.
more.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hyunmin goes in, Hyunmin goes out, and
Nice.
DRX get the kills.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
3 for
वापस
Bay.
फिर से
तीन
3
जगह
मारे.
से पीक
Get
ले
to 4.
again, that
सेम ही
angle
जगह से पीक ले
from the
रहे
bottom of sight
वो
up into
फिर
heaven.
टाइम आउट आएगा फिर
DRX
उन
have
लोग
just
का कैचअप
destroyed
शुरू हो
NRG
जाएगा.
twice in a row. And that's the type of damage that you can do to a team where it's like, all of a sudden, well, we weren't
वही
planning on doing the
स्मोक
quick
में बस
floods.
इतना सा दिख गया था उसी में मारा भाई.
और मार
That,
दिया.
that
my
came in
God.
before the taunt pinged everyone.
Yeah.
But back-to-back rounds like that could change NRG's approach. Are
अभी
you retaking
मादा
more
के
from
पास
stairs now? Are
ऑपरेटर
you
है,
trying to
ओडिन
hold on to
है,
tree?
ब्रॉक के पास.
You all of a
Let's
sudden
see
start
क्या
doubting
करते.
your own protocols to get back into the site.
Do you have a C's nade?
0-0-1-1-3.
Or excuse me, there's an I nade, and they don't really commit into it either. Meanwhile, they're going fast B. The paranoia is already out. The double dash
ओडिन
is
से
through.
डाउन
and
कर
Brock
दिया है. चलो.
keeps him back. I feel like that's the first time we've seen
ऑपरेटर आई
Hyunmin
थिंक
punished
डाउन
like
हो
that.
Yeah,
सकता
this
है
reminds me of that
क्योंकि
Haven
दोनों
round
तरफ
where they
लेफ्ट
tried
राइट
to
चल
sprint
चुके.
up into the B
Left
site. Now, the
Nice.
frame dropping as
Alright,
well. It gets
nice.
messy. DRX are trying to
3v4
play
है
B
still.
and A. Insert some chaos into the thick of things, but all it's done is leave them with 3 members alive.
And so they quietly rotate back to the other side of the map. You still have a little bit of ice utility here. Wall, Thorns as well. And Scuba close by.
Yeah, there's even the Viper Orb as well in the choke point there. So very likely DRX want to poke their head into C site, create some pressure, bait out the wall, get some gas going, and maybe that opens up a lurk opportunity up front B.
I think they were looking for the wall B with the clone. They find out that it's not
Yeah.
there by process of
Wall
elimination.
trick
You
करेंगे
understand,
ऐसा लग
wait
रहा
a
है.
second. This should be here.
ट्रिक करके वापस.
Flashback tag, TP's away, and there's the wall. So that should tell them exactly where the hit is headed.
30 seconds.
NRG already have players here. 2 as a matter of fact. And
चलो
Scuba will
सी
play
साइड
things
पे
slow.
पूरा टेक
It's gonna
ओवर
be a
कर
full-on
लिया
retake.
गया है.
NRG looking to abuse numbers.
Meanwhile, Flashback looking to take the fight to them, not allowing them to settle. But Scuba swings out onto the site, covers in their
Okay.
backs. And Brock gets another one. Bane, a 1v4. Good luck. That's 2. 9 bullets.
ओ
अरे
भाई
फिर
फिर से
nice.
क्लच.
Clutch.
ओ भाई ओ हेलो फैकॉक कैसे हो आप? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम फैकॉक. व्हाट इज द
this guy?
फिर
भाई
सेम जगह.
4 किल निकाल दिए बैठ बैठ के. ओ माय
और
गॉड.
क्या.
A new
Let's go,
challenger
guys,
has
let's
entered the stage, and that's Bane.
This guy was
लाइन
sitting on
ऑफ
the
फायर में
bench
कूद
all
गए.
of
देख रहे
stage 2.
हो? नाइस वन.
DRX brought in a ringer to Paris. A 4K on the round. Shutting out NRG.
क्या खेल रहे हैं
Now
भाई ये.
6-11-0.
इम्पॉसिबल राउंड को इसने पॉसिबल करके जिताया.
कर दिया. वो लोग भी तो एक साथ ही आ रहे हैं. उसकी क्या गलती है वो.
टाइम आउट फॉर
I
एनआरजी.
can't
भाई
believe
ये
NRG.
राउंड तो सही में लगा था कि लाइक
You
जीतेंगे
mentioned
ये लोग.
earlier in this
और
series
क्या.
that
गाइस सब लोग लाइक कर देना.
5-0.
performances anywhere else are great, but they don't necessarily matter. To go from good to superstar, you've got to perform on this stage. I think we are witnessing a number of players step into that conversation just in this series, just today.
I mean, Flashback dominating on the previous map. Now what Bane was just able to do in a couple of rounds here on Lotus. This is a DRX that is, you know, coming in as the number 4 seed from Pacific. You go, okay, maybe they can get some upset wins. You remember they were in Bangkok, but they won A series.
11-0
It wasn't
भाई,
that great. They beat a
11-0
Sentinels. Who
KD.
cares? It's not a big deal. No. You talk about superstars wanting to make a name for themselves. You talk about an organization looking for higher and higher aspirations. The 2-0 in the group to make it through. You instantly are a conversation starter.
A 5-0 start on map 3. Off of the backs of a ringer. 11-0, still more to find.
Nice.
And now Flashback gets involved.
And this was out of the timeout. NRG forcing light armor and Guardians. Now already down a man. And one of the worst players to lose as well. That's all your information gone. Your in-game leader at 0-6.
Brutal start for him.
इधर योरू ने अल्ट कर
Flashback
दिया
pops his
है.
ult, goes exploring C. Procs the wall too, and look at the minimap.
कोई नहीं खा
Starting to
लिया
rotate over.
पूरा साइट.
Mata spotted, pops his ult, but nobody's home!
इधर तो कोई है ही नहीं. इधर अल्ट कर दिया.
A difference.
इधर तो कोई है ही नहीं guys.
गया अल्ट के.
DRX
अल्ट वेस्ट.
dancing on NRG in this round. Perfect calling, smooth on the entry from Flashback.
रीटेक ही करना पड़ेगा 4v5.
And still
और अल्ट अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं है.
From their fade.
रेस का अल्ट अर्ली यूज कर
The
दिया
nade
था.
through. And now Yemen's gonna pop his own ult.
अल्ट कर दिया भाई
To
इसका
make
भी.
matters even worse. I mean, you buy a little bit of time
इन
off
लोगों ने
of
उसका अल्ट कर दिया.
the Vice ult, but for what? Flashback falls, but there's Bane again, striking! Gets two,
Nice.
stays alive!
Nice.
क्या बात है.
The man is
6-0.
invincible! He cannot die!
Easy win लग रहा है अभी.
Unkillable! Even when there's no chance he should be able to stay alive, his teammates are right there to have his back. It's a statement of an opener. Mata thinks there's players up here on either side, you'd have to expect, but DRX are just using the Prowler as bait. Hey, the fact that it's
Nice
Bane's
one.
Prowler eating up Mata's ultimate there is insult to injury to his impact.
13-0 KD. What the hell?
13-0.
कैसे?
This has to be one of the greatest starts we've ever seen on the international stage.
Absolutely.
I'm hard-pressed to think of a better one. They very well might be. Fortunately, we have infinitely smarter people behind the scenes who are able to confirm that for us, but again, hard-pressed.
Bucky है
But
guys.
NRG,
एक
once
C
again,
की
will have
तरफ.
to find a way to come back from behind.
Yeah, they've got the pistols, and really what they need to be thinking about who's going to be their guy. If DRX can just look at Bane and he'll wheel around into existence in a 1v4, NRG needs someone to be able to do the same.
फिर से भाई.
The jiggles punished once
Ethan
more.
Outlaw से
Different
जा
guy
रहा
with
है.
the outlaw. This time it's freeing. Same result.
I mean,
इसका शायद एक बार
hand is
ये
hot,
डेथ हो
swing out,
सकता है
take the
क्योंकि
fight.
दोनों तरफ है ना. भाग गया.
Bane
Thank
draws out
God.
the paranoia
कोई
too.
साइड में नहीं था.
Infinitely more valuable when you're on an eco.
बक्की से
Brock
मार
has no
दिया है.
shot. Scuba has no shot. Wait, they haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him. Gets two.
भाई दो मार दिए बक्की से.
Still
बोला
more
था
work
मैंने
to be done,
बक्की
though.
है
Flashed
सीधे.
up. Falls. And Assam's left in this 1v3.
Nice.
And once
7-0
again,
भाई.
Bane
क्या बात है.
plays the position of
Still
Mortician,
0
gets
death
another,
of
and
Bane. क्या खेल रहा है.
the DRX train rolls on.
Ever forward it goes.
ये देखो.
I think it's
पिछली
time
बार भी ऐसा ही हुआ
to
था.
seriously ask who will be that guy for NRG. Right now, they've only got 2 players with more than a single kill to their name. And if you want to look at the history, okay, Ethan, champs winner, he could be your guy. If you want to look at this year, Mata, dominate. If you want to look at this tournament, it could be Scuba. But it's got to be someone.
Brother, Bane alone has more kills than all of
ओडिन
NRG.
फिर से आ गया है. एनआरजी के पास सिलाई मशीन.
सिलाई मशीन for the win.
ट्रेड हो
मारते
गया है
नहीं.
4v4.
अरे उसको कंटिन्यू चलाते रहे नहीं हो क्या थोड़ा थोड़ा मार रहे.
Ethan holding down on stairs as well.
ऑपरेटर शॉट मिस हो गया है.
But he's going to get a shot at it again.
आ गया राइट में.
This
पीछे
is
एक
a
ऑपरेटर
miserable
है.
spot to be in. Do they realize they've lost full control of this? They do. Mata connects.
Nice down कर
Nice.
दिया है.
Now the spike is
अरे
scooting
nice.
back up.
3v2.
Brock's going to try to fill in. Missing the spam window, but knows where he is.
1v3.
Easy kill
चलो एक
found.
राउंड मिल रहा है.
And barring a
1-7 लग रहा है.
from freeing, NRG will get there first. 49 HP. The question is, how disciplined does he choose to be?
जल्दी करना पड़ेगा. टेक
Brock
यूज
on
का
the tap,
टाइम
he's got
नहीं
the
है.
spam line.
चलो एक राउंड एनआरजी को मिल गया है।
W.
A little bit by committee in that round. Everyone getting theirs.
Yeah, you take it how you can get it, man.
एक राउंड एनआरजी के खाते में, क्या बात है।
Nice, Brock. Up, down, backside. Let's go.
How unbreakable NRG's mental has been in this tournament. You think about that 11-2 comeback down against EDG on Abyss.
Yeah.
Fighting through that one. A close second map here after getting dominated back on Haven.
अभी वाइस अल्ट है,
Shown the ability
फेड अल्ट है इन पे,
to hold their
और
own even when
ओमेन
the
का भी
odds are
अल्ट है।
seemingly insurmountable.
सिलाई मशीन शुरू हो गया है एक साइड पे।
Finally, better late than never. This was the signature look for NRG in Americas, but it's been 9 rounds before they can.
डबल ओडिन है गाइस इस बार, सॉम के पास भी और ब्रॉक के पास भी है।
चलो मजा आएगा देखने में।
Tap of the door. And a dog to clear out C main, and so what? I mean, they can accelerate on the other side of this. Hyunmin just grabbed his ult. And they're threatening to hit C.
नहीं नहीं अर्ली अल्ट हो जाएगा।
वही वो लोग तो उधर से भाग निकलेंगे ना। अल्ट देख के।
Think about the Steel Garden here or the Nightfall. Big
Easy
ultimates
with-
that NRG want to use proactively to stop ahead by putting down this lurk smoke on the top of site. Starts making NRG consider these things, although that deeper Vise wall, it's a little tougher for
एक ही
DRX
तरफ
to break,
वापस
and
तो
without
जा
it
रहे,
broken,
but
there's no
ऑपरेटर का
reason for
सही
NRG to
पिक
pull the
है।
trigger on any of their ults.
You think they could also rotate away,
पूरा
perhaps,
एकदम
given the
फील्डिंग
knowledge
दोनों तरफ सेट है, देख रहे हो? अरे वो आईटी खोलता तो आपका लाइव टॉप में क्यों आता है? ऐसा क्या?
send them into motion.
आपने सब्सक्राइब करके रखा है इसलिए शायद।
They're gonna end B. The paranoia is out. They break the door.
B की तरफ
Hyunmin
जाते
pumps his
हुए।
ult, but it's traded
हाइड
back
कर
by
दिया
the
है।
Steel Garden.
20 seconds.
They're really
दूसरा
burning
हाइड
this
भी खुल
candle at
गया
both
यहाँ
ends here. Mata satchels away. They try to fill in onto the spike. The spike hits the ground as Ethan tries to hold the line
Nice.
on his own. Flashback pushes the pace.
3v3 गाइस स्पाइक लगा देंगे। ओडिन ने जिता दिया राउंड।
But Sam is there over the top. Mako in the face of 3. Make
माको
that 2. And the
1v2
suppressive fire might just be too much. Sam gets it to half.
दो ओडिन है गाइस, एक ऑपरेटर उठा लिया है। नाइस,
Into the swing. Brock gets 3.
2 राउंड मिल
NRG
गए
will
हैं।
get their second.
2-7
ओडिन प्ले गाइस, ओडिन
Hugely
प्ले।
impactful rounds for the team. 2 kills in the previous, now 3, switching around from every single gun in the game, it sounds. First with this Odin, trying to lay down the covering fire for his teammates.
One enemy.
ओपी बेस्ट गन है, हाँ ना?
The Brock up.
ये मैप के लिए
Flying होती है।
स्पेशली और कोरोट के लिए भी, और एसएन।
11 and 7. I mean, he's certainly performing like it. And the thing about these tournament runs is that, yeah, it doesn't
कमबैक
always have to be
शुरू हो जाता है,
conventional.
मतलब शुरू हो
And for
जाता
the
है। आज
teams that do
डीएन
hit
में
deep runs,
ऑपरेटर
there is
एस
always
किया,
someone that
क्या
steps
बात
up.
है
You're
यार।
right. Maybe it is Brock. Still yet to be seen, but a great start for him.
सिलाई मशीन 2 साइड में चालू हो गया है गाइस। सिलाई मशीन बोलती हूँ मैं ऑपरेटर को।
Much damage, apart from Fring.
Flashback gets his ult. Bane is one off of his. They're going to fully send C, aren't they?
NRG have 4 players here ready to quickly get
2
back into the
ओडिन
site.
है अभी बाहर।
They're not
वापस
even
आ
getting
गए।
those early fights that they were getting in the first 2 maps.
वापस आ गया वो 2 ओडिन
That
देख।
ult is going to cause problems, though. They were so far up. It's certainly going to stall them out.
भागो रे।
And with that time window,
2
Bane
ओडिन
gets the
देख
spike
के ही
down.
वापस आया है। सिलाई मशीन ओडिन है ना? हाँ, सिलाई मशीन ओडिन है। देखना पूरा ऐसे ओडिन लेके एक लाइन से चला के सिलाई मशीन भी
And off
ऐसे ही
of that, they
चलती
creep
है।
out onto the site.
पूरा लाइन पे
Denied
ऐसे
one of their
कपड़ा
senses.
स्विंग
Mata
करती है।
connects. Gunman looking to tag. Cannot.
मादा के
Everybody
नेट
huddles
से
in.
को फाड़ा,
Side
क्या
by
बात है?
side, looking to take these fights, and it's DRX who look like they're coming out on top of the Scuba trades.
2v2 गाइस,
Damn it.
ओडिन जिंदा है।
Time is short. They've gotta
ओपी
find
मींस
their way in
ऑपरेटर,
this
हाँ
if they're
वो
gonna do it.
ऑपरेटर।
Can Brock pull this off? Drops down, takes the fight, finds his one,
मारो।
but time! I don't think he's
अरे
gonna have
इधर ही
enough.
खड़ा था वो।
And it's Mako
ये
who
नहीं
just
देगा
waited
ठीक।
out. He's gotta stick it. Mako
नाइस, 8
मरा।
बढ़िया राउंड चुराया है ये, स्पेशली 2 ओडिन के सामने।
One of the signatures of how NRG play with these Odins is just constantly spamming out and denying the planter from getting the spike down. But because they use that forward Steel Garden, it takes the Odins out of NRG's hands, means they can actually afford to plant the spike, and then get themselves in these positions on site where this smoke actually affords
उसका
a
आँख
lot of
खुला
space
था, हाँ हाँ
for
खुला
DRX to
था।
play behind. And they always had that
100% खुला हुआ
insurance of
था।
Mako playing into mounds.
मैं भी नॉर्थ
in case
ईस्ट से
their
हूँ
players
तो मैं
ended
बता
falling.
सकती हूँ।
Flashback already tagged by the spam to open the round. NRG are getting curious. They're getting active. Ooh, what a snap.
Okay, 9-3 जैसा लग रहा है
Back
मुझे,
to Haven,
9-3।
when NRG didn't have the answers, it was about just going
Easy C छोड़
at
दिया
DRX.
वापस।
These walks.
पावर
Mana's
जो है ना
confidence to
एक
take the
सेकंड में
fights.
दौड़
It
के आ
gives
जाते
NRG
हैं
a numbers advantage.
ये लो।
ऐसे कब खेल पाऊंगा कैसे बताओ हम लोग ट्रेन कर देंगे
because the flashes have been taken away.
हमारा भी ऐसा गेम प्ले होता तो अभी
Mako doesn't have his ult.
They're still fighting in water.
Mata pops his ult, gets the kill.
सीधा कॉम्पिंग उसे हो।
उतना तो मेरा नींद में खुला रहता।
NRG needs some pressure coming
What
back in
the
from
hell?
water, otherwise they're going to get
हमारे
permanently
इधर
stalled
भी
in the choke,
ऐसे
but
ही
they're
है
so
यार।
worried. Now the spike hasn't gone down yet, so they have the time to regroup now. 3 players
किसकी बात हो
advance
रही?
to deal with Mako.
Sam has his flash, but they're contacting up. That's danger. Mako looking to stand tall, eventually falls. Freeing's left in a 1v3.
गया।
A long way to paranoia just off the mark. The dog invested 2 to spot the last remaining member of DRX.
बहुत लोग गया।
NRG will get to 3.
That was a lot better without those ultimates into the mix of things. NRG could slow things down. Be a lot more controlled on the reclear. Good opening kill from Mata. Also has the showstopper. I also think he's consistently been finding value with his paint shells. He's gotten some kills, yeah, but mostly it's about forcing players to swing back into him. Him and his teammates holding it firm.
Now we wait.
Last round of the half. Brock one off of his ult. And Yunman has his, but the buy is not great for DRX.
Yeah, it's real scuffed. 2 rifles for them, and NRG seem to want to contest stuff in A main again. Throwing similar utility, but this time breaking the door. Yes, DRX just rip this exec once more. Yunman's got the ult, why not?
I mean, it's gotten them to this point. There's the double dash. Ooh, tagged up.
Planting the spike is the real challenge, though, with the Odins. DRX this time don't have that threat of fighting more. Now the ultimate comes down.
Sees nade. Mako swinging out.
And they use that ult to guarantee the spike being planted. But what is the next layer? Because there's a lurk in mid, there's a wall holding, and now Mako's falling.
सब लोग वापस एक ही डायरेक्शन से जा रहे
हैं।
चलो 9-3 नहीं 8-4 होगा guys 8-4.
Just in case there wasn't enough chaos, a couple rounds to go, a triple swing. Yunman playing on the other side of the smoke will get popped. There's not much left for DRX. I mean, they didn't really have the guns to begin with, but now swinging out onto it, freeing left in a 1v3.
Nice, Brock अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Who was the spark for
8-4 guys, 8-4.
It was Brock. Round after round, Brock has been building back into this half. NRG are down by 4 rounds, but they have started this momentum building. And it all comes down after this.
Yes, man.
Nice one.
अरे बाप रे, एलेक्स जैसे टेबल तोड़ने लग गया था खुशी के मारे।
चलो अभी DRX का हम लोग देखेंगे डिफेंडिंग, ठीक है? DRX का डिफेंडिंग देखेंगे हम लोग कैसा जाता है।
courageous comeback in the face of a team that looked perfect in so many situations. Ender, I think that's a question that really DRX might be wondering themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. The last 5 rounds, NRG won 4 of them. But DRX have been in this position before. You think back to Haven, it was the same exact situation, 8-4 at the half, and they ran away with it, winning the pistol, winning the bonus, speeding on forward. And I've got to be honest, check out the Coinbase Econ report here. If Bane continues playing like he was at the start of that half, where he started off, what, 13-0?
13-0, I think 14-0, something like that. It was a pretty ridiculous start, but I will say, he cooled down like crazy. I mean, he finished the half, what, 15-8, I believe?
14-5, as a matter of fact. Hyunmin eclipsed him at the end of that one. Didn't even end up topping the charts. But I think when you look at him and you think clutch moments, impact rounds, other people will take the glory as duelists are taking all the fights. But he was the man for DRX.
Yeah, a ridiculous start for him. But I think you look at the other side of the stage, and you mentioned prior to the half-ending, Brock was the spark.
1. Here we
Brock was the spark. He was a hero that NRG needed. He was the one who got them to this point. And what a mess NRG would be in right now if it wasn't for him.
Absolutely. And it's funny, too, because back home in Americas, the other players on NRG are constantly stealing the limelight.
Yeah.
But in this, the most important game NRG have played all year.
He has delivered. Fast out of B.
Bapre.
And NRG are there to greet. A dog to pave the way. And Hyunmin was not able to find anything.
Could it be a second pistol in this series for NRG? They didn't even take too much damage on the backside of that either. A couple of sheriffs in their hands, only Mako on this side of the map.
Careful here.
And at that, playing a passive position, nobody inside of tree, so
तरफ push
NRG
करते
are
हुए
going to have free reign to
3v5
play this post plant up numbers.
लग तो रहा है कि स्कोर आपका 5-8 होगा जाएगा.
Brock is left to hold the line. Spotting Mako, snaps his head back. Beautifully done.
Interesting plant for backside here.
पूरा झुंड घुसते
up
हुए.
the rope, now doubled up in drop.
I may have gotten a couple of tags if I'm not mistaken. So now flashback pushing forward. Finding a weak, soft spot.
क्यों जाना
And
था
now
ऊपर?
Bane's up in heaven.
ऊपर
अभी
नीचे.
1v3 हो
Flashbacks left
गया.
in a 1v3. With the sheriff in
मारो
hand.
या तो मरो.
Ethan's getting curious. He swings out a little
Nice.
bit ahead of him
8-5.
and gets the kill.
So what is that, 2 pistols, 1 on the day for NRG?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I mean,
NRC का वो कैप्सूल काला काला है.
is to just win the pistol.
हैं?
Well,
हाँ,
let's
देखा नहीं क्या
calm
उसकी
down. The last
पिस्टल?
time they won a
देखा है
pistol,
मैंने.
they promptly lost.
काला काला है
खाली
तो क्या
खाली.
मतलब है तुम्हारा हैं?
हाँ पिस्टल खाली.
देखो गाइस देखो.
And I'm looking at their econ choices. The last time they had won it, of course, they went for 2 rifles and a stinger. Seems to be the same approach this time. They must make sure, and they're running into a stack as well.
Oh, surely lightning.
आगे रहेगा अभी तक.
again.
It's a bait setup.
12 बज गए ना.
I just got dropped as
तो
soon
वो
as he
चेक करके
popped
आया.
his head up.
But that was his job, was to go die and make it look like no one's home. There are 4 players stacked on this site.
बंडल आ गया पता
I
है?
think
लग रहा है मुझे.
very reserved calling out of Ethan.
हम
Calls to
लोग
slow
तो
things down.
गरीब है देख के क्या करेगा.
Let's scout this up.
ये
We've
देख
got
के
prowess to
किसी
check
से
the
वो
close
बोल
quarters.
देंगे.
They're doubling down.
रिक्वेस्ट कर देंगे.
They're committing onto this. They put the wall behind
देगा
them.
तो कोई भी
but
नहीं.
they have the
चैंपियंस
prowess. Now
बंडल
they
नहीं
know
ले
that
पाए
they
और प्रिल्यूड
he was
पॉइंट
gonna
तो
be a
क्या
mess.
करेंगे.
Mata gets
तुम्हारे
his
पर
kill. There's
ये
one more
रिक्वेस्ट
there, but
करके
he's
दिखता
so
हूँ.
weak. A stiff breeze would knock
हाँ
him
हाँ
over.
करो
Brock
करो मैं भी
gets 3.
डिक्लाइन
It's a
करके एक
flawless
शॉट
round
बना.
for NRG.
That is
कर
classic
रहा.
calling out of Ethan right there. Not taking a chance,
पीछा
not letting
जल्दी
it slip away like it had back on Corrode. No, here, locks in, takes things slow. Reads exactly what Maku's going to be doing on the other
मुंडा
side.
दिखा था भाई. मुंडा दिखा था भाई इसका उधर ही फोड़ दिया. दही
2 out of
हांडी
3
समझ के
kills
फोड़
for
दिया.
Brock. He didn't even see him.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's
रॉ
perfect.
खेलने
Hey,
लग
19 and 10 for him.
गया.
Why not? And now they buy up into 4 rifles on this round. Could be the start of something.
चलो अभी बाय राउंड है. Let's see.
Flashback hits the cross. Manages to avoid the eye, but immediately tagged up. Has to TP away.
Ooh, Psalm
भाग
actually
गया
broke
वो.
up on front B. A lot of pressure going down. With 5
Psalm
light
का
armors,
shield
flashbacks,
पूरा down
outlaw.
हो गया.
It's going to be devastating.
Dog tags him once more. Once again, the site has to be given up. The space
नहीं यार.
relinquished. Flashback with the line, a tap. Once more of the spike. Finally goes down.
He's just daring someone on NRG to swing him. Give him a chance, take that fight, but NRG have bundled up into Bend. Gonna force DRX to come into them.
There's not a ton of space on the site. They're gonna try to bully him off of it. But NRG not taking a step back. Deciding to fight.
Oh, NRG वाले form पे आगे guys अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है.
But the flash messes everything up. Scuba joins in. It's all on Mako, a 1v3.
1v3 फिर से.
And I don't think he can pull this one off.
Comeback होने लग गया
NRG get a bonus of their own. The gap is now 1.
इतना अच्छा शुरुआत करके भाई हारने लग जाते हैं. इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा
Exactly
बुरा
what
लगता
they
है.
needed. I think NRG have maybe found something
सबसे
here.
ज़्यादा बुरा लगता है
They
जब
don't have
जीत
to
रहे
fight
और
so
हार.
aggressively. There's not so much utility that DRX have to actually push them out of Bend. You know, there's not a paint shell like Mata had every single time on the C retake.
दोनों टीम में से जो भी हारी वो लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाएगी ना.
Slow down out of the waylay. But oftentimes that's being used earlier in rounds.
Let's go.
ये तो टेबल ही फटा करेगा.
Bit tempered there. Out of Psalm surprises me.
Tempered but resolute. I think that was my takeaway from one of the veterans on this team, who's been on this stage, who's competed internationally. Aggressor from DRX, they've taken A main control, and NRG gladly just rotate away.
Yeah, NRG move away from the one gun on DRX.
अभी तो इनका सेविंग राउंड है. इक्वल राउंड हो जाएंगे अभी.
Things clean.
Easier said than done. Satchel's out onto the site. Mod is there, turns the flash. Cannot connect, but traded back.
Great cover from Psalm.
4v4 guys.
He's gonna rock for this team.
And yeah, no reason to overheat into the site. Again, very tempered approach.
Side
NRG can
deny
call
हो
these
गया है तो वो
pauses.
लोग रोटेट करके जा रहे हैं झुंड में.
He's got a really good grasp.
चलो.
Trusting his teammates there.
सैनिक
Slow it down, move
चलेंगे
back over to the
दूसरे
A
साइड
side.
पे
I mean,
जैसे
DRX
कि A
rotated
side
every
पे जा
single
रहे
player
हैं
they
अभी
had
के
on the
लिए.
C on an eco round like this. And once again, Ethan navigates his team into an empty A site finish.
Yeah, beautifully read. Even min-maxing, getting Ethan to get the spike down. Will have his nightfall in this round, presumably to use in the next. DRX realize that the rug has been pulled out from under them.
प्लांट हो गया है.
अरे एक ओमेन एफ पे चला गया इनका माको.
क्या हुआ तुम्हारी आवाज कटी?
So they all try to rotate
Mako
over.
AFK
I
चला
mean, do they commit into this fight? I mean, I
नहीं
guess
नहीं
why
वापस
not?
आया जिंदा हो गया.
इधर एफ
Not
भी
really
नहीं
the
जा
DRX
सकते
way
हैं.
to try otherwise. And that's going to cross the nightfall just on the other side of the
Height
eye.
हो गया.
Yunmin's able to get one. No weapon. Oh, there is a weapon
3v3
upgraded. Excuse me.
guys.
Scuba on the
Oh,
swing. And who
Brock
else
क्या खेल
but
रहा है
the
भाई.
steady hands of Brock to put one away.
ब्रॉक फुल फॉर्म में.
Can't
ब्रॉक
continue.
गया.
Let's go.
Nice.
8-8 हो
8-8.
गया.
We're tied.
कहाँ पे 0 राउंड पे थे ये लोग.
Dead even
और
here.
कहाँ कम बैक 8-8 पे आ गए.
DRX stole away to a 7-0 lead. And since that moment,
7-0 का
8-1
स्कोर
in
से सीधा
NRG's
इक्वल
favor.
स्कोर में आ गए देखो.
NRG are the comeback kings here in Paris. They did it to EDG. And they've now brought it back closed for a spot out of groups on the line.
DRX ने इधर टाइम आउट ले लिया है क्योंकि उन्हें आंखों पे यकीन नहीं हो रहा.
I mean,
क्या हो गया हमारे साथ?
suspense just on the other side of this timeout. If you're DRX, I mean, this is not elimination for either team, but you certainly don't want to flirt with the possibility of it. You want to get through this as cleanly as you can.
I think DRX could have a few ideas. I think right now NRG have avoided a lot of the early gambit fights that DRX have gone for, especially over towards the A side of the map, and that's been frustrating for them. But I wonder if DRX have a chance to maybe get someone posted up in front B in the mid-rounds. You know, NRG have slowed down, they've frozen quite a few times, and I think it can be hard to refight into Mound or into A lobby when they're just sitting 4 bodies on that space. But maybe a quiet walk-up from one of the duelists, maybe a flashback with an operator in a future round. I'd like to see DRX toy with that possibility, or even have that front B pressure of opening doors so they can refight into Mount by flipping that switch and pinching back through.
ऑपरेटर आ चुका है
Let's see
सी
a world where it
साइड
doesn't
पे.
always come down to the retakes for DRX.
सिलाई
Off
मशीन
in the
चल
hands of
गई है
flashback.
Yeah. Playing the angle towards Bend, and as a matter of fact, it will be that waylay creeping up front B. Falls away from it though because there wasn't enough pressure really seen out anywhere else on the map, so I think Hyunmin was perhaps worried that the inevitable pop could be coming, and it's good game sense out from him because that's exactly what Ethan is heading for.
They're expecting a little bit of aggression here.
Yeah.
There.
Oftentimes, DRX, when they're denied a lot of rounds, they'll try to seize back control themselves with a fast play or a walk-up.
Yeah.
They haven't given that to NRG this time. I think a lot of that is due to the fact that Flashback's got the operator, Mata's got the attack op himself too, so both these teams just waiting for an over-eager player. And a jiggle peek, shots fired on the A side.
Yeah, who's the first to get antsy? Who's the first to make a misstep?
It's a pinch into B. Door broken down. Mako's gonna hear it, but it's not nearly enough information. Keep your eyes on Gunman in heaven.
He did not get tagged by that ult. He's gonna have a chance at this fight. We'll buy a little bit of time with the hinder, but the spit keeps the RX back.
साइड पे
And now
कब्जा
they're
कर
gonna
लिया
flood
है
out.
ऑपरेटर
This
भी
is their
लेके
fast,
आ
but
गए हैं
Mata takes
मादा
the fight
क्या
to
बात है
them. Now they're gonna try to flood in. Can they get past the dam?
ओ
They
भाई
busted it down. DRX looking to take the
ओ
sub
भाई
back.
2v
Bane and Mako trying to do
oh
their
my
best, but
god
it's not in a
1v1
1v1.
Mako versus
1v1.
मादा ऑपरेटर versus
The
ऑपरेटर
op in hand. Tries to
Let's
find
go.
the shot, but it's just off the mark. Puts
Yeah.
up with the shorty, forced to
ओ
reload.
भाई
And
शॉटी
Mako
रिलोड में
stands
मारा मुझे
tall.
लगा
अरे।
शॉटी जीतेगा
The rookie versus the vet.
हो जाएगा
नाइस
It's
वन
the
यार
veteran
क्या
who
वन
comes
वी
out
वन
on top
निकाला है
in Mako.
ऑपरेटर उसके पास भी था
They're evenly matched. It's off the
NTR,
offense, pistol v
एक
pistol.
गोली मार के आई थिंक
But Mata
रिलोड
didn't
कराया
have
क्या
the help.
मादा ने दिखाना जरा
And
हाँ,
Mako
एक गोली मार के
hunted
गया।
him down. The utility on this retake, beautiful. The flashes, the hunt. Giving wonderful information over to DRX. But it still came down to that one-on-one moment.
पता नहीं बेन को क्या हो गया
And it's in the clutch like that where a player who has lived on this stage for 5 years will thrive.
Remember, we talked earlier in the series about how those moments are often the difference makers when you're talking about two teams of this caliber. Keep that fresh of mind. A lean A from the attack.
So what do NRG do? Slow round in the previous, now it's the DRX. These thorns will do well to stall out NRG and bring in the rotators.
Gosh, that Nightfall's gonna hit 4.
That's a huge amount invested right at the start of the round.
Yeah, sure. Plenty of time to freeze,
Yeah.
plenty of time to reset, right for it.
But the problem is, over on C, whereas previous rounds, DRX have been quick to rotate, Flashback's operator awaits.
सी पे तो ऑपरेटर है प्लस अल्ट भी है योरो
Gosh, he's gonna get challenged to hand.
हैंड में ही मार दिया
Blows Ethan's hand right off.
ईथन के साथ यही हो रहा है वो थोड़ा सा
Flashback
पावर
takes a quick
यूज करने
step
जाता है कांड हो जाता है
और क्या
Mata trying to get a little revenge. Shows a
और
hand
एक
of his
मार
own
दिया
and it's ill
फ्लैशबैक में
advised.
नाइस अल्ट लेके निकल
Flashback
गए
alone
हैं
might have
सी
won
की
them this
तरफ
round.
बट उधर कोई अभी है नहीं क्योंकि ए की
But we've
तरफ आ
mentioned it,
चुके
you never
हैं
count NRG out. The paranoia through.
प्रॉपर्टी उठा के ए की तरफ आना
मरा
Get
हुआ
out onto the site. Freen was there to clean him
मरा
up. Brought in a
1v4
Good
नाइस 8 to 10 राउंड गाइस
चलो
Not a chance.
फिर से लग रहा है
भी
वो लोग
बहुत
भी
क्लोज चल
So
रहा है
sharp
बहुत
out of flashback.
क्लोज मैप 2 में भी
And
यही
it
स्कोर
almost feels
था
like NRG forgot how good this guy
8
was
10
back on
फिर ये
Corrode.
देखो हाथ दिखा भाई
Right in the elbow.
हाथ मत
हाथ
दिखाओ
दिखा।
एल्बो शॉट
Centimeters the
एल्बो
difference in this
शॉट
round. If
क्या
Ethan
ही मारा है
lives, NRG can scale up in the mound. They can play the round they wanted. Instead, Mata's forced to try and take matters into his own hands. Flashback is there to punish him.
एनआरजी का टाइम आउट आ गया है इधर
Timeout on the other side
ईथन
of
को
the
शायद
map.
बोलेंगे हाथ
This
मत
time
दिखाओ
NRG after losing 2 in a row.
तुम्हारे हाथ में मेहंदी लगी हुई है
The
फिर
biggest
हाथ मत
question.
दिखाया करो
Now,
हाथ
how do
मत
we deal with
दिखाया कर
Flashback's op?
It was so much.
सोचो
I mean,
अगर
there
ये
was so much
मतलब
value
टाइम
that
आउट
he
के
got
कुछ
out of that
बोलना
thing.
छोड़ के
2
प्लेयर
picks
लोग
early
सारे एक
on,
दूसरे को
and yeah,
ब्लेम
you know,
कर
maybe
रहे
you argue that
इसने पहले पिक दिया मैंने मना किया था
questionable to challenge,
इसको
but
देख
either
लो
way, he
सब्जी
found the value and
यही पहले आगे गया था, यही
हाथ
वो
दिख गए,
शुरुआत।
देखो मेहंदी लगी हुई है मना किया था। रिवील सोच के कॉर्नर फेंका, पहले देख लो सब।
यही वो दोस्ती, यही वो दरिंदा है।
इसके बदले कोई और प्लेयर मिल सकता है क्या? आप आ जाओ इसको उधर बिठा
That's going to be there. You're going to need to invest the proper utility.
वही अलग ही मजा है।
Actually, looks to me like B is going to be the.
C के बाहर पूरा फील्डिंग सेट है, B पे अकेला माको है जो स्मोक की दुनिया में
three players in sand. They could open
लग
up the
गए
door.
तो लग रहा है क्योंकि दरवाजे पे आके
back into NRG.
This looks so fast. The flash on the other side. Meanwhile, a fight on both fronts. Mada's the one who wins it
मादा
out.
ने निकाल दिया है एक को।
Weathering the storm. And then they speed up B.
Unbelievable. NRG still have lurkers on each side of the map too. So the slower this retake is, the better it looks for NRG. DRX must act quickly.
They're going to scale up. Remember, Mada took that aggro heaven fight and
Yeah.
won it.
It's all about putting this pressure down. Mada needs to show that force up into heaven to buy time for his lurkers to activate, to regroup back with the team.
Love that nade. Actually drops it back.
चलो अल्ट भी कर
Trying
दिया
to take
है।
this fight. Flashback. Beautiful flash. Beautiful kill. Flashback gets another. DRX snatched the sight out of their hands. The two players that you mentioned are going to show up too little, too late. Zouza's going to try his best, but he will fall.
8-11 guys, 8-11
DRX get to 11.
मैच पॉइंट पे आ जाएगा और एक
फ्लैशबैक ने
राउंड।
बढ़िया खेला है।
And it seemed like NRG didn't even know what to do with the site once they had it. It seemed like it was too easy for them to get on there. The speed at which they took it and then fight up into heaven meant there was no time for their lurkers to go anywhere. They're both quaking in their boots, not wanting to walk into flashbacks off. Bane with the operator, taking the fight in B main, and we're right back into it. C mount fight.
There's the eye. It's the same look from the previous
आ
round.
गए थे 17 HP पे वापस गए हैं
But this time, no aggro Yoru follow-up
अरे नहीं।
behind the Waylay TP.
रोटेट करते हुए पूरा और एक के साइड पे बस
NRG.
22 से और उसके पावर
Moving
से।
back to A. Around, they'd have to dig deep. This is the one you can't let slip away. And for DRX to have another chance to make it out of groups, continue that flawless streak going. This is the
क्या
one to
गाइस
do
हम
it.
लोग मैच पॉइंट तक जा सकते हैं इस
Eyes on
राउंड में।
Fring, who's now called in,
Easy.
flashback called in, 2 members. The whole
ये कुछ
arm
हो
in
गया।
arm. Here comes
ये
the
दो
hit.
बंदे डाउन होते हुए पहले
Clearing the eye. Flashback!
ओ भाई ट्रेड हो गया।
And now they drop a
जैसे
bit of
बोला
their own.
वैसे दो बंदे डाउन हो गए।
Things slow down.
No, it doesn't. The Waylay ultimate NRG hold their ground.
और एक
हमें
बंदा
एक दिन वॉच पार्टी से ब्लॉक
They
कर
weren't
देंगे
funneling
यार।
behind it.
वो ये
कॉपीराइट रीजन नहीं है।
और एक बंदा डाउन होगा
पूरा
हो गया
फैन
डाउन।
बेस आएगा किसी टीम का।
This
पूरा
time,
प्रोटेस्ट
NRG
चालू कर देंगे भाई ऐसे
that
तो।
quick
इधर
rotate
ऑपरेट
from
DRX.
रिसीविंग हो रही है।
They tried to filter 3
रोटेशन
players
नहीं होगा,
back
पता
into
क्या
the
होगा?
site.
बोलेंगे घेर लो इनको,
NRG
फिर
shutting
ये
down.
बदली गली
मार
से निकल
खाएंगे।
जाएगी।
And I mean, even
ये
getting
लड़की
Waylay
बदली
on
गली
the
से
other
निकल
side
होने
is
के
जाएगी।
लिए
just
किसी दिन करोड़ों
the cherry
रुपए
on top of the
मिलेंगे
round.
भाई। अब
Because
अब
now,
तो जिंक्स करूंगी बैठ के, अब
in
तो
crunch
करोड़
time,
रुपए मांगूंगी
we're looking at
भाई।
11 rounds to 9.
मुझे चुप कराना
looking
है,
at 4
लाओ
more.
लाल लाल कुछ
फिर
भेजो।
rounds
फिर
to play
इधर
in
से फोन
regulation.
आएगा,
The ultimates
मैडम
are
जी
the talking
आप
point.
जिंक्स करने
And
का
you look
इतना
at
पैसा
DRX.
लेते हो, घर आ जाओ
Okay,
फटफट
Omen ult, whatever.
करोड़ों की।
We're one off of your ult. They'll have one big round, but Bane is far off. The rest of the team is far away. NRG have Ethans for the next round. Rock and Mata both 3 off.
Business
अभी
series में
अमेरिका
Start
वगैरह में
string
रहते
these
हैं, अभी
back
तक
to back
वायरल
to
हो
back.
जाते हैं वो वियर्ड चॉइसेस के कारण कुछ तो
Build off
वायरल
of
है
these
ना।
ultimates to win the
अरे
critical
वो
gun buys.
लोग बोलते हैं ना कि क्या बोलते
Swing
हैं,
rounds.
वो बंदा नहीं था तो तुमने
At the
जिसका
end of the half.
एडवर्टाइजमेंट भेजा था, रोने के लिए हंसने के लिए
हाँ
बुलाते हैं,
हाँ।
वैसे हमको बुलाएंगे। ये फुटबॉल टीम को जिताना, ये इसको हराना, इसको हराना, ये टीम को जीत।
वो तो अलग ही था भाई, शमशान में रखने के लिए पैसे। हर एक चीज का अलग अलग, रो रो के जमीन पे खींचने के लिए भी अलग पैसे।
And so now a timeout is called from the defensive side. Yep.
आदि बिटने के लिए अलग
rounds.
है।
ग्रेव में कूद जाने के लिए भी अलग पैसे और किसी को खुदवा
आज
देने के लिए
बनने के लिए
भी
अलग
अलग
पैसे।
पैसे
And
भाई।
to me, this round 21 is the big deal, right? We're talking DRX, they've got a buy
शुरू
coming
करके
into
भाई
this one.
लाखों रुपए कमा
Very
सकते
likely
हैं
it's going to be a
ऐसे।
Yoru ult versus Ethan's Fade ult on the other side of things. If DRX do not convert onto this, those ults like I talked about are going to start becoming a big talking point.
DRX's money is not going to be great
फिर
either.
से
They need
DRX
to
का
stop
टाइम आउट है।
NRG on this round now, or the snowball becomes a
जी
very
कितना
real
टाइम आउट
possibility.
लेते जी?
इतना क्लोज कैसे जा रहा है भाई? एक टीम जीत जाओ, बहुत लंबा मैचेस चल रहा है इन लोगों का।
Question at the beginning of the half, and I think it's worth asking once more. Can NRG do it again? Can they pull off another ridiculous comeback? We expect them to crumble eventually, right? Because how many times can a team get away with this? But lo and behold, they're still in a fight. Late in these series, late in these maps.
This is a team that has full trust in one another. The ability to dig deep,
चलो
have
फिर
that
से
grit,
ऑपरेटर आ चुका
have
है
that
सी साइड
drive
पे।
to get the job done. And the job's not done right now. This is the round that will swing it all. And Flashback has the operator. Mound has been his domain,
operator
but
भी
Mara
down।
shuts him out.
He had a shot at it too. Try snapping up, cannot connect. And now, full gas forwards. Prowler out, satchel through, but the paranoia in exchange for Mako might be good enough. Mata gets clocked. Clothesline.
Nice.
With the up.
1v3
Freeing into 1v3.
10-11 guys।
Ethan gets a spike down.
नाइस
Comeback हो
वर्क,
गया।
पूरा कमबैक हो गया। कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ DRX का इतना अच्छा स्टार्ट करने।
टाइम आउट
What a call out from NRG. They know this operator's been seized. They call for the boost up play. That's not a hunt. He's not playing on information. That is
कोई
him
फायदा नहीं
seeing
इतना
for
अच्छा
just
स्टार्ट
a
करके भी।
half second. Flashback on the other side. And then the speed up into the rest of the side. Everything is working for NRG.
They thrust their star in a position to make a play, and now look at the buy for DRX. It's horrid.
The one saving grace, DRX didn't
चलो
end
अभी
up
तो
using the
क्लोज हो ही
dimensional
जाएगा
threat,
इस
so
फिर
that
राउंड
for the
11-11
next
इनका
round.
बाय राउंड नहीं
But
है।
as I said, Result online. They can use it to guarantee this if they must. To bring things back to even.
इस बार हाथ संभाल के प्रॉलर भेज।
No real information
हाथ
of what's happening
संभाल
elsewhere
के
on the
प्रॉलर
map.
भेजा गया
It's a
गाइस।
tough round to call. NRG have a
उसने बोला है ना आराम से
close wall
हाथ
behind
दिख
them
गया तो
guarding
तेरा
their
हाथ
flanks.
मेरे
They
से नहीं
have the
दिख।
door to threaten B. They have no lurk or anything to pivot back to in the round.
क्या बोलते हो गाइस?
They're
बिजनेस
hoping
शुरू
not to
कर
meet
दे।
this same level of resistance
हमारे
on the C
बोलते
side.
ही वो हो जाता है
The
जैसे।
truth is, they don't fully understand what's on the other side.
This is tough. Now there is a Seize, there's Prowlers, there's the paint shells from Auto. We saw this against the stack DRX had back on the Eco. This time they're playing more spread.
Yeah, maybe the benefit is that the two Buckies that are
देखना
on
कि
the board are
घुसेंगे
not there.
3
But it's still Singers, and it's still
2
DRX. Flashback has to get out. The
Ui,
rocket
so-
not connecting. But they're trying to force their way
एक
out
बंदा
on the
डाउन होगा
side.
भी
चलो
देखना फटफट
11-11 हो
Mata
गया।
playing around it.
मरा एक
Song
बंदा
fills in.
और एक बंदा मरेगा
Now it's just the two Buckies that remain. Hyunmin down to 5 HP.
और ये लेवल पे स्कोर स्टॉक
The dust settles. And it's NRG in full control.
आ ही नहीं
But
रहे
DRX
अभी
never
बंदा
counted
मरे
out. Looking for a free one with
दोनों
Bucky.
बक्की है, बक्की से क्या ही हो
Stray
सकता है
bullet.
गाइस।
Chance.
11-11 लेट्स गो।
NRG
Let's
pull
go.
off another
7-0
comeback.
करके
And I
भी
can't believe I'm
कोई
saying
फायदा
this.
नहीं।
We're tied.
11-11.
फिर में कमबैक होना ही था ये तो
We
होना
always
ही
knew this
था
was going to be an interesting matchup. Both these teams following very different trajectories. NRG on the up and up, DRX bombing out in Stage 2 playoffs. But at the end of the day, these are two squads built around a key veteran. Ethan versus Mako, the IGLs. And then so much fresh blood, young talent. And it's been the young talent that has been stepping up. And it will be the young talent to determine which of these two squads will advance.
Flashback with the up. Hyunmin tries
खत्म।
to TP away. He's
12th
caught.
राउंड पहले एनआरजी जाएगी और एनआरजी जीतेगी भी शायद। बढ़िया कमबैक करते हैं वो लोग। ईडीजी के अगेंस्ट ही देख लिया था हम लोगों ने।
But there's another rookie who can step up. There's another young blood
निकलो
who can fill in.
And Flashback has
बंदा
not
मरेगा,
shown
देखना।
this look. Pushed up into A lobby. He has destroyed NRG when they try to re-clear him. They have not succeeded to do so.
Crosshair heavy. Position given away.
He's once more.
You lunatic! He's
ओ
nuts!
ट्रेड हो गया इधर
Punishes Ethan.
4v4।
बोला ही था मरेगा एक बंदा
He has had Ethan's number all day long.
only numbers that really
Eight
matter
हो
right
गया.
now are the four
सी
headed
साइड
towards
पे
C
अकेला
though.
वाईसी है अभी के लिए.
Paranoia will buy a little bit of time, but doesn't connect on to everyone. And now the Visol.
हो
to
गया
buy a
it,
little
चलो
space.
let's go.
Green might not have been tagged. Oh, he was. So they're going to get the site for free.
It'll be a 4-on-4 retake, but Flashback has the dimensional drift. You will have full information of where NRG are playing. They will have to fight out against all odds.
He's got a shorty. Pops the ult. Ventures forth.
Let's go.
Looking to pick a target. Looking for a name to claim. And his
Marai.
name falls first, and there it is!
Zero ult से बाहर निकले हमारे.
बट ऑपरेटर
NRG still with the
में
numbers advantage. Mako so far away from the play. It's Flashback on his own. 3 on the round.
ओ मैच पॉइंट में पहुंच गए हैं.
मैच पॉइंट.
Series point.
They did
और एक
it
टाइम
in
आउट
their
ऐसा
global
लग रहा है.
debut against CDG. And now
DRX अगर हार गए तो
teetering
DRX
on the
का एक
precipice.
ही होप्स है, मतलब Pacific का एक ही होप्स रहेगा PRX
The
and
surprise
T1.
team of stage 2.
T1 के लिए तो easy है. T1 बहुत easily जीत जाता.
From disappointing finishes in kickoff and stage 1 to the roster shuffle to Ethan stepping into the IGL role.
चलो no
And now
timeout.
to Brock,
या तो OT
27
या तो
and
NRG
15.
won.
One
Winner.
more round is all they need.
Go back.
Everyone around the world asking, when do
इनके
NRG
तो भाई ही
die?
नहीं है. चलो GG's
When
guys.
have they had
GG's.
enough? When will they
जीत गए.
fold?
GG, let's go.
Yet they find themselves up around. They find themselves at C once more. They find themselves staring down 3 members of DRX. A full bed of utility. And a tap of the door.
And things aren't pretty for DRX.
जा सकता है 12
You see
short
a
gun
couple
है.
of stingers. You see a judge in
अगर
Mako's
अच्छे
hands. Flashback is the sole vandal for the team. And he's been the hero.
इधर ही अटक गया.
He's in the right spot
All
right now. NRG want to go for another C-pop. And he is here and waiting.
They're committing out onto this.
GG's लग रहा है पूरा.
They're doubling down on it. But it's still just a push and pull. It's a pump break.
Only one player actually tagged on that.
Yeah, and now they can
एक ही
speed
तरफ
up.
भागेंगे ऐसा लग
They're
रहा है.
gonna have the C side if they go. And go they
Three.
do. Freeing. Wrapped
Keep
around,
pushing,
he's
keep
full.
pushing.
नहीं है तो
Live
गया.
against 2.
गया.
The young
GG.
star looking to push
So guys.
NRG there.
जीत गए NRG.
Questions about when they
GG's,
die.
GG's जीत गए.
GG's guys.
7-0 का कोई फायदा नहीं.
That you cannot
कमबैक
NRG को
करके
तो-
जीत
you did not create.
NRG is known for
क्या
comeback.
बात है भाई. RRQ भी ऐसी थी स्टेज 2 में जैसे. नाइस वन यार. क्या जीत गए हैं NRG वाले. 7-0 मुंह पे फेंक के मारा. ये
NRG were trailing 7-0
W game
at the
play
start
guys.
of the game.
W game
It
play.
looked like they would be going out with a whimper.
दोनों टीम्स का आज
But in
ओवर
similar
मतलब
form
क्या बोलते हैं
to that comeback
डिसाइडर में अब
against
तक
CDG,
चला है.
this team
बहुत
has
बढ़िया
proven
था.
that you can never count
क्लोज
them out.
फाइट्स
And that is
बस
a superpower
ये मैप
to
पे
have
ज़्यादा
on the
उम्मीदें
global
DRX
stage.
से थी 7-0 स्टार्ट के बाद.
कोई ना ब्रो कोई ना.
GG's
Think
guys.
about NRG's
GG's
year.
NRG जीत गए. क्या बात है.
People questioned how they do in playoffs domestically.
हेलो
They
व्हाट्स
walk
अप
in 4-1,
स्काईलाइट.
yeah,
सब बढ़िया है. आप बताओ क्या
मीत भाई मैं
हाल
जानता हूँ
चाल.
आपको भावना बोलनी है बट थोड़ा सा
I
अच्छे
was
से
so
बोलो.
correct in this map. ऐसा क्या भाई 7-0 स्टार्ट ने लिटरली 7-7 तक पहुंचा दिया था हम लोगों को. फिर जो वही वाला जो EDG के अगेंस्ट था वही वाला रूप देखने को मिला. जिता दिया. W play by
They continue to get away with it.
NRG.
They
क्या बात
continue to
है.
silence doubters. They continue to silence haters.
You remember
लिटरली 13-0 का वो था.
They went to Korea. They took
सारे
that
बिजी
won that off-season tournament.
के बाद
Soup
क्या
League,
बात.
we thought they could be world beaters. That was very
The
much
way
not the case.
Pacific choke
It has now
sometime
come
win
full circle.
7-0.
Taking out strong squad from Pacific. The most nail-biting
वो
fighting
क्या बोलते हैं
fashion
फेट
possible.
क्या खेल रहा था
They
DRX.
did it, man. They didn't do it
13-0
off of Mata carrying them all the way across. You think about it's
जो
just
comeback
भाई.
unreal
हुआ
run. We're
उधर
going to
से
throw it
हुआ.
down to Lou at the stage.
NRG के लिए मैंने
standing
सही
by
पिक-एम्स
Ethan for the
लगाए थे.
horizon
मैं तो
post-match.
मेरा तो
अरे थर्ड में नहीं आना था, वो 8-11 से कमबैक हुआ, वही ना यार।
Massive win. I'm still shocked. I don't know how you guys managed to do it, but you are in playoffs. So first of all, congratulations.
प्लेज ऑफ में पहुंच गए PRX और NRG, लेट्स गो। सो गाइस इसी के साथ हम भी चलते हैं, ठीक है, बहुत थक गई हूँ मैं। बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर, सब लोग अच्छे से रहो। इनका लोअर ब्रैकेट देखा, ADG वर्सेस टीम लिक्विड, वही ना। कल तो FNC वर्सेस MIBR है, समथिंग आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड, समझ रहे हो। तो गाइस इसी के साथ बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर। इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम टुडे स्ट्रीम MIBR विन। ऐसा क्या, लेट्स सी क्या होता है, लेट्स सी। कल भी क्या पता बोस्टर मॉन्स्टर बन जाए, वो जो पूरा उठ के बोल जाता आई एम टर्निंग इनटू अ मॉन्स्टर, ऐसे करके जो बोल जाता। आसपास सुप्रीमेसी बिल्कुल। और कल आई थिंक और किसका मैच है, और किसका मैच है, एक सेकेंड। VCT शेड्यूल, TH वर्सेस T1 है आई थिंक, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। ऑल लीग का नहीं देखना है भाई, ऑल लीग का नहीं देखना है। हाँ, T1 वर्सेस TH, लेट्स गो। पैसिफिक वर्सेस EMEA, अमेरिकाज वर्सेस EMEA। T1 शुड विन, ऐसा क्या। चलो देखते हैं कल क्या होता है। इसी के साथ बाय गाइस, टेक केयर। इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ। कल अपने टीम को और ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करेंगे, मज़ा आएगा। मैं जा रही हूँ, बहुत थक गई हूँ। बाय पुकीज, टेक केयर, सी यू टुमारो स्ट्रीम। भाई ये DRX जीत जाती, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है यार, मैंने क्या बोलते हैं DRX को आई थिंक चूज़ नहीं किया था पिक-एम्स में भी। बाय गाइस, बाय बाय, बहुत बातें हो गई। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग। ख्याल रखो अपना, जो लोग सपोर्ट करते हो भाई, यू गाइस आर ऑसम, लवी डवीज, ठीक है। बाय।